I slammed my beat-up Santana into a red sports car full of punk kids who'd cut me off. They thought they were tough, but I, the super soldier king, took them down in seconds, snapped a wrist, smashed a face, the whole 9 yards. They were begging for mercy before I even finished. Then, this drunk girl, Shinjiani, shows up, and more punks try to harass her. Before I knew it, I was single-handedly taking down another gang. These guys were even tougher, and still, I didn't even break a sweat. My reflexes, my speed, my power, it was like a dam broke inside me, a whole new level of strength I never knew I possessed. The security guards at my wife's company thought I was crazy when I showed up, but Shinjiani recognized me. That same night, I also met my wife Chuyu, who didn't recognize me at first, and let's just say, my honeymoon didn't go exactly as planned. I even took down a muscular jerk, threatening her one punch to the jaw, and he was out cold. It's official, my life is insane, my powers are off the charts, and the adventure has only just begun. Night, the stars twinkled. I drove my black Santana slowly down the road, a cigarette dangling from one hand resting on the window, the other casually on the wheel. A photo sat there on the steering wheel, a beautiful woman, striking in her demeanor. Looking at her, a smile touched my lips. "Darling, darling, wait, I'm coming," I murmured. News of my marriage reached me the moment I returned to China. The international super soldier king, married. That woman in the picture, my fiancée. Having such a beautiful wife beats daily combat any day, I mused, fantasizing about our future as I drove. Then, a car zoomed past, cutting me off. My reflexes kicked in, I corrected the Santana just in time. A red sports car, it slowed after passing, revealing a bunch of young punks with dyed yellow hair. They shouted obscenities and even tossed a bottle at my car before speeding off. Stupid kids. Dare to play games in front of me? You've got another thing coming, I muttered, my eyes narrowing. My driving skills, honed as a super soldier, far surpassed theirs. I floored the accelerator. My car might look beat up, but the engine's modified, it surged forward. Quickly, I caught up. "Big brother, some guy's on our tail." A red-haired punk yelled. "Humph, a crappy Santana? Trying to race me? I'll teach him a lesson." The yellow-haired driver sneered. A corner approached. The sports car slowed, I didn't. Damn. Is he crazy? The punks inside panicked. Even reckless kids fear death, that speed meant a guaranteed rollover. "Screw him." The yellow-haired kid yelled, braking hard. But my Santana slammed into them. "Stop! Stop!" The red-haired kid screamed. The yellow-haired driver slammed on the brakes, but we still hit the wall. I executed a beautiful drift, leaving them shaking in their wrecked car. "Humph, little brats. Thinking you can play games with me? Try again in a few years," I sneered, lighting another cigarette. Soon after, I stopped. A girl stood in the road, well-built, wearing shorts and a white t-shirt. Her pretty face was flushed, her eyes were blurry, clearly drunk, stumbling out of a nearby bar. I started to explain, but more young punks poured out of the bar, smirking, carrying bottles. They surrounded the girl and my car. "Beauty, it's dangerous going home alone. Let my brother escort you," a spiky-haired punk leered, moving towards her. The girl flinched. The punk advanced. Then I intervened. I opened my car door, tossed my cigarette, ground it out, and stepped out. "What? Hero to the rescue?" The punk sneered. "Don't even look at who you're talking to. I'm feeling generous. Scram, and I'll let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Otherwise, we break your legs." Laughter erupted. 7 or 8 of them against me. They sized me up, not much muscle to speak of. "Get lost, before you get hurt," others chimed in. I offered them a choice, disappear, or face the consequences. "Consequences? What consequences?" they scoffed. "You gonna fight us?" Ha ha ha. Their laughter was short-lived. "Seems like you're asking for it," a punk said menacingly. The cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme whipped at us. The girl, more sober now, trembled, catching my shirt in fear. I quickly shoved her into my car, rolled up the windows, and glared at the punks. My speed startled them. "You're asking to die," the spiky-haired guy snarled. He wasn't letting this beauty get away. He planned to cripple me. Then, engines roared behind. The red sports car pulled up, blocking them. The two yellow-haired punks hopped out, laughing. "Gotcha, punk!" one yelled. "You crashed our car, it's payback time." "Ah, you guys are here?" "Perfect timing," the spiky-haired punk said, turning to his buddies. "This kid tried to take this beauty, it's payback time." The red-haired punk grabbed a beer bottle and swung it at my head. I easily dodged it, grabbed his wrist, and twisted. He screamed, the bottle shattering. "I warned you," I said coldly, the smile gone, replaced by a chilling coldness. "Kneel on the glass, and I'll spare you." "I'll never kneel." He snarled. "Break my hand, if you dare." Asterisk crack. Asterisk his wrist snapped. He howled. "You guys! Kill him!" He shrieked. They lunged. I kicked him away, sending him sprawling. Everyone froze. They'd never seen such swift, brutal efficiency. "You think you're tough?" "Let's see," I sneered, stepping toward the spiky-haired leader. He swung a bottle. I caught it. A knee to the gut, then a kick to the mouth sent his teeth flying. The punks were paralyzed. They'd just watched their leader get taken down in seconds. They'd never witnessed anything like it. Forget their tough act. They usually just pick on weaker guys, 6 or 7 of them jumping one. They saw me alone, figuring they could bully me like they always do. They didn't expect how strong and skilled I am. I easily took down the red-haired kid, then their boss. They'd never seen anything like it. The spiky-haired leader, kneeling, howled, "Kill him! Kill him!" But his goons froze. My eyes were on them. That icy stare sent shivers down their spines, a look colder than ice. They sensed murder in my eyes, the kind of chilling aura only comes from a battlefield veteran, steeped in blood. Seeing his guys hesitate, the spiky-haired guy panicked. "If you touch me, you're dead," he snarled. I sneered. "Still acting tough? Let's see." I grabbed a bottle and smashed it against his face. Asterisk pang. Asterisk he screamed, clutching his face. His goons finally reacted. One threw a bottle, the others charged. Getting a little bloody, I smirked, then lunged. Like a wolf amongst sheep, I moved. Asterisk bang bang. Asterisk they crumpled, howling in pain. I'm the super soldier king, they're just street thugs, no comparison. We're sorry. Don't hit us anymore. Mercy. Impossible. How is he so strong? I'm dreaming, right? We didn't recognize you, sir. Please forgive us. They begged, groaning in pain. They'd never seen anything like my skill, 10 more wouldn't stand a chance. I stood over them, smoking a cigarette. Still want to fight? No, no. They shook their heads frantically. I checked my watch. Damn, I wasted so much time. How do I even bill for this? We'll pay. We'll pay. The spiky-haired guy whimpered, pulling out a wad of cash. Here's payment for your time. I took it, about 1,000. These punks were loaded. I pocketed it casually. Don't let me catch you bullying anyone again, or next time won't be so easy. Yes, sir. We'll change our ways. Satisfied, I drove off. The girl in the car was speechless. You knocked them all out? She gasped. Am I dreaming? Consider it a dream, I said. Where to? Home. Next time, avoid those places, I warned. I was in a bad mood. Call me if you are, I chuckled. Thank you, she said gratefully. I dropped her off, then spent the night at an internet cafe. The next morning, I drove to Fingting Company, clutching that picture. My heart pounded. Wife, here I come. The building was sleek, I grinned. Stylish. Just like my woman. Running such a huge company. I rolled down the window and nodded approvingly. Fingting was a huge deal, a company on the brink of collapse years ago, saved by Chuyu, my wife. She built it to its current glory. I approached the building, but security stopped me. What are you doing? This isn't a playground. Get lost. Not bad, very professional. My wife runs a tight ship, I nodded. Your wife? Who's your wife? Get out. I'm looking for Chuyu, I said, showing them the photo. The chairman? They stared, incredulous. What do you want with her? She's my wife. What do you think? I smiled. Wife? They gaped at me like I was crazy. You're nuts. This guy's delusional. They scoffed. And the chairman is your wife? Why don't you claim the whole company? They nearly fell over. I was obviously crazy. One security guard sighed, handing me 5 yuan. Go on, before we call the cops. What? $5? I was furious. I came to see my wife. Am I not good enough for her? I held the photo next to my face, comparing us earnestly. A perfect match. He's completely bonkers. The security captain muttered. 2 guards moved to throw me out. Then, a BMW pulled up. The guards froze. BMW drivers are usually important. The horn beeped. I turned and froze. The driver also stared in shock. It was Shinjiani, the girl I'd saved. She'd been drinking, targeted by thugs, and saved by me. She felt terrible that she hadn't gotten my name. But now, here we were, again. Fate? The security guards thought I was blocking her and moved towards me. I was furious. I did nothing wrong, I was looking for my wife. Before things escalated, Shinjiani opened her door. You! What are you doing here? The guards were stunned. She knew me? She's a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme friend of the chairman, a Shin family princess. Beautiful, rich, and sought after. Countless young men pursue her, yet she never chooses them. And now, she was greeting me. I grinned and waved. We meet again. Still dizzy? Again? The guards looked at me intensely. They saw my worn-out clothes and beat-up car. I look like a nobody. But apparently, this nobody knew the goddess? I'm okay, thank you for yesterday. I don't know what would have happened without you, Shinjiani smiled. Since we've met, let me treat you to dinner. The guards were shocked. Shinjiani invited me to dinner? They looked at me like I'd won the lottery. Didn't she call Shinjiani the ice queen? Never accepting a date? So what was this? She asked me out? Okay, I said, but I might be busy. The security guard stared. What did I mean, might be busy? Didn't I realize who she was? Any other guy would be crawling on his knees to get a date with her. They were green with envy. They were also terrified. Good thing they hadn't messed with me earlier. If you don't want to go out, you could come to my place. I'll cook. The guards practically spat blood. Internal injury. Seriously, internal injury. We just met, and she's inviting me home for dinner? Too fast. You cook? I asked, surprised. But why not? The guards looked like they were about to kill each other. Envy gnawed at them. We walked inside Shinjiani through the VIP corridor, only for executives. I followed, chatting easily. Good thing the corridor was empty, anyone else would have been shocked. Then, someone rounded the corner. Gianni. It's you. Gianni, I didn't expect to see you here. Dinner sometime? A muscular guy in a suit, clearly well built beneath the fabric, approached Shinjiani, his eyes gleaming. He noticed me. His face darkened. Does Gianni have a boyfriend? He sneered when he saw my clothes, a cheap outfit. Trash. Who are you? Get out of here. This is a private passage. Gianni, stay away from this kind of person. It's dangerous. My temper flared. Arrogant jerk. Shinjiani frowned. The suited man, unable to lash out at her, turned on me. Didn't you hear me? I'll count to 3. Scram, or you'll be crawling out of here. He cracked his knuckles, muscles bulging. Or you'll regret it. Apologize? He sneered. Kid, you're crazy. Do you know who I am? He was furious. He's rich, privileged. I looked like nothing, and I dared to talk back? He was going to crush me. Shinjiani spoke coldly, Song Ching, I'm busy. Go away. She smiled at me. Ignore him. Let's go. Song Ching's face burned. Shinjiani was smiling at me. Unbearable. You dare touch the woman I want? You want to die? He'd been pursuing her for ages without success. He never imagined she'd favor me. Kneel and beg, and I might spare your life. Song Chang, are you crazy? Shinjiani snapped. He shook his head. Don't worry, Gianni. I'll teach this kid a lesson. He strode towards me. Tall, muscular, the picture of intimidation. I look like a bookish type, no fighting experience. He was wrong. His muscles were show, no real skill. But I've been on the front lines, the international super soldier king. My skills were unmatched. He swung a punch. A heavy blow that would knock out most people. But I caught it effortlessly. Impossible? His face twisted in pain. I sneered. Your skills? You're laughable. I grabbed his collar. His eyes showed fear. Touch me, and the Song family will crush you. He blustered. You know their power? He thought I was scared. He stiffened his neck. Slap me. I dare you. Touch me, and I'll have you killed 100 ways. Yeah, right. You chicken. I laughed. Pang. My fist connected with his jaw, shattering his teeth. Blood sprayed. Half his face instantly swelled. He was stunned. I dared to hit him? Didn't I fear the Song family? Bang. Another blow. I hate threats. I said coldly. I punched him repeatedly, turning him into a pig's head. Then I lifted his 180-pound body and tossed him aside. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Or you're dead. He was in agony, but his eyes burned with fury. I'll kill you. But I ignored him. I took Shinjiani's arm and left. Will this affect you, Gianni? She shook her head. The Song family won't touch me. But you got me involved. Be careful. It's my fault. But if he tries anything, tell me, and I'll make him regret it. Relax, I grinned. He's nothing. We chatted. Then she said, I have to submit some documents. See you later. Sure. I headed to the largest office. Chuyu would be inside. The office was huge and modern. Chuyu sat there, beautiful, in professional attire, exuding a mature charm. My wife. I'd gotten a call saying she had an important meeting, to wait and not wander. Hours passed. She was furious. She wasn't some spoiled heiress, she ran a company and had no time to waste. She stood to leave. The door opened. I walked in. Her eyes widened. I was incredibly rude, just barging in and sitting on her sofa. I sat on her sofa, picked up a delicate teacup, sipped, and nodded approvingly. A beautiful woman with exquisite taste, I mused. Few women drink tea these days. It's refreshing. The decor is modern, yet understated. We have similar tastes, I smiled. Shu Yu frowned. Who was I? Who made me tea? And who had the same taste as me? Was I crazy? She was furious. I wasn't from her company, yet I was here. And my tone so arrogant. Are your security guards dead? Who let me in? She demanded. Who are you? Who am I? I feigned surprise. Darling, you don't even know me? No one told you? That's irresponsible. Shu Yu gritted her teeth. Asterisk, darling, asterisk? This shameless man. What are you talking about? I don't know you. She fumed. Get out, or I'll call the police. Call the police? I chuckled. I'm your fiancé. How could you treat me this way? Fiancé? She practically leaped. Get out. Or I'll throw you out on your stomach. Spirited, I nodded. They say a fiery woman makes great sons. True, you think? I'll kill you. She lunged for the phone. I am your fiancé, I said calmly. Didn't your family tell you? Family? Her eyes widened. Could this be the man she was waiting for? She was about to faint. You're amazing. You remember now, I smiled. Call and ask, if you don't believe me. My name is Su Chen. I don't care what your name is. She called her father. Xiao Yu, why are you calling? A deep voice boomed. Dad, is Su Chen the man you said to wait for? Yes. Did you meet him? How is he? He's a good catch. Asterisk, good catch? Asterisk, I rolled my eyes. But he added, Su Chen is a great guy. Get along well, don't fight too much. Work things out yourselves. Don't bother me with little squabbles. The call ended. See? I told you, I grinned. Your fiancé. Shake hands? A hug? You haven't even welcomed me yet. Go to hell. She was furious. She couldn't believe her family had picked this asterisk guy for her. Well, since we've met, she said coldly, let's go. Go? Where? I asked. What? You don't work? You free all day? Darling, you're brilliant. I'm unemployed. I admitted. Asterisk, another shock. Asterisk, she was about to cry. Not only a loser, but jobless. Marry a freeloader? Was this a joke? A grown man, and you want to mooch off someone? She scoffed. Injustice. I protested. I just got back to China. Besides, there's nothing wrong with being a kept man. Her jaw dropped. The nerve. I'll give you money to disappear, she gritted out. How much? How much? I flashed my teeth. Nothing. Just you. With you, I won't need money, I laughed. So beautiful and rich. I'm a genius. She was about to explode, she'd never seen such a shameless man. She almost ran, but stopped. How to handle this? What's your skill set? What kind of job do you want? Fighting and killing. Firearms. Cannons and tanks, no problem. She found herself speechless. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Tanks and cannons? Why not spaceships? What's with the look? I frowned. I'm a great driver. I'll show you sometime. Forget it, she sighed. This wasn't going anywhere. All I can offer you is a position at my company. Company? I pondered. Make me vice president. Asterisk spurt. Asterisk she sprayed tea. Vice president? She was speechless. We don't need more VPs. Okay, how about your secretary? Office romance? I added suggestively. Lots of action. She wanted to throw the tea at me. What was he thinking? She took a deep breath. There are plenty of people. Go to security. I didn't want to be far from her. Security? I complained. Too far from you. She sneered. If you want to be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, clean toilets, or be a boilerman. Choose. Seriously? I saw her point. I'm good at this, I grinned. Did I mention I once shot down a plane with a pistol? Her face was full of black lines. Could this man be any more shameless? But then I nodded. Okay, for you. Security it is. She was stunned. He agreed? And he was smiling? Was security that appealing? Start tomorrow. Get out. Finally, I was gone. She breathed a sigh of relief and got to work. The day ended, and she headed home in her car. A rose bath, some relaxation, she deserved it. She pulled up to her villa. She tossed her bag and unwound. She was a powerful CEO, but at home, she was just a woman. She kicked off her heels, enjoying the feel of her bare feet. She started undressing, discarding her suit and shirt, then her skirt, until she was in her underwear. It was her home, she wasn't shy. She started to unfasten her bra hem. A voice cleared. She froze. This villa was hers alone, no one else lived here, and it was soundproof. A hallucination from exhaustion? She shook her head, made some tea, and decided to relax. Tea, music, a bath, and sleep. All problems would vanish. You're not wearing anything, are you? A voice whispered. What? She screamed. No hallucination. Someone was here. Who's there? Get out. She huddled on the sofa, scanning the room. She found him. My face, a devilish grin, illuminated the room. She paled. Me. Su Chen. How did you get in? She cried, hugging herself, terrified. She'd always been strong and brave, but not now. Just the two of us, in this empty villa, in our underwear, a pretty intense scene, no matter how you slice it. But I wasn't fazed. My eyes narrowed, a gleam in them. So, you have this little kink, I observed. And, wow, you're in great shape. Hidden talents. Look away, pervert. Shuyu roared, furious. I swallowed hard, enjoying the view. She was livid. Still looking? I'll gouge your eyes out. You're my wife. I can look. It's not illegal for a husband to admire his wife, right? I shrugged, completely unfazed. Shut up. Or I'll kill you. She shrieked. Then, remembering something, she demanded, how did you get in? How did you know I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here? She grabbed a cushion for cover. That was disappointing. But I sighed. I'm your fiancé. Of course, I know where you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. Your father gave me the key. I jingled the key. She nearly collapsed. Damn my father. He sold me out. Am I even his daughter? Leave. Get out of my sight. Or I'll make you regret it. She screamed. A wife shouldn't chase her husband away, I said. Besides, don't get upset and hurt yourself. I'd have to take care of you then, which would be a hassle. If a word of this gets out, I'll kill you. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. I nodded. It's my wife, this is strictly for my eyes only. Wouldn't tell anyone even if they tortured me. Really? She eyed me suspiciously. Keep your eyes on your own business. One wrong glance, and they're gone. And I'll cut something off, she added darkly. Ouch. I instinctively clamped my legs together. Seriously? You're chasing me away? I'm homeless. I feigned helplessness. I don't care. Get out. She yelled, terrified of what might happen if we stayed together. Suchan, I'm the boss, you're the employee. Obey me. I'll fire you. She threatened, you'll be a bum. I am homeless, I shrugged pitifully. And it's dangerous for you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme alone in this huge house. I'm here to protect you. No bad guy will bother you with me around. You are the biggest bad guy. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Don't even touch me, or I won't marry you. Darling, why the hostility? You make me sad, I sighed dramatically. Get out, or I'll call the police. She scrambled for her clothes, dialing her phone. I'm leaving. Another strategic retreat, I said, heading toward her. The police are busy, don't bother them. Husband-wife problems don't need police involvement. I reached for her. She had a mischievous glint in her eye and kicked it well, you know. Fast reflexes. I grabbed her foot. Ow. Let go. She yelped. No one had ever touched her feet like that before. It was a weird sensation. This is a delicate area. A bad kick, and you could lose your happiness forever. You scumbag, let go. She struggled. She was trapped, but fought back verbally. This was humiliating for the boss of Fingting Company. Her face flushed crimson. I chuckled. I've handled prisoners, I know how to subdue people. I held her foot, gently pressing on the sole. She giggled a delightful sound. Her body writhed like a snake. More giggles and moans escaped her. Comfortable? I asked. She was writhing, tears streaming down her face. Damn it, let me go. It was an unbearable, electric shock-like sensation. Any more attacks? I asked. You bastard. Scum. Shameless. She fumed. Bully's a weak woman. Fight me fair and square. I shook my head. The pressure on her foot increased. She cried out again, twisting wildly. The pillow fell away, revealing her assets. I'm sorry. Let me go. She begged. She was sweating, trembling, at the breaking point. What's wrong? I asked. You. She sputtered, furious that she was begging, but helpless. If I ever catch you, I'll make you regret it. She muttered. I shouldn't have attacked you. I won't again. Okay. I'll forgive you this time. I released her foot. She snatched back her foot, cheeks flushed, breathing hard. Scumbag, you wait. She dashed to the bathroom. Bath time. No peeking. Sleep in the guest room. Darn, a bath without a show? Not very sincere, I sighed. Plenty of time for that later. I strolled to the guest room. Very luxurious. I sat down and turned on the computer. I accessed a website. English only, not domestic. But I understood it perfectly. Familiar stuff. Beep, beep. Messages flooded in. I dismissed them. Then, I froze. The light in my eyes turned cold, the smile vanishing. An assassination contract. Target, Chuyu. I narrowed my eyes. Someone was trying to kill my fiancée. No wonder the Chu family wanted me to marry her. But she's mine now. I'll protect her. The reward? 50 million. Child's play. I've seen contracts for hundreds of millions. But this was different. The other targets were drug lords and arms dealers, high risk, high reward. Chu Yu was a businesswoman, an easy target. 10 people had already accepted the job. A sneer touched my lips. Let's see who's so stupid to try to kill my wife. I logged in as Falcon and accepted the contract. Whoever tries to steal my prize will be sorry. Falcon. A terrifying name. I'm at the top of that list. Then, the site refreshed. A new job popped up. Asterisk bounty, assassination. Target, Su Chen. Posted by, Song Chung. Asterisk my eyes widened. Song Chang? He wants me dead? I shook my head, chuckling. The idiot used his real name. Doesn't he value his life? I didn't know how Song Chang found this site. Human World, an underground contract site. Anything goes, as long as you pay. It's global, with top assassins hiding amongst the users. The unspoken rule? Use code names, not real names. My code name is Falcon. Song Ching's a rookie, using his real name is a major blunder. Let's see what this cheapskate offered, I smirked, checking the bounty. 100 million? Seriously? I scoffed. He's insulting me. This idiot is cheap. 100 million? He doesn't know who I am. $1 billion bounty would be closer to the mark. Still, I accepted the contract. Assassinating myself? That's a first, right? My actions caused quite a stir. Many assassins already accepted Chu Yu's assassination contract. A few more took mine. Then, they went silent. These contracts aren't single player, anyone can take them, winner takes all. So the contract lists all the active participants. Suddenly, a new name appeared on both lists, Falcon. And there was a bloody crown next to it. The other assassins knew exactly what that meant. Their faces went pale. Those who'd accepted the contracts immediately cancelled them. Many emailed apologies, even sending payment. Falcon was a nightmare. Who would dare to cross him? They warned their contacts not to touch phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme contract. Guys, be careful on Human World. Things are getting deadly. What? Some huge contract? Falcon is back. What? Again? Yep. He took 2 contracts. I took one but withdrew after seeing his name. I even sent an apology payment. Man, I'm terrified. If I'd been slower, I'd be dead. What kind of contracts scared Falcon into action? An S-class mission? Nope, just 2 regular ones. He probably got bored. Seriously? I'm checking now, I don't want to be on the same contract. Or you might not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme to see tomorrow. The assassins went into hiding. Falcon was like the devil to them. I didn't know the chaos I'd caused. Even if I did, I wouldn't care. I shut down the computer and got ready for bed. My phone rang. Boss. What the heck are you doing taking 2 random contracts? You scared everyone half to death. An excited voice exclaimed. Owl, my friend. You're still up? I asked. Dude, did you know with your sister-in-law? How was it? He cackled, his voice sickeningly gleeful. Strictly speaking, yes. But not really, I sighed. What? Explain. We were in the same villa, but separate rooms. She kicked you out? Owl gloated. After some banter, I said, find out who hired for Chu Yu's assassination. What? My wife. They want to kill her? They're dead. I'll look into it. Oh, and that idiot Song Chung want me to take care of him? Owl asked, amused. No one uses their real name. Nah, he's not worth the effort. Just find out about Chu Yu. We chatted a bit more before I hung up and went to sleep. Chu Yu, meanwhile, couldn't sleep. She was furious. That needs to be repaid, she muttered, plotting revenge. A devilish grin appeared on her face. He'll regret messing with me. She had a plan. Next morning, I sauntered into the living room in slippers, a cigarette dangling from my lips. Chuyu was in pajamas. My eyes lit up. Darling, you're so thoughtful, breakfast in bed. She yelped, grabbing herself. She'd forgotten I was still here. A sly smile replaced her shock. Let's see how long you enjoy this, she muttered, rushing upstairs. She returned in casual clothes, carrying 2 breakfast plates. Simple, but nutritious, millet porridge, eggs, and beef. Eat up, then get to work, she said sharply. Wow, you're amazing, darling. I love you. I beamed at the sight of food. Stop. She snapped. Don't call me darling in public. Okay, dear, I agreed. Why don't you just don't call me darling at all, anywhere? She muttered. Fine. But at home, it's okay, right? I grinned, digging into my porridge. She smirked. The porridge had a special ingredient, a powerful laxative. Revenge. She imagined me doubled over in agony. It made her giddy. I narrowed my eyes. Years of experience told me something was wrong. Laxative, probably. Ruthless girl. I paused, the bowl inches from my mouth. By the way, what's the security salary? I asked casually. She froze. 2,000 a month. I lifted the bowl again. And do they get weekends off? She was about to lose it. No weekends. Drink it before it gets cold. She spoke softly, her expression tender. I almost bought it, a wife caring for her husband. But I rolled my eyes, she was an asterisk nice. Too hot, I said, shrugging. Asterisk too hot? Asterisk Chuyu fumed. She wanted to drink that porridge herself. But she forced a gentle tone. Let me cool it for you. She blew on the porridge. Okay, try it now. I took a sip and recoiled. Still too hot. What? Still? She was incredulous. How's that possible? Try it yourself, I urged, a smile playing on my lips. She was too flustered to notice. She took a sip. Is it okay? She asked. I burst out laughing. Easy, darling. Did you really fall for that? Her face paled. Damn it. Why did I drink it myself? She sputtered. You lied to me. Lied? I didn't lie, I grinned. You tried to poison me, not my problem. You bastard. She shrieked. She knew she was tricked, then her stomach clenched. Oh no, her face contorted. She fled. I doubled over with laughter, nearly falling off my chair. She groaned, I'm dying. Asterisk serves you right. Asterisk tears welled in her eyes. Take me to the hospital. I stopped laughing and rushed to her side. I lifted her and carried her to the bedroom. What are you going to do? She whimpered, weak and afraid. If you touch me, I'll scream. Quiet. I'm treating you, I said, tapping acupuncture points. She passed out. My fingers, flushed with heat, moved across her body. A medical expert would recognize the acupuncture points I targeted. I wiped the sweat from my brow, relieved. Done. I woke her. How are you feeling, darling? She checked her clothes, relieved nothing was amiss. Then, she was shocked. The pain in her stomach was gone. What did you do to me? She asked suspiciously. I treated you, I replied. You're a healer now? She scoffed. I rolled my eyes. How many talents does your husband possess? I don't believe you. Fine. I self-taught from medical books I found at a street market, I shrugged. You used me as a guinea pig? She fumed. No time for this, you need to work, I said. I'll let you off this time, but you'll pay. She fled barefoot. Hey, wait up. I raced after her, but she'd already driven off. Guess I'll run for exercise. My incredible stamina got me to fighting unscathed. A guard even offered me a cigarette. Very accommodating. I went inside, this time taking the regular phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme, not the VIP corridor. Even though I'd gotten the job, a big company like Fichting has procedures. The moment I stepped inside, my eyes lit up. Beautiful women everywhere. One in particular amazing. Her outfit was provocative. I thought I was in the wrong place for a second. I walked up to her. Hey there, looking for the interview? I asked. Interview? She frowned. There are no interviews scheduled. She looked me up and down. My street clothes and sweat weren't very professional. Wrong place? This is Fichting. Of course, I know. I'm here for the interview. Check the list, my name is on it. Nope. Go away. She dismissed me. What's with the attitude? Got a hormone imbalance? I grumbled. Even a pretty girl shouldn't be so rude. I needed to give her a piece of my mind. She suddenly stiffened, her eyes gleaming. She wasn't looking at me. Song Xiao. You're here. I'll greet you. Her demeanor transformed. She practically slithered over to someone behind me, ignoring me entirely. I frowned. Someone dared to upstage me? Intriguing. I turned. It was Song Ching. His injuries were healing, but he looked sharp in a suit. Many women ogled him, he's rich and handsome. The receptionist reached Song Ching, all smiles and charm. You're early. Can't be late on my first day, he replied smoothly. Should I wait? Of course not. I'll take you in personally, Song Xiao. Here's my number, call anytime. She practically threw herself at him. He left his number, and she beamed, already envisioning a relationship. She ignored me completely. About to take Song Ching inside, she stopped. I coughed. She scowled. Why haven't you left yet? Her tone was dripping with disgust. Song Ching glanced over. He hadn't noticed me earlier. Now he did, and he froze, his face draining of color. He knew exactly who I was. A few days ago, I'd beaten him up, and yesterday, he'd put a bounty on my head on Human World. He'd never expected to see me again. Go, she said coldly to me. Or I'll call security. She turned back to Song Ching. Let's go. He glared at her, shut up. She was stunned. He'd been so friendly, now he was furious. What did she do wrong? The employees whispered, exchanging nervous glances. Song Ching ignored them, fixing me with a glare. What are you doing here? Trying to get me again? This is a company, not your personal playground. He was terrified, he didn't want another public beating. He needed to keep a clean slate to pursue Chuyu. Beat you? I sneered. I'm not interested in wasting my time on trash like you. I'm here for work. You work here? He was shocked. Yep. We'll be seeing a lot of each other, I said smoothly. His face twitched. This guy is crazy, I can't interact with him. And the fact he's working here made him uneasy. But then, he remembered the bounty he'd put on my head on Human World. Those people were ruthless. I'd be dead soon. He didn't know I'd already taken the contract. And everyone else who'd accepted it had withdrawn. I saw his thoughts. I smirked, lit a cigarette, and said, hurry up. He blinked, confused. Like my cigarette. You need to learn some manners, I said. His face fell. Like my cigarette? In front of everyone? That's humiliating. He hesitated, but my gaze made him flinch. I reminded him of our last encounter. His body trembled. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a lighter, and lit my cigarette. The onlookers were stunned. Song Ching, the Song family's heir, was acting like my lackey. Everyone's attention shifted to me. This guy I'd been ignoring held so much power that Song Ching had to obey. Asterisk, who is he? Asterisk, the receptionist was terrified, her face ashen, her lips trembling. She'd insulted me, and now she knew I was powerful. She might lose her job or worse. She scrambled to apologize. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Her big eyes pleaded with me, she even adjusted her posture, emphasizing her assets. Maybe she could charm her way out of trouble. At night, the stars twinkle. Su Chen drove a black Santana slowly on the road. He was holding his cigarette in one hand on the window, while the other hand held the steering wheel casually. On the steering wheel, there is also a photo. There is a woman in the photo, very beautiful, and her temperament is very outstanding. Looking at the beauty in the photo, Su Chen raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. Daughter-in-law, wait, I'll come to you right now. Su Chen, the international super soldier king, got the news of marriage as soon as he returned to China. His fiancée is the woman in the photo. Oh, having such a beautiful daughter-in-law is better than fighting and killing people on the battlefield every day. While Su Chen was driving, he fantasized about his future life. However, at this time, a car suddenly came out from behind and passed by Su Chen's car. Fortunately, Su Chen responded quickly and adjusted the car in time, otherwise it would definitely crash. It was a red sports car that was overtaking just now. After it passed by Su Chen's black Santana, it slowed down. There were a few young people with dyed yellow hair in the car, who turned around and shouted loudly at this moment, and even threw wine bottles towards the back. But soon, they drove away quickly. I'm stupid, dare to play with a car in front of me? You dare to provoke me? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. As a super soldier, his driving skills are beyond what these people can imagine. The next moment, as soon as he stepped on the accelerator, he immediately accelerated. Although his car looks broken, the engine has been modified, so it accelerates very quickly. It didn't take long for him to catch up with the red sports car in front of him. Hey, big brother, that kid is chasing after him, said a red-haired young man. Humph, a trashy Santana, still want to ride with me? I'll kill him if I don't play. The driver was a young man with yellow hair, who was even more sneer at this moment. There was a corner ahead, the red sports car slowed down, but Su Chen still maintained a high speed and rushed over. Damn! Does he want to die? Seeing this scene, the two young people in the sports car were all blinded. Although they are mad and arrogant, they are also afraid of death. Turning at this speed will definitely roll over. It's a *******, ignore him. The yellow-haired youth said, slowing down quickly. However, the black Santana at the back quickly bumped into him. Stop! Stop! Suddenly Hong Mao screamed in fright, and Huang Mao, who was driving, was also very nervous and quickly stepped on the brakes. Still, the car hit the wall. Su Chen, on the other hand, was a beautiful extreme drifter and drove away, leaving only two yellow-haired youths in cold sweat. Humph, little brat. Still want to play with me? Wait 2 more years. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and lit a cigarette again. After Su Chen taught the two arrogant yellow hairs, he went on the road again. But it didn't take long for him to stop because there was a figure standing in front of him. It was a girl with a good build, wearing shorts and a small white t-shirt. The delicate face was slightly drunk, and the eyes were even more blurred. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of the road and stopped Su Chen's Santana. Taxi, open the door, the girl said in a daze. There is a bar nearby. Apparently this girl must have just come out of the bar and was drunk. Su Chen just wanted to explain, but at this moment, a group of people walked out of the bar again. These people are all young people, many of them have dyed hair, smirks, and even carry several wine bottles in their hands. They strode towards the side, and soon surrounded the girl and Su Chen's car. Beauty, how dangerous it is to go home alone, or let my brother come to accompany you." One of the young men with a spiky head came up. The girl subconsciously took 2 steps back, and the spiky-haired youth was even more aggressive. Even reach out. However, the next moment, he was stopped. Suchin pushed open the car door, walked out directly, threw the cigarette in his mouth to the ground, and then gently stepped on it. "What, boy, do you want a hero to save beauty? Don't even look at what you are." Hedgehog sneered, "I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you a chance to climb out from here, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame the brothers for breaking your feet and doing you." Hearing this, all the people around laughed. There were 7 or 8 people on their side, but Suchin only had 1. And looking at the figure, it is estimated that there is not much strength. "Boy, I advise you to get out of here, don't get in the way," others said impatiently. "Because the girl in front of her is really Tai Chi, but she hasn't met her for many years, and she must not let it go when she meets her this time. I also give you a choice, hurry up and disappear from my eyes, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome? Why are you welcome? Could it be that you still want to hit us? Ha 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 ha." After hearing this, the people around them all burst into laughter. The kid in front of him is a ******, right? How dare you threaten them in this situation? Is he really not afraid of death? Boy, it seems that you really don't know what to do. There is no way, the brothers can only do it to you. Several young people gathered around, sneering, "The cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blue," and the girl behind her trembled as she was much more awake. At this moment, when she saw the situation in front of her, she was scared and grabbed Suchen's clothes involuntarily. And Suchen opened the car door and pushed her in. "Go in, don't come out." And he rolled all the windows up, and then glanced around with cold eyes. Suchen's movements were so fast that when he protected the girl, those around him still didn't react. "Boy, you are courting death." Seeing this scene, Hedgehog's face was a little grim. He absolutely couldn't let go of such a superb girl. As for the boy in front of him, he planned to break his legs and torture him to death. Just when they wanted to start, the sound of the engine came from behind again. Immediately afterwards, a red figure blocked the road behind. This is a sports car, exactly the one Suchen encountered before. At this moment, the 2 yellow-haired youths got off the car, and when they saw the scene, they suddenly laughed. "Paralyze, boy, I finally caught you. You dared to let me crash the car, I have to kill you today. Awo, you guys are here. Just in time to help me fix this kid." The spiky-headed young man smiled when he saw the 2 grass. "I just saw a top-quality beauty, but the kid dares to intercept it, it's really courting death. Let me do him." Behind, the red-haired man ran quickly, took a beer bottle from someone else's hand, and smashed it hard on Suchen's head. The new book, Urban Domination System, has been released. I hope everyone will support it. This time, he was gnashing his teeth, because Suchen let him crash the car before, which made him extremely angry. So he wants to vent now and take revenge on the other party. However, Suchen swayed his shoulders and avoided it calmly, and then his palm stretched out like lightning and grabbed the red-hair's wrist. With a little force, the red-haired youth screamed, and the wine bottle in his hand slammed to the ground. "I said it, anger me, you have no good end. Since you don't listen to advice, you will be punished." As soon as Suchen made his move, it was as if he had changed, and the smile on his face had disappeared. Instead, a touch of coldness. "Kneel down on these glass, I can spare you once." Suchen looked down at the red-haired youth, and a cold voice sounded. "Kneeling, you are paralyzed." The red-haired young man's face was grim. "Boy, if you have the ability, you will break my hand. As long as you keep doing it, I will kill you." Click. The next moment, the sound of broken bones sounded. Then the red-haired youth made a scream like a pig. One of his face also turned the color of pig liver. Because his wrist was really broken, it was broken by Suchen. "Fuck!" He yelled in pain, and then roared savagely, "You guys don't hurry up, you'll kill me." Immediately, the surrounding youths clenched the wine bottles in their hands and ran towards Suchen quickly. However, Suchen sneered and kicked out, directly on the red-haired youth's stomach, kicking him away. Pang! The next moment, the red-haired youth knelt directly on the ground and flew out. His legs slid 2 meters on the ground, and 2 bloodstains were drawn. And this scene shocked the people around, and even many people stopped. I'm stupid. The person who dares to hit me is so arrogant? Come on. Kill him for me. Hedgehog screamed wildly, he was so angry. The few younger brothers around stepped forward again, but Suchin jumped, directly dodging the attacks of several younger brothers, and then he came to the hedgehog head. What do you want to do? Hedgehog's head was startled, he waved the wine bottle in his hand, and smashed Suchen's head fiercely. However, it was easily caught by Suchen. Then Suchen raised his knees and slammed directly into the other's stomach, and soon the spiky head screamed in pain. Dare to touch me, you are dead. You still dare to be tough now? Suchen sneered and kicked the opponent's mouth with a kick, and immediately flew away with his front teeth. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The few disciples around also stayed where they were, not daring to go forward. Nima, what does this means? They knocked their boss out in 2 strokes? They have never seen such a method. Don't look at their arrogance. Usually, they just rely on people to bully others. Usually, fights are rushed, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme 6 or 7 people bully one person. Today they saw Suchen alone and thought that he could bully each other just like before. But I didn't expect that Suchen would be so strong and skillful. He easily injured the red hair, and now he has subdued their boss. They have never seen such a method. Instead, the spiky head knelt on the ground and roared hideously, Grass, why are you still cold? Kill him and kill him. However, the younger brothers around did not dare to step forward at all. Because just when their boss's voice sounded, Suchen's eyes were also looking towards them. That icy gaze made their hearts beat wildly. What kind of gaze is this, even colder than ice? A few people even shivered in their calves. How do they know that this is murderous? Only those who have been on the battlefield and contaminated with donating blood can emit such a terrifying breath. Seeing that his little brother didn't move, Hedgehog finally panicked. He gritted his teeth and said, Boy, if you dare to touch me, you will die. You still dare to be crazy with me? It seems that you don't know your own situation. Suchen sneered, grabbed a wine bottle, and patted the spiky head's face directly. Pang! Hedgehog's face blossomed. Ah! The next moment, he screamed and rolled on the ground covering his face. And the remaining little brothers were finally angry. I don't know who picked up a bottle from the ground and threw it directly at Suchen, and the others rushed forward. It's a bit bloody. Suchen smiled, and then the whole person rushed over. Bang bang pumba. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, Suchen quickly shot, and he hit these yellow-haired boys fiercely every time. Soon after a few hits, these people fell to the ground and kept howling. You know, he is the super soldier king, these people are just gangsters, not of the same level at all. Brother, I was wrong, don't fight. Forgive me. Damn, impossible, how could he be so powerful? I mean, I'm not dreaming, am I? Brother, we don't know Mount Tai, please forgive us. A group of people lay on the ground, suffering terribly. It's amazing, they've never seen so much skill before. Even if there are 10 more people, they are not opponents. On the other hand, Suchen was standing in the field, looking at the fallen yellow-haired boy around him, and slowly lit a cigarette. Do you still fight? No more fighting, no fighting. Everyone shook their heads frantically. Suchen looked at his watch. Damn, I wasted so much time, how can I calculate this? Pay. We pay. Hedgehog frowned. Said quickly. Then, he took out a handful of banknotes from his body. Brother, this is the money for your time, you can take it. Suchen took it and ordered, there were about 1. Unexpectedly, these guys are quite rich, he took it unceremoniously, and then said, Don't let me see you bullying people again, otherwise the end will not be so easy. Yes, big brother, what you taught, we must correct the evil. Seeing the attitudes of these people, Suchen nodded with satisfaction, and then he drove away again. And the little girl in the car was stunned. She opened her mouth slightly, and it took a long time to come back to her senses.
You beat them all away? Am I dreaming?
Beauty, just treat it as a dream. Suchin said casually, tell me, where are you going? I'll take you there. Hometown Beauty, it's not safe to go to places like this in the future, Suchin said. Well, I'm in a bad mood today. Hey, if you're in a bad mood in the future, you can call me.
Suchin laughed.
Okay, thank you.
Shinjiani is very grateful. Sent Shinjiani to a community, and then Suchin left. He got into an internet cafe and stayed there all night. The next morning, he left quickly. Holding that beautiful photo, Suchin was very excited. Wife, here I come. All the way, Suchin finally stopped in front of a commercial building. Fighting company.
Stylish, as expected of my woman. To manage such a big company.
Suchin rolled down the car window, headed towards the tall buildings in front, and kept nodding his head.
Fighting Company, a very famous company. However, a few years ago, Fighting Company almost went bankrupt, but then a woman named Chuyu came up. She was very strong and directly brought the entire company back to life. And step by step toward glory. Now, Fighting Company is well known in China. Suchin pushed open the car door and walked towards Fighting Company. But soon, he was stopped. It was naturally the security guard who stopped him. Several security guards looked at Suchin and asked coldly, "What are you doing? This is not a playground, leave quickly and don't delay the office." Not bad, very serious. It seems that my daughter-in-law is well managed.
Suchin kept nodding. Your daughter-in-law? Who is your daughter-in-law? You don't have your daughter-in-law here, leave now. Several security guards drank coldly, I'm looking for Chuyu. Suchin took out a photo and pointed to it. What? Are you looking for the chairman? Several security guards widened their eyes and couldn't believe it, and then asked vigilantly, What are you doing with our chairman? She is my daughter-in-law, what do you think I am looking for him for? Suchin said with a smile. What? Daughter-in-law? Several security guards widened their eyes and couldn't believe it. Then he looked at Suchin like a monster. Damn! Where's the neurosis coming from? Hurry up and go. Yeah, and the chairman is your daughter-in-law, why don't you say that Fighting Company is yours? Several people sneered and didn't believe it at all. Faint. Hearing this, several security guards almost didn't fall. Now they can be, % sure that the young man in front of him is definitely a lunatic, crazy. I know you have mental problems, and I don't discriminate against you, so go and play. A security guard was really helpless, he took out 5 yuan and stuffed it into Suchin's hands. Let's go quickly, or we can do it. Damn it, what do you mean? You want to send me 5 yuan? Suchin was not happy. He really came to find his wife, why didn't these people let him in? Am I not worthy of her? Suchin put the photo next to her face and compared it earnestly. It's a perfect match. This guy is crazy. The security captain winked, and the 2 security guards immediately walked towards Suchin. It looked like he wanted to kick him out. However, at this time, there was a BMW coming this way. Suddenly, several security guards stopped, because those who can drive this type of BMW are definitely not ordinary people. Drip. The BMW horn sounded, apparently trying to make way for the person ahead. When Suchin heard the voice, he also turned his head, and the next moment he was stunned. The people in the car were also stunned. Because in the BMW, it was none other than the little beauty Suchin rescued yesterday, Shinjiani. Shinjiani was in a bad mood yesterday, so she went to the bar for a drink, but unexpectedly she was targeted by a few thugs. Fortunately, Suchin was there, otherwise yesterday would have been bad. So, she is very grateful to be cool. However, I was drowsy yesterday, and I forgot to ask for contact information, and I didn't even know the name of the other party. It made her regret it. But she didn't expect that, early this morning, she met each other again. Is this the fate of the legend? Shinjiani didn't know, but she felt her heart beating a bit fiercely.
When the security guards saw Shinjiani honking the horn, they thought it was because Suchen blocked the road.
Suddenly, several people stepped forward again, trying to get Suchen away.
Suchen was immediately unhappy. He did nothing wrong. He came to find his daughter-in-law, but why was he treated like a relatively bad guy? Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, at this moment, Shinjiani pushed open the car door and walked out. "It's you, why are you here?" Hearing this, the security guards were stunned. They didn't expect that Shinjiani would actually recognize this hairy boy in front of them. They knew very well who Shinjiani was. That's a good friend of their chairman, and she's the princess of the Shin family. It can be said that she is from a wealthy family, her status is noble, and her appearance is very beautiful, which makes her sought after by countless people.
However, among so many young talents, none of Shinjiani liked it. However, this still cannot extinguish the fiery mood of those young talents. It can be said that this is a goddess-like existence. But now, the goddess is thinking of saying hello to the boy in front of her. What is the relationship between the two? Do you know? Suchen also smiled and waved his hand. "I met again, are you still dizzy? Meet again." Why does he use it again? It seems that the two are really familiar. A few security guards immediately stayed in a cold sweat. "What's the situation, Nima?" They looked at the young man in front of them very carefully. He was driving a dilapidated Santana, and he was wearing street goods. His whole body didn't even cost 100 yuan. To put it bluntly, this is the *** wire in reality. It's just that this *** thread is not bad, but there is no money for it. However, they never imagined that the young man in front of him was actually connected to the goddess. "It's okay, thank you yesterday, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do." Shinjiani smiled and said, "Since we met again today, I must invite you to dinner anyway." Depend on. Shinjiani actually invited someone to dinner. Several security guards feel that their brains are not enough. What is the situation? Didn't she say that Shinjiani was the Queen of Ice? Never accept an invitation from any young man? But what's the situation now? Did she take the initiative to invite others? Okay. Suchen thought for a while, but then continued, "But I will definitely go back when I have time." Rely on. Several security guards stared down. What does it mean that there is not necessarily time? Boy, do you know who the beauty in front of you is? If this were replaced by another man, he would have to crawl to break his leg. A few security guards were so envious. Why didn't this kind of counterattack happen to them? However, at the same time, they were afraid for a while. Fortunately, they didn't do anything to Suchen before, otherwise they would have a bad end now. Well, you have to go. If you feel inconvenient to go outside, you can go to my house and I will cook it for you a puff. Several security guards vomited blood directly. Internal injury, this is definitely internal injury. What's the situation? Why did you talk about it at home in just a few short sentences? The pace is too fast. You can still cook? Suchen looked surprised, but he had to try it. Hearing this answer, several security guards could not wait to strangle each other to death. Under their envious gaze, the two walked into the building. Of course, unlike ordinary people, Shinjiani walked through a dedicated channel, and only people with high identities or directors could take this channel. Suchen naturally followed suit, and the two chatted while walking. Fortunately, there are basically no people in this dedicated channel. Otherwise, someone will be shocked when they see the scene. However, at this time, a figure came from the corner ahead. "Yanni, it's actually you. Newcomer, new book. Need support, everyone support, Yanni, I didn't expect it was really you. It's great to see you here. If you are free at night, let's go out for dinner." Opposite is a young man with a burly figure. Although he is wearing a suit, he can still see the bulging muscles. He looked at Shinjiani, his eyes lit up like a wolf. Later, he noticed that there was a young man beside Shinjiani. Immediately, his face turned gloomy. Does Jiani have a boyfriend? However, when he saw the clothes on Suchen's body, there was a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth.
A person who doesn't have more than 100 yuan worth of clothes in total is trash.
Who are you? Who let you in? Don't you know this is a dedicated channel? Get out of here.
Gianni, come to my side, stay away from this kind of people, to avoid danger.
I rely on.
Su Chen's temper suddenly came up. The other party is really arrogant.
Hearing the other party like this, Shinjiani's face didn't look good. The man in the suit opposite saw that Shinjiani and Su Chen didn't move, and his face became even more gloomy. He couldn't get angry with Shinjiani, so he blamed Su Chen for all his anger. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? I count to 3, hurry up. Otherwise, I'll let you crawl out today.
Having said that, he squeezed his fist, and all the muscles in his body suddenly swelled.
Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. Let me apologize? The man in the suit sneered. Boy, are you flooded with water? Do you know who I am?
He was really pissed off. He was the second generation of the wealthy family, and he was an aloof existence. At first glance, the other party looked like an ordinary slut, and it would take a minute if he wanted to step on such a person. And the other party even dared to yell at him. It was really courting death. At this time, Shinjiani also curled her lips, and said coldly, Song Ching, I'm not free, please move away. Then, she turned around and smiled at Su Chen, ignore him, let's go.
Seeing these two diametrically opposed attitudes, Song Ching only felt anger burning.
Shinjiani was actually smiling at ***, which made him unbearable.
Grass, do you dare to touch the woman I like? Do you not want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme anymore? Song Chang was really angry.
He had been chasing Shinjiani for a day or two, but he never succeeded. Originally, he thought that Shinjiani was cold and disdainful of all men. But he didn't expect that he actually favored *** today, which made him intolerable. Boy, come over and kneel, I can spare your life. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to kill you.
Song Chang, are you sick? Shinjiani was also angry.
However, Song Ching shook his head. Yanni, you don't need to worry about this matter, just teach me a lesson from this kid.
Let's just say, he didn't care about anything anymore, and strode up.
To be honest, Song Ching is very tall, and phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often/phoneme works out. His muscles are very strong, and it makes people afraid at first sight. Su Chen, on the other hand, has clear eyebrows and looks like a handsome scholar.
Such a person is probably not capable of fighting. However, the opposite is true.
The muscles of the man in the suit are all inappropriate, and he doesn't have any fighting skills at all.
But Su Chen is different.
He used to fight on the front line all day long, and he is the international super soldier king.
It can be said that the skill is unimaginable.
Therefore, when he saw the other party's action at this moment, he smiled directly.
Dare to do it in front of him? Really looking for death? Laugh at you numb. Song Chang shouted angrily and punched out.
His punch is very heavy, and if it hits an ordinary person, it will definitely knock him out. In his view, this time was no exception. But this time, he was wrong. Because his fist was firmly grasped by the opponent. Even when the other party exerted a little force, he screamed in pain.
Damn, how is that possible? Song Ching's face was very ugly, and the pain almost made him faint.
But Su Chen sneered, with your skill, how dare you teach me?
I really don't know what to do.
He grabbed the other's collar with one hand and looked at him with cold eyes. Feeling Su Chen's gaze, Song Ching's heart trembled, and it felt as if he was being stared at by a lone wolf. But then, he roared. Boy, if you dare to touch me, the Song family will not let you go.
Do you know what the strength of our Song family is?
The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Move me a finger, and I'll make you never get out of this city. Seeing that the other party did not act directly, Song Ching thought that the other party was afraid, so he became even more arrogant. He stiffened his neck and shouted very arrogantly, come on, if you have the ability, you can slap your face. As long as you touch me, I have 100 ways to kill you. Ha, ****, don't dare.
Hurry up and let me go. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Maybe I'm in a good mood and can take your life around you. Song Ching laughed wildly. Pang. However, the next moment, a palm slammed into his face fiercely, directly shattering his teeth. Puff! Several teeth were flying, blood was flowing, and half of Song Ching's face was immediately swollen. Not only that, but he was even more confused. The other party dared to make a move? How dare he? Isn't he afraid of the Song family's revenge? However, just as he thought of this, his head changed again. Bang! I hate people threatening me the most. Su Chen's voice was cold. He opened his bows left and right, screamed at Song Ching's face, and finally beat him into a pig's head. Then, with a wave of his palm, he directly lifted the 180-pound body and threw it aside. Go away, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you directly. Song Ching was in terrible pain, and when he heard Su Chen's voice, his heart trembled even more. However, then his eyes were full of ferocious colors. Kill you, I must kill you. As the young master of the Song family, he had never been bullied like this, so he vowed to kill the other party. However, Su Chen didn't pay attention to it at all. He directly pulled Xinjiani and left the dedicated channel. After leaving the passage, Su Chen asked, Jiani, will what I do just now have any effect on you? Xinjiani shook her head slightly. It doesn't matter, no matter how strong his Song family is, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. It's you who provoked the Song family, I'm afraid you have to be careful in the future. Xinjiani said with a hint of apology, it's all because of me, but don't worry, as long as that Song Ching dares to look for you, you can tell me, I must make him look good. Don't worry, Su Chen said with a smile, it's just a piece of trash, I haven't paid attention to it yet. After chatting for a while, Xinjiani said, I'm going to hand over the documents to the company, see you later. It is good. Su Chen nodded and walked towards the largest office. He knew that Chu Yu must be inside. This office is very large, and it is full of modern style. Not only that, but there is also a figure sitting in it. It was a woman, very beautiful, wearing a professional attire, showing a mature charm. She is Chu Yu. I received a call from home before, saying that she was going to see a very important person today, so she must wait in the office and not walk around at will. But it's been all morning, and she hasn't come yet, which makes her a little angry. You must know that she is not a free-for-all eldest lady. She has to manage the entire company, and there is no time to wait for others here. With a light snort, Chiyu stood up and was about to go out to work. However, the door to the office opened. The next moment, the door opened. Then, a young man walked in. Shuyu's eyes widened, and the other party was too rude, so he walked in directly. She just let the other party out, but the other party actually sat on her sofa carelessly. The young man who came in was naturally Su Chen. Sitting on the sofa, he gently picked up the quilted tea on the table, took a sip, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, peerless beauty, and good taste. Nowadays, there are very few beauties drinking tea. It's rare that you can maintain this habit. Well, this room is also well furnished, very modern, but not too ostentatious. I didn't expect that your taste is the same as mine. Su Chen smiled. And Chuyu frowned, who are you? Who made you and me tea? Also, who has the same taste as you? Are you crazy? She was really mad, looking at the appearance of the other party. She was not from her company at all, but how did the other party come in? And that tone, why does it sound so arrogant? Are the security guards of the company dead? Who put it in? Chuyu couldn't understand, but she still asked angrily, who are you? Who am I? Su Chen was also taken aback. No, dear, you don't even know who I am? Did no one tell you? This is too irresponsible, creak. Chuyu gritted her teeth, trembling with anger, dear? This guy is shameless and dare to call her dear? She's going crazy. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know you at all. Chuyu said angrily, I warn you, get out of here quickly, or I'll call the police. Call the police? Su Chen was happy. I'm your fiancé, how could you treat me like this? Fiancé? Chuyu almost jumped up when she heard these three words. She screamed, get out now, or I'll let you go out on your stomach. Oh, what a hot temper, but a little pepper. Su Chen nodded. It is said that a hot temper can give birth to a son. I wonder if it is true? Yeah, I'm going to kill you. Shu Yu jumped angrily. He wanted to call the security guard. But at this time, Su Chen said again, I am indeed your fiancé, didn't your family tell you? Home? Shu Yu's eyes widened. Could this be the person she was waiting for? She was about to faint. How could she be such a superb? Looks like you remembered it, Su Chen smiled and said, if you still don't believe it, you can call and ask. By the way, my name is Su Chen. I don't care what your name is. Shu Yu angrily took out her phone and called her father. Xiao Yu, why are you calling it this time? A majestic voice sounded over the phone. Dad, is the person you asked me to wait for, Su Chen? Shu Yu asked quickly. Yeah, what, did you see it? The voice laughed, how is it, not bad. Nice big guy. Shu Yu rolled his eyes, the other party had dozens of mental illnesses. However, the voice on the phone came again, Su Chen is a good person, you two get along well, don't be too strong. If there is anything else, just discuss it with the two of you. You don't need to call me all the time. Soon, the phone hangs up. Well, I didn't lie to you. Su Chen smiled, look, I'm your fiancé. Honey, shake hands, or give me a hug? You haven't welcomed me yet. You, go to hell. Shu Yu was furious, she really didn't understand, how could the family find such a top for him? With this person, he couldn't stay for a minute. You've also met me, let's go. Shu Yu said coldly. Go? Where to go? Su Chen asked. Halo, aren't you working? Are you busy during the day? Daughter-in-law, you're really amazing, you can guess it right, I really don't have a job. Su Chen nodded. Dizzy again. Shu Yu was about to cry, this guy is not only a scum, but also a homeless person. Do you want to marry a guy who eats soft rice? God, what are you kidding me? You're a big man with hands and feet, why do you always want to eat soft rice? Shu Yu looked disgusted. Injustice. Su Chen defended, I just returned to China, how can I have a job? Besides, there's nothing wrong with eating soft rice, right? Damn, how thick is this face? Shu Yu gritted her teeth, and then snorted coldly, well, I'll give you a sum of money, and you will disappear for me. Tell me, how much do you want? How much? Su Chen showed his white teeth, I don't want anything, just you. Hey, with you, are you afraid of running out of money? So beautiful and rich, huh? I'm really a genius. Crazy. Shu Yu was going to go wild, it was the first time she saw such a shameless guy. She almost ran away, but held back. She was thinking, how to deal with this guy. What's your specialty? Or what career do you want to do? Me, fight and kill or something. I also know a lot about firearms. Cannons and tanks are no problem. Shu Yu, she found herself asking in vain. Neurosis, absolute neurosis. Also tanks and cannons, why don't you say spaceships? What's your expression like? Su Chen was unhappy, I really know how to drive. If you don't believe me, I'll try it for you another day. Forget it. Shu Yu shook her head, she was not interested. What you said is not very realistic. All I can offer you is the position in our company. The company's? Su Chen thought for a while, and then said reluctantly, then give me a vice president, puff. Shu Yu spit out a sip of tea, vice president? You dare to think. There is no shortage of vice presidents, she said through gritted teeth. Oh, how about I be your secretary, we can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme play office love. I will do a lot of action. Ka. Hearing this, Shu Yu wanted to throw the cup of tea on the other party's head. What is this guy thinking about? Calm. Shu Yu took a deep breath and finally calmed down. She said coldly, there is basically no shortage of people in the company, so you can go to the security department. To be honest, she really didn't want to let the other party stay here, but she had no choice but to let the other party act as security. Security? Su-chen was unhappy. It's a little farther away from you. Haha, Chuyu sneered. If you want to be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, you can clean the toilet or burn the boiler. Do you choose one? Are you sincere? Su-chen also saw that the other party did it on purpose. Hey, I have a good ability. Did you know that your husband shot a plane with a pistol? You actually asked me to be a security guard? Hey! Airplane? Chuyu's head is full of black lines. Can this guy be any more shameless? But the next moment, she was stunned, because Su-chen nodded and said, okay, for you, the security guard will be the security guard. What? This product actually promised? And still laughing? Is the security treatment too good? Chuyu couldn't understand, but still said coldly, come to work tomorrow, you can go out. After finally sending Su-chen away, Chuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Next, she started busy work. After a busy day, the sun finally set, Chuyushan relaxed, then stepped on high heels and walked down. After a tiring day, I can finally go back. After returning, I must take a rose bath and relax. The car quickly stopped in front of a villa. Chuyu stopped the car, entered the villa, and then threw the bag in his hand, and the whole person completely relaxed. Outside, she is a majestic boss and a very strong woman. And when she got home, she took off all the disguise, she was just a weak little woman. Throwing the high heels aside, Chuyu stepped on 2 snow-white jade feet and walked inside. As she walked, she took off her clothes. 1 hole, 2 holes, and soon, the black suit was taken off by her. The white shirt inside was also exposed, and the 3 buttons on the front were unbuttoned, revealing the snow-white inside. Soon, the white shirt was also taken off, and the black short skirt was also taken off. In the end, Chuyu was wearing only 1 underwear. This was in her own home, of course she was not embarrassed, and then she folded her hands, and she planned to unbutton her underwear. This is a very natural thing. How do you take a bath without taking off your underwear? However, at this moment, a voice came from the side. Cough, cough. In this voice, there is a bit of embarrassment and a bit of reminder. Hearing this voice, Chuyu was stunned. Because this villa, only she lives, and there is no one else. Moreover, this villa is very big, and the sound from outside cannot get in at all. Therefore, this sound can only come from inside the house. But in this house, besides her, how could there be anyone else? You know, this is not just an ordinary villa. The security guards outside are all elite level, ordinary people, even thieves, can't get in at all. Is it because of a tired day and hallucinations? Chuyu shook his head, then took a deep breath, stepped on his jade feet, and came to the side. She made a cup of tea. It seems that I am really tired, so I need to take a good rest. It's better to have some tea, than listen to music, relax, and finally take a hot bath and get a good night's sleep. All the troubles, nothing left? Are you really not wearing clothes? Just then, a low voice sounded, what? Hearing this voice, Chuyu screamed directly. She swears that this is definitely not a hallucination, but a real person. Someone is in her house. Who is it? Get out. Chuyu hugged into a ball, shrunk into the sofa, and then glanced around, and soon, he found each other. Then, her face instantly turned pale. Because, there was a figure sitting opposite, and it was a figure that he hated very much. A handsome face with a sinister smile, like the sunshine in September, makes people intoxicated. But now, she can't like it at all, because she is very familiar with this face, and she has just seen it during the day. Su-chen. That's right, the figure sitting across from her at the moment is Su-chen. Ah. Damn it. How did you get in? Chuyu, like a frightened little white rabbit, was so frightened that she folded her arms and looked very nervous. You know, she has always been very strong and bold, but now, she is really afraid. Moreover, in this empty villa, there are only the 2 of them, and they are still wearing underwear. No matter how you think, it is a very terrifying scene. However, Su-chen didn't think so. He narrowed his eyes, with infinite light in his eyes. Yes, unexpectedly, you still have this special hobby. And, I can't see that you are in such a good shape. Sure enough, it's hidden.
Look at your sister, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes. Shuyu roared through gritted teeth. Opposite Su Chen, he swallowed his saliva and scrupulously. Seeing this scene, Shuyu was so mad in her heart that she could not wait to kill the other party. Still watching? You're watching, I'm going to gouge out your eyes. You are my wife, why can't I watch it? It's not illegal for a husband to watch his wife, right? Su Chensong loosened his shoulders, looking very incomprehensible. Shut up, you're talking, I'll kill you. Shuyu shivered furiously, and then seemed to remember something, and asked fiercely, tell me, how did you come in? How do you know I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here? While speaking, Shuyu grabbed a cushion to block her body. This made Su Chen disappointed for a while. However, she still sighed, you forgot, I'm your fiancé, of course I understand your situation. Look, the key to this room was given to me by your father. Su Chen shook the key in his hand. As for Chu Yu, she was so angry that she almost fainted. Damn, Dad actually sold her out. Is she biological? You go, hurry up. Disappear before my eyes. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Shu Yu screamed. No, how can a wife chase her husband? Su Chen was helpless, and don't get angry and hurt yourself? If you are sick, I still have to take care of you, that's a lot of trouble. If anything is leaked out today, I won't kill you. Don't worry, I won't say a word about today's matter. Su Chen quickly nodded. Just kidding, my wife, of course I have to appreciate it myself. How to share with others. This kind of thing, he won't tell anyone if you kill him. Really? Seeing the other party's answer so happily, Shu Yu was very suspicious. But then, she said vigilantly, take care of your eyes, if you dare to look around, I promise to dig it out for you. And, I'm going to slice a certain part of your body. I rely on. Su Chen subconsciously clamped his legs. No, you really want to chase me? I'm homeless. I don't care, get out now. Shu Yu screamed, she didn't dare to be in the same villa with this guy, otherwise, she really couldn't guarantee what would happen today. Su, let me tell you, I am the boss and you are my employee. You don't even listen to your boss now? Believe it or not, I'll fire you in minutes. Make you a homeless bum. I'm homeless now. Su Chen shrugged, looking pitiful. Besides, it's dangerous for you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in such a big villa by yourself. I'm here just to protect you. Don't worry, with me, no bad guy will come. You're the biggest villain. Don't think I don't know, what are you thinking? Don't try to touch my finger, and I won't marry a shameless scum like you. Hey, wife, why bother? You make me feel bad. Su Chen sighed. If you don't go, I'll call the police if you don't go. Shiyu quickly stepped back, picked up the clothes on the ground, and then made a phone call. I'm going, here's another move. Seeing this, Su Chen got up and walked to the front. The police are very busy, so don't make trouble for others. Besides, there is no need to return the police to the matter between our husband and wife. While speaking, he had come to Chuyu, reached out and bent over to grab it. However, Chuyu showed a hint of cunning, and then he raised his white calf and kicked towards Su Chen. That direction is the key to a man. This kick can be said to be very sudden. If it is an ordinary person, it will definitely be kicked. However, Su Chen is not an ordinary person. He is a super soldier, and this little action is nothing to him at all. So as soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed the exquisite jade foot. Yeah, let me go. Shuyu screamed, she had never been scratched by anyone, and at this moment there was a strange feeling. Do you know what this place is? If you kick it badly, your happiness for the rest of your life will be gone. Humph, scumbag, quickly let me go. Shuyu struggled. She was caught with a soft body and no strength at all, so she could only attack verbally. Thinking of her dignified eldest lady, and also the person in charge of Fukting Company, who has ever encountered such a thing. Thinking of this, Shuyu's face turned even redder. Humph. But soon, she snorted coldly and looked at Su Chen angrily. her eyes full of provocation.
That means, what can you do to me? Su Chen laughed even more.
On the battlefield, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme caught prisoners, and his methods of controlling others were ever changing. Although Chuyu was not a prisoner, Su Chen had 100 ways to deal with such a beautiful woman.
However, he chose the simplest one.
One hand grabbed the jade foot, the other hand placed it on the sole of the foot, and then pressed it lightly.
Giggle.
Suddenly, Chuyu laughed, and the voice was very pleasant. Not only that, but the whole body began to twist, like a green snake.
Giggle. He. Oh. How is it, are you comfortable? Su Chen asked with a smile.
Oh. As Chuyu laughed, tears flowed out, and at the same time she shouted, "Damn it, let me go."
She couldn't take it anymore because it was so uncomfortable.
It wasn't uncomfortable, but an inexplicable feeling like an electric shock, which made her tremble all over.
How, do you dare to attack me in the future? Su Chen asked.
Bastard, scum, shameless. Chuyu refused to surrender. Are you a man? You actually bullied me, a weak woman.
If you have the ability, let me go, I want to fight you one-on-one. Chuyu screamed. It seems that you are still not feeling well.
Su Chen shook his head, the strength of his palm increased.
Ah!
Chuyu screamed again, and the whole body twisted quickly. Soon, the pillow on his body fell off, revealing a large piece of beauty.
Giggle, I was wrong. I was really wrong, let me go.
Chuyu began to beg for mercy, she really couldn't take it anymore, her whole body was sweating. His body seemed to explode.
What's wrong? Su Chen asked.
You. Chuyu was annoyed, she had already saved face for admitting her mistake, but she didn't expect that the other party would go so far. But now she had to bow her head.
Damn scum, don't let me catch you, or Auntie will make you regret it for the rest of your life.
Chuyu was mad in her heart, but she said quickly, I shouldn't attack you, I will never dare again.
Okay, forgive you once.
Su Chen also knew that this kind of punishment should be adequate and not excessive. So after hearing Chuyu begging for mercy, Su Chen also let go.
Whoosh!
Chuyu quickly retracted her jade feet, her cheeks were crimson, her breath was uneven, and she was very cute.
Humph, scumbag, you wait for me.
Chuyu gritted her teeth and whispered. I'm going to take a bath, you are not allowed to peek, go to the guest room and go to sleep. After all, Chuyu ran away like a little rabbit. Damn, tell me to take a bath without letting me see, isn't that sincere? Su Chen sighed, forget it, it will take a long time to come to Japan, and there will be opportunities in the future. He raised his mouth and walked towards the guest room. Although it is a guest room, the layout is very luxurious. Even a picky person like Su Chen can't find anything wrong. He sat slowly, then turned on the computer beside him. After confirming safety, he entered a website. This website is all in English, so it is obviously not a domestic website, but Su Chen has no obstacle to it. He glanced quickly and looked very familiar. Beep beep. The message box kept flashing. Su Chen frowned slightly, he glanced at it, and then refused all. But the next moment, he stopped, and the whole person's breath changed in an instant. The smile on his face disappeared, the light in his eyes flickered, and the whole person was extremely fierce at this moment. Because, he saw a message. This information is of course because, but translated, that is, the assassination mission. Chuyu. The target of the assassination turned out to be Chuyu. Suddenly, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He could not have imagined that someone was going to assassinate Chuyu, no wonder the Chu family wanted to marry him. However, since Chuyu has now become his fiancée, he naturally wants to protect her. 5,000 million. This is the price of the reward. To be honest, this price is not very high in Su Chen's view. Because he has seen hundreds of millions of bounty prices, and it's still US dollars. However, he still frowned. Because the people who offered the reward before, although the price is high, they are not ordinary people. They are all big drug lords and arms leaders wanted by all countries. That kind of mission is very dangerous.
But Chuyu is different.
She is only the boss of a company, and she is also a woman, and she is powerless. Such a target is very easy to assassinate. So, Suchin glanced at it and saw that more than 10 people had already taken up the task. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth turned into a sneer. I want to see who is so blind.
The woman who dares to assassinate Lao Tzu.
After all, he quickly entered some English and even accepted this task.
Codenamed Falcon, take over the mission. It's done.
Suchin smiled and said, I see whoever dares to snatch me, I will abolish him tomorrow.
Falcon, a very terrifying person, is Suchen's code name.
If you look closely, you will find that the number one name on this website is Falcon. Just thinking about it, suddenly the interface flashed again, and at the top of the page, a new task was refreshed again.
Drip.
Bounty, Assassination Mission, Target, Suchen.
Posted by Song Chang. Song Chang? Assassinate me? Suchen's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. Put.
This idiot dares to use his real name, isn't he afraid of death?
Suchen was happy and kept shaking his head.
He didn't know the website that Song Chang knew there, but the other party dared to use his real name, which was a big taboo. This website is called Human World. It is an underground website.
Any task will be posted here. As long as you have money, someone can help you complete it.
Don't underestimate this website. The people and tasks in it are all over the world, and there are many masters hidden here. However, there is a dark rule here, that is, use a code name instead of a real name.
For example, Suchen, the code name is Falcon.
Of course, only a rookie like Song Chang would use his real name.
Let me see, what is the price of my reward?
Suchen said with a smile.
Let me see, what is the price of my reward?
Suchen narrowed his eyes and looked carefully.
100 million?
How little?
I'll go, you're insulting me. Suchen became unhappy when he saw the price.
This person surnamed Song is not only an idiot, but also a cheapskate.
He only offered a reward of 100 million. Suchen is very upset. Do you know who I am?
Even if someone offered a reward, it would have to start at $1 billion.
What does 1 million mean?
While Suchen was angry, he casually accepted this task.
Assassinating myself, such an exciting thing, I am afraid I am the first to do it, right?
Suchen shook his head slightly. No one knows how much of a sensation his move has caused to the world. Originally, quite a few people had already accepted the mission to assassinate Chuyu, and even the newly refreshed assassination mission had been accepted by a few people.
But soon, these people were stunned.
These assassination quests are not single-line quests, they can be accepted at the same time, and the final reward is the person who completes the quest. Therefore, next to the general task, there will be a list of recipients. But at this moment, a new name suddenly appeared on the list of the two tasks.
Falcon.
Not only that, but behind this name, there is a bloody crown.
What this name and pattern represent, ordinary people may not know.
But how could these powerful killers in this world not know? So, when they saw the name, everyone's face changed.
Among them, those who accepted these two orders immediately cancelled their tasks.
Not only that, many people sent emails to Falcon to explain clearly, and they were timid and directly paid an apology fee. No way, the name Falcon, in their eyes, is a nightmarish existence, so whoever dares to provoke Falcon will die soon. Not only that, but they quickly contacted their friends and acquaintances and warned them not to take these two lists. Hey, I warn you, when you are doing indirect missions in the world recently, you must be careful, or you will lose your life.
What? What terrifying thing happened? Could it be that there is some terrifying mission? No, is the Falcon appearing again? What?
He shows up again. Yeah, he appeared, and he took 2 missions. I also took one of the tasks, but after seeing him, I immediately withdrew.
Not only that, I also paid him an apology fee.
Maz, I'm scared to death.
If the speed is slower, I'm afraid I'll be dead now. I'm going, what mission, actually alarmed Falcon? Is it an S-level mission? No, it's just 2 ordinary tasks. I don't know what the falcon is doing, but I actually accepted it. No, when you say that, I'm shivering. I'll take a look and don't take the same order as this guy. Otherwise, you don't know how you died? The killers who were hiding in the dark took action one after another. No way, they are too scared. In their eyes, Falcon is like a demon king. And Suchen naturally didn't know how much of a sensation his random move caused. But even if he knew, he would be dismissive. Turning off the computer, he lay on the bed, ready to relax. However, at this moment, his phone rang. Hey, boss, I said what the hell are you doing? You actually took 2 ordinary tasks. You don't know, how many people have you scared to death by this move? There was an excited voice over the phone. This is Suchen's good friend, codenamed Owl. Didn't you sleep phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme? Asked the owl. IXXXX. Suchen was speechless. If you don't call, I will fall asleep early. Hey, boss, have you ever slept with your sister-in-law? Are you happy? Owl's laughter was very wretched. Pooh. More than wretched, simply too wretched. Well, strictly speaking, they slept together. But if it really counts, it's not called sleeping together. Suchen sighed. What's the matter, boss? You've got me confused. Owl asked suspiciously. In terms of time, we are both going to sleep, but in terms of space, she sleeps with hers, and I sleep with mine. Suchen wanted to cry without tears. Oh, sister-in-law kicked you out? Owl gloated. After joking for a while, Suchen suddenly said, You help me check, who wants to assassinate Chuyu? What's the matter, that's my wife. Someone dares to do it? I really don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. Don't worry, I'll check it out for you, said the owl. Right, that idiot named Song Chang, do you want to help you solve it? Speaking of which, the owl is also happy. To be honest, he has never seen anyone who dares to reveal their real name. Forget it, that second-hand product is not worth our shot at all, you don't care about this matter. You just need to help me find out, who is going to attack Chuyu. After chatting again for a while, Suchen hung up the phone. Then, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. On the other hand, Chuyu couldn't fall asleep after taking a shower. Thinking of what happened today, I suddenly gritted my teeth with anger. Damn it, this revenge must be avenged. Chuyu rubbed her little tiger teeth and quickly thought of a way. How could she punish the other party? Soon, she showed a smile. Like a little devil, he smiled proudly. Hee, dare to go against this girl? I'll let you know tomorrow, what is regret? Obviously, she has found a way to deal with Suchen. The next day, Suchen wore slippers and came to the living room with a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing Chuyu in pajamas, her eyes suddenly lit up. Wife, you gave me benefits early in the morning, you were so kind. Suchen's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Chuyu screamed in fright and immediately wrapped her arms around her. Damn, I forgot that this guy is still here. Chuyu gritted her teeth, but very soon she showed a sly smile. Humph, let you be proud for a while and see how this girl treats you. Come on, she rolled her eyes at Suchen and then hurried upstairs again. When she came out again, she changed into a casual outfit and brought out 2 breakfasts. Breakfast is very light, millet porridge, eggs, beef. Although not much, it is very nutritious. Eat, go to work when you're done. Chuyu said angrily. Wow, wife, you are so good. I love you so much. Suchen was immediately happy when she saw that there was still breakfast. Stop. Chuyu blared, gritted her teeth and said, I warn you, don't call me my wife in the future. Okay, dear. Suchen nodded. You. Chuyu was angry, but she could only back down. Why don't you do this? You can't shout these words in public in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my face? Okay, I get it. But it's home now. It's not too much to call your wife. Suchen said with a smile, and then he picked up the bowl of millet porridge. Seeing this scene, Chuyu's mouth was slightly raised, and she was very excited. Because the millet porridge was given special condiments by her family.
That, of course, is a laxative. Yesterday, she thought about it for a while, and finally came up with this method, which is to make Su-chen have diarrhea. Let him have no more strength. Shuyu wanted to laugh at the thought of the other party's weak legs. While Su-chen picked up the millet porridge, he narrowed his eyes. As someone who has lived on the tip of a knife, he knew there was something wrong with this bowl of porridge as soon as he smelled it. Something wrong. Su-chen's eyes narrowed slightly. With his years of experience, he found that there was definitely something wrong with this bowl of porridge. This guy can't kill people, and he doesn't have poison. At most, he just wants to embarrass me, so there should be laxatives in it. Su-chen thought in his heart. But this chick is also quite ruthless, she has grown so much. However, I won't be fooled. The next moment, as soon as he heard the action, the bowl of porridge stopped beside his mouth. By the way, how much is this security guard's salary? Su-chen asked without a trace. Shuyu, damn it, why did you stop? Hurry up and drink it. Shuyu was anxious. Originally, she was overjoyed when she saw the other party holding up the bowl of porridge, thinking that the other party had been tricked. Even she was very proud in her heart. Hey, if you dare to oppose this girl, you are dead. However, the other party stopped at the most critical moment. This made Shuyu very mad. However, Su-chen just didn't drink, and also asked a question. Humph, the monthly salary is 20,000. Shuyu said angrily. Oh, Su-chen picked up the bowl, but asked again, well, do the security guards have weekend breaks? Depend on. Shuyu is going crazy, her eyes can kill people. No weekends, single breaks. Moreover, in order to prevent the other party from talking, Shuyu said, hurry up and drink it, it will be bad if it's cold. The voice was very gentle, with tenderness on his face. I don't know, but I really thought that it was the wife who cared about her husband. However, Su-chen rolled his eyes, because he knew that the other party was definitely not so kind. It's too hot to drink. Su-chen shrugged. Hot. Shuyu was not happy, she roared in her heart, and she wanted to drink it for the old lady. However, she can only pretend to be gentle, then I'll give you a blow. After that, she opened her cherry mouth and began to blow. After a while, Shuyu said, okay, let's drink it. Su-chen took a swipe and immediately took it back. No, it's still too hot. What? Still hot? Shuyu wondered, how is this possible? Try it if you don't believe me. Su-chen said quickly, and finally a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shuyu was dizzy and didn't react at all, so she picked up the soup in question and took a sip. Then, he said, are you okay? Ha 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 ha. Su-chen finally couldn't bear it any longer and laughed. Is this girl too innocent? Is this all fooled? This smile, Shuyu also reacted, and her face suddenly turned white. Damn, why did I drink it myself? You lied to me? I lied to you, what did I lie to you? Su-chen smiled, it's you who want to harm others, it's none of my business. Damn bastard. Shuyu screamed, she knew she had been fooled, and was about to get angry, but her stomach suddenly hurt. Oh, no way. Shuyu's little face was ugly, and she ran away quickly. Ha 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 ha. Su-chen smiled and bent over, and fell off the chair directly. On the other hand, Shuyu was very uncomfortable, she shouted again, no way, I'm going to die. Damn it, now you're satisfied. Speaking, tears fell. Hurry up and take me to the hospital. Seeing this, Su-chen stopped laughing, and quickly came to Chuyu's side, picked her up, and sent her to the bedroom. Stinky scum, what do you want to do? Chuyu was afraid, but she didn't have the strength. I warn you, if you dare to touch me, I will die for you. Stop talking, I'm going to treat you. Su-chen said, and then he quickly tapped a few acupuncture points with his fingers, and Chu Yujo fainted. Next, Su-chen's fingers turned reddish, with amazing heat, beating on Chu Yu's body. If there is a master here, you will rest assured that the places where his fingers point are all the acupuncture points of the human body. After some treatment, Su-chen sweated slightly on his forehead, but he breathed a sigh of relief. All right. He wiped his sweat, and then woke Chu Yu up. Wife,
how do you feel? After Chuyu woke up, she first checked her clothes subconsciously, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she found that there was no problem. But soon, she was surprised. Because, she found that her stomach was healed and no more pain. What have you done to me? Chuyu asked suspiciously. Of course it's to treat you. Suchen said. You still heal? Chuyu didn't believe it. Suchen rolled his eyes. Hey, how many things does your husband know? I do not believe. Okay, the medical books I bought on the street stalls were self-taught. Suchen shrugged. You dare to use me as an experiment? Chuyu was so angry that she was about to get angry. However, at this time, Suchen said, don't make trouble, it's time for work. I'll spare you this time, but you wait for me. Chuyu ran away with bare feet? Fuck me, wait for me. Suchen was stunned for a while, and ran out, but found that Chuyu's car had already driven away. Only he was messed up in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. I run and exercise. Running all the way, Suchen finally came to Fukting Company. Fortunately, his physique is super strong, so there is nothing to do. If it was someone else, he would have kneeled long ago. This time, the security guard didn't stop him, and even handed him 2 cigarettes, which made Suchen very satisfied. Then, he walked into the company. Last time he was with Shinjiani, so he took the dedicated channel, but this time it was himself, so he could only follow the regular channel. Moreover, although Chuyu had already agreed to his job yesterday, Fukting is a big company anyway, so some procedures still have to go. Of course, it's just a walk. As soon as he entered the door, Suchen's eyes lit up, because most of the company was filled with beautiful young girls. Especially the one in front of it is even hotter. That figure, nothing to say. Moreover, the other party is wearing very sexy, which makes people angry. Even Suchen suspected that he had gone to the wrong place for a moment. The next moment, he walked up. Hey beauty, where are you going for the interview? Suchen asked. Interview? The beautiful woman at the front desk wondered, is there no interview in our company recently? She looked at Suchen and then frowned slightly. Because Suchen was still wearing a street stall, and because he had just run here, he was covered in sweat. At this moment, it didn't look like he came to work at all. Did you go to the wrong place? This is Fukting Company. The beauty at the front desk said proudly. Of course I know it's Fukting, otherwise I wouldn't come. Suchen said, look around, there should be information about my interview. I just finished it, no, you go back first. The beauty at the front desk refused directly. Because in her opinion, Suchen didn't look like she was here for an interview at all. Damn it, what do you mean? This thing has endocrine disorders? Suchen is dissatisfied, even if you are a beautiful woman, you can't be so angry. Suchen was upset, the other party was not as good looking as Chuyu, and she wasn't his wife, so why scold him? Therefore, he wants to have a theory with the other party. And at this time, the beauty at the front desk suddenly raised her head, her eyes were shining, and she looked excited. The beautiful woman at the front desk was very excited, but instead of looking at Suchen, she looked behind Suchen. Song Xiao, you're here. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I'll go out to greet you. The beauty at the front desk seemed to change her face, no longer fierce, but with a smile on her face, she quickly twisted her waist and walked over. That twisted waist, like a green snake, is about to break. She walked directly past Suchen, and of course completely ignored Suchen. Suchen frowned, very upset. Someone dared to ignore him, this is really a new thing. When he came to see, who dared to steal the limelight with him? So the next moment, Suchen also turned his head to look, and then he smiled. Because behind him, the person who appeared turned out to be Song Qing. At this moment, although Song Qing's injuries were not completely healed, he was still in high spirits. A straight suit, coupled with that handsome face, immediately attracted many beauties in the hall to look here. Even many people are secretly sending autumn waves. There is no way, who Song Qing is, these people have already inquired clearly. That is the young master of the Song family,
a real rich second generation. And Song Ching came to thinking to work purely for fun and to hang out with beautiful women. The beautiful woman at the front desk quickly came to Song Ching and said in a demonic voice, "You came so early. That is, on the first day of work, you can't be late." Song Ching showed a handsome smile, and then said, "Why, haven't we started yet? Should I wait? Where can I let you wait first?" The beauty at the front desk said quickly, "Song Xiao, please, I will take you there in person." "But Song Xiao, give me a contact information. If you have anything to do with me, I will appear at any time." She deliberately spoke these words "at any time" in a particularly strong way, with a hook in her eyes. Obviously, this is the rhythm of the offer. As an old lover, Song Ching naturally knew what it meant, so he quickly left his contact information. After the beauty at the front desk got it, she laughed even more brilliantly, "And I can't wait to post it now." She completely ignored Su Chen's existence and was about to take Song Qingqiao into the company. But Su Chen was very upset. He was left to the side, which made him intolerable. So the next moment, he coughed lightly. Cough. Hearing the voice, the beauty at the front desk frowned, showing a very displeased look. "I said, why haven't you left yet?" There was disgust in this voice. Song Ching was also taken aback for a moment, then turned to look. Before, he had just chatted with the beautiful woman in front of him, and Ben didn't pay attention to anything on the side. Now that he heard the voice, he realized that there was someone standing beside him. However, arrogant, he still cast a glance. But at this sight, he was so frightened that he was so scared that he was about to kneel on the ground as soon as his legs became weak. Song Ching did not expect that the person standing beside him was Su Chen. He is no stranger to Su Chen. Because just a few days ago, the other party also beat him up, and he just found a website called Human World yesterday, and even issued a bounty task? He originally thought that he would never have any interaction with this person again in this life. But I didn't expect it, and now I meet again. Immediately, his expression became incomparable. However, at this time, the beautiful woman at the front desk said coldly, "Go out quickly, or I will call the security guard." "Song Xiao, let's go." Say it, the beauty at the front desk posted it again. However, Song Cheng frowned and said coldly, "Shut up, what?" Hearing this scolding, the beauty at the front desk was startled, even dumbfounded. She couldn't understand that Song Cheng, who had been smiling before, was so angry at this moment. Could it be that she did something wrong? Thinking of this, she shivered with fright, and the surrounding employees all looked at each other and whispered. However, Song Ching ignored them at all. He stared at Su Chen and said through gritted teeth, "What are you doing here? Do you still want to do something to me? I warn you, this is a company, not a place you can mess around with." To be honest, he was really afraid that Su Chen would beat him again in front of everyone. Because then, he would have no face to stay. You know, his goal this time is Chuyu, the president of Ficting Company. He swears that he will catch the other party, so now, he must not make mistakes. "Beat you?" Su Chen glanced at Song Ching, and then sneered, "I'm not interested in beating up a waste like you. I'm here, of course, to go to work." "What? You work here too?" Song Chang was shocked. And Su Chen smiled and said, "Yes, we can communicate more in the future." Communicate? Hearing this, Song Ching's mouth twitched immediately. The other party is a lunatic, he dare not communicate with Su Chen. Moreover, what hurts him even more is that the other party is also working here, which makes him very uneasy. However, when he thought of the bounty task he released, he sneered. It was a website in the world, and he finally found out about it. The people above are extremely terrifying people. It won't take long before you think about it, this nasty boy in front of you will be killed. However, how did he know that his reward mission had already been taken over by Su Chen? And those who took the mission before have all withdrawn from the mission. When Su Chen saw Song Ching's eyes, he naturally knew what the other party was thinking. He sneered, then took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Then, he glanced at Song Cheng again and said, "Hurry up." "What?" Song Cheng was stunned subconsciously. Light a cigarette for Lao Tzu. You don't even have a wink,
how will you get along in the future? What? Light a cigarette for you? Hearing this, Song Qing's face was extremely difficult. In front of so many people, he actually wanted to light a cigarette for Su Chen? Isn't that humiliating him? He wanted to resist, but when he saw Su Chen's eyes, his heart jumped wildly. What kind of eyes were those, as if they could eat him? Recalling what happened a few days ago, Song Qing's body trembled and her scalp tingled. He gritted his teeth and took out a lighter, and quickly lit a cigarette for Su Chen. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding employees were all stunned. What identity Song Qing is, they have already inquired about it clearly, that is the young master of the Song family, the second rich generation. He actually lit cigarettes for people, like a younger brother. This scene is really shocking. Until this moment, everyone turned their attention to Su Chen. This person they had ignored before had such a powerful force that Song Qing had to bow his head. Who is he? What is his identity? Everyone was very curious, and the previous beauty at the front desk was even more terrified. She was extremely pale, and her lips began to tremble. She could not have imagined that this young man she despised before had such great energy. And before, she actually scolded the other party? Thinking of this, her bowels of regret turned green. If the other party is angry, I am afraid that his job will be lost. And it's just a good result. If it's worse, she doesn't dare to think about it anymore. So, she quickly apologized to Su Chen. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. Please spare me. Then, her big watery eyes kept discharging towards Su Chen. He even tried his best to stand up to make the pair of peaks stand out even more. As long as you can hook up with each other, maybe today's matter can be solved. At this moment, Song Cheng wanted to die. He had never been so humble in front of others, and he was still in front of so many people. What's even more hateful is that the other party is not a big man at all, just a powerful violent man. So this scene made him grit his teeth with hatred. What annoyed him even more was that the beauties at the front desk who had been very attentive to him before had completely abandoned him at this moment and focused on Su Chen. Those eyes are like electricity, as if they can hook people's souls away. Depend on. Seeing that not only the dignity but also the beauty was gone, Song Qing only felt anger burning. However, he didn't dare to do anything in the end, he could only grit his teeth. Heart humming. Oomph, damn boy, I'm making you smug. When the bounty quest starts, I'll see how you die. Everyone around was also whispering, guessing Su Chen's identity. However, at this time, a figure came quickly from a distance. Suddenly, all the discussions disappeared, and the entire hall became extremely quiet for a while. Only the sound of high heels kept echoing. The beauty at the front desk heard the voice and looked back immediately, then her face changed greatly, and she said respectfully, Mr. Chu. That's right, it was Chuyu who came. Today, she changed into a white professional suit and paired with a pair of blue high heels, fully showing off her graceful figure. Not only that, but she has a noble temperament on her body, like a queen, which makes people dare not look directly at her. On the side, Song Qing saw the figure, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had forgotten all the beauties at the front desk before, and at this moment, there was only the figure in front of him. Hello, Mr. Chu, I'm Song Qing, nice to meet you. Come on, Song Qing stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Chuyu. However, Chuyu ignored him at all, walked past him directly, stared at Su Chen, and said coldly, Why are you so slow? Are you going to be late on the first day of work? Su Chen didn't react yet, but Song Qing on the side stayed where he was. His hand stopped in midair, his face was very embarrassed, and he even roared wildly in his heart. Ignore it? Has he been ignored? It made him intolerable. Thinking that as the young master of the Song family, he has always been complimented by everyone, but now, some people actually regard it as heir? Just ignore him. Thinking of this, his face turned red and white. However, what made him even more angry was that the beautiful president in front of him was actually talking to Su Chen. The beauties at the front desk on the side were also stunned. She could not have imagined that Chuyu came here specifically for Su Chen. Let the dignified president come down to greet him, this is something that has never happened before. But Su Chen shrugged, someone drove me straight away, I can only run. So it took a little time, you won't blame me, will you? While talking, he winked at Chu Yu. Humph. Follow me. Chu Yu gave him a white look, then turned around. As for Su Chen, he followed behind with a smile and left, leaving only the dull-looking people behind. On the other side, the security section. Fei Chen sat in the office and waited. He was the section chief of the security department. He received news from President Chu today that a new person was coming to report. This shocked him. Because generally such a thing, it must be called by the personnel department. But now, the president himself called. This shows that the people who come must not be simple. At the same time, he was even more excited. This was the first time President Chu called him. He must do this well. Just as he was thinking, the door slammed open. Then, a young man in his 20s strode in. There was a ruffian smile on his face. Don't think about it, it's Su Chen. To be honest, he was very uncomfortable going this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme. Because he was taught by Chu Yu all the way. But now, he can't have a seizure. However, as soon as he entered the office, he froze for a moment. Because he found that there was a man in his 30s sitting across from him. The identity of the other party did not surprise him much, but what surprised him was the look in his eyes and the temperament of the other party. It looks like an elite. Hey, I didn't expect there are such elites here. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen nodded slightly in his heart. At the same time, Chen Fei also raised his head and looked at Su Chen. But soon, he frowned. It turned out that when he wanted to come, the person that President Chu explained must be an elite, at least not much worse than him. But now it seems that he is really disappointed. First of all, the other party is too young, only in his 20s, what experience does such a person have? Furthermore, the temperament of the other party did not have a sharp taste at all, but instead looked like an ordinary person. Can such a person enter his security department? Looking at this small body, it is estimated that even the 5th level phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme can't stand it. You must know that he was a person who had retired from the army, and he had also undergone special security training. He was definitely an elite figure. Coupled with his personality, he doesn't like that kind of lazy person very much, and in his eyes, Su Chen has undoubtedly become such a person. Suddenly, he stared at Su Chen with gloomy eyes. Su Chen looked puzzled. Why is this guy's eyes so weird? Did I offend him before? No, it's the first time we've met? Su Chen thought about it for a long time, but didn't understand. At this time, behind, came a beautiful figure again. It was Chu Yu. Mr. Chu, you are here. Seeing the figure, Fei Chen stood up immediately, the coldness in his eyes disappeared, and he immediately put on a smile. Mr. Chu, why are you here in person? Just make a phone call. It's nothing, I'll come and have a look. Section Chief Chen, don't be nervous. That's right, this is the person I told you about. Is he that Su Chen? Fei Chen's face was filled with doubts again. However, Ji Yu didn't see it, she nodded slightly. Yes, he is Su Chen. From today, he is a member of your security department. You must be well educated, and you must not be soft-hearted. Senior Chen, I'm very optimistic about you, I hope you won't let me down. Yes, the task is guaranteed to be completed. Chen Fei was excited. He's so excited, he's really an elite and can be treated well anywhere. But he happened to be in this fainting company, and the reason was, of course, for Chu Yu. Although he knows that the chance is not big, he has to fight for it. Now that the goddess in his eyes has personally released a mission to him, how could he not be excited? Very good. Chu Yu nodded slightly, then looked at Su Chen again. You'd better stay here honestly, and don't play tricks on me. I hope you can recognize yourself during this time. After that, she snorted softly and turned to leave. Chu Yu's attitude surprised Fei Chen. He originally thought that the young man in front of him should have a good relationship with Chu Yu. But now it seems that is not the case. Could it be some unremarkable rich second generation who came to pursue the president? Thinking of this, Chen Fei immediately snorted coldly in his heart. Since this is the case, then I don't need to be merciful. He decided that he must strictly follow the system and manage Su Chen well. On the other side, Shi Yu left the security department with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Humph! Scum, big bastard, let you bully me, you will suffer now. For Chen Fei's strength, she still recognizes it very much. In recent years, Chen Fei entered the security department, which greatly improved the security of their Fingting company. Moreover, she also knew some of Chen Fei's experience, being a veteran, and after rigorous training, he is definitely someone like an elite figure. With her previous attitude, Fei Chen will definitely understand it, and she will definitely educate that abominable Su Chen. After Chi Yu left, only Su Chen and Chen Fei were left in the office. The two stared at each other with wide eyes, and the atmosphere was a little embarrassing. But very quickly, Su Chen smiled and said, "Senior Chen, I will call you Brother Chen in the future." "Come on, Brother Chen." After saying that, Su Chen took out one and handed it over. However, Chen Fei's attitude was still cold. "Are you bribing me?" "Bribe?" The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Even a cigarette should be bribed? What the hell is going on in this guy's head? "Brother Chen, you are too humorous, how can this be called a bribe?" Su Chensong relaxed his shoulders. "First of all, I want to tell you that I will not accept any bribes from you, and since you are the one sent by the president, I am naturally obliged to educate them well. Let me tell you, this is the security department. We shoulder the mission of protecting the company, which is very important. You must not play games. If you let me find out what you did wrong, don't blame me. I'll wipe it." Is this guy taking gun pills? Su Chen wondered, or do men also have menopause? He looked at Fei Chen happily, then shook his head slightly. "If you don't smoke, let's shake hands with the head office." Su Chen stretched out his palm. "Don't you welcome me to join the security department?" Fei Chen originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he agreed. "Exactly, you can take advantage of the opportunity to shake hands to give the other party a slap in the face. Let him know that this security department is not a place for children's play." So, Fei Chen took out his palm and held it with Su Chen. "Sample, dare to shake hands with me? I really don't know how high the sky is." Fei Chen thought to himself, and then increased his efforts. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally felt the strength of the opponent's hand, so he also increased the strength. Damn! What's the situation? The other party didn't respond at all? Chen Fei has been looking at Su Chen's expression. In his opinion, the other party should be unable to bear it in an instant, showing a painful expression. But now, the other party's expression is very calm, and even the corner of his mouth still has a smile. This made him suspicious. Damn, how can this guy's strength be so strong? Fei Chen didn't believe it, so he increased his strength again. However, Su Chen still remained calm. Brother Chen, isn't this handshake too long? Just when Chen Fei was puzzled, Su Chen suddenly said with a smile. Immediately, Chen Fei's face turned red. He found that his intention was detected, and quickly retracted his hand. He snorted coldly, "Go and change your clothes, our security guards will all wear uniform clothes." Okay. Su Chen nodded, then turned to leave. After he left, Chen Fei became restless, his eyes were wide and he looked like he had seen a ghost. Damn, how can that kid be so angry? He was so shocked that the opponent's hand was like steel and could not be shaken at all. Even now, his hands hurt a little. On the other side, the corner of Su Chen's mouth was slightly raised, and he sneered in his heart. There is no one who can take advantage of him in terms of strength, and the other party is no exception. And this time, he didn't fight back at all, otherwise, the opponent's hand would have been broken long ago. After quickly picking up the clothes, Su Chen put them on in the bathroom, and then his cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Su Chen became happy, and then quickly connected the phone. Hey, wife, why did you miss me after you left for a few minutes? Shameless scum. Isn't it good that the company shouldn't shout like this? Shu Yu was furious. Anna, there is no one around me now, tell me, what's the matter with me? Su Chen said with a smile. My cousin is coming. Today's plane, you will pick her up later. Oh. Su Chen nodded. I'll send you the information and photos in a moment. After speaking, Chiyu hung up the phone. Soon, she passed the information to Su Chen. Su Chen immediately whistled when he saw the photo. I have to say that the genes of the Chu family are really good. Chuyu is already a peerless beauty. I didn't expect her cousin to be very beautiful. Looking at that face, she is definitely not inferior to Chuyu, but I don't know how she looks like? Forget it, we'll find out when we meet later. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, he still went to the president's office, because he didn't have a car, so he had to borrow a car from Chuyu. Chuyu gave her red Porsche to Su Chen. Su Chen was sitting in the car, she was so beautiful in her heart. Then he still sighed, it was a pity for Chuyu to drive such a good car. It's not that the identity of the other party is not good, but the driving skills. This kind of good car naturally needs a drag racing expert like Su Chen to drive it. Su Chen's driving skills are not covered. In the past, driving a broken Santana could catch up with a sports car, but now driving a Porsche, not to mention the speed, it is the same as lightning. Not long after, he arrived at the airport. After parking the car, Su Chen began to look for someone in the crowd. Chuyu's younger sister is naturally not an ordinary person, so she is also a VIP channel. However, as soon as Su Chen passed by, he saw a figure in front of him, beckoning to him. It was a woman, dressed in heavy makeup and wearing a large pair of sunglasses, covering half of her face. It's already down? How fast? Isn't the time right? Su Chen was puzzled, but the other party was wearing big sunglasses, so he didn't see clearly. Therefore, he watched carefully for a few seconds on the spot. But when he stood, the woman in front was not happy. He even said, I said you. The kid in front, didn't you see me waving? You called me? Su Chen frowned and walked up. Nonsense, who are you? Are there any other security guards here besides you? Hurry up, take my luggage away. Do you know that I have an important banquet today? Can you afford to delay it? As the woman spoke, she took off her sunglasses. Immediately, Su Chen's eyes widened. I turned around and recognized the wrong person. The other party is not Chuyu's cousin at all. However, being stared at by Su Chen, the woman was not happy again. What, have you ever seen a beautiful woman? You are a stinky security guard, how dare you look at me? Hurry up and do your business. I wasted my time, be careful I complain to you. The woman was very arrogant. Humph, what a toad wants to eat swan meat. Su Chen was immediately unhappy. Did I say you are sick? Why should I help you with your luggage? Fuck me, what's your attitude? You're a security guard and don't take your luggage, do you want me to take it? What's your name? Believe it or not, I'll sue you. Boy, wait, I will complain to you, I will definitely make you lose this bowl of rice. When you phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live / phoneme on the street, how can you be arrogant? I'm arrogant? Su Chen was angrily laughed at by the other party, who ordered others as soon as they came up. Yelling? Who is humiliating each other? Am I being arrogant? Su Chen has never seen such an arrogant woman. Okay, you fight. Su Chen sneered, let's see if you can copy my squid. Okay, you fight. Su Chen sneered, let's see if you can copy my squid. Just kidding, he is not the security guard at the airport, why did the other party fire him? Originally, he wanted to explain to the other party well, but the other party's attitude made him very unhappy. The woman was even more angry, she pointed at Su Chen, her whole body trembling with anger. Boy, wait, a broken security guard dares to be arrogant in front of the old lady? Wait, it's your time to die. Let's just say, he glanced at the job number on Su Chen's clothes, so he quickly dialed the number at the airport. Hey, I want to complain, number 995527, he wasted my time. I'm your VIP customer here, you can deal with me quickly. I'm going to get that kid out of the way. However, on the other end of the phone, there was a voice, sorry,
our staff doesn't have this number, you made a mistake.
What? No. This time, it was the arrogant woman's turn to be confused. She couldn't imagine that the person in front of her was really not the security guard at the airport. Humph. Then what about who made her dare to offend herself? The arrogant woman snorted coldly, "Hey, what if it's not the security guard here, looking at your clothes? It must be a security guard elsewhere. You are a broken security guard, and you dare to come to the VIP channel? Boy, do you know what characters are here? Just a single finger can kill you. You despise me? How much money do you have? How dare you despise me?" Su Chen sneered. To be honest, don't look at the ordinary clothes he wears, but his wealth cannot be imagined by everyone. You know, as a world-class super soldier king, and his status in the world, he can get hundreds of millions of rewards for any task. Therefore, if his wealth is really to be counted, I am afraid that even Shuyu can't match it. It's just that he doesn't like to bully people with financial resources, but this arrogant woman in front of him dares to despise him financially? Su Chen smiled, and even the corners of his mouth showed a touch of disdain. Seeing this disdainful smile, the arrogant woman opposite was even more angry. She screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Boy, what do you know? Do you see it? This bag is, yuan? 100,000, I can't even earn it in my lifetime. I advise you to apologize to me now and help me with my luggage, otherwise, I guarantee you will die ugly." "Okay, you wait." Su Chen sneered, then turned around and left. The people around were also watching and talking in a low voice. In their opinion, Su Chen is probably going to be unlucky. Offending such an arrogant woman, I am afraid it will be very difficult in the future. However, after a while, everyone was stunned, and even the arrogant woman before opened her mouth wide. Because Su Chen came back, not only came back, but also drove a super sports car. Shit. Ferrari. This model is a limited edition. Damn, it's really unbelievable. I didn't expect that young man to be an invisible rich man. This car is at least 500 million. More than that. This limited edition has to be in the tens of millions. Hearing the discussions around, Su Chen sneered. The arrogant woman from before had an ugly face. There was even cold sweat dripping from his forehead. She recognized the car in front of her. You know, although she is also rich, she is only worth millions. She has only seen limited edition cars like Su Chen's on TV. As for buying them, she can only dream. But now, a security guard she despised drives such a super nice car. It made her unable to believe it. What's so arrogant? Do you think driving a car is yours? Maybe it's your boss. The people around were also suspicious again, but at this time, a clear voice came from the crowd. Su Chen, I found you. Then, a beautiful figure ran over. Seeing that figure, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Because she is so beautiful, with a perfect body and an angelic face, coupled with that temperament, she is simply an international star. Who is this person, so beautiful? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the arrogant woman was stunned, her eyes full of jealousy. Because the beauty and figure of the other party completely surpassed her, the two sides are not on the same level at all. And Su Chen smiled, and he naturally recognized the girl in front of him. This is the person he is going to pick up this time. Sorry, I was here to pick you up, but the time was delayed by some abominable fly. You are Chuyu, get in the car. That's right, the beauty in front of her is exactly Chuyu's cousin, Chuyu. It is good. Chuyu happily got into the car. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Because Chuyu not only has an outstanding temperament, but also wears a famous brand, and the bags are of the international limited level. At first glance, it is definitely a rich family daughter. The conversation between her and Su Chen was quite equal. It was definitely not a relationship between superiors and subordinates, nor was it a relationship between a master and a servant. This shows that Su Chen's identity is absolutely unusual. At least, not the appearance of security on the surface. Come on, is it possible that the young man in front of him is really a rich man? He just likes to wear security clothes, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and pretending to be coercive? Thinking of this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. And the arrogant woman was even more frightened. She is very scared now, because she already believes that Su Chen's identity is definitely not simple. Someone who can drive such a luxury car is definitely a monstrous person. If such a person wants to deal with her, it is like pinching an ant to death, and can kill him in an instant. Therefore, she can only quickly apologize. Handsome guy, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, can you let me go? Of course, if you want compensation, I can compensate you. Any compensation is fine. She bit any two words very seriously. Because she wanted to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a rich person like Su Chen. However, Su Chen sneered disdainfully. How could he like such a rouge vulgar powder? However, the attitude of the other party really made him unhappy, so it was necessary to beat him. He looked at each other coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Don't be too arrogant, or one day, you won't even know how you died. I advise you, it's better to be an honest person in the future. I can let you go this time, but don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, your consequences are hard to imagine." Yes, I was wrong, I'll go now. The arrogant woman from before was so frightened that she quickly nodded, pulled the box, and ran away in a hurry. Su Chen also started the Ferrari, took Shu Yu, and left the airport. Hey, do you know that you looked so handsome just now? Shu Yu sat in the car and said with a smile. Su Chen also started the Ferrari, took Shu Yu, and left the airport. Hey, you looked so handsome just now. Shu Yu sat in the car and said with a smile. She did not discriminate because Su Chen was wearing security clothes. Well, I just think I'm pretty handsome. Su Chen said very narcissistically. Moreover, he discovered that this Chu Yu's personality was fundamentally different from that of Chu Yu. Chu Yu belonged to the kind of strong woman who was as cold as a queen. And this Chu Yu, like the girl next door, was very gentle. Hearing Su Chen's narcissistic answer, Chu Yu smiled and said, "You are really interesting. Don't be obsessed with brother is just a legend. Hee, you are too funny." Chu Yu laughed. Su Chen has a serious face, don't be obsessed with me, I'm serious. You know, I'm your sister's fiancé. What, are you my sister's fiancé? Chu Yu opened her mouth wide and looked shocked when she heard this. Well, it seems that the news is true. I really have a brother-in-law. Chu Yu was still shocked. But then, she laughed again, with such an interesting brother-in-law, it must be fun in the future. And Su Chen's mouth twitched, brother-in-law is funny? How to listen to this, it makes people want to think about it. Girl, don't go astray. Just thinking about it, suddenly a car in front rushed across and directly blocked the road. Fortunately, Su Chen's skills were good, so he didn't hit him. However, he scolded directly. Let me go, who is this? Don't you have eyes? My head is convulsing? I don't know how to drive. A Mercedes ran sideways and stopped in front, blocking the road. Soon, a young man stepped out of the car, wearing an arrogant face, famous brand clothes, and an expression of Lousy's #1 in the world. The young man raised his chin, glanced around, and soon found Chu Yu, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Soon, he strode in front of Chu Yu, made a gesture that he thought was unrestrained, and then quickly said, You are finally here. But why don't you say hello to me so I can pick you up? Go to my car. Chu Yu, who was still joking with Su Chang, immediately showed a look of disgust after seeing the young man. Fang Zihao, are you bothered? I have a dime relationship with you here? Why should I get into your car? I'll be picked up by someone, please go away. Then, she looked at Su Chen and said with a smile, Ignore him, let's go. Fang Zihao didn't care about Chu Yu's attitude before, but when he saw Chu Yu smiling at Su Chen beside him, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Soon, his eyes were full of anger, like nails, staring at Su Chen. When he saw Su Chen's security clothes, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Damn, whose security guard are you? Come down, get out of here. It's none of your business here. Fang Zihao pointed at Su Chen and said very arrogantly. Su Chen sneered in his heart, these people can die without pretending? With a cold snort, he was about to fight back. However, at this time, Chuyu on the side was the first to speak. Fong Zihao, pay attention to your attitude, this is my friend. Seeing Chuyu speak for herself, Su Chen's heart warmed. Really a kind girl. On the other hand, Fong Zihao's expression changed, and he apologized and said, Chuyu, why bother? This is just a security guard, an ant-like existence, and we are not from the same world at all, so why be angry with me for him? Afterwards, he glanced at Su Chen again, his eyes flickering coldly. Boy, I'll warn you one last time, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. Hearing this, Su Chen rolled his eyes, feeling amused. What are these people like? Super strong or international mercenary? Why did everyone dare to threaten him? Boy, you are very lucky today. If it wasn't for a beautiful woman by your side, you would have already fallen down with that sentence just now. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Feeling Su Chen's gaze, Fong Zihao subconsciously took 2 steps back. It is difficult for him to imagine that a person's eyes can actually send out killing intent. Not the kind you see on TV, but a real killing intent. It was as if a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blew past him. Ma Dan, how can there be murder in this world? I must have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme too many novels. Hallucinations, hallucinations. Fong Zihao shook his head quickly, then stepped forward again. However, Chuyu was angry. Fong Zihao, are you finished? You err, don't be angry. Didn't I want to invite you to dinner? I've ordered the restaurant. You like French and Western food. No time. Chuyu pouted, then turned her eyes. She thought of a good idea. So the next moment, he stretched out his small hand, took Su Chen's arm, and then looked forward provocatively. Fong Zihao, I tell you, stop chasing me. You have no play at all. Look, I already have a boyfriend, it's him, you should die quickly. Hearing this, Fong Zihao was stunned, and Su Chen beside him was also confused. What's the situation? Why did he become Chuyu's boyfriend just a few seconds later? Oh my god, what's this all about? Shouldn't he be Chuyu's brother-in-law? God, I'm a conservative man. Su Chen howled in his heart. However, he also knew that Chuyu was using him as a shield to get rid of this annoying guy in front of him. Therefore, Su Chen acquiesced at this moment, at least drive the other party away first. In front, Fong Zihao was stunned. He never imagined that things would take such a turn of events. He felt that his brain was blinded. A small security guard turned out to be Chuyu's boyfriend? What, are you kidding? So, he said quickly, Chuyu, stop joking, I know, you are just using this kid as a shield. How could a little ant security guard be your boyfriend? Who said that the security guard can't be my boyfriend? Chuyu was angry, then she lifted her chin lightly, and quickly kissed Su Chen on the face. I already kissed him, do you think he is my boyfriend? I'm going. What's the situation? Su Chen was confused, why was he forced to be kissed inexplicably? The rhythm isn't right? God, this happiness came too suddenly. But then, when he thought of Chuyu's face, his body trembled. If Chuyu were to know about this, he would probably be ripped off. On the opposite side, Fong Zihao was completely blinded. He didn't believe it at all before, but the previous scene directly stunned him. That is the kiss of the goddess. He even gave it to a security guard, which made him extremely crazy. This book has been signed, please rest assured collection. In addition, the new book needs everyone's care. Ask for support. Ask for recommendation, favorite, click. Boy, if you dare to steal a woman from me, do you want to die? Do you know who the young master is? Tell you, one phone call, and I can make you disappear from this world. Really? Why don't you make a phone call? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. You wanna die? Fong Zihao was furious, boy, you have successfully angered me. Just wait, I will send you to hell. Come on, he took out his iPhone and quickly played a number.
However, before he could speak, the phone was snapped away by Su Chen. Afterwards, Su Chen's palm exerted force, and he immediately took the good Apple mobile phone, which changed its shape, and finally became a mass of scrap metal.
What a broken phone, the quality of your phone is too bad.
Lin Xian pouted, then threw it aside.
Heaven!
Seeing this scene, Chuyu and Fang Zihao were both confused. Chuyu's cherry mouth widened, and her beautiful eyes were full of surprise.
He seemed to be in a dream and couldn't believe it. Fang Zihao was even more terrified, with a ghostly expression on his face. That's a cell phone. And it's an Apple phone. You can smash it, smasher, but never seen someone squeeze it with their hands? And pinched it into a ball. How much effort can it take this time?
Originally, Fang Zihao wanted to bully people when he saw that the other party was thin and weak. But now it seems that the opponent's strength is astonishing. I am afraid that the palm of his hand can grab his body and break his bones immediately. Thinking of this, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, when he saw the corner of Su Chen's mouth, that disdain smile. Immediately, he was furious. He roared savagely again, "Boy, what kind of ability is there with great strength? Can you be greater than power? Can you beat a bullet? Tell you, in this city, I have 100 ways to make you disappear.
And you have no resistance at all."
Really?
Su Chen sneered, stepped forward, and walked forward. Suddenly, Fang Zihao shuddered, and he screamed, What do you want to do?"
Tell you, don't mess around. If you dare to touch me, you're dead."
Really, you still dare to threaten me now?
Su Chen sneered, then stretched out his palm, grabbed the other party's neckline, and directly lifted the other party up.
Seeing this scene, Fang Zihao almost shivered. How much does he weigh?
140 or 50 pounds, but the other party actually lifted it with one hand, and it looked almost effortless.
Nima, is this a movie?
On the side, Shiyu was also stunned, Cherry's small mouth opened slightly, with a shocked expression. However, Fang Zihao screamed, "Boy, you dare to touch me, you are really dead."
Tell you, my cousin is here. If you want to touch me, he will never spare you? Your cousin? Who is your cousin? Is it very cute? Su Chen asked.
My cousin is Song Qing, the young master of the Song family. And he has learned Taekwondo. If you meet him, you will die.
Fang Zihao gritted his teeth and said, Song Chang? Hearing this name, Su Chen was happy. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was actually a relative of Song Chang.
So he said, "Okay, you called Song Chang, did I kneel down when you saw it, or did he kneel down?
I mean, who is so arrogant, dare to let this son kneel?"
In the distance, there was a roar, and then, a figure ran quickly. Seeing this figure, Chuyu looked worried, while Fang Zihao, who was lifted up in midair, screamed wildly.
Cousin, you are here. Hurry up and save me. This kid doesn't even take you seriously, you must teach him a good lesson.
Don't worry, cousin, no one can run wild here.
Let me see who is so arrogant, I must kill him. Song Chang was very arrogant and strode here.
Because Su Chen was facing him, he didn't recognize it for a while. On the other hand, Fang Zihao was also arrogant here, because he found that Song Ching not only came by himself, but also brought 3 small shops. Such a manpower, even if the boy in front of him is strong, I am afraid that he will not be able to beat him. Therefore, he said arrogantly, "Boy, put me down quickly, and kneel down and apologize to me.
I'm in a good mood, maybe I can let you go. Otherwise, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish today." Noisy.
However, Su Chen snorted coldly and slapped the other person's face with a backhand slap. Although it didn't use much force this time, it still knocked the opponent's front teeth into the air.
Ah! How dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Fang Zihao's teeth and claws are dancing, and he is about to work hard.
However, Su Chen was slammed to the ground, and gold stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. At this time, Shiyu also ran over, grabbed Su Chen, and said quickly, "Su Chen, let's go."
Song Ching brought people here. There are many of them, and they will suffer if they stay any longer. Clown? Boy, you are so arrogant, you dare to provoke me? You dare to hurt my brother? Today, I let you crawl out. Song Ching was very arrogant and was about to greet his younger brother to go up, but at this moment, Su Chen turned his head and smiled at him. Suddenly, Song Ching shivered in fright and almost knelt on the ground. He did not expect that the other party turned out to be Su Chen. This is the person he is most afraid of right now. He was taught a lesson by the other party before, and he would have nightmares at night. I originally thought that I could get rid of the other party completely, but I didn't expect to encounter it again now. Master, let me go up and abolish him, said a few younger brothers behind him. Shut up! Song Ching roared, then looked at Su Chen, and quickly asked, why are you here? Seeing this scene, the three younger brothers at the back froze, and Chuyu and Fang Zihao on the side were also stunned. Especially Fang Zihao, he couldn't believe everything in front of him. He shouted frantically, "Cousin, what are you doing? Hurry up and call someone up to beat him. I must kill this kid, he dared to hit me." Shut up! However, Song Ching roared and glared at Fang Zihao fiercely. Damn bastard, how dare you provoke Su Chen, do you know that he is a devilish being? Song Chang is very nervous now. Although he has three younger brothers, he does not dare to do anything. In case Su Chen runs away this time and meets him in the company in the future, the other party will definitely beat him to death. Therefore, unless there is absolute certainty, he will not do it at all. Moreover, he has already placed a reward in the world, and it won't be long before this Su Chen will be assassinated. Therefore, there is no need for him to do it himself. Now all he has to do is to appease the other party, and then leave with his cousin safely. I heard from your cousin, you have practiced Taekwondo, it's amazing. Come on, let's test the two. I heard from your cousin, you have practiced Taekwondo, it's amazing. Come on, let's compete with each other. No 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 no. Song Chang hurriedly shook his head, where did I learn Taekwondo, it's all this idiot who is talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. On the side, Fang Zihao was frightened. He couldn't believe that his cousin was scared and trembling. You know, that is the eldest young master of the Song family. He can walk sideways in the whole city. But now, you are actually afraid of a small security guard? On the side, Chuyu's eyes widened, unable to believe it. She kept whispering, God, what is the identity of brother-in-law? It's so scary. Even Song Ching was trembling with fear? Could it be that this Song Ching was beaten by her brother-in-law before? She tilted her head to think. But at this moment, Fang Zihao, who was beside him, yelled wildly, Cousin, hurry up. I can't take this breath right now. Kill him, he must kill him. However, Song Ching did kick him, waste, shut up. A piece of trash who only knows how to cause trouble for me all day. Then, he quickly said to Su Chen, well, don't get me wrong, this kid just lacks discipline, I'll take it back and teach him a good lesson. That's it for today's affairs. Let's just say, Song Ching was like a mouse, and with Fang Zihao and the others, he fled here like a madman. It wasn't until a long time later that Chuyu cheered. She looked at Su Chen with curious eyes, her eyes glowing like stars. Brother-in-law, why is Song Ching so afraid of you? And what is your identity? Why are you so powerful? Su Chen smiled, made up an identity casually, and then the two left again. On the other side, Song Ching angrily took Fang Zihao and left the scene. Fang Zihao covered his swollen face and complained. Cousin, why didn't you do it just now? Isn't that kid just a broken security guard? What's so arrogant? Let your subordinates do it, we have 5 people, can we still beat him? To shut up. Song Chang shouted angrily, and gave Fang Zihao another slap. You'd better not mess with him, this guy is a violent man. If you don't want to have a few bones broken by him, you'd better walk around when you see him, what? Fang Zihao shivered, even his cousin said so, and the other party lifted him easily before, and suddenly his heart trembled. It seemed that the other party was indeed a terrifying person. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, but cousin, I can't swallow this breath. Indeed, today was probably the most embarrassing day in his life. First his goddess ran away with others, and then he was beaten. And he was beaten in front of his goddess. It was enough that he wanted to kill him. However, Song Chang sneered.
Don't worry, I have already figured out a way to deal with him. It is estimated that this kid will not survive for a few days. Someone will deal with him at that time. On the other side, Suchen drove and drove all the way. However, when it was about to arrive, Chiyu said anxiously, "Wait, stop." "Stop, why stop?" Suchen wondered, "Is it not there yet?" "Of course I know it hasn't arrived yet, but I feel a little uncomfortable," Chuyu said anxiously. Seeing Chuyu's red face, Suchen subconsciously asked, Urgency? "Oh, brother-in-law." Chuyu's face turned even redder, and she whispered, "No, it's that one." "Is your aunt here?" Suchen was taken aback, this relative came too suddenly. However, he still said, "Just wait a little longer, it will arrive in 5 minutes." "No, brother-in-law can't wait anymore, I won't be able to bear it anymore," Chuyu said with great difficulty. "Okay, sit tight, I'll speed up." "Let's talk." Suchen speeded up, and the car arrived at the villa in just 1 minute. As soon as he stopped the car, Chuyu ran away without a trace, even faster than Suchen. "Damn, this chick belongs to a rabbit?" Suchen shook his head, then parked the car. But the next moment, he frowned, and even the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a kind of incomparable solemnity. Because he had a bad premonition, which rose in his heart. This kind of premonition is mysterious, and it is not clear at all. But it saved his life many times. Someone. Suchen narrowed his eyes, his figure swayed, and he carefully hit it. Then his eyes were like sharp blades, scanning the 4 directions. He didn't know whether these people were coming towards him, or towards Chuyu and the villa or the moon. However, the possibility of Chuyu is not high. After all, the other party has just returned, and it is very likely that it is Chuyu. Thinking of this, his heart jumped and he quickly came to the villa. As soon as he entered, he saw a figure flashing across the stairs inside. There is indeed someone. Suchen was shocked, and looking at the other party's appearance, he should have gone upstairs. Upstairs is where Chuyu lives, and it seems that the other party is going to attack Chuyu. Although he still doesn't know who the other party is, he must at least get rid of the other party first. Suchen, like a civet cat, went upstairs cautiously, and he found that the other party had entered Chuyu's bedroom. However, there was no news, and Chuyu should not be at home. "You're good at it, you can enter the bedroom so quickly. And it's quiet, it seems that you're still a master," Suchen thought in his heart. He sneered, "But even if you are a master, you are unlucky when you meet me." As a super soldier king, Suchen's skills are extremely terrifying. Not to mention a master, even if he is a master, he is not his opponent. With a stroke of his body, he walked upstairs quietly. Instead of entering Chuyu's room, he entered the room next to him. Then, through the window, Suchen came to Chuyu's room. During the whole process, there was no movement. Therefore, the killer hidden in Chuyu's room was not discovered at all. However, Suchen discovered the other party. He found that the other party was behind Chuyu's door. With a flick of the figure, he killed the opponent. Not good. The next moment, the killer was shocked because he felt a murderous aura. Sure enough, when he turned back, he found a black shadow rushing towards him. Hide! The killer dodged subconsciously, but his speed was no match for Suchen. Soon, a hand grabbed him. Court death. The killer let out a low growl, took out a dagger in his other hand, and stabbed Suchen. The cold light flashed, extremely sharp. Humph! Suchen snorted coldly, not knowing what technique he used. He immediately grabbed the dagger. Playing with knives in front of me? You are still tender. Suchen sneered. In this scene, the killer was stunned, because he didn't see clearly what method Suchen used to take the dagger from his hand. You know, he is very confident in his own skills, but the person in front of him makes him completely invisible. Who are you? Although the knife was on his neck, the killer asked through gritted teeth. He really couldn't understand how it would be planted today. Because the information he got showed that Chuyu lived alone, and there were no bodyguards around, let alone masters. But the young man in front of him really blinded him. You don't need to know who I am, the dead don't need to know so much. Suchen said coldly,
and then he sneered, "But I'm curious, who are you?" "Humph. You can't get any information from me." The killer snorted coldly. "Really? That's a pity. I wanted to let you go. But your attitude makes me very unhappy." Suchin said quietly. "What did you say?" Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in the killer's eyes. "You really want to let me go?" "You mean what you say?" the killer asked quickly. "Whether it counts or not depends on what answer you can give me." The killer's eyes were uncertain. He looked at Suchen, and suddenly said in a low voice, "I see, you are a falcon." He was really shocked, because he thought about it for a while, but he didn't think of any kind of master who could subdue him in an instant. If he could steal the dagger from his hand without knowing it, only the legendary falcon could do it. Thinking of this, he broke down in cold sweat. But Suchen curled his lips. "You are really an idiot. If I were that falcon, do you think I still need to talk nonsense with you here? I'm afraid you are already dead now." Hearing this, the killer was silent. Indeed, according to legend, Falcon is very indifferent, and his shots are very decisive, and he will not have a chance to talk to people at all. But now that he was captured, and the other party didn't kill him, it was obvious that the young man in front of him behaved in a way that was nothing like Falcon. Suchen also sneered in his heart. The other party was obviously not sure of his identity. He said that just now, obviously trying to deceive him. However, he wasn't so gullible. He is indeed a falcon, but few people know about it. The killer in front of him is obviously not of sufficient level, and it is impossible to know that he is a falcon. For the killer in front of him, Suchen has no interest at all. What he wants to know is who is the mastermind behind it. Of course, it was impossible for him to ask directly, so he would be shocked by the grass? At this time, the killer struggled for a while, and then said, "I said, my name is Matsushita Yano, this time I received a reward mission and came to assassinate." "It really is a bounty mission." Suchen narrowed his eyes. He wanted to ask further, but at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps downstairs. Then, a voice sounded. "Suchen, where are you? Get out of here." "Oops, Chuyu is back." Hearing this voice, Suchen's expression changed. And this killer also seized the opportunity decisively, not hesitate to abolish his arm, and escape quickly. Kaka. Pang. A burst of white smoke rose, and then the killer gritted his teeth, broke his arm, and escaped from Suchen's hands. Suchen's eyes turned cold. RB ninjutsu. But I didn't expect that this RB killer actually knew ninjutsu. The white smoke I arrived at just now was obviously one of the escape methods. However, he didn't track it, thinking that he could just use this RB killer to investigate the mastermind behind it. In the room, the white smoke quickly condensed, and finally formed a pile of white liquid that fell on the ground. Suchen sighed, put away the dagger, and was about to go downstairs. However, at this time, the door opened. It turned out that it was Chuyu who came up, but as soon as she pushed the door, she was stunned. Because she didn't expect that there were people in the room. Not only that, when Chuyu saw the scene in the room, she suddenly screamed. Because this scene is really too obscene. She found a pool of unknown white liquid on the ground. Not only that, but also a set of underwear on her window. She changed it in the morning and forgot to put it away. "Damn it, what did you do in my room?" Chuyu was trembling. No way, she had to think in that direction. A man, with white liquid on the ground, is facing her underwear. She only thought of 3 words: hit, fly, machine. When she got here, she waited fiercely for Suchen and screamed, "The scum is shameless and shameless. Who let you in? Do such a dirty thing, get out of here." Saying that, she rushed towards Suchen. But because she was too excited, this time, she fell directly into Suchen's arms. The two then lay on the ground. Suchen smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Who knew that white mist would turn into white liquid? Who knows, there is still a set of underwear on the window. He really couldn't explain it. But at this moment, he was lying on the ground, holding the softness in his arms, but he was excited. As expected of a peerless beauty, there is absolutely nothing to say about this figure. Bastard, where do you put your hand? Shuyu's face was flushed. She was really mad, because she didn't expect that it would turn into this scene. Big sister, you knocked me down. Su-chen looked innocent. Shut up. Shuyu gasped, and then bit him fiercely on his arm. Suddenly, Su-chen took a deep breath. This little girl belongs to a tiger. Shuyu struggled to stand up, trying to escape from here. But she was really excited, so this time, she stepped on her clothes again and threw herself on Su-chen again. Not only that, but their mouths were right together. Su-chen's heart moved. I'll go, God, you really take care of me. Shuyu's eyes widened, as if stunned. It took 10 seconds for her to react, and then she screamed and sat up quickly. If ice can kill people, I am afraid that Su-chen has been slashed hundreds of times by Shuyu's eyes now. Shuyu was sitting there, her face flushed, and she kept wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Ba ba ba. While wiping, she spat. To be honest, she was going crazy. You know, that was her first kiss. It was actually given to a scum, which really drove her crazy. Damn it, what did you eat for lunch? Why does it smell so bad? Shuyu was going crazy. Oh, Su-chen scratched his head, and then said, dumplings stuffed with chives. I'm sorry, it was so sudden, I forgot to brush my teeth. But don't worry, I will definitely brush my teeth before doing this next time. Dumplings stuffed with chives? Shuyu was completely blinded. She wanted to cry but had no tears. As a girl, she yearns for her first kiss. She even guessed what her first kiss would be like. Is it sweet or bitter? But she never thought that her first kiss would taste like chives. Ah! Scum, I'm going to kill you. Thinking of this, Shuyu's eyes were on fire, and she couldn't rush to fight Su-chen desperately. Whichever you are busy with first, I'm leaving. Seeing this, Su-chen knew that he couldn't stop here any longer. Otherwise, the little tiger in front of him will definitely go crazy. He swayed, like a fish, and ran out of the room in an instant. Call. Scared me to death, but luckily I got through. Su-chen breathed a sigh of relief when he left the room. But then, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. The taste just now is really wonderful. He couldn't come here 100 times a day. Brother-in-law, what are you laughing at? So nasty. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded. Su-chen jumped, but when he turned his head, he found that Shuyu was standing next to him. At this moment, the little girl has just taken a shower, and there are still drops of water on her hair. That pure appearance, like a peach. Go, what do you know, little girl, don't talk nonsense. Shuyu said, brother-in-law is not honest, I saw that you and my sister were doing bad things just now. You saw it all. Su-chen was startled, but then he raised his mouth slightly. Why, your relatives are gone. Hate. Shuyu blushed, glared at Su-chen, and then ran away shyly. Hey, it's really a simple little girl, so I'm scared away. Looking at the escaped figure, Su-chen smiled, then shook his head and returned to his room. After entering the room, the smile on his face disappeared. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a familiar number. Hey, Owl, the target has appeared, help me check it. RB man, whose name is Matsushita-e, can use ninjutsu. Also, his left arm is broken, and it should be easy to check. Remember, after finding him, don't panic, try to find out his behind-the-scenes instructions. I want to see who is going to attack Shuyu. After hanging up the phone, Su-chen breathed a sigh of relief. The assassination had already begun. It seemed that the other party was determined to kill Shuyu. However, with him around, Shuyu won't be hurt a little bit. In the next few days, Su-chen started to work, and soon, he became acquainted with several people. One of them was a security guard named Wang Chao, who was even more familiar with him. Brother Chen grew up all day long, and Brother Chen followed him for a short while. This day, Su-chen was running to work again. As soon as he entered the company door, he heard someone calling him from behind, Brother Chen, wait for me. Hearing this, Su-chen stopped, looked back and found that it was Wang Chao. Go! Su-chen waved his hand and entered the company with Wang Chao. Hello, Brother Chen. As soon as she entered the company, the beauty at the front desk shouted coquettishly, and then threw a wink. Morning beauty.
Su Chen beckoned, while Wang Chao, who was beside him, widened his eyes and drooled.
Brother Chen, I adore you so much, can I worship you as my teacher? You teach me how to pick up girls. You don't have to be too pretty, just like the girl at the front desk. Hey, your requirements are not too high.
Su Chen smiled. Xiaomei at the front desk, she was considered a little beauty, especially her figure, which was absolutely hot.
No way, Brother Chen, you must teach me. I don't want to jerk off anymore. Okay, you have lunch today. The two laughed, changed their clothes, and stood on the post.
While inspecting the passers-by, Su Chen said, actually, picking up girls is very simple.
There are 3 in total: bold, persistent, shameless.
On the side, Wang Chao listened and took notes, and then he said, Brother Chen, what you said is too general, can you give me a demonstration?
Still demonstrating? How to demonstrate? Su Chen was taken aback. Don't you understand what I said?
Seeing Wang Chao's dazed look, he sighed, okay, it's a woman who will come in later, I'll show it to you. Just as he was talking, there was a burst of rapid footsteps, which was the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Then, a beautiful shadow appeared in front.
Damn, it's a woman.
Wang Chao was immediately excited.
Go, Brother Chen, I beg you. Wang Chao begged aside. Okay, it's him. Su Chen nodded. Brother Chen, are you sure? Wang Chao hesitated.
That's the niece of the sales manager.
She's not easy to mess with. If we mess with her, we'll be out of luck. Why should I mess with her?
Su Chen shrugged, look at her appearance, she has a good figure, and she is quite sweet.
Wait, brother, I'll show you a demonstration.
After saying that, Su Chen strode up, and the next moment, he stood behind Dong Qian, and then covered Dong Qian's eyes with his hands.
Beauty, guess who I am?
Dong Qian jumped, her eyes were suddenly covered, she thought that someone was going to be indecent. Just wanted to call, but there was a sound of sunshine in my ear.
And it seemed that the other party didn't act excessively, so she settled down. It must have been someone making fun of her. So, she smiled and said, could it be Xiaowu? No, guess again.
Pony, he said several names in a row, but none of them guessed right. This time, Dong Qian was a little depressed, she said softly, who are you?
It makes me sad.
Hearing this, Dong Qian was even more puzzled, but at this time, Su Chen said again, well, let me give you a hint.
Don't move around, I'll write my name on you and see if you can remember it. Afterwards, Su Chen still wrote his name on the other person.
Feeling the stroke of that finger, Dong Qian's body trembled slightly, and her face suddenly turned red. And Su Chen was even more shocked, the other person's figure was even more perfect than he imagined.
And judging from the feeling just now, the other party doesn't seem to be wearing underwear. I'm going, are all chicks so open now?
He was very surprised.
Dong Qian's face turned even redder, and even her body began to twist slightly.
Looking at this scene in the distance, Wang Chao was stunned. He didn't expect that in less than a minute, Su Chen had already started to touch it.
Moreover, it is still in the public eye. I'm going, this is a lover.
At this moment, Wang Chao had infinite worship for Su Chen. Although, he didn't know what was said between the two, but his eyes would never lie to him, this scene was really exciting. In the distance, seeing Dong Qian struggling a bit, Su Chen also sighed, he knew that the game was over. So he sighed and said, Yani, I didn't even guess it, you are really sad. Saying that, he let go of his hands. Dong Qian also turned around, but when she saw that the other party turned out to be a security guard, she was stunned. On the other hand, Su Chen showed a very apologetic look, sorry, I'm sorry for admitting the wrong person.
Humph.
Dong Qian gritted her teeth angrily, but she was not good at entanglement with the other party, so she could only stomp and run directly into the company. While Su Chen shrugged, he returned to Wang Chao and said with a smile, how about it, brother, see, it's that simple.
Wang Chao opened his mouth wide and froze in place. He was so excited that he shouted, Brother Chen, teach me quickly.
He was so excited, if he learned Su Chen's skills, he could go to pick up girls immediately.
It's that simple?
Wang Chao was puzzled, but then said excitedly, "Oh, don't care, Brother Chen, wait, I'll try it now." After a while, the company came to a beautiful woman again, asterisk 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 asterisk, with a hot body and a very delicate face. Immediately, Wang Chao's eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. He came behind the beauty, then covered her eyes, and said excitedly, "Beauty, guess who I am?" Pang! Snapped. However, before he could finish speaking, he screamed. Because his feet were severely stepped on by the other party's high heels, and then he was hit hard on the chest, and then he flew up and fell heavily to the ground. "Ouch, Auntie, I was wrong, stop fighting." Wang Chao immediately begged for mercy. "Sample, you dare to be cheap on my mother's behalf, you really don't have eyes," the beauty said angrily. Wang Chao wanted to cry without tears. It wasn't like this just now. Why is Su Chen okay, but he was beaten as soon as he came up? "Beauty, how strong are you?" Wang Chao had the urge to cry. "It's normal. I used to practice taekwondo, so I still have some strength." The beauty shrugged and walked away on high heels. On the other hand, Wang Chao was crying directly. Su Chen comforted, "Okay, what I teach you depends on the person. In the future, don't provoke such violent women." At the same time, he was also in a cold sweat, but fortunately he did not provoke such a violent woman. "Okay, I see." Dynasty was all depressed. However, at this time, there was a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blowing behind them, and there seemed to be two cold eyes staring at the two of them. Suddenly, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, while Wang Chao trembled and looked back. Then, his body began to tremble. Senior Chen. Sure enough, the person who came was Chen Fei. He came angrily and said coldly, "You two don't work well during your working hours, what are you doing? Is there anything else you can do? If you don't want to do it, just go back. I don't support idlers here." "Brother Chen, calm down, Brother Chen, sit down and have some tea." Wang Chao hurriedly greeted. "What's wrong with us, what mistake did we make?" Su Chen scratched his head, not understanding why the other party was angry. "What mistake did you make? You actually asked me?" Fei Chen patted the table, his eyes rounded. "It's work time, what are you doing?" "You asked me what I did?" "Yes, I know it's working time, we didn't do anything else, and there was nothing wrong with the work?" Su Chensong relaxed his shoulders. "You can play without making a mistake? Do you know what mission we have on our shoulders? We are defending the company." Chen Fei roared, "So you all have to be like robots, keep your spirits high, and don't even blink your eyes." However, Su Chen frowned, "Hee, Section Chief Chen, don't even blink your eyes, aren't you embarrassing others, can you do it yourself?" Hearing this, Chen Fei's face sank immediately. On the other hand, Wang Chao was in a hurry. He kept winking at Su Chen and telling him not to speak. However, Su Chen seemed to have not seen it at all. "Hey, I can't do it, but you can't do it if you can't." Fei Chen snorted coldly, "As the section chief, what I say is the rule, you must listen to me." He is really domineering. Su Chen sneered. "What you're talking about is the rules. If you want to do this, why do you need the company system? You think you are the emperor." On the side, Wang Chao also whispered, "That's right, everyone is human, how can you not blink?" "Shut up. It's turned upside down, isn't it?" Fei Chen's face was extremely gloomy, he was really mad. "Because on weekdays, he is majestic and powerful," he said. These security guards under his command would never dare to say two. However, the Su Chen in front of him didn't want to do this, and dared to fight against him, he was really daring. "Boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want because you were introduced by the president. The president told me to strictly educate you about management. If you make trouble again, don't blame me for pulling you to see the president." "See the president." Hearing this, Wang Chao shivered, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. This matter was not a big deal at first, and if he wanted to make trouble with the president, he would probably be punished. On the other hand, Su Chen shrugged his shoulders, looking like he didn't care at all. as you wish, go see you if you want, and I didn't stop you. Hearing this, Wang Chao covered his face and screamed in his heart, it's over.
You two come with me and go see the president together. He snorted coldly, turned around and left. Brother Chen, what should I do? Wang Chao was about to cry. And Su Chen shrugged and said, what else can I do? Go to see the president with him. Anyway, the president is not an unreasonable person and won't embarrass us.
Okay, Wang Chao sighed, but he still followed Su Chen and walked forward. The three quickly came to the president's office. Fei Chen sneered, glanced at Sui behind the net, and then knocked on the door of the president's office.
President, I'm Fei Chen, I'm looking for you for something.
After a while, a crisp voice came from the office, come in. Then, the three pushed the door and entered.
Shu Yu was processing the documents, and she asked without raising her head, Senior Chief Chen, what are you looking for from me?
Fei Chen just wanted to speak, but at this time, Su Chen on the side said with a smile, President, we are here to ask you to comment on something. Hearing this voice, Shu Yu's heart skipped a beat, and then suddenly raised his head.
Su Chen? Damn it, why is he here?
There was a trace of anger in Shu Yu's eyes. As soon as she saw Su Chen, she remembered her first kiss, so she felt uncomfortable all over. However, in front of so many people, she is not easy to attack, so she can only ask coldly, criticism?
What kind of reasoning?
Of course it's about this, Section Chief Chen said, let's not even blink when we go to work. This is not something that humans can do, he is obviously a asterisk.
No blinking? Shu Yu frowned, what's the rule? Senior Chen, what's going on?
Chen Fei looked flustered and gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that the wicked person would complain first. So, he could only quickly explain, President, it's like this, when these two guys go to work, they don't work hard, and they always want to fish in the water. So, I started ideological work with them, but the two of them not only didn't listen, but also quibbled. I think it is necessary to give these two a serious warning, or expel them. Otherwise, they will spoil the atmosphere of our company.
Damn, who is the villain who complains first?
Su Chen despised, then you say, don't blink, have you ever said it?
I said it, but this is an exaggerated metaphor, do you understand?
Fei Chen defended. Shu Yu understood, and then frowned slightly, come to me for such a little thing?
Senior Chen, I think you should be able to solve this matter yourself? Don't come to me for things like this in the future. However, what if these two boys don't listen to discipline anymore?
Fei Chen asked, our security work is very important and is related to the safety of the company.
If something goes wrong, I can't take responsibility for it.
Hearing this, Shu Yu pondered slightly. Suddenly, Wang Chao trembled with fright. However, Su Chen shrugged, and even sat directly on the sofa beside him, with Erlang's legs crossed. Seeing this scene, Wang Chao's face turned green.
This is the president's office. Who would dare to sit here? I'm afraid, things are going to get worse. I really don't know how to write dead words. Wait for you to look good. The president will definitely scold you.
Shu Yu naturally saw Su Chen's actions, but she gritted her teeth and was mad in her heart, but she didn't show it. However, at this time, Su Chen directly picked up a cup of tea and said leisurely, the security of the company is important, but the way it was before is full of loopholes. Even if you watch it 24 hours a day, there is no security at all.
What did you say?
Hearing this, the three of them were stunned.
Especially Chen Fei, even more annoyed. Are you questioning my ability?
I've never questioned your ability, but it's really disappointing if your ability is only at this level.
Su Chen sighed slightly. What nonsense!
Fei Chen was furious. As the chief of the security department, since he took office, there has been basically no danger in the company. And now, someone dared to question the fruits of his labor, which made him intolerable. Even Shu Yu frowned, and asked in a deep voice, what do you mean, please clarify directly.
Yes. Su Chen said with a smile. Our company seems to be very safe and there is no danger.
But if you scrutinize it carefully, you will find that the danger is great.
It's like a garage, where it's very easy to do it, kidnappings and things like that, it's very easy to happen there.
If you install a bomb for something, the entire company will probably be wiped out.
Load a bomb?
Shuyu rolled his eyes when he heard it, while Chen Fei also sneered. Nonsense, why is there a bomb here?
Boy, I think you're just lying and making excuses. Random sophistry? Su Chen sneered. Senior Chen, you are also from the army, right? For a master, do you think it is difficult to build a bomb?
I'm afraid there is no need for bombs at all. He can do things directly on the car.
That's fine.
Hearing this, Chen Fei was stunned for a moment, and cold sweat suddenly flowed down. He naturally knew that what Su Chen said could be done, but this is a peaceful and prosperous world. How could such a thing happen?
Why doesn't it appear? How do you know that the president has no enemies? How do you know that no one wants to attack the president? Do you know all this?
When Shuyu heard this, she was also scared for a while. She doesn't know what Su Chen said, but she is very clear about the enemy.
As the company's president, she naturally has enemies.
If the other party really does it, then she will definitely be in danger.
What else?
Shuyu asked nervously. That's a lot, Su Chen shrugged. But if you think about it, they wouldn't dare to kill in public. After all, this is a peaceful and prosperous world.
So those conventional means, we can rule out. However, it is not ruled out that some people come in and start. So, in the restroom and the changing room, you must be more defensive. In addition, those cameras are not completely safe. 10 is best to send someone to see them.
In case the other party is a computer expert, it is easy to hack all the cameras, and it is very likely that all of you don't know it. Su Chen said one by one. Each time he said one, the cold sweat on these people's foreheads increased.
They don't know that there are so many ways to kill people in the world.
Especially in you. When I heard these words, I was even more afraid. Wang Chao was stunned. What kind of means are these? I'm afraid there is no such thing in the movie.
Chen Fei frowned even more.
He originally thought that Su Chen was just a gangster, but now it seems that the other party is not so simple. At least, he came out of the army and found that some of what the other party said was something he could do.
Senior Chen, do you still think your own defense is safe?
Su Chen said with a smile.
Snort.
Chen Fei's face was very ugly, and Shuyu nodded slightly. Indeed, these words had to be guarded against.
President, in fact, I was thinking about this when I was working before.
But Section Chief Chen actually framed me and said that I was not serious about my work.
I was really wronged.
Hearing this, Section Chief Chen's face turned even darker, and he gritted his teeth in anger.
Is there any compensation for that? Su Chen then asked. Compensation? What compensation do you want?
Shuyu was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned slightly red. She thought of her first kiss.
Could it be that this damned guy wants to kiss her again?
But this time, it was obvious that she thought too much.
Because Su Chen smiled and said, "Look at me working so hard to protect the safety of the company and you, are you giving me a deputy section chief to do it? Besides, I'm afraid Section Chief Chen can't fully understand what I said. I can assist him."
Hearing this, Chen Fei's face became even darker. He finally couldn't bear it anymore. The other party wanted to be the deputy section chief. What a joke. So, he quickly said, "President." But Shuyu waved his hand slightly. "Okay, just do as you said. You will be the deputy chief of the security department in the future."
"Thank you, President." Su Chen suddenly saluted.
Aside, Chen Fei's face was gloomy, but since Shuyu had already spoken, he naturally couldn't say anything else. On the other hand, Wang Chao was stunned. His mind was blank, as if he was dreaming. Originally, he was worried that the two would be fired. But in the blink of an eye, not only was Su Chen not criticized, but instead, he was promoted and became the deputy section chief.
What the hell is going on? It's even more exciting than making a movie.
Until he walked out of the president's office, Wang Chao's head was still foggy. He couldn't believe that Su Chen became the deputy section chief. On the side, Chen Fei also snorted coldly, with an ugly expression.
He couldn't believe what happened today.
However, Su-chen patted Wang Chao's shoulder with a smile and said, "Follow me well, my brother will not treat you badly."
"Thank you, Brother Chen." Wang Chao nodded quickly.
Seeing this scene, Chen Fei next to him trembled with anger. He felt that he would definitely be mad if he stayed here again. So with a cold snort, he strode away.
Su-chen shrugged. Today's situation was unexpected to him.
After thinking about it, the other party didn't dare to provoke him again. At this moment, his cell phone rang.
"Why, who is it?" Su-chen asked. "Guess what?" Came a naughty voice over there. "Oh, wife, why did you call me at this time? Did you miss me? Should I go to your place?" "Well, I just have time in the evening to prepare 2 bottles of red wine. Let's enjoy it," Su-chen said carelessly.
"Bah, who is your wife?" On the other side of the phone, the girl said coquettishly.
"Isn't it? Then who are you?" Su-chen asked again. "You're such a bastard, you don't even remember me? It makes me sad."
Su-chen smiled and said, "How could I have forgotten, Miss Shin?" It turned out that it was Shinjiani who called. Shinjiani said, "You must have guessed that it was me, so you just took advantage of me."
"How can I take advantage of you? I'm obviously just eating tofu," Su-chen said with a blushing face.
Su-chen's face was not red, but Shinjiani was red.
She smiled and said, "Are you free to go out with me?" "Now." Su-chen looked at his watch, a little embarrassed.
"Why, forget it if you don't want to, because I came to you specially."
"You're here?" Su-chen was surprised.
"Yeah, just downstairs in your company."
Su-chen found a window, looked down, and saw a blue BMW underneath.
"Okay, wait, I'll go down." After hanging up the phone, Su-chen then ran towards the bottom. Since they had already come, how could he refuse?
"You are so slow." Going downstairs, Su-chen heard Shinjiani's complaint. "Is it still slow? I ran down from the 16th floor."
Su-chen shrugged, but his breath was very even.
Shinjiani naturally didn't believe it, and then she frowned slightly. "Are you going to wear this on a date with me? What's wrong with this?" Su-chen looked at his overalls, then scratched his head. "Date? Didn't you say go for a walk? Just hanging out with girls, isn't it a date?" Shinjiani tilted her head. "Very cute."
"Well, even if it's a date, I didn't have time to change my clothes at all," Su-chen said, "and the previous one, it's not as clean as this one."
"Otherwise, you'll be fine. You don't pay much attention to dressing up."
"Well, I'll take you to buy some clothes." With that said, Shinjiani pulled Su-chen back into the car. The blue BMW turned into a streamer and drove out of the company in an instant.
Jiangzhou City, Commercial Street.
The building stands here and is the most prosperous area.
After parking the car, Shinjiani took Su-chen and entered a specialty store.
She cheered, like a pure little girl, and kept helping Su-chen pick clothes.
This, and this. These 3 are the best for you, go try them."
After choosing for a long time, Shinjiani finally picked out a few items that she was satisfied with.
"Okay."
Su-chen nodded, and went to the fitting room with his clothes in his arms.
He never asked too much for clothes, but since it was Shinjiani's kindness, she couldn't refuse. However, at this time, the waiter on the side said coldly, "Are you sure you want to buy it? If you don't buy it, don't try it. These clothes are very expensive. If you break a little, you won't be able to afford it."
The waiter said coldly that she did not believe that the other party could afford clothes. Because she saw the security clothes Su-chen was wearing, she must be a security guard. And the clothes in their store cost tens of thousands. How could such a security guard afford it? Hearing the other party's words, Su-chen was not happy. "What? Can't even try? Besides, how do you know I won't buy it? Oh, how dare you talk back?" The waiter also became unhappy. "You are a broken security guard, and you still want to buy this kind of clothes? Can you afford it? Do you know how much this dress is? It is estimated that your annual salary can't afford it. So, I advise you to put it down and don't move, otherwise it will get dirty and damaged,
and you will be the one who will be embarrassed. What's wrong with the security guard? Is the job of a security guard very low? Su-chen was unhappy. What time is it now? There is still contempt for work? And you, a waiter, have the right to discriminate against me? That's right, Shinjiani wasn't happy anymore. She originally brought Su-chen to buy clothes, and the two were happy. But now, the good mood has been ruined by this waiter. The waiter sneered, and then said, "Why, I'll bully you. Buy it if you have the ability. I'll let you try it when you buy it. Otherwise, you'd better get out of here." To be honest, the waiter didn't believe that Su-chen had the ability to buy these clothes. So very arrogant. And this scene made the surrounding customers whisper. Shinjiani's face was gloomy. She didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. At the same time, she was worried about Su-chen, because although she didn't know much about Su-chen's situation, from the perspective of Su-chen's work, it was impossible to have so much money. Originally, she wanted to buy it for Su-chen. But now, if she said that, the people around her would definitely despise Su-chen. So, she came to Su-chen's side, secretly took out a card, and stuffed it into Su-chen's hand. At the same time, he whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't know such a thing would happen. Here is a card, you take it first." However, Su-chen shook his head slightly. "No, silly girl, how could I blame you? You brought me to buy clothes with good intentions." At the same time, he returned the card to Shinjiani. "Don't worry, I have a way, and I will never suffer." As a man, how can you let a woman help at this time? Su-chen will naturally stand up to protect himself in Shinjiani's face. Besides, who is Su-chen? But the super soldier. Although he was wearing tattered clothes, how could he have no money in his hands? You must know that one of his tasks is in the tens of millions, and even hundreds of millions. Therefore, he has a lot of wealth in his hands, but he is not interested in money. But now, someone despised him financially? He had to show his strength. However, seeing Su-chen and Shinjiani bowing their heads and talking, the waiter in front became arrogant again. "Why, can't afford it? I knew, you poor bastard, how could you afford to buy this kind of clothes? So I advise you, get out of here. And I'll give you a piece of advice, don't come to this kind of place in the future, it's a shame. I go. I'm getting mad." Su-chen finally couldn't bear it any longer. "I wanted to give you some face, but you provoke me over and over again, there is really no way to get around you." "Forgive me? How old are you? How dare you say such a thing?" The waiter sneered. "I've seen a lot of rich people. Those people don't dare to say that. How dare you say such a thing? Is your head flooded? I advise you to go to the doctor, so as not to become mentally ill." The waitress was very arrogant and didn't take Su-chen seriously at all. And Su-chen was not polite to her. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. She took out a card from her pocket, threw it on the table, and said coldly, "I bought all the 3 clothes I selected before." "What? All sold?" the waitress screamed with a look of disbelief. The surrounding customers also looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect that the other party would say such a thing. You must know that the 3 points of clothes before add up to a total of dash or dash. This kind of money is definitely not something a security guard can take out casually. The waiter naturally thought of this and sneered, "Buy it all? You really dare to talk big. Don't think you can scare me by taking out a broken bank card. Do you know how much these 3 pieces of clothes add up to?" To be honest, even Shinjiani on the side was worried. She was afraid that Su-chen really didn't know the price, so she wanted to help out. However, at this time, Su-chen said coldly, "Can I buy it? You can check this card to find out?" "Humph, since you're stubborn, I'll convince you." The waitress sneered. "Then pick up the card of the bookstore and quickly operate it on the computer." But the next moment, she was stunned, the sarcasm on her face completely disappeared. There was a look of panic in the eyes of the body. You. She looked at Su-chen, trembling and speechless. This scene made everyone stunned. Even Shinjiani was extremely puzzled. Because they all turned their backs to the computer, they couldn't see what was on the screen. But from the panic in the waitress' eyes, they could tell that there was definitely a lot of money on the card. How about, do I have enough money to buy these 3 clothes? Su-chen folded his arms and asked coldly. Enough, enough. Sir, I was blind-eyed before, I offended you, please forgive me. The waitress quickly corrected her attitude and quickly bowed to Su-chen. Please wait a moment, I will wrap the clothes for you. Saying that, she was going to tidy up Su-chen's clothes. But Su-chen waved his hand. Forget it, ask your manager to find it. What? Looking for a manager? The previously arrogant waitress was completely stunned. Her mind was blank and she was stunned, not knowing how to answer. The other waiters around, seeing this scene, also knew that things might be a big deal, so they hurried to find the manager. What's the matter? Who dares to make trouble in my store? Soon, the manager came. It was a middle-aged man with a beer belly and gold-rimmed glasses, looking arrogant. However, when he saw the series of zeros in Su-chen's bank card on the computer, he was immediately stunned. His expression was even more frightened than the arrogant waiter. Hello sir, I'm the manager here, what can I do for you? Are you the manager here? Su-chen took out a cigarette and lit it slowly, not paying any attention to the surrounding no smoking signs. The manager was also in a cold sweat and didn't dare to stop it. My girlfriend and I came to buy clothes, but your waiter was so arrogant that he didn't even let me try on clothes. And he didn't even make fun of me. I really can't stand it, what do you think about this? What? There is still such a thing. After the manager heard this, he was sweating profusely. He gave the previous waiter a cold look and then said, "You've been fired, now hurry up and pack up and get out of here." Put. The previously arrogant waiter slumped on the ground and no longer had the arrogant demeanor before. The surrounding customers, watching this scene, had no sympathy at all. Because this is the result of the waiter's own self-inflicted consequences, if she hadn't made a mockery, she wouldn't have ended up like this. The manager put on a smile, looked at Su-chen, and said with a smile, "Sir, look at this person I have fired, and I will never appear in front of you again in the future. Also, this is our store's VIP card, please keep it, and you will get % off when you come to buy things in the future." Okay, then I'll accept it. Su-chen nodded and took the VIP card. Afterwards, the manager carefully returned Su-chen's bank card, and wrapped all 3 clothes. Okay daughter-in-law, let's go. Su-chen took the bag, then hugged Shinjiani, and the two walked out of the store. There are only countless customers left, which is shocking. To tell the truth, Shinjiani's head is also dull now, she really can't understand, where did Su-chen get this card? Where did you get this card? How much money is in this card? Shinjiani asked with her head tilted. Why, wife, did you hit your husband's idea before you even came in? Su-chen said with a smile. Oops, you hate it. Hearing this, Shinjiani's face immediately turned red. In the store, she was the owner of Su-chen and called her a girlfriend, which made her blush. But in my heart, there is a sense of happiness. Being interrupted like this, she also forgot to ask Su-chen about Shinka. However, at this time, a man and a woman came across. It was a very coquettishly dressed woman, and beside her, there was a middle-aged man with a pale face and beardless eyes. When the coquettish woman saw Shinjiani, she was stunned. It seemed unexpected that they would meet each other here. After Shinjiani saw the other party, she also pouted. Then, she pulled Su-chen, turned around and left. At this moment, a coquettish voice came from behind. Yo, isn't this Shinjiani? What a coincidence. We actually met here. Who? Su-chen asked curiously. College classmate. Shinjiani sighed helplessly. Have a grudge? Su-chen asked suspiciously. Because from the looks of it, the attitude of the two sides does not seem to be very friendly. Ask for support. Ask for collection, recommend. Shinjiani explained in a low voice. It turned out that when she was in college, she did not show her identity, so her college classmates did not know that she was a rich family daughter. However, even so, the beauty and temperament alone attracted many people.
The coquettish woman on the opposite side was one of those who were jealous of Shinjiani in college. Shinjiani didn't want to pay attention to this kind of flies, but unexpectedly, she was still stopped by the other party.
Bai Yan, what's the matter with you? Shinjiani asked coldly.
Hey, old classmates meet, why are you like this? The coquettish woman Bai Yan said softly. Later, she hugged the middle-aged man. This is my boyfriend, the boss of the real estate company.
Hey, who is this, even wearing security clothes? Shinjiani, shouldn't this be your boyfriend?
Come on, there was contempt and ridicule in her eyes. At this moment, not only Bai Yan had a large number of Shinjiani and Su Chen, but the middle-aged man next to her was also looking at them. However, more attention was placed on Shinjiani, because the other party was so beautiful. When he saw the security clothes on Su Chen's body, the corner of his mouth finally raised a touch of disdain.
Shinjiani snorted softly and hugged Su Chen's arm. Yes, he's my boyfriend, how's it going? Have an opinion? Hearing this, Bai Yan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Shinjiani would admit it directly.
And the middle-aged man beside her had a trace of jealousy in his eyes. It's a waste for such a beautiful woman to fall in love with a security guard boyfriend. He sighed incomparably, and even stared at Shinjiani with fiery eyes. In my mind, there must be no good things on my mind. Su Chen saw the other party's eyes and knew what the other party was thinking. But at this moment, he couldn't care about the other party, because on his arm, he could feel the temperature and softness from Shinjiani's body.
It made him very happy.
Seeing Shinjiani and Su Chen's loving looks, the middle-aged man and the coquettish woman on the opposite side were very uncomfortable. But soon, the coquettish woman showed a sneer of disdain. To find a security guard, your vision is really bad. The middle-aged man also had a look of disdain in his eyes.
Su Chen can't take it anymore. I'll go, another professional contemptuous person. What's the matter with the security? Is the security just waiting? He looked unhappy.
The coquettish woman Bai Yan immediately sneered when she saw the clothes of the store in Su Chen's hands.
Oh, you are really a little white-faced person, asking women to buy clothes? Is this Armani?
A piece is worth tens of thousands.
I wonder if you spent years of savings to afford this dress. But it's just right, my husband and I are going there too?
But my husband knows Manager Su of the specialty store.
Yes.
The middle-aged man also looked arrogant. I recognize Manager Su, and I came to see him for tea today.
Hearing the arrogant voices of the two, Su Chen and Shinjiani were both unhappy. Damn it, which eye do you see that I eat soft rice? The two of us are poor? Can't afford such clothes? Both Su Chen and Shinjiani rolled their eyes.
The two of them, one is a rich family daughter, the other is a super soldier king. The wealth in their hands is unimaginable.
However, the two idiots on the opposite side dare to despise them? It's really mind-blowing.
Seeing Su Chen and Shinjiani looking calm, Bai Yan and the middle-aged man on the opposite side had itchy teeth. The two still wanted to ridicule, but at this time, a figure came running from behind. As soon as the coquettish woman saw the figure, she immediately smiled. Oh, Manager Su, you came just in time. I just wanted to go to your store to buy clothes.
This time, I must buy 2 more. You have to give me a discount.
She spoke like a proud cock with her chin raised high, wishing no one knew she was rich.
On the side, the middle-aged man also waved and smiled. Lao Su.
It turned out that the figure running behind was the manager of the previous store, the middle-aged fat man surnamed Su. He ran out of breath and greeted the middle-aged man. Pharaoh, you are here. Afterwards, he came to Su Chen and bowed respectfully.
Sir, you forgot your lighter in the store. I'll bring it to you now.
Speaking of it, he held a lighter in both hands and came to Su Chen. It was a very ordinary lighter, probably only $1 or $2, but at this moment, Manager Su seemed to be holding a gold brick. Be very careful.
This scene made the middle-aged man and the coquettish woman open their mouths and couldn't believe it.
They did not expect that Manager Su would bow down and respect the security guard in front of him.
It makes them feel like they are dreaming. It's nothing, it's my honor to serve Mr. Su.
Manager Su said respectfully again, then turned and left. Su Chen put the lighter away. then glanced at the stunned middle-aged man and the coquettish woman. Then, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Wife, do you think we spent a few years' wages to buy these 3 clothes?" Shinjiani folded her fingers and thought, 3 years, we are poor and can't afford this kind of clothes. That's really worth cherishing. Su Chen and Shinjiani said seriously. However, these words were indeed very harsh in the ears of the middle-aged man and Bai Yen. Su Chen and Shinjiani are poor ghosts? Can't afford clothes? What a joke! Even Manager Su is respectful. One can imagine that the identities of the two are definitely not simple. Thinking of this, the faces of the middle-aged man and the coquettish woman Bai Yen were very ugly, as if they had been slapped in public, and their whole people were confused. Damn, how is it possible? He's just a security guard. How could it be possible for Manager Su to be so respectful? Bai Yen gritted his teeth, unable to understand. As for the middle-aged man, his eyes were gloomy, and he whispered, "Shut up." Then, he looked at Su Chen and said with a smile, "My surname is Wang, my name is Wang Liang, and I am the boss of Thingwang Real Estate Company. I don't know what this gentleman is called?" Su Chen, security. Su Chen shrugged and said casually. Hearing this, the middle-aged man Wang Liang and the coquettish woman Bai Yen twitched again at the corners of their mouths. Security guard? What a joke! They can't believe it this time. But they didn't know that what Su Chen said this time was the truth. His current job was really a security guard. Even if we meet, why don't we have a drink together? The middle-aged man said with a smile. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Su Chen decisively refused. Just kidding, the other party despised him just now, and now let him go for a drink? Su Chen can't do it. It's already very good that he doesn't go up and slap the other side twice. Let's go. Holding Shinjiani's hand, Su Chen jumped over the middle-aged man and the coquettish woman, and the two walked away. Only Wang Liang, a middle-aged man with a very ugly face, and a coquettish woman Bai Yen were left. Hee, it was so funny just now. When I think of the faces of those two, I still want to laugh now. After leaving the mall, Shinjiani smiled. You are too violent. Shinjiani rolled her eyes at Su Chen. That's not very good. Su Chen said, what's so good about this? Just go up and slap your mouth, that's cool. I'll let you know next time. By the way, let's not talk about this, where are we going next? Su Chen asked. Let's go shopping again, I just bought you clothes, I haven't bought them yet. Shinjiani cheered and smiled again. Then we have a meal, and then go to the bar to hang out and relax. All right, listen to you. Su Chen nodded. But soon, he realized that he had made a serious mistake. Because what Shinjiani said was to just stroll around for 3 hours. At this moment, Su Chen finally realized the fighting power of a creature like a woman when she goes shopping. It's so scary. Don't they know they're tired? You know, a little girl like Shinjiani is usually very weak, but when she goes shopping, she is very sturdy. Even Su Chen couldn't bear it. Fortunately, in the end, Shinjiani was also a little tired, and the two of them ate something and went to the bar to sit. To be honest, Shinjiani doesn't usually go to bars. Because the bar is too dangerous, there are so many people, and a single girl like her is very beautiful, it is very dangerous. It almost happened last time, but luckily I met Su Chen. But this time, with Su Chen by her side, Shinjiani was very relieved, so she wanted to go to the bar to relax. Shinjiani is a peerless beauty, so her arrival caused a stir in the bar. Suddenly, many people showed their greedy eyes and stared at her. Normally, Shinjiani would be so frightened that she would turn her head and leave immediately, but now, with Su Chen by her side, she is very at ease. The two found a seat and sat down, and then ordered a little wine. And this process, which eyes never disappeared. When they saw that there was only a thin and weak young man next to Shinjiani, they immediately felt relieved. Such people, they can fight 10. And, effortlessly. Finally, someone couldn't bear it any longer and decided to make a move. It was also a young man, wearing a floral shirt and a cross pendant, with a ruffian look all over his body. He strode to Shinjiani's side, put down the wine glass in his hand, and said with a smile, "Hey beauty, how is it, brother, would you like a drink?" Seeing Shinjiani and ignoring it at all, the young man in the flower shirt said again, "Beauty, how lonely you are, how about my brother accompany you?" "I'm going." Now Su-chan is not happy, a person? Which I do you see there is a person. I'm obviously still by my side. Su-chan was very angry that the other party dared to treat him like air, which made him unbearable. So, he interrupted the other party directly. "I said, are your eyes panting? Didn't you see the one standing next to you? If you want to drink with my girlfriend, do you have to ask me first?" Hearing this, the young man in the flower shirt turned his head and glanced at Su-chan. Then, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Beauty, is this your bodyguard? It's too bad. Looking at the small body, I don't think he can handle it at all. And why did he come wearing security clothes? Remember to ask him to change his clothes next time." The young man in the flower shirt directly ignored Su-chan and looked at Shinjiani again. But Shinjiani turned around, threw herself into Su-chan's arms, and said softly, "Shinchan, this guy is so annoying, can you drive him away?" Seeing this scene, the young man in the flower shirt was directly blindfolded, and even at that second, his brain was blank. Because in his opinion, Su-chan was just a sidekick and useless. But now, he was stunned. A beautiful woman jumped into Su-chan's arms? And also very intimate. This is clearly a boyfriend and girlfriend. However, such a beautiful beauty is actually talking to a security guard? What an international joke! It made him unable to believe it. Not only him, but all the people around him were blinded, because they couldn't think of it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. This scene happened. At this time, a group of people entered the bar again. This group of people showed their muscles, their heads were dyed yellow, and they smelled of smoke and alcohol. Their eyes glanced quickly in the bar, and when they saw Shinjiani, they all shone. What a beautiful woman! They are excited. This kind of woman is absolutely the best. I don't usually see it at all, but I didn't expect to encounter it here this time. Now that you have encountered it, you cannot miss it. A group of people walked towards this side quickly. "Beauty? Alone, how lonely, come to my brother promises to make you happy." Aside, Su-chan was speechless. The way these guys talk to each other is too rubbish. Why do you keep saying this over and over again? Do these people have IQ, or are their eyes panting? But this time, he hadn't spoken yet, and the young man in the flower shirt before was unhappy. He looked at the group of people who arrived later, and said coldly, "Brother, this is the prey that I liked first, so I have to pay attention to first come first, right?" "Stop your uncle." A yellow hair stood up and slapped the opponent directly on the face, knocking the young man in the flower shirt down. Then he said viciously, "Dare to grab women from me here? Don't you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme? Believe it or not, today I asked you to crawl out? Big brother, stop fighting. Big brother, I was wrong. I don't want this girl, will you let me go?" The young man in the flower shirt apologized quickly, and even his body trembled. "You're sensible, kid, hurry up. Don't let me see you, or I'll hit you once I see you." The yellow hair kicked the person away. "Yes. Yes. Yes. I'll get out of here." The former young man in the flower shirt ran away in a hurry, not daring to turn his head back. "Ha ha ha ha. What a waste." Huang Mao sneered, and the younger brothers around him also laughed wildly, and then everyone stared at Shinjiani, drooling. But soon, they frowned. A figure blocked their vision. "I'm stupid. Who is it? Dare to block Lao Tzu's sight? Don't you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme? Fuck. Get out. Otherwise, I will kill you." A group of people roared, but when they saw each other's clothes, they immediately frowned. Where did the security come from? Why are you still a boy? Boy, do you also want a hero to save beauty? Don't look at your small body, just like you, I can beat 10. So, if you don't want to die, get out. Zhang Zue. Apologize.
Then get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Su-chen put away his smile, and there was an icy light in his eyes.
Yo, how dare you threaten me? I'm so scared. That Huang Mao sneered, boy, don't you look at your strength, how dare you be arrogant in front of Lao Tzu? Look, I won't kill you. Others also sneered, boy, get out of the way. We have taken a fancy to this girl, you'd better not seek death by yourself, get out of the way. A group of people became arrogant again, because they found that Su-chen was only alone and had no companions. Moreover, it doesn't seem to have any combat power at all. Su-chen didn't say anything, he directly proved himself with his actions. With a wave of his palm, he immediately slapped the opponent's face with a slap in the face. Pang! A low voice sounded, and the yellow hair at the front was directly beaten, and even several front teeth were lost. Huang Mao was really stunned, he couldn't believe that the other party dared to attack him. There is only one person on the other side, and there are more than 10 people on their side. With such a large power gap, how dare the other party dare to do it? How dare he? Isn't he afraid of death? Boy, how dare you hit me? I'm going to kill you. Huang Mao roared, he had never been so angry before. However, the answer to him was another slap. This slap, more ruthless than the previous one, directly smashed the opponent's teeth. Not only that, but Huang Mao's body flew out sideways and crashed into a table next to him. Damn! Dare to do it? Brothers, come on, kill him for me. When the others saw this, they were also angry, raising their fists one by one and wanting to step forward. And Su-chen was really motionless, his eyes were cold, and his whole person was like a god of war, standing coldly. To be honest, he didn't pay attention to these people at all. However, Shinjiani behind her had never seen such a battle, so she said very nervously. Su-chen, are you okay? Shall we go? Don't worry, it's just a few wastes, it will be solved soon, don't worry, don't be afraid to sit down. Su-chen comforted softly. What? Waste. A few thugs were angry, but the people around them all retreated to a safe distance and watched quickly. However, they all shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Su-chen was dead. How can one fight 8 or 9 big men by himself? Moreover, Su-chen dared to call those people rubbish, isn't this completely angering those people? Sure enough, when the group of thugs heard this, they suddenly became furious, grabbed the wine bottles one by one, and quickly blasted them forward. But soon, they screamed backwards. The wine bottle in his hand also fell to the ground, not only that, but these little gangsters screamed. How could they be Su-chen's opponents? No matter how many people there are, it's not enough. Su-chen didn't let these people go, even if they retreated, he continued to step forward, punching and kicking, like a wolf entering a flock. In less than a minute, these people were all lying on the ground and howling. And Su-chen asked with a smile, you guys are amazing? Dozens of 10? Stand up and continue? No, I dare not. We dare not. A group of people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, and the yellow-haired one who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead / phoneme gritted his teeth and said, boy, do you dare to touch me? You're dead. Do you know who our boss is? Oh, you still dare to threaten me? Su-chen sneered, then raised his foot and kicked the opponent directly in the face. Immediately, the other party covered his face and wailed. Who is your boss and what does it have to do with me? If he doesn't agree, let him come to me. Su-chen didn't care, but at this time, everyone around was whispering. Obviously, they know who the boss of each other is. Sure enough, at this moment, a door of the bar opened. Then, a cold voice sounded, their boss is naturally me. From the open door, some people walked out. These people are more powerful than the gangsters on the ground. At first glance, it is a person who phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals FN often / phoneme fights and fights. And walking in the forefront is a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, which is very hideous. And his nickname is also called Scar. Seeing that Scar brought people in, the crowd around them retreated one after another, and some people even started to tremble. And the little gangsters on the ground seemed to have found hope, and all of a sudden they howled. Boss, you are here. Boss, save me. Brother Dao, this kid is too arrogant. One after another roar sounded, and Scar looked at the mess on the ground, and the younger brothers who were injured. His face became gloomy. Dare to do it on my sight? It seems that you are not small. Do you know who I am? Where is this place? Scar stared at Su Chen with a cold voice. Do you know, is there any difference? Su Chen shrugged, looking like he didn't care. Seeing the other party's calm appearance, Scar also frowned, and he asked coldly, Boy, who are you? Which way did you hang out? Who is it? Of course I'm a security guard. Can't you see? Su Chen pointed to his clothes. Hearing this, the eyelids of the surrounding people jumped wildly. Does this kid know who Scar is? Are you still joking? Could it be that he doesn't know how to write death? And Scar's face also sank, and he obviously felt that his IQ was insulted. So he said coldly, Boy, you are playing with fire. Playing with fire? No, I'm just walking the dog. Su Chen smiled. Then he took out a cigarette, lit it, and said slowly, A group of mad dogs want a bite. I just taught them a lesson. Presumptuous. Dare to talk to Brother Dao like this? Don't you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? Boy, Brother Dao is a tyrant on the East Street, the boss of this bar. If you know each other, you should kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out of here today. Are you the boss here? Su Chen was a little surprised, but then said coldly, Since that's the case, you should take good care of your dog so that they don't come out and bite people. Scar's eyes were cold. Even if it's a dog, I have to teach myself a lesson. For those of you who dare to move, today's matter is not so easy to solve. Unless what? Su Chen asked with a cigarette in his mouth. It's very simple. It's because of this woman. You can let this woman stay with me for one night, and I can let you go. Scar pointed at Xinjiani and said, and the little brothers around were also laughing wildly. Hearing this, Xinjiani trembled and her face became extremely pale. And Su Chen's face also sank, and the corner of his mouth raised a cold smile. I didn't get it, can you say it again? I mean, let your woman spend the night with Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu can let you go. Otherwise, Scar said arrogantly again. But this time, before he finished speaking, he was punched hard in the face, and the whole person flew out. Put. He smashed over a table, his face blooming. Grass. Come on, kill him. Scar roared furiously. He had never suffered such an injury before. The other party dared to beat him, and he decided to make the other party regret it. When the younger brothers around saw the scene, they also stepped forward and killed Su Chen one by one. The skills of these people are much stronger than the previous gangsters. They know how to fight very well, and they are attacking Su Chen's key points. But no matter how powerful they are just gangsters, and Su Chen is the super soldier king, and it has been born and killed countless times. Therefore, in Su Chen's eyes, these people around are ants-like existences, and he shot unceremoniously. Pumba! A series of dull voices sounded, like thunder, resounding all around. A figure flew out. Not long after, none of the younger brothers brought by Scar could stand up. The surroundings were even more messed up, and not even a single ash fell on Su Chen's body. He took another puff of cigarette and stepped forward. What do you want to do? Scar screamed when he saw the other party coming. To be honest, he is not a timid person. He was able to get to where he is today because of his own strength. However, in his long life, he had never seen such a strong person. In less than a minute, all the younger brothers around him were beaten to the ground, and none of them could stand up. He had never heard of this kind of combat power. Who the hell are you? Scar asked tremblingly, backing away. Who am I? Did you ask this question until now? Su Chen sneered. Since you dare to say that, you have to pay for your words. Brother, I was wrong about what happened today. In this way, you are also beaten and your anger is gone. Why don't we just stop there? Scar said quickly. Hearing this, the surrounding customers all felt their scalps go numb and couldn't believe them.
But knowing how powerful Scar is, on the whole street, there are people who say no one else, and no one dares to provoke them. But now, he is actually apologizing to people, apologizing to a young man.
This scene is like a dream. Just stop here? Suchen sneered, "What kind of thing are you, you dare to negotiate with me?"
With a flick of his finger, he flicked the cigarette in his hand to the other's face. The Scar was scalded, and anger burned in his eyes, but he didn't dare to say anything.
Because the opponent's strength is much stronger than him, if he wants to make a move, I'm afraid he won't get any benefits. Then what do you think? Scar asked through gritted teeth. He knew that he was planted today and kicked an iron plate. If he doesn't bleed, I'm afraid the other party won't let him go.
It's very simple, I don't want your life, I slap myself 10 times, and then apologize to my woman.
It's over like this. What? Open your mouth.
When the customers around him heard this, their eyelids jumped wildly.
Isn't that insulting, Scar? With Scar's crazy character, how could he possibly agree? Sure enough, after Scar heard it, his face suddenly turned gloomy.
He was like an angry tiger, and the whole person became extremely ferocious.
Boy, you die for me.
With a roar, he took out a small knife and stabbed Suchen.
Ah!
Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed, and Shinjiani, who was behind, even screamed.
Hey, die for me! Scar stabbed out.
But Suchen snorted coldly, and with a wave of his palm, the opponent's knife came into his hand.
What? How can that be?
Scar was stunned, staring blankly at this scene. He didn't know, how did his knife get into the other's hands? But the next moment, he screamed.
Because of Suchen, a knife stabbed into his palm. Ah!
Scar screamed, and the sound was so harsh that it made the scalp tingle. On the other hand, Suchen's nerves were cold. He said, "Since you don't want to do it, I can only do it myself." Saying that, he raised his hand and slapped the other person's face. Snapped. Clap clap. 10 crisp slaps sounded, and then Suchen withdrew his hand, and Scar's whole body had turned into a pig's head.
Boy, who are you? Do you dare to give your name? Do you know that I'm from young Master Song?
Scar gritted his teeth.
Song Shao? Which Song Shao? Suchen said impatiently, "Ha, you don't even know Song Shao? That's Master Song Ching."
If Song Shao knew about what happened today, I can guarantee that you won't be able to eat and walk around.
Scar looked hideous.
However, Suchen sneered and slapped the other party unconscious. Song Ching's trash, he didn't take it seriously at all. Not to mention the Scar in front of him. At this point, Scar and the younger brother he brought all fell to the ground.
The surrounding customers were trembling.
They looked at Suchen with a look of horror. Fierce man, this is definitely a ferocious man.
No one has ever been able to hit Scar and others on Scar's territory.
This is still the first. These things are all carried out in the hall. And those private rooms are still unaffected.
Or, even if they knew, they didn't come out.
However, in one of the private rooms, the atmosphere was indeed a bit unusual. There are not many people in this private room, only 2 people. One of them is a very coquettish woman, wearing a black suspender, very attractive. Next to her, there is a young waiter, who is also anxious at the moment.
What's the matter? Why haven't people come yet?
The coquettish woman said coldly. Her voice was nice, but at the moment it was extremely cold. Moreover, although she was wearing cool clothes, her expression did not match her own clothes at all. At this moment, she is like a queen, with supreme majesty.
I asked about it just now.
It seems that there was a fight outside, and the scale was not small.
So the people who were agreed before may not come. What? You said those drug dealers won't come?
After the coquettish woman heard this, her brows became even tighter.
It should be like this. The young waiter nodded quickly. Damn, how could this happen?
The coquettish woman was very angry, and slapped her hand on the table. The whole table trembled.
You can imagine her anger now.
For the sake of this case, the old lady has already sacrificed herself and dressed like this.
You tell me now, those drug dealers are not coming? Are you playing with me? Li Incheon's face turned pale.
Li team, calm down. The young waiter quickly persuaded him, but when his eyes fell on the Snow White behind the sling, he suddenly swallowed. He never imagined that Team Li would still have such a figure. Fuck! Swallow, how dare you take advantage of the old lady?
Believe it or not, I cut you off.
Li Incheon raised an eyebrow.
Team Li, I was wrong.
The young man quickly shook his head, looking straight ahead, daring not to look any further. At the same time, he subconsciously tightened his legs and took 2 steps back. He knew the name of the woman in front of him, even though she was pretty and had a very good figure, but her temper was really hot.
Moreover, the opponent's hand is even better.
When he was in the police academy, he was number 1 in fighting. Now that he came to the police force, he became a captain at a young age. It can be said that he is a complete police elite. And what's more famous is that the other party's temper is very hot, just like a small pepper. Therefore, the young waiter did not dare to provoke him at all.
Go, tie up those people outside and send them back to the bureau.
Dare to sabotage my mother's plan, I will let them eat and go. Hearing the captain's words, the waiter on the side suddenly trembled, and he felt a cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blowing past him.
He knew that the little gangsters who were fighting today might be out of luck.
The next moment, he hurriedly contacted other people and asked everyone to prepare to arrest the little gangsters who were making trouble outside. In the hall outside, everyone was still in a stunned state.
Su Chen came to Shinjiani's side with a smile and asked softly, "How is it? Are you scared?"
Shinjiani shook her head, then looked at Lin Xian. Her eyes were full of little stars. To be honest, she was so shocked, she never imagined that Su Chen had such a powerful skill. This is more than 20 in one fight.
And it's effortless, the method feels like making a movie. Is he really just a security guard?
Or have a special identity? At this moment, Shinjiani was extremely puzzled.
Seeing that Shinjiani was silent, Su Chen thought she was still afraid.
So prepare to persuade her again. However, at this time, the surrounding box doors suddenly opened. A dozen people walked out of it and quickly ran towards this side.
Anyone else?
Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, and Su Chen frowned. He didn't expect that there were still people on the other side. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Not only him, everyone around was dumbfounded. Because these dozen people were all holding guns, and now they aimed their heads at Su Chen in the middle.
I'm going, why is there a gun?
Seeing this scene, Su Chen frowned. He could not have imagined that a few gangsters even had guns. This is so unexpected. In what society today, how can these people have guns? Although he is the super soldier king, but facing more than a dozen guns in Shinjiani beside him, if he retreats completely, I am afraid it will not be too easy. The dozen or so people who rushed out, all holding pistols, shouted loudly, "The police are handling the case," and all of them lie down with their heads down. Police. Hearing this, Su Chen was also relieved. I'll just say, how can these little thugs have guns in their hands? Some people around hurriedly hugged their heads and lay down, while Shinjiani's face was pale, and she tightly grabbed the corner of Su Chen's clothes.
And Su Chen frowned slightly. Why did the police come here?
He just hit a few punks, so he wouldn't let these people shoot, right?
Moreover, the speed of the other party coming is too fast. It has only been 1 minute. What kind of efficiency is this? Could it be that the domestic efficiency is already so high?
Impossible.
Soon, Su Chen shook his head.
As a super soldier king, he is very experienced in this field, and he guesses that these police officers are likely to be handling some major cases. And these people are just taken by the police to be stared at. In fact, Su Chen's guess was right at all. The purpose of these police officers was to arrest drug dealers. However, the drug dealers have already run away, and they can't catch them. Now it is natural to take back Su Chen and those who were fighting. Seeing everyone folded their heads and squatted down, Su Chen and Shinjiani in front of them hadn't done so yet.
All the police, all looked at the past you two. Hurry up and squat down. Shinjiani was afraid, but did so anyway.
Su Chen shrugged and said quickly,
damn it, we are law-abiding citizens, aren't we just going to a bar? As for pointing a gun at us? Brother, don't scare me, I'm timid, it's hard to be scared to get sick. Su Chen showed a look of fear. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Su Chen was a terrorist, but now it seems that the other party is not like this at all. How could such a cowardly man who was afraid of death get involved with more than 20 punks around him? Even that Li Yingxiong frowned. She found that the other party was too delicate and too thin. Moreover, he was wearing security clothes. No matter how you looked at it, it was different from the image of the person fighting in the imagination. However, now she is angry, whether it is the other party or not. Do it, take it back first and then talk about it. You guys, go up and search his body. Yes. Immediately, several police officers stepped forward, ready to search. Su Chen was speechless for a while. I'll go, I'm really a good citizen, and am I so scary? It takes 3 or 4 police officers to come and get uniform? He is too speechless. Stop talking nonsense, please cooperate with our work, a policeman said sullenly. Okay, cooperate. Su Chen shrugged and put his hands on his head, but did not squat down. Because these few policemen have already begun to withdraw. Not there. Tell you, my orientation is normal, I won't pick up soap for you. Hearing this, Li Yingxiong's mouth twitched, with black lines all over his face. Oomph, take it back to me. Immediately, these policemen took Su Chen and the group of gangsters on the ground back. Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Shinjiani was extremely anxious. She was afraid that something would happen to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's alright, you can go home first, and I'll call you when I come out." However, before he finished speaking, he was taken away without the police. To be honest, this is the first time that Su Chen has been taken away by the police. Therefore, when he came to the interrogation room, he was also very curious. What are you looking at? Haven't seen the interrogation room? On the opposite side, Li Yingxiong said angrily. Of course I haven't seen it before. Su Chen shook his head. I am a good citizen who abides by the law, how could I come to such a place? Sister Police, you must have made a mistake. You look so beautiful and your figure is so good, you must have a good heart. Hurry up and let me go, my girlfriend will be worried. Shut up. Li Yingxiong said impatiently. The other party was really annoying. Although she was said to be a law-abiding and good citizen, her eyes were thirsty and she phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme looked at her. Nothing good comes to mind. Be honest. The 2 police officers next to him also said coldly, their eyes were like knives, cold. At this time, Li Yingxiong opened the book and asked coldly, tell me, what's it called? Su Chen. Gender? Am I very indistinguishable? Su Chen was speechless. Stop talking nonsense, just answer whatever you ask. Li Yingxiong said coldly. Male. Age? 23, Su Chen said, I'm single, I don't have a car or a house, but I have a bright future. Police sister, if you have a suitable friend, you can introduce them to me. Of course, I'm not too demanding, just look for it like you do. To shut up. Li Yingxiong frowned and broke the ballpoint pen in his hand. There's so much nonsense. What do you answer when I ask, and you are not allowed to answer if you haven't asked? Su Chen nodded, and then whispered, Sister Police, do you have a boyfriend? I think we're a good fit. To be honest, now Li Yingxiong has the heart to kill. She stared at Su Chen coldly, wishing she could go up and beat him immediately. But in the end, she held back. Where do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme? She asked again. This time, Su Chen was obviously more obedient, and he reported the address honestly, but he reported Chuyu's home address. So, when he finished reporting, Li Yingxiong and the 2 police officers next to him frowned. Because this address looks like it is in the Regal Villas area. How could the security guard in front of him afford to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in such a place? Boy, I asked for your address, not where you work? Li Yingxiong said with a frown. I'm going, what do you mean? This is where I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live slash phoneme. Damn it, don't you look down on me? Suchin is not happy anymore. Don't blame me for being rude.
Li Yingxiong said coldly.
The other two policemen also frowned. Obviously, they didn't believe it at all. Damn it, you are discriminating against people, okay? How can a police officer do this? Although I am a security guard, who stipulated that I cannot phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib slash phoneme there? Suchin said unhappily.
Hearing this, Li Yingxiong's mouth twitched, but she didn't want to be entangled in this issue, so she can only ask the next one.
Profession. Security, didn't you see that I was wearing security clothes? Suchin was speechless again.
Soon, the basic information was asked.
Li Yingxiong's voice became cold again. Tell me, why are you fighting in the bar? Fight? Police sister, I think you are mistaken. I'm in self-defense. Those gangsters want to molest my girlfriend, you think I can't fight back? I don't fight back, is that still a man? There are many ways to deal with problems, and violence is the worst one. Li Yingxiong said coldly, I think as an adult, you should know this.
I also want to reason with them, but they say that their reasoning is that whoever has the bigger fist will be the reason.
I can't help it. Suchin shrugged. What are you talking about? You don't know what those gangsters are like. Do you really think they are reasonable people? Well, since this is the case, then you can't start too hard. Sister police, I'm really wronged, I'm just self-defense, as for whether it's heavy or not, they're all fighting. Who cares about this? Besides, I'm just fighting. Are you pointing so many guns at me?
Speaking of which, Suchin also showed a scared expression. As for Li Yingxiong, she gritted her teeth in anger. It's good not to mention it, she gets angry when it is mentioned. In order to catch those drug dealers, they carefully planned for 3 months, lurking in the bar without sleep, waiting for the final closing. But where did they expect that everything they had carefully prepared was destroyed?
Did it make her teeth tickled?
Therefore, she glared at Suchin fiercely, and she couldn't tear it apart. Feeling Li Yingxiong's gaze, Suchin also felt hair in his heart. He didn't expect the other party to be able to emit such a suffocating aura.
I'm going, isn't it just a fight? As for it,
Suchin muttered in his heart, the little girl is too grumpy, how can she release her murderous aura?
Do you know that what you are doing now is already illegal? Li Yingxiong said angrily. I'm wronged, police sister, I'm really a good person. I can't be beaten by bad people. I won't fight back, won't all good people die like that?
I think, I'm just self-defense, to eliminate harm for the people, you should reward me, it's better to give me a big red envelope. Hearing this, let alone Li Yingxiong, the two policemen around were twitching at the corners of their mouths, eager to go up and beat this kid.
What did you do before being a security guard? Li Yingxiong suddenly asked a question. Because this thing is so weird, she once asked the people in the bar.
That was a dozen or so gangsters, all of whom were defeated by the young man in front of him.
But how is this possible?
The kid in front of him looked weak no matter how he looked, how could he knock down more than 20 people in an instant?
Even she might not be able to do it.
Therefore, she thought that the other party must be a master.
But no matter how you look at it now, the other party doesn't look like a master. Before? Suchin held his chin, why did you mention the past?
I forgot, let him go with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. You just need to know that I am a security guard now, and I will be a security guard in the future. Hearing this, Li Yingxiong snorted coldly, and then she said, according to our investigation, you just entered the country, where were you before?
Oh, I can find it all.
Suchin was surprised, and then said with a smile, indeed, I just returned to China, of course I was abroad before.
What country? Well, it's been too long, I can't remember it. Suchin said, but if you can give me a cigarette and let me recall it, maybe I can remember it. Give him a cigarette.
Li Yingxiong frowned, then said to the person next to him. Soon, the policeman took a cigarette, handed it to Suchin, and lit it for him.
Yo, this cigarette is good, much better than mine. Su Chen nodded, then took a big breath. Comfortable. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled. The previous job was too stressful. If I didn't smoke and cigarettes to relieve some of the pressure, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to survive at all. Saying that, he took 2 breaths. It's okay to talk now. Li Yingxiong asked coldly. If it wasn't to get the information she wanted, how could she give each other a cigarette? Okay, think about it a bit. Su Chen smiled. That's a lot. The United States, Europe, South Africa have all been there. So many countries, what do you do? Li Yingxiong frowned. Of course it's part-time work, moving bricks, digging coal. Anyway, what do you do when you're tired? Su Chen said with a smile. He was naturally lying. How could he tell the other party the real situation? Hearing this, Li Yingxiong's teeth tickled angrily. She naturally knew that the other party didn't tell the truth. So she snorted coldly and asked again. She didn't believe that the other party could resist her serial questioning. Lin Xian was interrogating here. On the other side, when Song Qing got the news, he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Su, you finally got in. God helped me. He was so happy. Su Chen's existence was like a big mountain, and he couldn't breathe. Even in front of Su Chen, he had to be like a grandson. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that he had already issued a bounty quest, but no one came to kill Su Chen at all. But now it's alright, Su Chen has entered the police station, and the strength of his Song family, if you want to kill someone inside, that's a matter of minutes. Thinking of this, he burst into laughter. As long as Su Chen is killed, from now on, he will regain his identity as young Master Song again. No one dares to compete with him anymore. When the time comes, he can do whatever he wants. On the side, his cousin Fong Zihao also laughed wildly, because he knew that the strength of the Song family was absolutely terrifying. That kid goes in, don't even think about coming out again. Upon receiving the news that Su Chen was taken to the police station, Song Qing laughed directly up to the sky, but he did not delay and drove directly to the police station. He swore that he would kill him. On the other side, in the interrogation room, Su Chen started Tai Chi with Li Yingxiong. No matter what the other party asked, he giggled and lied to excuse it. I'll ask you again, what did you do before being a security guard? Li Yingxiong asked angrily. Working. Su Chen was smoking a cigarette and said casually. But his eyes kept shining. It's really a good figure. I haven't seen it before, but now Su Chen realizes that the police flower in front of her is indeed in good shape. Therefore, he will not miss this good opportunity. His eyes are like scanners, constantly scanning up and down. If it is not well controlled, the saliva will stay. What are you looking at? Li Yingxiong's face darkened when she felt the gaze of the other party. Nothing to see, you continue to ask. Su Chen didn't blink, staring straight ahead. It's so white, just like steamed buns. I wonder if they are as soft as steamed buns? Hearing Su Chen's whisper, Li Yingxiong's face turned darker instantly. She gritted her teeth and said, then do you want to try it? I think. Of course I do. Is it really possible? Su Chen's eyes are shining. I've been hungry for many days. I miss your sister. Li Yingxiong was angry that the other party dared to take advantage of her, and she was still in the interrogation room. It seems that the other party really doesn't know how to write dead characters. She stood up suddenly, and then stepped on the table with one foot, exuding a fierce breath. The 2 policemen next to them shivered when they saw this scene. They know that Li Yingxiong is going to go crazy. However, Su Chen's eyes widened. Not only that, the other party has been footing on the table now, just to fully show the exquisite leg line. I'll go, superb. I can play with this leg for a year. Su Chen drooled. Boy, look again, believe it or not, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Li Yingxiong was really angry. She had never seen such a bold person. After listening to Su Chen, he said with a smile, no, you are a policeman, and you want to do something to me? Don't you know it's illegal? Sister Police, I advise you not to be impulsive. Impulsive is the devil. Su Chen said with a smile. He didn't look scared at all. As for Li Yingxiong, her teeth were about to shatter. She snorted coldly and said coldly, you also know that impulse is the devil? You have injured more than 20 people, and you have already committed an extremely serious crime. When I find out, I will definitely send you to prison with my own hands. No, this chick is actually going to play for real. Suchin frowned, and then he said, I'm really just self-defense. You're not really going to put me in jail, are you? Be afraid now. Seeing the other party's scared look, Li Yingxiong snorted proudly, but when she saw the other party's grinning smile again. Heart is very crazy. Correct your attitude and don't let me laugh anymore. Do you really want to go to jail? Li Yingxiong gritted his teeth and said, if you want to go out obediently, you must cooperate with us. Okay, let's work together, let me out quickly. Suchin was also bored here, so he quickly put out the cigarette. Seeing the other party's finally correct attitude, Li Yingxiong was also relieved. She just wanted to ask again. However, at this time, a voice came from afar. Sister Yingxiong, such a person is a scourge, how can they be released? Hearing this voice, Suchin frowned instantly. Damn it, who is this? How dare you fight against me? Opposite, Li Yingxiong also frowned. She didn't expect someone to come over during the interrogation. Soon, she could see who was coming, and she suddenly showed a look of disgust. Suchin also saw it, and immediately narrowed his eyes, because the person who came was none other than Song Qing. After learning about Suchin's news, he ran all the way, and finally came to the police station at this time. At this moment, he had an arrogant look on his face, and it was obvious that he looked like a villain. Damn, why is this guy here? Suchin narrowed his eyes. Li Yingxiong also had a look of disgust. Obviously, she didn't want to see Song Qing at all. On the other hand, Song Qing smiled and looked very kind. His eyes kept wandering on Li Yingxiong's body, and at the same time he asked with a smile, Sister Yingxiong, we haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Who is your sister? Pay attention to your tone, or don't blame me for being rude. Li Yingxiong said coldly. At the same time, she asked again, what are you doing here? Of course I'm here to see someone for the last time. Song Qing looked at Suchin and sneered. This kind of person is a terrorist, and releasing him will only harm society, so I think it is the best choice to keep him in prison for a lifetime. After Suchin heard this, he really narrowed his eyes. Are you happy now? Of course I'm happy. Song Qing laughed wildly. Boy, when you provoked me, did you ever think about what happened today? Tell you, as long as I'm here, you won't want to go out in this life. Really? You are amazing. Are you the director here, or are you the law? Suchin sneered, ignoring the other party at all. Instead, he looked at Li Yingxiong and said quickly, Sister Police, when will all cats and dogs enter the police station? On the opposite side, Li Yingxiong also turned dark. Although she didn't like Suchin very much, she hated people like Song Qing even more. So, she said coldly, what crime this kid committed, and how long he should be locked up, it will be determined by the law. It has nothing to do with you. In the future, don't say such an idiot. No matter how powerful you are nothing but a policeman. Do you know who I am and what is the status of our Song family here? As long as my dad makes a phone call, believe it or not, you can all lose your jobs. Song Qing was very arrogant. Hearing this, the two policemen next to them also pouted. They disliked this rich second generation the most, and Li Yingxiong was even more fiery. She sneered, sure enough, you are a waste, how old are you, and you still open up about your father and shut up about your fathers? Is it your age that you have to wet the bed? Change the diaper? I advise you, it's better not to come out and be embarrassed, puff. Hearing this, Suchin laughed directly. He didn't expect that Li Yingxiong's mouth would be so poisonous. Even the bedwetting is said. On the side, Song Qing's face was flushed and his eyes were burning with anger. However, he knew Li Yingxiong's kung fu, and he couldn't beat him at all. Therefore, he can only spread his anger on others. He turned his head and shouted at Suchin coldly, don't laugh. Who made you laugh? I can laugh if I want to, what's up with you? Suchin snorted coldly. The other party dared to scold him? I really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme or die. If this is not the police station, I am afraid that the other party is already lying on the ground now. Seeing Su Chen's disdainful smile, Song Chang was burning with anger. Originally, he thought that Su Chen had already entered the police station, and he would definitely not dare to be arrogant. But he didn't expect that the other party would dare to oppose him. This made him unbearable, and with a roar, he raised his palm and slapped Su Chen fiercely. However, before he could wave his palm, he was caught. Song Chang went mad and turned around suddenly, only to find that it was Li Yingxiong who was not the one who caught him. At this moment, Li Yingxiong frowned and said, "This is the police station, not a place where you can go wild. I advise you not to do anything, go back wherever you need to go. Listen, get out now. This is not your home, not a place where you can be wild." Su Chen also shrugged and raised Erlang's legs again. Seeing Su Chen's gloating look, Song Chang gritted his teeth angrily. He said coldly, "Li Yingxiong, for your face, I don't want to do anything to you. Hurry up and let it go now, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Also, to tell you the truth, I'm here to deal with this kid today, and no one can stop him." Let's just say, he didn't wait for Li Ying and the others to react, and kicked directly towards Su Chen. This kick was very quick and sudden, because no one thought that Song Chang would dare to do it in the interrogation room. However, he still missed. Because Su Chen's skill is not something he can imagine. Not only that, Su Chen pointed a finger directly at a certain acupoint on the opponent's leg. Ah! Suddenly, Song Chang let out a scream like killing a pig. Pain, it hurts too much. Although it was only lightly tapped, it felt like being stabbed with a knife. It made him almost kneel on the ground in pain. Damn, how dare you hurt me? Song Chang gritted his teeth angrily, he wanted to do it, but he didn't dare. So, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Didn't you guys see that he dared to beat someone at the police station? How many of you, why don't you handcuff him to me and beat him severely?" Hearing this, the corners of the two policemen in the distance twitched and rolled their eyes. People beat people? It's your first move. However, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the Song family's power was very large. However, they did not listen to Song Qing, but looked at Li Yingxiong. Because this is the police station, Li Yingxiong is their captain. Puff! Hearing this, Song Qing almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. On the other hand, Su Chen smiled and bent over. He looked at Song Chang again, and said with a smile, "How is it, young Master Song? The police elder's sister didn't see it clearly just now, or would you kick me again and let her see clearly?" Hearing this, Song Qing's face was extremely ugly. Another kick? How dare he? That one shot just now made one of his legs almost abolished. How could he dare to make another move? Therefore, he could only bite his teeth and drink coldly. "Okay, boy, you wait. This matter is not so simple. I'll put you in jail for the rest of your life." Speaking of it, he snorted coldly, ignored Li Yingxiong and others, and quickly left the interrogation room. Song Qing left, and the two policemen breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yingxiong also snorted coldly. Obviously, he hated people like Song Qing very much. And Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "I didn't see it, police elder sister, she is indeed a righteous person. I didn't help that rich second generation to bully me. Yes, I really didn't see the wrong person, it's the type I like. I saw your sister wrong." Li Yingxiong said angrily, "Hurry up and tell me honestly, or don't think about going out." "Yes. I'll explain it honestly," Su Chen said with a smile. However, at this moment, the door of the interrogation room opened again. A middle-aged man walked in from the outside with a gloomy look in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Captain Li, you don't need to worry about this matter. The director has already explained it, and I will try him. Sister Yingxiong, you are tired too, why don't you go back and rest?" Behind the middle-aged man, stood Song Chang with a sneer. Li Yingxiong knew what was going on when he saw it. Don't think about it, this middle-aged man must have been found by Song Chang. However, since it was the director's order, she couldn't resist, so she can only turn her head and say to Su Chen, "Be careful yourself. Also, we are an interrogation room here, we will only ask some things, and will not do anything to anyone."
So if you're being treated unfairly, just tell me. Li Yingxiong was afraid, and Su Chen suffered at the opponent's hands. Moreover, it is also reminding Song Qing and others not to go too far. Understood, police sister, I'll treat you to dinner after you go out. Su Chen also warmed his heart. Although this Li Yingxiong is a little pepper and has a hot temper, but his personality is still very good. Li Yingxiong shook his head and left with two of his subordinates. The middle-aged man entered the interrogation room with Song Qing and several of his officers. With a click, the door closed. Song Cheng sneered, "Go out? You still want to go out? How naive. Boy, do you know what your situation is now? Dare to go against me, our Song family can kill you in minutes." Without Li Yingxiong, Song Cheng became arrogant again. "Boy, you dared to offend me, now you know you regret it. But it's useless. Even if you kneel down and beg me, it's useless. I'll let you know what happened to offending me." Song Ching laughed wildly. And the middle-aged man sneered, and then threw the document in his hand on the table. "Your sin, we have finished studying it, and it is all written on it. You only need to sign and respond by hand." "Sign by handprint?" Su Chen sneered. He's not a rookie, how could he not be clear about what's going on here? These people obviously wanted to cheat him, so he wouldn't be foolish to sign. "Are you fooling the ghost? Just take any document and let me sign it? Are you an idiot, or are you really an idiot?" Su Chen sneered, still sitting there with Erlang's legs crossed. But the middle-aged man's face sank, and he said coldly, "Boy, you'd better cooperate with us obediently. In this way, it can also save some of the pain of flesh and blood. Otherwise, I'm afraid your fate will be miserable." "Oh, scare me? Young master, did I scare me?" Su Chen licked his ears, looking like he didn't care. "Uncle Wang, talk nonsense with him, just do it and teach him a lesson. Let him know whose territory is here," Song Qing said quickly. Afterwards, he looked at Su Chen again, and laughed wildly. "Boy, tell you, we are in charge here. Even if you are maimed today, I'm afraid no one will say anything more. Really, how come you just talk and don't do it?" Su Chen sneered. He didn't take Song Qing and these people in his eyes at all. And Su Chen's attitude finally angered the middle-aged man. The other party's face was gloomy. "Since you are stubborn, you must use some means. Let you know who is in charge here." Then, the middle-aged man said to the people behind him, "You guys, loosen up his muscles, and be careful not to kill him." Immediately, the three people behind stood up with a sneer on their faces. In their hands, they all held a black electric baton. "Boy, dare to be wild here, I don't think you know how to write dead words at all. Just write, let you know how good we are." The three of them held electric baton and sneered. And Su Chen waved his hand and said loudly, "I'll give the three of you a chance, quickly put down the baton and step aside. In this way, I can let you go. Otherwise, your fate will definitely be miserable. Dare to threaten us now? It seems that you really don't know how to write dead words. Boy, I'll let you taste my power in a moment." The three of them looked grim and walked towards Su Chen. At the back, Song Qing sneered. The middle-aged man next to him also said, "Song Xiao, don't worry, these three guys are all professional, and their torture methods are absolutely top-notch. I can guarantee that the kid will kneel in front of you in a while." After Song Qing heard it, he smiled proudly. "Uncle Wang, thank you very much this time, you did a good job, I will tell my old man about this. At that time, your benefits will be indispensable." "Thank you, Song Xiao." The middle-aged man grinned. "It's my duty to do things for Song Xiao." The middle-aged man was very happy, and then said aloud, "What are you guys returning ink marks? Hurry up and do it for me." Song Xiao must be satisfied. "Don't worry, young Master Song, I will definitely let this kid know what regret is." The three of them also grinned. They knew that this time, the benefits were absolutely indispensable. Afterwards, one of them only waved an electric baton and swung it fiercely forward. Su Chen didn't take it hard, but swayed and ducked to the side. He is not afraid of the other party, but for other reasons. Like the skills of these three people, he can be subdued by raising his hand.
However, there is surveillance in this interrogation room.
If he hits the police and is caught on camera, it will be very troublesome. Therefore, he must find a good position to avoid being photographed. Fortunately, no one in the interrogation room dared to cause trouble, so there was only one camera.
He quickly came under the camera and flicked upwards with one of his buttons.
Suddenly, the position of the camera was moved. It is estimated that now, only the ceiling can be photographed.
Su Chen's movements were fast, and the people around didn't notice it at all. And they didn't expect that Su Chen was still thinking about the camera at this time.
However, Su Chen's dodging angered Song Cheng and the middle-aged man.
Damn, what are you doing?
Hurry up and hit him. Don't let him escape.
Song Cheng roared furiously. Come here obediently, I can start lightly, or you will die. The three roared and walked towards Su Chen again.
They thought that Su Chen would dodge this time, so the three of them formed a triangle to prevent the other party from escaping.
But this time, without the camera, how could Su Chen escape?
Therefore, when the electric baton smashed towards him, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Su Chen's mouth.
Pang!
This time, the electric baton did not fall, but Su Chen grabbed the arm of the subordinate.
Chow, do you dare to fight back now?
That subordinate was hideous, but the next moment, he screamed.
Because of Su Chen's palm, he directly broke his arm. Ah!
With a scream, the subordinate fainted in pain. And Su Chen picked up the opponent's electric baton and walked directly towards the other two men.
Damn! How is that possible? What did he do? How can you be so powerful? Come on together and kill him. The two roared and attacked frantically. Pumba! Su Chen's movements were faster. He held the electric rod in his hand and instantly hit the two of them.
A powerful current gushed out, causing the two of them to tremble and roll their eyes.
Soon, the two also fainted.
After the three of them were easily resolved, Su Chen raised his head again and looked forward. There stood Song Cheng and a middle-aged man. But at this moment, the two of them grew their mouths and looked like they had seen a ghost. They could not have imagined that the three subordinates they brought would be such a waste that they were knocked down in an instant. Moreover, what frightened them even more was that Su Chen's methods were so terrifying. What do you want to do? Feeling Su Chen's gaze, the middle-aged man was also worried.
Police station? Su Chen sneered, now you also know that this is the police station? Why didn't you think of it when you asked people to do it? Su Chen walked forward step by step.
On the other hand, Song Cheng was so frightened that his legs trembled and he almost urinated on the spot.
Uncle Wang, go up and kill him. Song Cheng was frightened and pushed the middle-aged man to the front. Spicy next door. The middle-aged man cursed in his heart, this damn Song Cheng actually pushed him out, wouldn't this kill him?
However, he has already stood up, and it is impossible to go back now. So as soon as he gritted his teeth, he also held the electric baton in his hand and swung it fiercely forward.
Although he is middle-aged, his strength, speed and experience are very sophisticated.
This time, compared to the previous three subordinates, the power is even greater. However, in front of Su Cheng, he was vulnerable. Su Chen easily blocked the opponent's attack, and then the electric rod hit the middle-aged man again. Suddenly, the middle-aged man trembled, rolled his eyes, and fell down weakly.
Song Cheng, young master Song? Now, it's your turn.
The corner of Su Chen's mouth was slightly raised, and he walked forward step by step.
What do you want to do?
I warn you, if you dare to touch me, you will die.
This is the police station, and I'm the young master of the Song family.
Seeing the other party coming step by step, Song Cheng kept going backwards. But Su Chen sneered, and quickly waved the electric baton in his hand.
Scoff!
This time, it directly hit Song Cheng's stomach, and the powerful current made Song Cheng twitch. The next moment, Song Cheng screamed and then half-knelt on the ground. Cold sweat dripping from head stop.
Brother Chan, I was wrong before, I apologize to you.
Song Cheng gritted his teeth and said that there was no more arrogance before.
Apologize? Didn't I hear it wrong? Wasn't you arrogant before, young master Song? Su Chen sneered, and the electric baton in his hand gave the other person another shot.
This time, Song Cheng almost fainted without pain. It was indeed my fault before, and I sincerely apologize to you. In the future, how about the well water doesn't make the river water? Song Cheng lay on the ground, her voice trembling. But Su Chen sneered, what kind of thing are you, you dare to make conditions with me? Since you know that your mouth is cheap, then you should clap your mouth. I slap my mouth, can you let me go? Song Cheng got up from the ground and started to slap his face. Brother Chen. Young Master Chen. Uncle Chen. Can you let me go? Song Cheng knelt on the ground and begged for mercy quickly. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Yes, these few times are indeed loud enough. But the death penalty is forgiven, and the living crime cannot escape. You dare to trouble me over and over again, and I'll charge you some interest today. With that said, the electric baton in Su Chen's hand was placed on Song Cheng again. Song Cheng screamed and kept pulling out, and finally rolled her eyes and fainted. However, at this time, the middle-aged man beside him woke up. He just saw Song Cheng fainted, and suddenly screamed. Damn boy, what did you do to Song Xiao? Wake up so soon? Su Chen turned back and sneered. Feeling Su Chen's gaze, the middle-aged man's scalp was numb. He endured the pain on his body, quickly pulled out the pistol from his waist, and pointed at Su Chen tremblingly. Hold your head, kneel down. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said. With a gun in hand, he seemed to regain his confidence again, and his eyes were full of cold killing intent. I hate people pointing guns at me. Su Chenmi opened her eyes, and her eyes also flickered with icy cold light, like a blade. Feeling this gaze, the middle-aged man trembled, and a kind of fear rose in his heart. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, Boy, stop being arrogant to me. Aren't you very good at fighting? Do it now. I don't think I can kill you with one shot. He screamed wildly because he didn't believe that someone could beat his pistol. To be honest, even though the other party was holding a gun, it was easy for Su Chen to kill the other party. However, Su Chen frowned and didn't do anything. Because he was keenly aware that outside the interrogation room, many policemen were rushing over quickly. Even out of the corner of his eye, he could see Li Inxiong's voice. Come to think of it, what happened here still shocked the outside world. It is estimated that he does not need to shoot. So the next moment, he shouted loudly, Help! Killing! The police are shooting people. The sound was so loud that everyone outside the interrogation room could hear it. Immediately, the door of the interrogation room was opened, and Li Inxiong came in quickly with a group of police officers. Damn, shut up! When the middle-aged man saw this scene, he roared wildly, and the gun in his hand kept shaking. When Li Inxiong saw it, her face changed even more. She took out her pistol without hesitation. Captain Wang, what are you doing? You point a gun at an ordinary citizen? Don't you know it's illegal? Put down your gun now. Not only Li Inxiong, but behind her, the policemen also took out their guns and aimed them at the middle-aged man in front. Seeing this scene, there was a smile on the corner of Su Chen's mouth. But the middle-aged man had a very ugly face. He hurriedly threw the gun in his hand and shouted, What, don't shoot me. Am I innocent? It's all him, it's all the hands of this kid. Quickly catch him up. My hand? Su Chen shrugged and said innocently. Officer, you have to tell evidence. I'm so thin, how can I beat you guys? Besides, you still have a gun in your hand. Give me 10 courage, and I don't dare to do it. The police officers who arrived were also suspicious. Because they didn't believe that Su Chen could hit so much by himself. Moreover, the middle-aged man had a gun in his hand. Is this simply impossible? Su Chen said with a smile, Sister Police, I think this police officer may have a brain problem. He suddenly went crazy before, injured several people around him, and even had a gun. I guess he must be insane. So, hurry up and take him to see a doctor. Otherwise, if such a person becomes a policeman, he may pose an extremely serious threat to the lives of the surrounding citizens. Fuck! I'm not sick. It's your hand. The middle-aged man was very excited, and it seemed that he wanted to go up and fight Su Chen desperately. Come on, control him. Li Yinxiong said in a cold voice, and suddenly several policemen went up and controlled the middle-aged man. Captain Wang has a mental problem, I suspect it is a neuropathy, and quickly send him to the hospital for treatment. Li Yinxiong said coldly. I'm not sick, you let me go. Let me go. It's that kid. The middle-aged man yelled wildly, but was dragged out. Take them all away. Li Yinxiong waved again, and the police officers took Song Cheng and others away. For a while, only Su Chen and Li Yinxiong were left in the interrogation room. Not bad, not bad, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, he has a very decisive personality, no hesitation, very good. Li Yinxiong pouted, and then said, Stop talking nonsense and say, who are you? What's the purpose of coming here? Although she subdued the middle-aged man, she did not believe that he was insane at all. In other words, these people inside were all injured by the young man in front of him. But how is this possible? Those cops have electric batons in their hands. And the middle-aged man had a gun in his hand. However, he couldn't help the young man in front of him at all. Guess. Su Chen smiled meanly. Li Yinxiong rolled his eyes and was speechless. She came because she received a call from the deputy director. Not long after she went out, the deputy director called in person and asked to let him go. And the tone was very firm, and told that Su Chen's emotions must be appeased. This made Li Yinxiong very puzzled. She could not have imagined that the young man in front of her had such a profound background. However, what shocked her even more was that not long after the deputy director called, the director even called her. Let her go immediately. This naturally surprised Li Yinxiong even more. A small young man was able to alarm the two big men of the police station. I have to say, it was really shocking. She wants to know very much, what is the real identity of the other party? Who am I? Su Chen said with a smile, that's enough to say, I guess it's not enough to say 3 days and 3 nights. You really want to know? Stop talking nonsense, and tell me the truth quickly. Li Yinxiong's teeth were itchy. The director has finished calling, and he can't keep the other party for long, so now is the last chance to ask the other party's identity. Although Su Chen didn't know what happened, judging from the other party's expression, he knew that he should be free. Therefore, he was not in a hurry at all, but raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. What are you laughing at? Li Yinxiong said angrily. It's a pity, Su Chen sighed, you have such a good figure, but it's not my woman, it's really a pity. My heart aches. Saying that, he covered his heart. You wanna die. Li Yinxiong Lianhua gritted her teeth angrily, she did not expect that at this time, the other party would dare to say such a thing. Damn guy, dare to take advantage of the old lady, believe it or not, the old lady will take care of you now. You will never be a man in your life. Damn it, it's so cruel. After Su Chen heard this, he took a deep breath. This little girl is really cruel. It seems that she has to be treated well. Let her know how awesome she is. So, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at each other quickly. You really want to know who I am? He asked. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Li Yinxiong was eager. Well, answer me a question first, do you have a boyfriend? Su Chen asked. Do you want to die? Li Yinxiong was crazy, she did not expect that the other party would ask such a thing. Don't say it, I'm not very interested anyway. However, you never want to know who I am. Su Chen shrugged. Damn it, I'll endure it. Li Yinxiong gritted her teeth, and then said, no. That's good. Su Chen was happy, looks like I still have a chance. Have your sister. Hurry up and tell me your true identity. Li Yinxiong was very angry. Su Chen shook his head, no hurry, next, please answer my second question. Any questions? Li Yinxiong stared, she felt that she was being tricked by the other party. Hearing this, Li Yinxiong rolled his eyes. She decided to answer Su Chen's second question. Anyway, one has already answered, and it's a big deal to answer another. After she has figured out the identity of the other party, she will clean up the other party. Okay, you ask. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile,
the second question is, what color is your inner circle? What?
Hearing this, Li Yingxiong almost ran wild.
The other party dared to ask such a shameless question, and he was not afraid of being shot to death?
But Su Chen, as if he didn't see the other party's expression, still said to himself,
"Let me guess first, with your character, it should be black."
Seeing the other party's smiling face, Li Yingxiong gritted her teeth angrily, wishing she could step on it and knock him out. However, in the end she still said, pink.
What? Pink? Cute girls? Su Chen's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it.
He could not have imagined that the little pepper in front of him still had such a girly side in his heart.
And Li Yingxiong also has a bright face and is very shy.
She didn't even know why she told the other party such a secret.
However, she still said in a deep voice, "Okay, you've finished asking the question, it's time to tell me your identity." "Well, for your honesty's sake, I'll tell you."
Su Chen just wanted to reveal his identity, but there was a person walking in front of him. Seeing someone coming, Su Chen immediately shut up and told Li Qianqian with his eyes.
"Chief."
Li Yingqi was startled. She didn't expect that the director came over, so she hurriedly saluted.
"Little Li, go ahead and do your work first. I have something to talk about with this Mr. Su,"
the chief said in a deep voice. Li Yingxiong wanted to say something, but seeing the director's face, she immediately retracted her speech. At the same time, she glared at Su Chen fiercely, which meant, "Boy, wait for me, this matter is not over." Su Chen shrugged, he couldn't blame him.
After Li Yingxiong left, Zhang piled up a smile and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, right? It was a misunderstanding before, don't take it to heart."
While he was smiling, he felt bitter in his heart. Although he didn't know who the young man in the security uniform in front of him was.
However, since the young man entered the police station, he has received many calls.
One of them, Song Qing called, said that he wanted to teach the other party a lesson. The other one was from the Shin family.
The status of the Shin family here is not weaker than Song Jia at all, and even stronger.
The Shin family demanded and immediately released the young man in front of him. Therefore, the secretary is very embarrassed. Fortunately, Song Chang was knocked unconscious and carried away, so he hurriedly released him according to the request of the Shin family.
Su Chen was too lazy to care about the other party. He knew that the other party was just a director, and there should be people on it.
Therefore, he did not embarrass the other party, but simply said a few words. Then, he left the police station.
As soon as he left the police station, Su Chen was stunned. Ask for support. Ask for recommendations, collect. Thank you all.
As soon as he left the police station, Su Chen's eyes lit up and he was surprised, and then he whistled.
"Oh, which beauty is this? Is she waiting for me?" He smiled and walked up.
A red BMW was parked in front of the car, and a beautiful woman with sunglasses and a long blue dress sat in the car. There was a hint of anxiety on his delicate face. Hearing Su Chen's voice at this moment, the beauty quickly turned around.
"Brother Su, you're out. This beauty is naturally Xinjiani."
Since Su Chen was arrested, she was very anxious, so she quickly called the family and asked them to find a way to rescue Su Chen.
"That is, with you here, how could I not come out?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for this time."
"Oh, Brother Su, why are you telling me this?" Xinjiani's face was slightly red. "If I want to talk about this, it should be me thanking you. In the bar, but despite the danger, you came forward to save me." At the end, Xinjiani's face turned even redder, and her eyes were even hazy.
Because she finally realized what it means to be a hero to save beauty.
"I'm afraid she will never forget this," Xinjiani said. Her eyes were red. Drops of tears, like broken crystals, kept flowing out.
"Look at you, why are you still crying?" Su Chen also had a gentle face, reaching out to help Xinjiani wipe away her tears. His palm touched Xinjiani's face, and Xinjiani's face flushed immediately, like a ripe apple.
"Brother Su." Xinjiani raised her face slightly, her voice murmured.
For some reason, Su Chen didn't retract his palm, but gently held the other's face.
"Brother Su." Xinjiani called out softly again, and then her big eyes closed slightly. Although Su Chen is the super soldier king, but at this moment, his heart seems to be melted. His head leaned closer and closer, and finally the two kissed each other. The two seemed to have forgotten the time, the location, and thus entered a state of ecstasy. At the end of her body, Xinjiani was out of breath and struggled slightly. She opened her eyes and looked at each other. Xinjiani's face turned even redder, as if blood was about to drip. Su Chen was also shocked and raised his head. Damn! Damn, why did I kiss? Su Chen was stunned. He never thought that he would do such a thing at the gate of the police station. Brother Su. But Xinjiani, with a happy face, gently rested her head on Su Chen's shoulder. Looking at the person in front of him, Su Chen's heart softened. He stretched out his arm and gently embraced him. Both of them were enjoying a wonderful moment, but at this moment, Xinjiani's cell phone rang. Immediately, the two separated. Xinjiani blushed slightly, and hurriedly held the phone. However, when she saw the name displayed on the phone, she suddenly became silent. What's the matter, that annoying guy again? Su Chen asked. No, it's my father. Xinjiani said, and then connected the phone. There was a majestic voice over the phone. Nini, how are you thinking? After thinking about it, I won't agree. Xinjiani said through gritted teeth. Nini, this matter is not something you can play with. Do you know what this means to us? What does it mean to the Xin family? But, I don't like him at all, I don't love him. Xinjiani shook her head. Emotions can be cultivated. Besides, since you are the daughter of the Xin family, you naturally have to shoulder such obligations. Hearing this, Xinjiani said angrily, Am I just a bargaining chip exchanged by a family in your eyes? After all, she ignored what she was doing and hung up the phone. What? Brother Su. Xinjiani fell directly into Su Chen's arms and cried bitterly. Xinjiani seemed to have collapsed, crying even more sadly. Brother Su, I'm so scared. Xinjiani cried, Everyone thinks I'm the eldest lady of the Xin family, and I'm very happy. However, I can't even decide my own marriage now. The family insists that I marry someone I don't like. Brother Su, what should I do? Su Chen sighed and then said, No matter what you choose, I will support you. The two cuddled like this, as if it was going to last forever. On the other hand, Jiangzhou No hospital exploded. In one of the top VIP wards, a middle-aged man looked gloomy and his face turned black. Who, damn it, who dares to touch my son? The middle-aged man looked at Song Qing, who was lying on the hospital bed, with a very grim expression. Don't worry, Xinger. No matter who moves you, I will make him pay a heavy price. Su Chen didn't know that he had been targeted by the Song family, but even if he knew, it didn't matter. At this moment, he was comforting Xinjiani until very late. Finally, Xinjiani went home, and Su Chen also became lazy, ready to go home. After taking a taxi, he returned to Chuyu's villa and found that the door was locked. However, he is not worried, even if there is no key, he will be able to go back. So, he easily entered the villa. Looking at Chuyu and Chuyu's room, the lights were dark, and they must have fallen asleep. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards his room. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind. In the middle of the night, you still know how to come back? I go. Su Chen was startled and turned around suddenly. When he saw the figure, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wife, why are you? You don't sleep in the middle of the night, you stand here pretending to be a ghost. Su Chen patted his heart and said. Stop giving me that hippie smile. Say, what the hell are you doing? Why did you come back in the middle of the night? Su Chen lied, I've been here all the time, but now I'm in a rush to urinate and I just need to go to the toilet. Is it? Shiyu snorted coldly, I went to your room as soon as I got back, and there was no one at all. You actually told me that you've been sleeping? To be honest, what did you do? Not good. Hearing this, Su Chen secretly screamed bad, he never thought that Chuyu would care about him so much. Also, I found out that you were not there when I got off work. You dared to be absent from get off work for no reason. What did you do? Wife, listen to my explanation, it's like this. Su Chen said quickly. An old friend came and we haven't seen each other for a long time, so we went to get together.
But I'm so happy, so now.
Ha, it's okay for you to lie to the little girl, it's useless to lie to me.
Shu, you didn't believe it at all.
Su Chen sighed. As expected of a person who was the president, he is indeed shrewd. It seems that it is impossible to deceive.
Can only use other things to distract him, not to ask. So, Su Chen smiled and walked towards Chuyu. Wife, I haven't seen you for a day, do you miss me?
The next day, Su Chen got up with two panda eyes. Su Chen sighed heavily, ate breakfast quickly, and went to work.
This work is obviously different from before.
As soon as Su Chen entered the company, he saw many people greeting him. It's very warm, like an old friend I've known for many years. However, Su Chen was stunned. These people ignored him yesterday, or even ignored him directly.
Why are they like this today?
Until Wang Chao ran over and shouted with a smile, Brother Chen, early. No, it should be called Chief Su now.
Su Chen patted his head and almost forgot about it.
Yesterday, he had been promoted to the deputy chief of the security department. No wonder those people before him had such a smile on his face. Sure enough, a group of powerful guys. In Su Chen's heart, he severely despised those people. Even when he entered the security department, those security guards even brought tea and water.
Well, good. Su Chen is very satisfied, and he is very satisfied with his current life.
If you want to drink tea, someone will serve it, and if you want to smoke, someone will set it on fire. Su Chen was thinking about his future life, but at this moment, a cold voice sounded.
Deputy Section Chief Su, you are really busy, don't you have to work when you become a deputy section chief? Hearing this voice, everyone's faces stiffened, and Su Chen frowned. He naturally heard that this was Fei Chen's voice.
In this security department, there is one person who opposes him, and that is the section chief of the security department. In the past, when Su Chen was an ordinary security guard, he was not afraid of each other. Now that he has become a deputy section chief, he is not afraid of the other side.
It turned out to be Section Chief Chen. Morning. Su Chen greeted with a smile. Come on, Section Chief Chen, this is fresh tea, take a sip? Need not.
Fei Chen said coldly, if you do well, I will naturally not embarrass you. If you don't do well, even if you send me money, I will trouble you.
Hearing this, Su Chen pouted.
If he believed this, he would have seen a ghost. Yesterday, the eyes of this surnamed Chen were wrong. Su Chen sneered in his heart, Sample, you really don't open your eyes. However, he didn't say anything, because he knew that the other party would definitely be in trouble. By the way, Deputy Section Chief Su, you will be responsible for the security of the door today. Chen Fei said in a deep voice, and at the same time he bit the adverb very hard. The other people's faces changed after hearing this.
This was to be detrimental to Su Chen.
What they wanted to say, but Fei Chen didn't dare to say it outright here.
They could only give Su Chen eyes one by one.
Su Chen didn't seem to know, he said with a smile.
Okay. Su Chen smiled, he didn't care about any job, it didn't matter to him.
Soon, 5 or 6 people followed him away.
Brother, this is obviously wrong, why don't you refuse?
That is, if you refuse, he can't let you come here.
The people around didn't understand, but Su Chen smiled and said, why did you refuse?
What can he do? I'm not afraid at all.
Don't worry, I have a way.
You will have absolutely no problem following me. This job is very simple, it is to register or punch in the staff who come and go.
Registration is for outsiders, while punch-in is within the company.
This is related to whether you are late or absent from work, so it is also a more important piece. Although it was important, Fei Chen had clearly had other thoughts in arranging Su Chen to come here.
Because not every employee will clock in honestly.
Especially some people who are related to the above and play big names, once they are late, they will also go on a rampage.
Completely ignore those security guards. And the general security guard didn't dare to say anything at all.
However, considering Su Chen's temper, he shouldn't be able to endure this kind of temper. What Chen Fei wanted was for Su Chen to fight against such people. Because there are people in the company who look after those kinds of people. Su Chen, a small security guard, may not be able to offend him at all. If you are offended, you may be fired the next day. Hey, kid, fight with me? Let's see how you die. Fei Chen sneered in the shadows. Soon, Su Chen summoned 5 or 6 security guards. These people were all found by Wang Chao, and they should be reliable people. Senior Su, take care of me. Several security guards looked at Su Chen and said quickly. Su Chen smiled and said, everyone is welcome, we will be brothers in the future, so we don't need to call Section Chief Su? Call me Su Chen, or Brother Chen. Okay, Brother Chen, we'll mess with you in the future. Several security guards were very excited. Because although Su Chen was promoted to Deputy Section Chief, he had no pretense at all, as usual. And their Section Chief Chen is indeed very strict. Even put on a high-profile look, which made them very dissatisfied. However, they dared not say anything. However, now it seems that they can follow Su Chen. Su Chen took Wang Chao and 5 or 6 security guards and walked towards the door in a mighty manner. Soon, the people responsible for recording the punch cards were all assigned. However, at this time, from the gate, there was an extremely strong perfume smell. Then, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, Wang Chao and the security guards' eyes were straight, and their saliva flowed onto their notebooks. No way, even Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Because of the people who come, it is indeed said that there are few advantages. The black short skirt is not as big as a palm, and the upper body is wearing a white shirt with a wide neckline. It doesn't look like he's coming to work, but rather like coming to a bar to have fun. Su Chen also took a deep breath, and then said, don't look at you guys, get ready for work. What time is it, should you be late? Just as they were talking, the security guards were also busy. But the beauty who came in didn't pay attention to them at all and walked away directly. I went and was ignored. Don't punch in, don't sign? Su Chen frowned. He was ignored as soon as he started working, which is not a good start. On the side, Wang Chao pulled and whispered, Brother Chen, don't provoke her. You forgot, this is the Dong Qian from last time, and there are people on her. Someone? What's wrong with someone? Can someone be so arrogant? Su Chen was dissatisfied. Brother, keep your voice down, her relationship is very hard. Several other security guards also persuaded. So arrogant? Su Chen touched it. On the relationship, who has his hard? His wife is the president. So the next moment, Su Chen shouted loudly, you, the one in front, don't go. Ahead, Dong Qian had already heard someone calling her, but she didn't care at all. Just a security guard, dare to stop her? Really looking for death. So, she still stepped on high heels, twisted the waist of the water snake, and walked towards the elevator. She didn't stop until a figure stopped in front of her. Who are you? Even a small security guard dares to stop me? It's really eye-opening. Get out of the way. Can you afford to delay my work? Dong Qian said proudly. And Su Chen didn't get angry, he said lightly. Manager Dong, right? I'm the deputy chief of the security department, Su Chen. Now, take care of the part of registering absences. Deputy chief of security section? After Dong Qian heard it, she glanced at Su Chen. When did you come up? Haven't you heard of it? No talent, I just took office yesterday. Su Chen said lightly. I see. No wonder, I haven't seen you before. Dong Qian said coldly, Senior Su, what's the matter with you? You have to stop my way. Hearing this, the security guards at the back rolled their eyes. What are you talking about? Of course, you have to check in. However, they didn't dare to get angry at Dong Qian, while Su Chen in front shrugged. Laughed, Manager Dong, did you forget something? If you can forget anything, get out of the way, I'm going to work. After hearing that, the security guards became even more dissatisfied. Your work is work, our work is not work? Although you are a beautiful woman and wear less clothes, you can't help but cooperate with your work. Su Chen also said with a smile, it's very simple, just need Manager Dong to take out his work permit, punch a card, and sign it.
This matter should not be difficult for you. Check in?
Dong Qian sneered, I'm sorry, I don't have this habit.
Hearing this, Su Chen rolled his eyes. Habit? This is the company's rules, not personal preference.
However, Wang Chao on the side was pale and quietly pulled La Suchen's sleeve. She gave him a slight wink and told him not to provoke the woman in front of him.
Sure enough, after hearing Su Chen's words, Dong Qian became angry. She pinched her waist and said, You, a little security guard, actually care about my affairs? Who gave you the courage to point fingers in front of me? Don't tell me you don't want to be in the company? Threat me? Su Chen smiled, I am a daring person, and I am not afraid of danger. Really? I wonder if you have the guts to stand in my way when you are fired. Fire me?
Su Chen scratched his head, the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened.
My position was appointed by the president himself, who can fire it. Besides, I didn't do anything wrong, I just did things according to the company's regulations. Who can fire me for no reason?
Dong Qian was so angry, she gritted her teeth angrily. Where did this stupefying come from? It turned out to be a rigid wood.
So, she could only say angrily, Go back and ask your section chief Chen Fei Chen to see if he dares to block my way? Boy, if you are sensible, get out of the way.
Fei Chen, who was watching in the dark, was also upset when he heard this. However, he did not dare to attack.
Because Dong Qian's backstage is indeed tough enough. Moreover, with Su Chen around, he couldn't care about the other party at all. Just throw this trouble to Su Chen.
Come to think of it, Dong Qian's method can easily drive Su Chen out of the company. However, no matter how Dong Qian threatened, Su Chen still stood in front with a smile, blocking the way. Seeing that the other party blocked the elevator, Dong Qian gritted her teeth angrily.
She usually doesn't have the habit of punching in at all. The security guard in front of her actually dares to let her punch in? And dare to stop her way? It's really unbelievable.
But soon, a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth.
Because she thought of a way.
A method that can instantly make the other party let go.
Not only that, but you can easily fire the opponent.
The next moment, Dong Qian carried directly towards Su Chen. In this way, she can easily drive Su Chen out of the company. On the side, Wang Chao also saw the abnormality, so he quickly reminded Su Chen to get out of the way quickly, otherwise it would cause big trouble.
Su Chen really didn't care.
He sneered in his heart, how could he not understand the other party's ability?
However, he didn't move out of the way and still stood there smiling. Really an idiot.
Chen Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was excited.
He even saw that Su Chen was fired. It's over.
On the side, Wang Chao covered his face, he could already think of the result.
The people around were also worried.
But the next moment, the situation changed.
What's the situation? In the dark, Fei Chen was stunned. What the hell is going on? Did the plan change? But shouldn't it?
The others were also stunned, and Wang Chao's eyes widened, not knowing what happened.
Everyone is puzzled, Su Chen said with a smile. Manager Dong, is it time to check in now? Well, punch in and sign in.
Su Chen smiled, took out Dong Qian's work card from the bag, and handed it to Wang Chao next to him. Go, punch Manager Dong. Immediately, Wang Chao quickly took over the work permit, punched in the card, and handed it back. Manager Dong, remember in the future, you must punch in when you go to work.
Dong Qian left, and everyone was still in shock.
Then they exclaimed.
Heaven, did I misunderstand? Manager Dong, who has always been arrogant, didn't get angry this time? Yeah, Brother Chen, how did you do it? A group of people were extremely puzzled. Puff.
Hearing this, Chen Fei, who was hiding in the dark, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He's not as simple as those ordinary security guards, he wouldn't believe what he was capable of. However, what disappointed him was that Dong Qian had no choice but to get this Su Chen, which was really hateful. It seems that this time he has miscalculated again.
Damn boy, you wait for me.
He just wanted to leave, but just happened to see Chu Yu coming from outside. Immediately, he had a plan in his mind, walked out quickly, and shouted loudly, "Hello, President."
This sound directly startled everyone. Even Su Chen looked back. Sure enough, he saw Chuyu coming quickly. Su Chen nodded slightly. He just wanted to say hello, but at this time, Fei Chen came quickly and said loudly, "President, something happened here just now." Hearing this, Chuyu frowned and said, "What made Chief Chen so shocked?"
"I'm not in a hurry to come to a conclusion about this matter, Deputy Section Chief Su.
Let's ask the president to visit in person."
"Come on," Chen Fei gave Su Chen a cold look.
Not good.
On the side, Wang Chao looked anxious.
He whispered, "Senior Chen is going to make trouble again." "Humph, I want to see what he can do." Su Chen snorted coldly, looking like he didn't care.
He stood in a good position just now, not only blocking everyone's sight, but also blocking the camera's sight. So, no one knows what he just did.
Moreover, he believed that Dong Qian would not say it.
After all, the public immediately got wet. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid that Dong Qian will not have the face to stay in this company. Therefore, Su Chen is very relieved.
Hearing Chen Fei's words, Chuyu frowned. She glanced at Su Chen and said in a deep voice, "What did you do just now?" "Injustice."
Su Chen put on an innocent look. "Senior Chen asked me to come here to be responsible for the check-in work, so I came. Oh, by the way, just now Manager Dong didn't want to check in. After a while of persuasion, I finally made her get lost. That's why I hit the card, and it didn't break the company's regulations. How about it, am I very good?"
"President, do you want to reward me with a big hug?" Saying that, Su Chen will wink at Su Chen. Everyone was stunned and directly petrified. They never imagined that Su Chen would be so bold. "It's okay to provoke Manager Dong before, but now you dare to openly joke about the president? Does he not want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme?"
Aside, Fei Chen sneered in his heart after hearing this.
"Ah, boy, this time you are dead. Dare to make a joke of the president like this, it seems that this company really can't keep you."
He is very clear about Chu Yu's character. That is decisive and majestic, and she is like a queen in the company. Who dares to make such a joke with her? So in his opinion, Su Chen is dead. Hearing this, Chu Yu also had a black line on her face. She glared at Su Chen fiercely, but she didn't get angry. Instead, he said lightly, "Since Section Chief Chen thinks there is a problem, I will go to the monitoring room to take a look."
Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Chu Yu didn't get angry. Chen Fei was also stunned. He didn't understand why Chu Yu didn't get angry.
This is not in line with each other's character.
Fei Chen didn't know the relationship between Su Chen and Chu Yu, so he couldn't understand why Chu Yu wasn't angry after killing him. And Chu Yu asked in a deep voice, Section Chief Chen?
Fei Chen was stunned for a moment, then quickly came back to his senses and said quickly, "President, please come here." Then, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme and walked towards the monitoring room with Chu Yu and others.
Su Chen also followed behind with a smile, not worried at all. On the side, Wang Chao and several other security guards were all anxious to death. They said, "Brother Chen, you are still smiling, aren't you worried at all? What's there to worry about?"
Su Chang patted their shoulders. "Don't worry, Brother Xingchen, you will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme forever." Soon, a group of people came to the monitoring room, and Chen Fei quickly called up a few pictures. It was the pictures of Dong Qian and Su Chen standing together before.
"Look, President, these are the pictures." Fei Chen pointed to the screen and said. Seeing this scene, Chu Yu frowned. She turned her head to look at Su Chen and asked in a deep voice, "What are you two doing so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals / phoneme to each other?" "President, you are wronged, it's not what you think." Su Chen quickly explained. "Manager Dawn didn't punch in.
I stopped her and educated her. In the end, under my education, Manager Dong found his way back and successfully clocked in."
"What nonsense!"
Fei Chen said, "President, I suspect that this Su Chen is indecent to Manager Dong in public." Hearing this, Wang Chao and other security guards' hearts jumped wildly, and they screamed.
Oops. Not good. This Chen Fei is really going to use his poisonous plan. Xu Yu's face also sank. Indecent assault? She said with a frown, looking very displeased. Su Chen sneered, Senior Chen, you won't be dazzled and confused. Where did you see that this was indecent? Humph. You don't have to argue. Fei Chen said, is it indecent? Just call Manager Dong and ask? Okay, go and call Dong Qian. Xu Yu said in a deep voice. Soon, Dong Qian came, still wearing so little phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme. Xu Yu frowned when she saw the other party's clothes. Could it be that Su Chen really had an affair with this woman? She was furious in her heart. So, she asked coldly, Manager Dong, please explain, what's going on with this picture? Dong Qian looked at the screen in front of her and was stunned for a moment, and soon she blushed. Aside, Chen Fei sneered. With Dong Qian's character, this opportunity will never be missed. The other party will definitely stand on his side and frame Su Chen in order to drive Su Chen out. Wang Chao and the others were very nervous, but they knew how powerful Dong Qian was. If this woman insists that Su Chen is indecent, I am afraid things will be very troublesome. As for Su Chen, he was not worried. He stretched out his palm and shook it. Originally, Dong Qian was still struggling, whether to frame the other party or not, in order to expel the other party from the company. However, when she saw Su Chen's palm, her whole body felt like an electric shock, and she was even wet. That feeling in the morning was unforgettable in her life. So for some reason, she doesn't want to frame Su Chen now. So she blushed and said quickly, President, you misunderstood, it's not indecent. I didn't punch in, but Section Chief Su told me about punching in, what? Hearing this, Chen Fei's face changed. He couldn't imagine why Dong Qian gave up. Doesn't this fit his character? Hearing this, Wang Chao and the others were completely relieved. They looked at Su Chen with a look of admiration. They didn't know what means Chen brother used. It made this demon girl so sincere. Xu Yu was also secretly relieved. She glared at Su Chen fiercely. Then, he turned to look at Chen Fei, and said coldly, Senior Chen, how do you explain this? Chen Fei was speechless at all. President, I was wrong, I should clarify things and report to you. I was reckless this time, and I confess to you. Then, he turned to look at Su Chen, and said quickly, Deputy Section Chief Su, I'm sorry this time, please forgive me. Su Chen said goodbye expressionlessly, and then he looked at the monitor, frowning slightly. Because, he found some anomalies. Then, he whispered to Chu Yu, Wife, I found something, you let them go first. Leave Fei Chen here, and I'll discuss it with you. Found something? Chu Yu was taken aback, then she nodded. Okay, now that things are clear, you can go to work first. Manager Dong, you should go too. A group of people were about to leave, and Chu Yu said again, Senior Chen, stay for a while. Afterwards, Dong Qian and several other security guards in the dynasty left. Only Chu Yu, Su Chen and Chen Fei were left in the house. Tell me, what's the matter? Xu Yu asked. And Chen Fei was also uneasy. He was afraid that Su Chen would retaliate against him now. But obviously, he thought too much. In Su Chen's eyes, he did not pose any threat at all. The reason why Su Chen left Chen Fei and let others leave was because he discovered something else. Didn't you all notice? Su Chen tapped the keyboard with his fingers, and then called up a few pictures. Originally, Xu Yu and Chen Fei were still very puzzled and didn't know what to say. However, when they saw those pictures, they were all stunned. Because in those pictures, there are several mysterious people in black. His behavior is sneaky, and he doesn't look like a good person. Seeing this scene, Xu Yu's face suddenly darkened. He stared at Chen Fei and asked coldly, Senior Chen, what's the situation? Can you explain it to me quickly? Chen Fei's face was very ugly, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his whole body was even soaked. He could not have imagined that there was a mysterious person who could avoid his detection, and entered the company unknowingly. This is really surprising. So, he quickly said, President, it's my dereliction of duty. I will definitely strengthen my patrol when I go back, and I will never let anyone suspicious. Suchin sneered, what, it's over after an apology? Do you know that because of some of your mistakes, it is very likely that the life of the president will be endangered? Boy, don't talk nonsense. The president is fine, how can there be danger? Chen Fei gritted his teeth and said. It seems that you are really stupid. Su Chen snorted coldly, pointed to the pictures and said, look where this is, it's all near the president's office. It is estimated that the president was not in the office at the time, otherwise I am afraid that it would be in danger by now. Seeing those pictures, Fei Chen broke down in cold sweat again. Shu Yu also had a look of fear. She didn't expect that someone could come to her office without knowing it. This is really scary. Fortunately, Su Chen discovered this, otherwise, I'm afraid she would still be kept in the dark. By the time you encounter danger or something, it's already too late. It seems that this guy is not useless. Shu Yu glanced at Su Chen and hummed in his heart. Now she understands a little why the family is looking for Su Chen to come to her side. It seems that the other party really has some real skills. Then what should I do now? Shu Yu asked. Although there were only 2 people in the room, it was obvious now that she was asking Su Chen. Because, with her beautiful eyes, she was staring at Su Chen closely. This made Chen Fei jealous for a while. But he just made a work mistake, so to make up for the mistake, he said quickly. Don't worry, President, I will definitely step up patrols and let this group of people know how good we are. After Su Chen heard it, he sneered, when you step up patrolling, I'm afraid the other party has already succeeded. Then what can you do? Chen Fei gritted his teeth and asked. Now being pressed by the other side makes him very uncomfortable, especially in front of his favorite goddess. It's very simple. The goal of that group of people should be the president. So, we just need to ask the president to get off work overtime after work today and leave later. Those people will definitely take the bait. When the time comes, you can bring some people to ambush outside, and when those people come, you can just catch them. Okay, President. Don't worry, I will definitely catch the other party with my own hands. Fei Chen vowed that he wanted to express himself very much now. Otherwise, losing face in front of the goddess is a trivial matter, but losing a job is a big deal. Seeing Chen Fei's readily agreed answer, Shu Yu nodded slightly, while Su Chen raised a smile. The reason why he didn't care about the other party's framing of him was just waiting for this time. Things like fighting with mysterious people are naturally left to Chen Fei to do. He wouldn't do such a thing. Let the other party suffer. At this time, Shu Yu also asked, Senior Chen led someone to ambush outside, so what are you doing? This question, Chen Fei also came back to his senses. Therefore, he looked at Su Chen. Su Chen said with a smile, of course I'm protecting you, the president. An elite security guard like me must protect you closely to be safe and secure. Speaking, Su Chen put his hand on his left shoulder, then bent down slightly, and said in a deep voice. Lovely lady, I am willing to be your personal patron saint and protect your safety. Please give me this chance. Seeing this scene, Shu Yu was slightly taken aback, while Chen Fei was so jealous. He was dying of regret now. Why did he rush to agree to the work of ambush outside? Now, in vain, the guy in front of him is cheap. It seemed that it was too late for him to regret it now. Can only hope in the heart, Shu Yu refused the other party's request. To be honest, Shu Yu wanted to refuse at first. Because, she would not give Su Chen any chance. But in a blink of an eye, Su Chen was able to discover the existence of those people, thinking of some special means. After all, it was related to her safety, so she could only nod her head in agreement. What? You agreed? Seeing this scene, Chen Fei was very surprised. And Su Chen was very happy. He put on a victory pose. Afterwards, he said to Chen Fei, Senior Chen, the task of catching the mysterious man outside will be handed over to you. You must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the brothers and fight bravely. As for the safety of the president, you can rest assured that there is absolutely no danger in leaving it to me. Of course, if there are any special circumstances, I will take the president to retreat first. After all,
the fire of the revolution must be preserved.
But I won't leave my comrades behind.
I have the number of the police station in my mobile phone, and I will definitely call it when the time comes. Seeing Su Chen's cheap smile, Chen Fei had the urge to vomit blood.
Okay, then that's the arrangement. Shu Yu nodded, then looked at Fei Chen.
When you bring more security guards, you must ask that person to catch him.
Yes, the task is guaranteed to be completed. Chen Fei replied, and then went out to get ready for work.
Tonight, he must catch the mysterious man and prove his ability to work.
A time. In the office, only Su Chen and Chu Yu were left. Chu Yu gave Su Chen a white look. Why haven't you left yet? Go. Why am I going?
Su Chen smiled. I'm your bodyguard, of course. I have to follow closely 24 hours a day.
Wife, if you have any needs, feel free to ask.
I will satisfy you with any needs. Su Chen deliberately bites any two words very hard.
Hee. Chu Yu gave Su Chen a blank look again, and went straight to work. Evening comes.
In the company, people began to leave work one after another and leave the company. And Chu Yu also told the secretary outside that she had to work overtime and let everyone else go. At night, the stars twinkle. In the entire Fingting company, only Chu Yu, Su Chen, Chen Fei, and a few security guards were left.
Chu Yu returned to the office, and then frowned, unable to help but get angry. Because Su Chen is sitting in his seat at the moment.
A pair of big feet were placed directly on the table, and he was almost lying on the chair, looking like he was enjoying it very much.
Not only that, he also looked at the computer while knocking melon seeds, and seemed very excited.
Moreover, what made Chu Yu's face even darker was that there seemed to be a woman's cry from time to time inside the computer. Chu Yu wasn't a fool. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Hearing this voice, he knew what the other party was doing. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, walked forward, and slapped the table.
Pang!
Su Chen was taken aback. He raised his head and saw that it was Chu Yu, and was relieved.
Wife, what are you doing? It's easy to scare people.
As he spoke, he closed the web page without a trace.
Believe it or not, I'll let you go away now.
Su Chen said, Wife, don't get excited, I also have difficulties.
He looked aggrieved.
You said, there are such two beautiful beauties at home, but they can only watch and can't move.
Isn't this embarrassing? I've been angry these days. Damn scum.
Chu Yu jumped, and the other party dared to attack her. It was really hateful.
Wait, two beauties? Damn it, you dared to beat my sister's idea.
Chu Yu puffed up her face angrily. At this time, Su Chen put away his smile. Okay, wife, don't make trouble, the business is coming. As he said that, he called up a page from the computer, which was exactly the screen on the monitor. In the picture, Fei Chen appeared with several security guards. These people were holding electric batons in their hands, and Chen Feihui was even more fully armed. It seems that it is not arresting people, but fighting directly on the battlefield.
Almost got a gun.
Seeing this scene, Chu Yu was also relieved. Section Chief Chen and others were armed with all their strength, and they should be able to catch the other party.
Su Chen also nodded. It looks good. I hope I can catch the other party.
But don't worry, wife, even if Chen Fei and the others can't do it, they'll be fine.
With me protecting you, you will never be in any danger.
You still protect me?
Chu Yu rolled his eyes at him. You are a big badass.
However, she did not leave, but stared at the monitor closely. After all, what happened tonight was very important.
She also wants to know, who is going to do something to her.
An hour has passed, and the content of the display screen has not changed, and the enemy has not come. Su Chen stretched, looked at his watch, and was about to say that today's people are not coming back. However, at this time, Chu Yu said excitedly, Look, someone has appeared.
It came.
Su Chen also sat up straight, a cold glow appeared in his eyes. But soon, he was covered up by him. The two looked at the screen. I saw a blurry figure flashing across the screen at a very fast speed.
If you don't look carefully, you won't find it at all. So fast.
Chu Yu was surprised. This scene shocked her. It seems that this mysterious person must be a master. Otherwise, it is impossible to have this speed. Su Chen also narrowed his eyes, and even a trace of killing intent appeared. Outside, Fei Chen was ambushing with several security guards. They also waited for an hour, and they were already impatient. Some people even think that the people who are possible today will not appear. But just after speaking, suddenly two figures flashed and appeared in front of them. Seeing this scene, the guards stood up all over their hair. They didn't expect that an enemy really came. Fei Chen also shrank his pupils sharply, and his muscles tightened. He also belongs to the elite, so it can be seen at a glance that these two are definitely masters. In the office, Qiyu screamed when she saw Chen Fei and the two men in black meet. And Su Chen also suddenly got up and walked outside. "Hey, what are you doing? You don't want to run away, do you?" Qiyu jumped angrily. She even thought that Su Chen could protect her safety. But unexpectedly, the other party ran away now. But soon, he realized that he was wrong. Even stayed there. Because Su Chen smiled and brought a bunch of snacks and put them on the table. How could such an exciting scene not be accompanied by snacks? "Come on, wife, you're welcome, you can eat too. When you are full, you will have the strength to escape after a while." Shu Yu had the urge to vomit blood. When he was so nervous, the other party even had snacks? Do you think this is watching an American blockbuster? Is it really dangerous? However, Su Chen didn't care, holding a bag of potato chips and eating with relish. However, his eyes never left the monitor. I saw in the picture, two men in black, one fat and one thin. Among them, the thin man quickly attacked Chen Fei. And the fat man ran to the other security guards. The two shot at the same time. Court death. Fei Chen was furious. He could not think of the other party and dared to attack. He has never been polite when he saw each other. He waved his fists, performed a set of grappling techniques, and rushed towards him quickly. He knew that his current movements must have been captured by the camera. In other words, Shu Yu in the office can definitely see the current situation. Therefore, he has to perform well to prove himself. But soon, Chen Fei's face was very ugly. Because he found that the other party was too strong, and he couldn't win the other party for a while. On the contrary, several times, he was almost subdued by the opponent. Not only that, but the subordinates he brought with him also screamed a few times and were knocked unconscious. At the same time, in the office, Qiyu exclaimed when she saw this scene. How is that possible? How could they be so powerful? One person knocked out 5 or 6 security guards? She was so shocked. But Su Chen shrugged, "What's the matter? It's not normal to play 5 or 6 at a time? You know, these two mysterious people are probably elite killers, and these security guards are just ordinary security guards. Except Chen Fei, who is still an elite, others are not enough to watch." On the other side, Fei Chen saw that all his subordinates were stunned, and his face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed the opponent quickly. However, the opponent's speed is faster and dodged quickly. At the same time, the fat man came quickly. 2-1, Chen Fei has no chance of winning at all. Even, he was directly kicked by the skinny guy and hit the wall. Oops, what should I do? Hurry up and help him. Seeing this scene, Qiyu also looked anxious. Originally, she thought that dealing with two little thieves was not an easy task. But now it seems that things are completely beyond her expectations. The other party is too strong, Chen Fei and those security guards can't bear it at all. It won't take long for those people to come here. Su Chen also said, "Wife, it seems that Section Chief Chen can't hold on for long, or you should leave quickly. They found it here in the province." "Go, where to go?" Shu Yu frowned. She is a little girl, and it is impossible for her to escape the pursuit of two big men. That's it, Su Chen closed the computer, "Go hide in the bathroom, lock the asterisk, and don't come out. I'll find a way." Can that work? Shu Yu was worried. Su Chen touched it, "Then don't use the bathroom in the office. Go to the public bathroom and find a place to hide. Remember, don't come out without me calling you."
Okay. At this moment, Chuyu no longer had the strength she had before. She was like a little girl, very weak. And Su Chen in her eyes also became taller at this moment. If it was an ordinary person, in such a situation, his legs would have been frightened. Or run away directly, who will care about her safety? But Su Chen always thought of her, and even arranged for her to escape. This warmed her heart, and even created a sense of dependence. But soon, she became worried. But the enemy is so powerful, can you do it? It really doesn't work, hurry up and hide too, we'll call the police. When the police arrive, maybe we'll be safe, police? The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. When they come, I guess we'll hang up long ago. Don't worry, I can handle it. Even if they can't beat them, I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme them away. With that said, Su Chen pulled Chuyu out of the office and hid Chuyu in the bathroom. And Su Chen walked towards the two mysterious people. After leaving Chuyu, Su Chen's whole personality changed. It is no longer like the laziness of the past, but with a fierce breath, like a sword drawn out of its scabbard. Dare to beat my wife's idea, no matter who you are, everyone is dead. Su Chen's speed was getting faster and faster, and in the end, it was like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme. When Su Chen came to the scene, he happened to see Chen Fei knocked out by a punch. Is this the master of Huaxia? Is it really pitifully weak? Waste one, as long as we kill the target, we can get 5,000 million. The two said in a cold voice. The voice was very strange, and it seemed that they were not Chinese. You too, are you despising the Chinese people? At this moment, Su Chen walked over with a smile. There are still people? The two mysterious people looked at each other, then looked at Su Chen. Humph. It looks like a waste. If you're like this, it's not a problem for me to hit 100. The two sneered. Tell me immediately, where is your CEO? Maybe I'm in a good mood, enough to spare your life. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. Threaten me? Su Chen sneered. I advise you to kneel down and apologize, otherwise your end will be even worse. Idiot. Court death. Among them, the skinny killer was furious, and his whole body turned into an afterimage, killing him quickly. In his hand there is a spell of books shining with icy light. Islanders? Su Chen frowned. I hate islanders the most. However, at this time, the skinny killer had already come to Su Chen. The dagger in his hand stabbed out even more quickly. Stupid Chinese, give me death. Su Chen snorted coldly, and there was a chilling killing intent in his eyes. Then, he raised his foot and kicked out. Pang! Nani? The skinny killer was stunned, and his whole body flew out like a ball, hitting the wall directly. Several bones were broken. And the fatty killer, who had not moved and was about to watch a joke, was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the other party was a master, and he could seriously injure his companion with one kick. It's so unbelievable. Damn, who are you? The skinny killer struggled to get up, his face extremely pale. Shocked, really shocked. Thinking that as a dignified and terrifying killer, he could not stop the opponent's kick. It made him unable to believe it. You are really a frog in the well. Court death. The fat killer was furious and killed again. Although the other party is very powerful, they are here to kill people this time, and they must not return empty-handed. And in his opinion, his companion must have been careless just now, which is too much for the other party's hand. If he shot with all his strength, the opponent must not be his opponent. The fat man was as big as a mountain, and he waved his fists, bringing a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme, which caused pain on people. If it is hit, even a wall can't bear it, let alone a human body. But Su Chen was like a fallen leaf in the gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme, fluttering with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme. The terrifying fist rubbed his body past, unable to hit at all. The next moment, he stepped out again, kicked the opponent with one foot, and directly knocked the opponent to the ground. What? The fat killer and the thin killer were completely stunned.
In particular, the fat killer was even more shocked. He couldn't even touch the corner of the other party's clothes, which really made him unbelievable.
Who are you? Is it the Chinese god of war?
He was so shocked that he wanted to come here to take over the mission this time, but he never said that anyone would take it seriously.
Thinking of the mission target, they can easily be headed.
But I didn't expect that. Now here, they encounter a terrifying mysterious person, so that they have no backhand power at all.
Unfortunately, you guessed wrong.
Su-chen snorted coldly, flew out again, kicked Fatty directly at the keypoint, and killed him.
Ah!
The fat man screamed and lost his breath. When the skinny killer in the back saw this scene, his whole body trembled as if he had seen a ghost.
What kind of means is this? I have never heard of it.
Damn, are you the Chinese god of killing? The skinny killer looked terrified. As for Su-chen, he walked over step by step and said coldly, "It's a pity, you guessed wrong too."
Pang. With another move, the skinny killer also fell powerless.
If anyone here sees this scene, they will definitely scream.
Two terrifying killers beat Chun Fei and several security guards without a fight. However, in Su-chen's hands, he couldn't escape even a single move.
This difference in strength is really too big. Su-chen bent over and groped around the two of them, but found nothing. However, it is not that there is no gain, at least he knows that the other party is an islander. 2 times, the islanders came to assassinate him, which made Su-chen frown.
Forget it, let's talk about this later.
Su-chen shook his head. He had already handed over the reconnaissance task to the owl, and it wouldn't take long for the other party to come, and there would be results. He walked to several security guards in Fade Chen, and quickly probed, and found that the other party just fainted, and he was relieved. Those ordinary security guards were fine, but they were knocked out.
However, Chen Fei's situation was a bit bad, and there were many traumas on his body.
In some places, the bones were broken. Shaking his head, Su-chen casually dialed 120. So, he turned around and went to the public bathroom to find Chu-yu.
"Wife, it's all right, wife, come out quickly." Su-chen walked into the bathroom with a smile. "Su-chen? Scum?"
In the bathroom, there was a surprised voice.
"I'm going, when did I become a scum?" Su-chen was a little dissatisfied. However, hearing this voice, Chu-yu inside was relieved.
Chu-yu pushed open the door and hurried out. "Why did you come back so soon?"
"What's going on over there?" "Senior Chen, is there anything wrong with them?"
I said, "Wouldn't you be timid and scared back?"
"I'll go, your husband, can I be timid?" Su-chen was unhappy. "The matter has been resolved, I will naturally come back to find you."
"What, solved it?"
Chu-yu's eyes widened, unable to believe it.
She looked at her watch and found that it took only 5 minutes before and after.
"Is it really resolved?"
Chu-yu doubted.
"Of course it's true, how could I lie to you?" Su-chen said, "If you don't believe me, go and see."
Seeing Su-chen's confident smile, Chu-yu was suspicious. But in the end, she still gritted her teeth and decided to go see it for herself.
Su-chen followed behind with a smile, not worried at all. Soon, Chu-yu came to the scene of the crime.
When she saw the 2 mysterious killers lying on the ground, she exclaimed,
"What's wrong with them?" Chu-yu asked in surprise. Su-chen shrugged, "It probably won't be standing up anymore."
"What?"
Chu-yu was surprised. "Did you make a move?"
She looked at Su-chen with a shocked expression. Before, she had seen with her own eyes that Fade Chen and 5 or 6 security guards could not compete with these 2 mysterious killers.
Could it be that the Su-chen in front of him is actually so powerful? How could it be my hand?
Su-chen shook his head. "When I came, these 2 killers killed each other in order to compete. And then they both perished together."
"That's fine too."
Chu-yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could see that Su-chen was lying. However, she would rather believe this lie than Su-chen's hand.
Next, 120 came and took all these people away.
Not only that, but the police also came. Chu-yu recounted the whole thing, and the police took it seriously and indicated that they must investigate thoroughly.
However, after Chu-yu's request, this matter was not made public. Not only that, but Chuyu and Su Chen went to the hospital in person to visit Chen Fei.
Chen Fei's injury is not serious, and it seems that he will not be able to continue working in a short time.
This made Chuyu sigh heavily.
And Su Chen said, "Don't worry, wife, with me, I will never put you in any danger."
It's so late and I haven't eaten dinner.
You're hungry. I'll go get you something to eat.
Okay.
Chuyu nodded, seeing that the other party was so obedient today, and she was indeed hungry.
Hee, wife, you see that I am poor and poor. Did you pay for this meal?
Hearing this, Chuyu gave him an angry look, and then took out his wallet. "You can take it, okay."
Su Chen took some money, and then went out.
Coming to the corridor, he subconsciously lit a cigarette. But at this time, a voice came from behind. "Sir, this is a hospital, smoking is not allowed." The voice was very nice. Su Chen turned back, and suddenly felt his eyes light up. Such a beautiful nurse sister. Behind, is indeed a little nurse.
About
1.7 meters tall, wearing a nurse uniform, the whole person looks very cute. A beautiful white and greasy face, with a playful smile on the small mouth, like a peony flower in bud.
This temperament is completely different from Chuyu and Shinjiani. Even Su Chen was stunned.
Seeing that Su Chen didn't respond, the little nurse said again, "Sir, this is a hospital, please don't smoke."
Okay.
When Su Chen heard this, he quickly put out the cigarette. Then he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I'm used to forgetting that this is a hospital."
It's okay. The little nurse nodded, and then prepared to leave. I'm going, let's go now. Su Chen looked disappointed. Could it be that brother is so unattractive?
No, such a beautiful chick can't be missed. So the next moment, he hurriedly covered his stomach, squatted on the ground and screamed, "Ouch, it hurts to death." Hearing this voice, the cute little nurse in front stopped immediately. Su Chen unfolded his talent for acting, covered his stomach and said, "I don't know what happened, but suddenly my stomach started to hurt."
Stomach pain? Don't panic, sit here first.
There are seats in the corridor, so the little nurse helped Su Chen and sat on the seat next to her. Then, the cute little nurse said, "Well, I'll call the doctor to show you." Seeing that the other party was leaving again, Su Chen quickly grabbed it. "Don't be so troublesome, it's not a serious illness, just help me take a look." When Su Chen grabbed her little hand, the cute little nurse blushed. However, when she saw the painful look on Su Chen's face, she bit her lips lightly, and then nodded lightly.
Alright then, I'll help you rub it. Need it for me? It's so good. Su Chen was overjoyed.
He didn't expect this little nurse to be so enthusiastic. Originally, he just wanted to sit here and chat with the other party, and took the opportunity to ask about the phone or something. But he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to rub his stomach. Such a good thing, how could Su Chen refuse? Soon, the cute little nurse gently rubbed Su Chen's stomach with her weak and boneless hands. Oh, comfortable. Su Chen shouted in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face, because he was afraid of scaring the little nurse away. After a while, the little nurse stopped when she saw that Su Chen was no longer in pain. "Okay, sit down for a while, I'm going to work," said the little nurse. Whoops. Su Chen covered his stomach and started to cry again. "It hurts to death." "It still hurts?" the little nurse wondered. "Well, as soon as you take your hand away, my stomach hurts." Su Chen said, "Sister nurse, please rub it for me." Okay. The little nurse sat down again. 3 laps to the left, 3 laps to the right, and 3 laps to the weak hand. Su Chen hummed a little tune, feeling so cool in her heart. This nurse girl is so wow. That soft and boneless little hand is simply indescribable. Okay, it looks like you should be about the same, I should go. The little beauty nurse, this time, finally left with a stack of documents. I don't know, can we meet again? Su Chen patted his face, then went out to buy something. When he returned to the hospital with some food, he found that he had met the cute little nurse again. But this time, the other party was puffed up and looked very angry. It turned out that behind her, there was a middle-aged man with a big belly. The middle-aged man has been following the lovely nurse who, trying to take advantage. I go.
Su Chen was unhappy for a while. How could such a cute little nurse be with such a person? So he stepped forward and bumped into the middle-aged fat man. At the same time, he winked at the little nurse. "Thank you." The cute little nurse whispered her thanks and ran away. And the middle-aged fat man was knocked to the ground by Su Chen. "Fuck! Who dares to hit me?" The middle-aged fat man roared frantically. Su Chen said with a smile, "Is it okay? I'm sorry, you look so fat, how can you be so careless?" It fell over with a little touch. Su Chen shrugged and walked away. "Damn boy. You wait for me." The middle-aged fat man roared on the ground, staring at Su Chen's back, his eyes flashing coldly. For this powerless threat, Su Chen directly ignored it. He carried the food and returned to the ward. "Why are you so slow?" Chu Yu complained. "How long has this guy been out?" "It's been almost an hour, isn't it? Just to buy a meal, I can climb back." Su Chen's face turned red. It's too bad, he was patronizing some nurse, and he even forgot the time. He laughed, "Sorry, my stomach hurts a bit, so I rested for a while." "The meal is here, eat it while it's hot." Su Chen hurriedly arranged the dishes so that Chu Yu could eat. However, it didn't take long for the door to open again. This time, it was not the doctors and nurses who came in, but two policemen. Behind the two policemen, there was a middle-aged fat man with a sneer. When he saw Su Chen, he snorted coldly, "Boy, I've said it before, if you dare to provoke me, you're dead." What happened? Seeing this scene, Chu Yu frowned. She was already in a bad enough mood, but she didn't expect the police to come again now. Don't think about it, it's Su Chen's fault again. Su Chen also frowned slightly. Before, he just gave the other party a small warning, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so ignorant. Dare to call the police? It seems that he started too lightly. However, before he explained anything, the fat middle-aged man quickly said to the two policemen, "I was bumped by him in the hallway just now and my wallet was gone. I think it must have been stolen by this kid. You two, quickly bring him back to the police station and torture him. Such a person must not be released." Ha ha. For such words, Su Chen disdainfully compared his middle finger. However, those two police officers are obviously suitable for the middle-aged fat man to be a gang. So he said coldly, "Boy, come with us. You're young, you can't learn anything well, you have to steal things. It seems that this time, we must educate you well." The two policemen looked cold, but there was a sneer in their eyes. When Su Chen saw this scene, he knew that the three of them must have colluded. So he said lightly, "If you want to arrest someone, that's okay, where's the evidence?" "Still using evidence?" The middle-aged fat man sneered, "What I said is the evidence. Go." Afterwards, the two policemen took out the handcuffs and put them on Su Chen directly. "I go, so bold." Su Chen was stunned. "Aren't you afraid that you will detain the wrong person?" He said lightly, "Not in a hurry at all, I know you, Captain Lee." "Captain Lee? It's just you?" The two policemen also sneered, but they knew Li Yinxiong, who was notoriously cold-faced Demon King. How could it be possible to recognize such a young man in front of him? So the two snorted coldly, "If you know Captain Lee, I'll know the mayor." With that said, the two of them were about to force Su Chen away. However, at this time, Chu Yu, who was beside him, finally couldn't bear it any longer. She patted the table and shouted coldly, "Stop it all for me." Afterwards, the middle-aged fat man and the two policemen looked at Chu Yu. As a result, the saliva of the three people was about to stay. To be honest, they had never seen such a beautiful woman. Especially the middle-aged fat man, his saliva was drooling down, and his whole face was full of wretched expressions. Excellent. It really is superb. The middle-aged fat man was very excited. He didn't expect that Su Chen would know such a beautiful woman. Afterwards, he and the two policemen looked at each other with a hideous smile. If this beautiful beauty is brought to the police station, I am afraid it is not right for them to do whatever they want. Thinking of this, the two middle policemen also took a deep breath and said, "I suspect that you and this guy are accomplices, so we will take them away together." "What? You dare to touch me?" Shu Yu frowned. What is her identity? She is the president of Fingting Company. On weekdays, she is high above, not to mention the policeman in front of her. Even if the chief of the police station saw her, she would not dare to be presumptuous. However, now the two policemen dared to say that they would take her away. Arrest people for no reason. Do you know that you are abusing your power this time? Shu Yu snorted coldly. Ha, even if it is abused, what can I do? Take it away first. The two policemen were not afraid at all. On the side, Su Chen was also stunned. These three guys are too bold, they even dare to provoke Shu Yu? Do they really think that Shu Yu is so easy to bully? Originally, Su Chen wanted to shoot, but now, seeing that these three dared to provoke Shu Yu, he was not in a hurry to shoot. Anyway, with him there, Shu Yu would not be in such danger. Moreover, he really wanted to see what kind of expressions the three arrogant guys in front of him would have when they learned of Shu Yu's identity. At this time, a policeman also said, "Don't worry, beauty, go back with us first. If there's nothing wrong, we'll let you out." Let's just say, the two of them directly took Su Chen and Shu Yu away. On the way, Su Chen also met the cute little nurse from before. Seeing him being taken away, the other party stomped his feet anxiously. She knew that Su Chen hired the middle-aged fat man to save her. This made her anxious, but there was nothing she could do. In the interrogation room, two police officers sat there. On the opposite side, Shu Yu had an icy face, while Su Chen didn't even have a seat, and was placed in the corner. He didn't care phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme and just sat on the ground casually. The two policemen completely ignored him, and they looked at Shu Yu. "Beauty, what's your name and what's your phone number?" The two were shaking with excitement. It was the first time for them to face such a beautiful woman alone. Shu Yu snorted coldly, "I won't answer any of your questions until my lawyer arrives." "What's the matter?" "When my lawyer comes, you can tell them. Also, you are being too bold and abusing your power." "Wait, my lawyer and I will sue you." "Sue us? A lawyer?" The two policemen sneered, "Beauty, I advise you to better recognize the form. We have the final say here. You'd better be obedient, otherwise, I guarantee you won't be able to get out at all." Snort. Shu Yu gritted her teeth, her face pale with anger. Seeing Shu Yu was not afraid at all, the two policemen looked embarrassed. However, at this time, Su Chen in the corner really sneered disdainfully. "Fuck, boy. What are you laughing at? Dare to laugh at us, how bold. Believe it or not, it will kill you." Two policemen threatened. Su Chen shook his head, "It's nothing, I just think you two are too stupid." Court death. Being despised in public, the two policemen were furious and stood up abruptly. "Bold? We're just bold, what's up?" The two security guards walked towards Su Chen with a sneer on their faces with batons. "Boy, don't even look at what this place is, how dare you act wild here? I see, you are really tired and crooked. Come on, my lord will loosen your muscles." The two grinned, and when they walked in front of Su Chen, they were about to start. However, at this time, the door suddenly opened. Everyone was stunned. And the two policemen were even more shocked. Because they have seen the coming. "Bureau, Director." The two quickly bowed. Indeed, the person who came was the chief of the police station. Behind him, followed by a beautiful woman, the police captain Li Yingxiong. As soon as Li Yingxiong entered the door, he glanced at him. When she saw Shu Yu, she exclaimed in her heart, "What a beautiful beauty." However, when he saw Su Chen who was smiling, he frowned. Why is this guy again? Naturally, she would not forget Su Chen, but she didn't expect that the other party would come in again so quickly. It seems that the other party is really not a good person. As soon as the police chief came in, he was relieved to see that Shu Yu was not hurt. However, when they saw that the two policemen were holding batons and seemed to want to do something, they suddenly became angry. Because he also recognized Su Chen. Not to mention that Su Chen was with Shu Yu, even the phone call from the Shin family last time shocked him. He knew that the young man in front of him seemed to be smiling, but his identity might be frighteningly large. So, he coldly shouted, "Stop! let you do it? What is this place? Police station. We enforce the law impartially. Who allowed you to do it privately? Having said that, the chief went up and slapped the two policemen and snatched the baton from their hands. Chief. Both cops were stunned, they didn't expect the chief to come. It's even more unexpected that the director made such a big fire as soon as he came up. Mr. Su, are you all right? After the chief grabbed the baton, he hurriedly asked. I am fine. Su Qianxiao said he, not afraid at all. After hearing this, the director quickly turned around again, came to Chu Yu, and said with concern. President Chu, are you not injured? It's really a misunderstanding this time. President. The two policemen's eyes widened. They had never seen their chief so lowly. Now, no matter how stupid they are, they should have guessed it. The two people in front of them are definitely not ordinary people, but have a great background. Thinking of this, they took a deep breath, and there was a trace of panic in their eyes. Even my calf started to shiver. Director, the two stuttered and looked at the police chief, but the police chief's face sank, and he said coldly, go to the side. You dare to arrest President Chu? Do you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? It's over. It's a big deal. The faces of the two policemen were extremely pale. They had never seen such a big fire from the chief. It seems that the identity of the other party is even more amazing than they imagined. Don't be quick to apologize to President Chu and Mr. Su. The chief hummed. The two policemen reacted and hurriedly bent over and said, I'm sorry, we have no eyes and don't know you have eyes but no pearls? So, you can just catch ordinary people? Chu Yu snorted coldly, she had long held back her anger. President Chu, you misunderstood, that's not what you mean, we naturally won't arrest good people. The director explained. Aren't you going to catch people? Chu Yu snorted coldly, then what is our current situation? Please explain. Forehead, the director was speechless, he couldn't explain it at all. He could only glare at the two policemen, damn it, do you know who this woman is? How dare you provoke her? Chu Yu didn't plan to say anything to these people. She said coldly, I've already contacted my lawyer. You can wait for the court's summons tomorrow. Hearing this, the two policemen almost fainted from fright. The other party said this before, but they didn't care at all at the time. Who dares to sue the police? But I didn't expect that now the other party's background is amazing, I'm afraid this thing is very likely to be true. Damn fat. This time it will hurt the two of us. The two policemen complained in their hearts. They really belonged to the middle-aged fat man, but the other party said that Chu Yu and Su Chen had no background. Therefore, the two policemen dared to act recklessly. But the current situation is completely different from what the middle-aged fat man said. Now the two of them can't wait to fly over and kill the middle-aged fat man. The police chief also had an ugly face. He was thinking about how he could persuade the ant in front of him. At this moment, the door opened again. Another group of people came in. The leader was a capable middle-aged man wearing golden glasses, and behind him, there were several old men. Who is this person? Could it be a team of lawyers? The two policemen were surprised. Secretary Wang, why are you here? The chief was startled and hurried forward. Who is this person? Could it be a team of lawyers? The two policemen were surprised. Secretary Wang, why are you here? The chief was startled and hurried forward. The middle-aged man said lightly, I heard that Miss Chu has been detained. I will come to see on behalf of the mayor. And ask, what does Miss Chu need? What? On behalf of the mayor. Hearing this, the two policemen immediately fainted. Moreover, the director is also shivering. He quickly said, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. You two, get out of here, think about it, and write a profound review. Punishment. The chief's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he could not kill the two policemen in front of him. Afterwards, he cautiously walked out with Chu Yu and Secretary General Wang. Of course, the two police officers received severe punishment, and the previous middle-aged fat man did not escape the law. This time, the police station acted very quickly and immediately arrested the middle-aged fat man in the hospital. Soon, a series of crimes committed by the middle-aged fat man were all announced. These things alone are enough for him to spend decades in prison. The two policemen and the middle-aged fat man were severely punished, and the chief rectified the discipline again, and the matter was over. In the end, the police chief personally sent Chuyu and Su Chen back to the villa. The next few days were peaceful. This morning, at the door of Flichting Company, security guard Wang Chao met a strange person. Originally, he woke up early, and the dynasty was sleepy, constantly complaining. But when he saw the figure, all the sleepiness disappeared. It was a long-haired beauty. A head of black satin-like hair fluttered in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, slender eyebrows, and eyes like stars like the bright moon. Exquisite Cheong nose, pink cheeks slightly halo, dripping cherry-like red lips. The flawless melon seed face is shy and affectionate, the tender snow skin is beautiful, the figure is light, refined and elegant. Wang Chao had never seen such a beautiful woman, so when he saw each other, his saliva drooled. God, have I not woken up yet? Still dreaming? How can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Wang Chao rubbed his eyes hard, but found that he was not really dreaming. And the woman in red stopped in front of Wang Chao at this moment, and then she lightly opened her red lips. Excuse me, is this Flichting Company? This voice is like jade beads, very tactful. Perfect, absolutely perfect. At this moment, in the heart of the dynasty, he gave the opponent a full score. Not only is the person beautiful, but also the voice is so good. In this world, he never imagined that there would be such a perfect woman in this world. So hearing the other party's words, Wang Chao nodded subconsciously. Thank you. The woman in red smiled sweetly, and then left. The dynasty is still in the middle of fantasy. However, at this time, he was patted on the back of his head. It's early in the morning, what are you thinking? My saliva is all on the ground. Wang Chao was naturally dissatisfied when others disturbed the dream. But when he turned around and found that it was Su Chen, he immediately smiled. Morning, brother Chen. Su Chen laughed and scolded, why are you dazed at the door? Is it possible that you have hit the peach blossoms? Brother Chen, don't say it, it's really a peach blossom luck. At this moment, Wang Chao was very excited, his eyes are like light bulbs. So, he hurriedly said what happened before. As he spoke, he wiped his saliva. Brother Chen, you don't know, that girl is so perfect. She is 100 times more beautiful than any other star. I even think she is no worse than the president at all. You've only met a few women, and now you're calling perfect? Su Chen laughed. Brother Chang Chen. It's really beautiful. I dare to swear to God. Then why is she here to chat with you? Su Chen said angrily. Wang Chao also came back to his senses, it is indeed a conversation, but she seems to be asking if this is Flichting Company. I said yes, and she left. After saying this, Wang Chao's eyes were blurred again, and he fell into a crooked state. As for Su Chen, it was not normal to see Wang Chao like this. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she shouldn't be crooked for so long. The woman in red also asked if it was Flichting Company? Su Chen frowned, and suddenly a figure appeared in his mind. I'll go, won't it be her? Su Chen jumped, and quickly asked, stop dreaming, tell me what the beauty you saw looks like? Does she have a peach blossom drawn between her eyebrows, a golden hairpin on her head, and an ancient sword on her back? Chao Dynasty smiled and said, Brother Chen, have you watched too many movies? You think you're shooting a costume movie, but the other party is obviously a modern beauty. It's just a red dress. Isn't it? Su Chen frowned. It seems that we should pay more attention to this matter. If it is really the other party, it will be too scary. While thinking about it, he walked into the company. When entering the company, the little girl at the front desk shouted, Brother Chen, the president called just now and asked you to come to her office after you come. Su Chen is still guessing the identity of the woman in red. So I didn't hear what the little girl at the front desk said. And the little girl was startled when she saw Su Chen's calm face, as if she was about to get angry. No, I haven't offended Brother Chen recently? She was afraid. Because she now knows that Su Chen is a celebrity by the president's side. If Su Chen wanted to say a few words to her in front of the president, I'm afraid she would lose her job. So, she quickly brought a cup of coffee and brought it to Su Chen. And he hugged Su Chen's arm with both hands, and finally pressed his entire body up. Brother Chen, I know I was wrong. Although I told you this news 10 minutes late, you shouldn't be angry. Su Chen was still guessing, who is the woman in red? But suddenly, he felt a softness on his arm, and then he took a deep breath. What's the situation? Why did this girl take the initiative to send her **** here? However, seeing the other party's delicate appearance, Su Chen subconsciously swallowed his saliva. How could he not eat what was delivered? While chatting and laughing with the other party, I continued to enjoy the softness of my arms. After a while, Su Chen asked, by the way, what are you looking for from me? You should always be in her office. Wife looking for me? Su Chen was shocked, and then smiled, okay, you can go to work, I'm going to work. Seeing Su Chen smiling again, the little girl at the front desk breathed a sigh of relief. Then she gave Su Chen another wink before going to work. On the other hand, Su Chen was in a good mood and quickly came to Chu Yu's office. Su Chen has no rules for entering Chu Yu's office. Instead of knocking on the door and waiting like the others, he just pushed the door and entered. Wife. Su Chen entered carelessly, accompanied by a voice. But soon, his voice stopped. Because she found that not only Chu Yu was alone in the office, but there was also a figure standing. And seeing this figure, Su Chen's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. If Wang Chao was here, he would definitely scream. That's right, the figure in front of him is a beautiful woman in a long red dress. It was the one Wang Chao met outside the company before. I just didn't expect the other party to come here now. To be honest, Su Chen was really surprised. Because he couldn't understand why the other party appeared here. On the other hand, Chu Yu was dissatisfied, and the other party dared to call her wife in public, which was really hateful. And in public places, the other party didn't even say any rules, and entered her office directly without knocking on the door. It's really hateful. Chu Yu was mad with anger, and what made her grit her teeth even more. As soon as the other party came in, he didn't even look at her, and stared directly at the red-clothed beauty in front of him, his eyes almost popping out. What does that mean? Do you dislike her for not being as good-looking as each other? Chu Yu's face was cold, and she kept grinding her little tiger teeth. Snort! In the end, she snorted heavily, and Su Chen suddenly came back to her senses, and then scratched her head. Embarrassed, what are you looking for from me? Does it look good? Chu Yu didn't answer, but asked coldly. Nice. Su Che replied subconsciously, but as soon as he said this, he regretted it. Because he saw Chu Yu's murderous gaze. So he quickly said, President, what are you looking for from me, and who is this beauty? Let me introduce to you, this Miss Xiao Yue. He will be my personal assistant in the future and will be responsible for my safety. In charge of your safety? Su Chen frowned, then what am I doing? I'm your bodyguard, you? Chu Yu rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, what should I do? I don't need your protection by my side. God, what's going on? Su Chen quickly said, President, this is no child's play. Your safety is very important. How can you give it to someone else casually? Miss Xiao doesn't know anyone else, and she's a martial arts champion, she's very powerful. Martial arts champion? When did this girl get this name again? Su Chen was stunned. However, at this time, Chu Yu continued, yes, since she is my personal assistant, she will naturally protect me at all times. So during this time, she will phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live live/phoneme in our apartment. Living together. Su Chen's mouth opened wider, and as a result, there were 3 top-notch beauties living in the villa. Imagine being so happy. This is every homeboy's dream.
However, the only pity is that all three can only be watched, not eaten, which is really hateful. Seeing Shukai's drooling expression, Chiyu gritted her teeth in anger and said, "Bastard, I warn you, don't make bad ideas. Otherwise, Miss Chiao, you will not be soft-hearted. When the time comes, break your bones, don't cry." Ha ha. Su Chen was speechless. "Okay, I called you this time to tell you about this. Now that you know, go out and don't disturb my work." Afterwards, Su Chen left the office. But as soon as he came out, his smiling face darkened, and there was even a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Damn, why did this woman run to Chuyu's side? What is her purpose? Su Chen frowned slightly. He didn't believe that the other party was here to protect Chuyu, and there must be a reason he didn't know. It seems that during this time, we must be more careful. Shaking his head, Su Chen walked downstairs, but before taking a few steps, his phone rang. "I am a wolf from the north, frozen into a dog in the south." The strange bell rang, and Su Chen quickly answered the phone. "What's the matter? Did you call me during the day?" Su Chen was very surprised. Over the phone, an owl's voice came, very heavy. "Boss, the fire organization has been extinguished." "What?" "It was destroyed." "When did it happen?" Su Chen frowned. This fire organization is a very powerful terrorist organization, even occupying a small island in Europe, it is extremely powerful. He didn't expect it to be killed by someone. It was the moon god who destroyed it. Now the whole underground world has exploded, and even in the human world, someone has offered an astronomical price of $100 billion to offer a reward to the moon god. It turned out to be the moon god. Su Chen took a deep breath, then turned around suddenly, and stared at Chuyu's office. In the end, he was speechless for a while, and could only compare his middle finger fiercely. On the other side of the phone, Owl was also speechless. "Boss, you said that guy is crazy, why did he suddenly attack that kind of terrorist organization?" "Who knows?" Su Chen sighed. "That guy is a lunatic, maybe it will explode any time." "Okay, you pay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme attention to things over there, and call me if you have any news." Su Chen shook his head slightly and hung up the phone. "Forget it, don't think about it, with me here, that guy shouldn't do it easily." Walking all the way, he returned to the security section. Immediately, the security guards in the security department all brought tea and water, kneaded their shoulders and pinched their backs, and shouted loudly one by one, "Hello, Brother Chen." This made Su Chen very satisfied. Because Fade Chen was seriously injured, it was impossible for him to come back in a short time. Now he has the final say in the entire security department. This feeling is really good to think about. On the other hand, Dynasty was gathering with a few security guards, talking nonstop, looking very excited. Su Chen listened to a few words with his ears sideways, and found that most of them were beauties in red, peerless fairies and the like. The surrounding security guards didn't believe Wang Chao's description. "Brother Chao, have you misunderstood? Where in the world can there be such a beautiful woman as you said? It's Brother Chao, are you dazzling too much? Fart. Super brother, can I fuck a lot? Super brother has money, so he usually goes to big healthcare." Wang Chao pouted, and then said, "I dare to swear to the lamp, what I said is true. That beauty is absolutely unparalleled in the world, and you have never seen it in your life." Seeing Wang Chao's excitement, Su Chen also smiled and said, "Why, are you still thinking about the beauty in the morning? I said, you'd better wash and sleep, you have nothing to play. Brother Chen, don't hit me. It's all right for me to crook me." Wang Chao wanted to cry without tears. However, at this time, the door of the security department rang, and someone was knocking on the door. "Who?" "Busy." Wang Chao was interrupted, very upset. However, the door of the security section suddenly opened, and then a red figure walked in. This is a beautiful woman, wearing a red dress, with beautiful hair, a beautiful face, and a graceful figure. Seeing this figure, the dynasty was directly excited. The whole body twitched, and the nosebleed came down. The security guards around were all wide-eyed and blood was flowing wildly. "I'm sorry to bother you. the red-clothed beauty came in and smiled apologetically.
No, don't bother. Chow Dynasty and the others collectively shook their heads, their nosebleeds flying. Seeing this scene, the red-clothed beauty Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. These guys are too funny, isn't it just to see a beautiful woman, as for nosebleeds? And it's still maddening. She looked at Su Chen in the crowd and thought to herself, how can this guy want to be with such a person? This doesn't fit the identity of the other party. Hello, beauty, my name is Wang Chao, nice to meet you. Wang Chao plucked up his courage and said. This is a peerless beauty, you can't let it go even if you kill her. However, Xiaoyu's smile became more flowery and trembling. Seeing the other party laugh, Wang Chao blushed and then said awkwardly, Beauty, what can I do for you? Even if the other party doesn't look down on him, it is very good to have a few words with the other party. After this, it will be awesome capital. Xiaoyu smiled and stretched out a jade finger, pointing at the crowd. Hello, I'm here to find Brother Su Chen. Brother Su Chen's is my idol, the man I am determined to marry in my life. What? Come to see Brother Chen.
Everyone was stunned, and then they thought of countless broken voices in their hearts.
Everyone looked at Su Chen and just wanted to ask, why are you Zodio? First the little princess of the Shin family, then the little girl at the front desk, and the Dong Qian. Everyone is a beautiful woman, and now she is a peerless fairy, and she is determined to marry Su Chen. This is simply a great peach blossom luck. Wang Chao knelt down directly, Brother Chen, you accept me.
I must learn from you, this supreme technique of picking up girls. Looking at the eyes of everyone around, Su Chen felt guilty. Although these strengths are weak and can't beat him, these eyes are too cautious, like wolves. The power of beauty is indeed huge. Su Chen really looked helpless. He looked at Xiaoyu in front of him, speechless for a while. What the hell does this chick want to do? Why pull him into the water? However, he could only cough twice and said quickly, everyone calm down, don't be impulsive. Well, don't hurry to work, don't think that Section Chief Chen is no longer here, you can do whatever you want. Hurry up and work, or the president will come in a while, and you will look good. Su Chen had no choice but to carry Chuyu to scare people. Sure enough, when these security guards heard the word president, their expressions all changed. One by one no longer laughing, but work quickly. That's what it looks like. Su Chen clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief, then he quickly stood up, came to Xiaoyu, and whispered, come out with me. Xiaoyu also smiled sweetly, and turned to the security guards around and said, you all work hard, I'm going to catch up with Brother Su Chen. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, there was another heartbreak from the security guards around, and there were also the sound of wolf howling. As for Su Chen, his face darkened, he pulled Xiaoyu to an unoccupied corner, and then said coldly. Sister Yu, when did you decide to marry me? I do not know how. Brother Chen, see what you said, the slave family has always liked a man like you who is so upright. So, or I'll let you know now, what is a real man? The corners of Su Cheng's mouth raised slightly, and he embraced Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled, without a trace of nervousness, and there was no evasion in her body. Instead, he tried to straighten his posture, as if he wanted to fit into Su Chen's embrace. As long as Brother Su Chen wants, the slave family can serve Brother Su Chen now. Ha ha. The corners of Su Chen's mouth raised slightly, and then a cold glow broke out in his eyes. His fingers lightly played with the other person's hair, and said in a cold voice, don't do this for me, young master won't eat your seductive tricks. Tell me, what's your purpose here? Xiaoyu smiled, the slave family said that, of course, they came to visit Brother Su Chen. Really, the dignified moon god, who raised his hand to destroy the existence of a terrorist organization, even lying? This beautiful woman turned out to be the legendary moon god, so she destroyed the world's terrorist organization. Even the existence of a reward of $100 billion. I'm afraid no one would have imagined that such a terrifying person could turn out to be such a beautiful woman. I have to say, this is really shocking. It's just that the current moon god doesn't look murderous at all, instead, like a little girl who is aggrieved, she has a small mouth. There were even tears in her eyes. You bastard, you have no conscience. You dare to doubt me. Seeing the other party's aggrieved appearance, Suchen sighed in his heart, and had no choice but to say softly,
"Well, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Then tell me, what exactly did you come to Jiangzhou for? Of course it came to you. You are so nasty. You have been gone for so many years, and you have never come back. Since you don't come to me, then I can only go to you." Hearing this, Su Chen broke into a cold sweat. So he asked that again, "What are you doing to provoke the face of the fire organization? That is a terrorist organization, those people are lunatics, very dangerous." "It's not all because of you." "Because of me again?" Su Chen wondered, "Is it nothing to do with me this time?" "Not yet. Didn't you have a conflict with the Raging Fire organization before? People can't find you, so naturally they have to help you get rid of the scourge. Is it because of this reason that you extinguished the fire organization?" Su Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party actually killed the fire organization because of him. Thinking of this, he sighed, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have suspected you before." "It's nothing, I forgive you." Xiaoyu said, "I even gave it to you for the first time, let alone doing such a small thing." Hearing this, Su Chen broke into a cold sweat again. "Well, aren't you here to collect debts?" The two have known each other before, and even had a passion. However, that was the past. Su Chen thought that the other party had long forgotten, but he didn't expect that now the other party actually chased Jiangzhou. "I'm here to collect the debt." "It's a love debt." "What, you don't want to pay it back?" "You err, but I already have a fiancée." Su Chen sighed. "If it was okay before, but now, he and you have a marriage contract." "I don't care." Xiaoyu acted coquettishly and hugged Su Chen tightly. "So what, I didn't let you not want her." "It's a big deal, you let her be bigger, and I'll be smaller." Hearing this, Su Chen sighed, and he didn't say anything else. The other party has made concessions to this point for him, and if he is refusing, then he is really not a human being. What he is thinking now is how to cover up the relationship between the two as much as possible, so as not to be discovered by Chuyu. If Chuyu finds out, I am afraid that the other party will definitely get angry. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped from his back. After comforting Xiaoyu for a while, Su Chen sent her away, and then went to work again. But all day, he was a little absent-minded. When he finally got off work, Su Chen received a call from Chuyu. It turned out that in order to welcome Xiaoyu's joining today, Chuyu asked Su Chen to buy more vegetables so that she could go back to cook. Damn it! Not only has he become a security guard, but he has also become a nanny. Su Chen hung up the phone, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he still bought a lot of vegetables as Chuyu said. When he returned to the villa, he found that Chuyu, and Xiaoyu were talking in the living room. The three chatting from celebrity gossip to fashion perfume. All in all, very lively. Su Chen couldn't understand these things, so he could only take the dishes silently and came to the kitchen. Damn it! Walking to the kitchen, Su Chen wailed. This was different from what he expected. It turned out that in his imagination, as soon as he returned home, the three women would definitely bring tea and water, rub their shoulders and knead their backs. He also enjoyed the taste of 3 wives and 4 concubines. But he knew that all this was his only crookedness. In reality, this is simply not the case. Where is he enjoying it? He is purely here to seek abuse. Sure enough, not long after he entered the kitchen, a voice came from the living room. This is Chuyu's voice. Little Susie, make me a cup of coffee. Scum! Su Chen quickly put down what he was doing and made Chuyu a cup of hot coffee. Then, he came back and continued to wash the vegetables. But within a minute, another soft voice sounded. Brother Su, I want to eat apples, wash it for me. This voice was made by Xiaoyu. It is good. Su Chen quickly washed another apple and handed it over. Damn, what are these two chicks doing? Su Chen was puzzled. However, at this time, there was another sweet voice. Brother-in-law, people are thirsty too. Bring me a glass of milk. I want to add sugar. Su Chen's mouth twitched, and his face was speechless. He also forgot that there is a little girl here.
So he could only quickly pour a glass of milk and add 3 spoons of sugar. For the next hour, Su-chen was constantly being called by 3 women. It made him feel crazy. He even wanted to run to the living room and yell at the 3 of them. "Come on, keep rubbing me, you're welcome." Finally, Su-chen cooked a table of dishes. When he brought the last bowl of soup to the dinner table, he sat down with satisfaction and stretched. "I'm exhausted, I can finally eat a good meal." He was about to start, but at this moment, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised to Xiaoyu, and he said with a smile, "Brother Su, give me some meat. I'm the president's bodyguard. I won't have the strength if I don't eat meat." "Okay, eat more meat. Come." Su-chen added a few pieces of meat to Xiaoyu. However, when Xiaoyu saw this scene, she frowned and felt very unhappy. What is this Su-chen doing? Doesn't he know it's his fiancé? Although she is reluctant to admit to this fiancé. However, it does not mean that others can be called upon. Moreover, what made Xiaoyu mad is that Su-chen added meat to Xiaoyu with a mean smile. It looks like she is enjoying herself, it's really abominable. Therefore, she also said with a cold face and gritted her teeth, "I also worked all day, I am tired and want to eat meat." Seeing this expression, how could Su-chen not understand? He couldn't believe that this little girl Xiaoyu was jealous. This surprised him very much, but seeing the other party's expression, Su-chen was sweating again and again. So he said quickly, "Come on, my dear president, eat a few more pieces of meat to replenish your body. If you think it's not enough, I'll do it for you." Seeing Su-chen's appearance, Xiaoyu snorted lightly, and immediately regained her balance. Aside, Xiaoyu looked at the 3 of them, her eyes rolled, and then she showed a sly smile. "Brother-in-law, let me ask you a question." At this time, Xiaoyu said with a smile. "What's the problem, tell me?" Su-chen asked vaguely as he cooked the rice. "You say, my sister and Miss Xiao, which one is more beautiful?" Puff. Hearing this, Su-chen sprayed the rice directly. And Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu also put down their chopsticks at the same time, and 2 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Su-chen. "That's a good question, I want to know too." Xiaoyu also raised her eyes. Xiaoyu looked at Su-chen, gritted her teeth, and seemed to be warning the other party, "Hurry up and say that I am beautiful, or you will be beautiful." Su-chen was so uncomfortable, she glared at Xiaoyu fiercely. "Damn little girl, what a question! Don't you know that this problem can be fatal?" They all look good. Su-chen can only avoid the heavy and light. "Brother-in-law, your answer is not good." Xiaoyu snorted softly. Sure enough, after Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu heard it, they were also dissatisfied. The 2 of them stared at Su-chen and said, "You are too general." "That's right, you didn't tell the truth." "I go." Su-chen wanted to cry but had no tears, how could he answer this? She didn't dare to provoke phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme of them. But now it seems that this question can't be answered without an answer, so he can only bite the bullet and say. The 2 of you have different strengths and styles, so there's no way to compare them. Su-chen looked at Xiaoyu and said, "You are stylish and simple, with a queen-like atmosphere. You are like a cold rose that makes people intoxicated." Afterwards, he looked at Xiaoyu again, "You are gentle and graceful, like a hibiscus emerging from water, so beautiful." You say, how does this compare? Hearing Su-chen complimenting himself, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu both blushed slightly. "What about me? What about me?" Xiaoyu did not expect that Su-chen could say such a thing, so she asked impatiently. "You?" Su-chen rolled his eyes, "Little girl, she's too young, let's grow for 2 years." "Where am I so young?" Xiaoyu was dissatisfied, and stood up with all her strength. Su-chen took advantage of the 3 people's inattention, glanced secretly, and then swallowed. It's really not small, it can be said to be very big. After a meal, Su-chen was exhausted. But fortunately, it finally passed without any danger. In the evening, Su-chen took a shower, returned to his bedroom, and got ready for a good night's sleep. Too many things really happened today, and he, the Super Soldier King, also felt physically and mentally exhausted. However, not long after he lay down, he felt a breeze blowing from his neck. This phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme is not cold, it is a hot phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, and it even has a girly fragrance.
It smells good, Suchen said subconsciously. However, at this moment, there was a laugh beside him. That's natural, but people don't use perfume, this is their body fragrance. Hearing this voice, Suchen couldn't sit still. He opened his eyes and found that there was a beautiful woman beside him. I saw Xiaoyu lying beside Suchen, looking at him with a smile, and blowing like a blue. Brother Suchen, do you want the slave family to accompany you? I go. Suchen jumped up directly, how did you come in? But he seemed to have found something. Suchen lowered his voice directly, when did you come in? He had to be careful. You know, it's in the villa now, and there are two big beauties outside. If they found out, now that Xiaoyu is on his bed, I am afraid that he will not be able to explain clearly after jumping into the Yellow River. Of course, he walked in directly. You guy, your reaction is too slow. When did you become so careless? Xiaoyu said with a smile, and then took a more seductive pose. Brother Suchen, I'm afraid of being alone, why don't you accompany me? Fear? Are you still afraid? Suchen's eyes widened with disbelief. What are you kidding me, you are Hongguogua attractive, okay? Suche looked at the beauty in front of him and swallowed quietly, but held back. But Xiaoyu was not happy, she snorted softly, you guy, I finally came here, so you treat me like this? Auntie, what do you want? Suchen asked in disbelief. What do you say? Xiaoyu said with a smile, then stretched out her hand and directly pulled Suchen over. Feeling the other party's temperature, Suchen's heart skipped a beat, he lowered his voice and asked, are you serious? Of course. After Xiaoyu said this, she posted it. It's already like this, if Suchen bears it any longer, he's not a man. So he responded fiercely. However, this was painful for Chuyu in the next room. Hearing those voices, Chuyu couldn't fall asleep, and even her little face was flushed, and she felt her body became hot. Isn't it? Sister and brother-in-law start now? This is too exaggerated. Don't you know that there are two other people in the villa? Chuyu gritted her teeth and threw the quilt angrily. Because this sound is really uncomfortable. She didn't say it, but the voice on the other side became louder and louder. Moreover, after waiting for a long time, there is no weakening. Isn't it? What a long time. Chuyu gritted her teeth and pouted, brother-in-law's fighting power is too strong, can you handle it? Damn, what am I doing with this? How dare you disturb my sleep, it's too hateful. Curse you too for not getting up tomorrow. However, at this moment, a sharper voice suddenly came from the opposite side. As soon as the voice came out, Chuyu was stunned. Not to mention Chuyu, even Suchen was stunned, he quickly covered Xiaoyu's mouth. But it was too late, within a minute, there was a hasty knock on the door. Damn it, what are you doing? Obviously, this is Chuyu's voice. No, what are you doing? Suchen looked anxious, he didn't expect that what he was most worried about had happened. This movement has aroused Chuyu's suspicion. If he does not explain clearly, I am afraid that Chuyu will kill him. What did you do? You lied to a ghost. The whole apartment heard the loud noise. Tell me, have you watched the Island movie again? Island movie? Suchen was stunned for a moment, and then came back to his senses. It turned out that Chuyu thought he was watching a movie. If you think so, that's fine. So he hurriedly followed Chuyu's thoughts and said, yeah, I'm really watching an Island Country elementary school movie. Oh, I'm going. You shameless scum, you admit it so generously? Chuyu was so angry, she kicked the door directly. Hurry up and open the door, I must teach you a shameless scum. Don't! I have no clothes on. Suchen shouted, he didn't dare to let Chuyu in, otherwise things would definitely be revealed. No clothes? Then put them on. If I don't clean you up today, you will become more and more bold. Chuyu was furious. Ah, wait. Suchen immediately panicked, he said to Xiaoyu who was on the side while putting on his clothes. Auntie, hurry up, or things will get messed up, and both of us will be unlucky. Xiaoyu said angrily, you unconscious, Where do you want me to go now? I don't care.
She comes in as soon as she comes in. Anyway, she will find out sooner or later.
Ouch, I'm going. Little ancestor, don't be angry. Su Chen's face immediately turned green.
If he was discovered by the other party at this time, he would definitely kill him. So he hurriedly said, "Don't make trouble, dear, as long as you hide this time, I will listen to you in the future."
Listen to me in everything?
Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes began to flicker. "Does your words count?"
Of course it counts. Su Chen said.
Alright then, Xiao Yu put on her clothes, then opened the window, her figure swayed like a feather, and she flew out lightly. At the same time, the door was knocked open at once. It turned out that Chu Yu bumped into Meng and walked in angrily.
Damn it, you're looking at that thing again.
As soon as Chu Yu came in, he gritted his teeth and said. Su Chen said with a smile, "There's no way, you won't help me, I can only solve it myself." Have you solved it yourself? Hearing this, Chu Yu looked disgusted.
This damn guy, actually doing such a disgusting thing in the room? Also made such a big move. It's so nasty.
So, she could still say in a cold voice, "Damn it, next time you dare to do such a disgusting thing in the apartment, I won't cut you off."
Okay, wife, I'm definitely not going to do this in the apartment anymore. Su Chen quickly said, "Then I'll do it in the company, can I?"
Originally, Chu Yu was quite satisfied when she heard the other party's words. Because the attitude of the other party admitting mistakes is indeed okay. But when she heard the last sentence, she jumped up.
Dude, you still want to do this kind of thing in the company? It's utterly abominable. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson today. Chu Yu rushed forward and walked forward. Want to teach me a lesson? Good. Then wait for me to stand up first. Su Chen smiled and pulled away the quilt.
The next moment, Chu Yu was stunned, her face became hot, like a ripe red apple. Because there was nothing under the quilt.
Ah! Damn it, get me in! Chu Yu screamed. Oh! Su Chen nodded, and then got into the quilt again. Then he asked with a smile, "How is it, wife, don't you want to hit me this time? I'll kill you."
Chu Yu gritted her teeth angrily, she now has the urge to beat someone. But she didn't dare to face each other at all, because she was afraid that she would see the scene just now again. Chu Yu gritted her teeth angrily, she now has the urge to beat someone. But she didn't dare to face each other at all, because she was afraid that she would see the scene just now again. So, she could only stomp her feet in anger, and then walk towards the door fiercely.
Pang!
As soon as she left the room, she bumped into Chu Yu. Chu Yu frowned suspiciously when she saw Chu Yu's angry face.
Sister, what's the matter? Why are you so angry? Could it be that my brother-in-law wasn't able to satisfy you? No, he looked very intense just now. Satisfy? Fierce?
Hearing this, Chu Yu's face turned black. What nonsense children say, go to bed quickly. Chu Yu pouted, "Sister, you still know that I'm sleeping. You two are making such a big noise that I can't sleep at all. If you do this in the future, you have to take care of my feelings." Hearing Chu Yu's words, Chu Yu's face turned even darker.
What is this little girl thinking? Are all children so precocious now? Chu Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Go to bed quickly, you have to go to school tomorrow."
Speaking of going to school, Chu Yu seemed to remember something, so she quickly said, "Sister, don't forget to call your brother-in-law tomorrow and ask him to take me to school."
Understood. Chu Yu answered quickly, and then left as if running away. The next day, before 7 o'clock, Su Chen was woken up. He complained and walked downstairs with 2 dark circles under his eyes.
In the end, it was Chu Yu who woke up after a long time.
Su Chen said while biting the bread.
"I said, little girl, you went to school today, but you got up late, should you be punished?"
You said it.
When Chu Yu heard this, she glared fiercely, "Last night you made such a big noise, so I couldn't sleep at all." While speaking, Chu Yu looked at her watch and found that it was too late, so she could only hold Su Chen's arm and said, "Brother-in-law, let's go.
Otherwise you will be late." Now. Su Chen was stunned, "Isn't the meal finished yet?" Don't eat, come back and eat again.
Seeing Chuyu's rushing appearance, Suchen also sighed. He put down the bread in his hand and accompanied Chuyu out of the apartment. Suchen didn't have a car, but Chuyu had a lot of cars parked in this villa. He drove a blue Porsche and took Chuyu out of the villa. While driving, Suchen complained, "You little girl, you know that you don't get up early for school, so I didn't even have breakfast, you said it." Chuyu was unhappy. "Last night you were so loud that I couldn't sleep at all. Don't you know, there are people next to you. In the future, when you and your sister are doing this kind of thing, can you keep your voice down?" Forehead Suchen was speechless. This little girl thought that yesterday's cry was made by him and Chuyu. It seems this is also a misunderstanding. But misunderstanding is misunderstanding. Suchen will not explain anything. But he wouldn't admit it, so he said, "What does the little girl know? You're only a little older, so how can you make a sound? Last night, your sister and I were discussing the company's affairs. Because of different opinions, the voice was a little louder." Suchen lied without blushing. "Ha ha." Chuyu sneered twice. If she had to believe such words, it would be a ghost. "Hey, what do you mean?" "I'm telling you the truth, okay?" Suchen quickly explained. However, Chuyu covered her cute little ears and didn't listen at all. Not long after, she said again, "Oh, brother-in-law, stop the car." "What? Can't hold back, or are relatives here?" Suchen smiled wickedly. "I remember the first time, when I picked up Chuyu at the airport, when she was about to get home, Chuyu couldn't bear it any longer, and he stopped the car." Hearing this, Chuyu also blushed. Naturally, she still remembered what happened last time, but she still gave Suchen a ruthless look. "It's not. They didn't get sick this time. Isn't this the school's arrival? Reached?" Suchen widened his eyes and looked ahead. "I'll go, it's still hundreds of meters away." "Oh, just stop here." Chuyu said, "I don't want to be thought by others, I was taken care of, puff." Hearing this, Suchen directly spit out saliva. What is this little girl thinking about all day? However, the other party had already got off the car, and he had no choice but to follow behind with his luggage. "Oh, it's better to be a student." Suchen sighed, but his eyes swept over the legs of the young female students on both sides. These girls are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme wearing short skirts or hot pants. Showing all those perfect long legs is really drooling. "Oh, brother-in-law, your saliva is almost dripping to the ground," Chuyu whispered. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz came quickly and stopped beside the two. Fortunately, Suchen moved quickly and quickly avoided, otherwise he would definitely be hit on the ground. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz door opened, and a 20-year-old youth stepped out from inside. She was wearing a casual suit, her hair was combed brightly, and she wore a pair of sunglasses. Seeing this dress and that Mercedes-Benz car, many girls around screamed. Suchen pouted, "These girls are really superficial." Then, he looked at Chuyu again, a little bit of satisfaction. "Look, this is the normal reaction a girl should have." In front, Chuyu pouted, not even looking at it. Suchen liked this expression very much. What's so great about having money? We have the ability than strength. The young man who came down heard the screams around him and blew a kiss in a dashing manner. He glanced around, as if looking for a target. He is a rich second generation, dressed like this today, and came in a Mercedes-Benz, naturally to seduce girls, and then go to open a room to have sex. He is now looking for a target. But soon, he was stunned because he found Chuyu in front of him. Although the other party didn't look towards them, but just by looking at the side, he knew that this was a peerless beauty. Compared to all the girls around, she is even more beautiful. Such a beauty, Zhou Haishang will not give up. So, he adjusted his suit and strode up, showing a charming smile. "Beauty, are you a freshman, your first time here? This school is quite big and it's easy to get lost. Why don't I take you to report?" In his opinion, no matter who it is, seeing his smile, and the Mercedes beside him, will definitely faint with happiness. Will definitely nod happily in agreement. Therefore, he thought that Chuyu would definitely do the same. But the next moment, when Zhou Haisheng saw Su Chen who was holding luggage behind him, he frowned.
Fuck! Where did you come from? How dare you rob a woman from him? I really don't know how to write dead words. So the next moment, he said coldly, Boy, who are you? How dare you take the beauty's luggage? I advise you to get out of here if you are sensible, or you will end up miserably. Oh, I'm going. I'm so angry. Su Chen was not happy. It's okay if you pretend to show off, brother doesn't have the same knowledge as you, even if you chatted with Chu Yu, my brother didn't say anything. But you actually wanted to use your brother as a stepping stone in order to show off in front of Chu Yu? Su Chen was suddenly unhappy. Is he Su Chen a stepping stone? Joke. He has always stepped on others. So, Su Chen put down the salute and asked with a smile, the second generation of rich? Count you acquainted?
Zhou Haisheng raised his chin, but I like to be called Young Master Zhou.
You can call me that too. Young Master Zhou? Which green onion are you, you dare to call me Young Master in front of me? Su Chen rolled his eyes, if you are sensible, hurry up, or don't blame me for being rude to you, puff.
Hearing this, the surrounding students were in an uproar, while Chu Yu laughed and bent over. But she knows Su Chen's temper, and this is not the one who suffers. Seeing such an arrogant rich second generation at this moment, how could it be possible to give each other face?
What? What did you say?
Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Haisheng was also stunned, he couldn't believe his ears.
A small security guard dared to threaten him? Could it be that the other party doesn't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib/phoneme? Boy, do you know who I am? I am. I don't care who you are.
Young Master is not interested in knowing.
Su Chen said coldly, hurry up and make way. What if I don't let it go? Zhou Haisheng's face was gloomy.
He never thought that Fawn would dare to threaten him without giving him face at all. So, he snorted coldly and directly blocked the way. Boy, I advise you to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, otherwise I have 100 ways to make your life worse than death. Come on, he turned to look at Chu Yu again, beauty, you'd better follow me obediently, or I'll let you get along in this school.
Since it's not good to be soft, then he can only be hard. Oh, dare to play tricks with me? Su Chen got angry, walked directly, and slapped the other party to the ground with a slap. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded, and everyone around was blindfolded. They never imagined that a small security guard would dare to beat a rich second generation. What's going on? Are you going to go against the sky? Zhou Haisheng was also blinded. Half of his face was swollen and his teeth were about to fall out. He squatted on the ground with his face covered, unable to believe that the other party dared to do it. Dare to hit me? You're dead. Do you know who I am? Zhou Haisheng roared wildly, he had never been so angry before. Su Chen sneered, I don't care who you are, if you dare to block the road, believe it or not, I will cut you into a pig's head today. Okay, you wait. Zhou Hai gritted his teeth angrily. The next moment, he ran directly into the Mercedes-Benz car on the side, started the car, and drove directly over. Block the entire road. Fuck you, you stinky security guard. How dare you hit me? Young Master has to kill you today. You have the ability. I'll see how you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib/phoneme. Those who know each other quickly kneel down and apologize to me, and then let me slap you 10 times. Otherwise, don't think about it today. Seeing this scene, everyone around was shocked. They looked at Su Chen, shook their heads and sighed. Because they know that it is impossible for a security guard to compete with the rich second generation. Chu Yu also frowned. To be honest, she didn't expect things to change like this. However, she came to school to study in a low-key manner, and she didn't want to cause such trouble. So with a cold snort, she turned around and wanted to take another path. However, the Mercedes-Benz moved with Chu Yu, blocking the road all the time. By the end, Chu Yu's face turned gloomy. Because the other party is really deceiving people too much, she can't stand it anymore. Su Chen naturally couldn't bear it any longer. He said to Chu Yu, don't move first, be careful, don't let him hurt you. I'm going to find something. After all, he put down his luggage, turned around and left. Everyone around was whispering, not knowing what Su Chen was doing. In the car, Zhou Haisheng laughed wildly when he saw the scene. Ha ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk, run away. I can't beat the young master. Boy, wait, do you think you'll be fine if you run away? I'm going to kill you today. In his opinion, Su Chen must have been scared and ran away. But soon, he was dumbfounded. Because he found out that Su Chen came back again. Not only that, but he also had a big hammer in his hand. Everyone around didn't understand, where did Su Chen find such a big hammer? Soon, Su Chen came to the front again. What do you want to do? When Zhou Haisheng saw the other party holding a hammer, his heart was trembling, and he didn't know what the other party wanted to do. However, he still bit the bullet and said, Boy, I warn you, if you dare to touch me, you will die. Move you? You think too much, I won't touch you. However, your car is really annoying. If you are sensible, drive away quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. What? Are you still trying to smash my car? Zhou Haisheng also understood the other party's intention, and suddenly sneered. Boy, do you know what kind of car this is? This is a Mercedes-Benz. More than 100 million. Just you poor man, you can't afford it for the rest of your life. If you dare to smash it, you will die. Zhou Haisheng laughed wildly. He really didn't understand that the other side, a small security guard, still wanted to smash his car? I really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme or die. Stubborn. Su Chen sneered, then he turned the iron cone in his hand and smashed it forward. Pang! This hammer exerted all its strength and smashed directly on the BMW in front. Immediately, a depression appeared. The originally mighty front of the car collapsed directly. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Su Chen would really smash it without mercy. That's a Mercedes-Benz. More than 100 million. How dare a security guard smash it? Ha ha. This kid is dead. If he dares to smash a Mercedes-Benz, he won't be able to pay for it in his life. Yeah, I'm afraid I'll go to jail. He's a fierce guy. He even dares to smash a Mercedes-Benz, so handsome. There were various discussions around, and Zhou Haisheng was looking at the sunken front of the car, his whole mind blank. It was smashed, and the other party actually smashed the car. How dare he didn't know it was a Mercedes. More than 100 million. The next moment, he screamed. Damn boy, how dare you smash my new car? You are dead. Pay it up. You can't afford it in your life. I'm going to put you in jail, for a lifetime. Pang. However, the answer to him was another shock. Su Chen didn't show any courtesy at all, just waved the hammer and smashed a brand new Mercedes-Benz car into scrap metal. In the end, Zhou Haisheng didn't dare to shout, and crawled out of the car. Because he found that if he didn't come out, he would probably be fried into a pie. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz that was scrapped and turned into scrap iron, everyone around was blinded. Who would have known that this broken iron was a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 100 million before? Shu Yu also opened her mouth wide and looked at Su Chen with a look of admiration. A car worth more than 100 million yuan can be smashed as soon as it is said, this is a real man. Zhou Haisheng was immediately stunned, and he roared wildly, Boy, you are dead. Wait, I'll call the police. Dare to smash my car, I will make your life worse than death. He frantically took out his phone and started calling the police. Everyone also sighed, thinking that Su Chen was too reckless. I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for a car worth more than 100 million yuan, and I may be going to jail now. On the other side, Fang Zihao was walking on the road. Suddenly, he saw a lot of people gathered in front of him, very lively. What's the matter? Is there a good show to watch? Thinking of this, he suddenly quickened his pace. But the next moment, he was stunned. Because he found that there was a pile of scrap iron in front of him, which seemed to be a car. Moreover, from the talk of the people around, it was known that it was a Mercedes-Benz. Immediately, Fong Zihao felt as if he had been beaten with blood. Someone dared to smash a Mercedes-Benz in public. What kind of fierce man is this Nima? He didn't even dare to do it himself. He wants to see who dares to be so arrogant. But the next moment, when he saw Su Chun with a hammer in his hand, he was stunned in place as if struck by lightning. I'll go, why is he? Fong Zihao was terrified. He knew Su Chen, and he was beaten by Su Chen before. And his cousin, who has been beaten by the other party so far, is still lying in the hospital. The other party was once arrested into the police station, but was sent out respectfully by the chief. It is conceivable that the other party is definitely a super fierce person, and he cannot provoke him at all. Whether in power or power. He saw each other now, turned around and wanted to run. Su Chen was also in the crowd and saw Fong Zihao at a glance. Immediately, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was worried about how to solve the matter in front of him, but someone sent a wallet. So he snorted coldly, "Who, you? Come here." Immediately, everyone followed Su Chen's fingers. The next moment, Fong Zihao's body froze. Because he felt countless eyes looking at him, he turned around suddenly and found that the other party was referring to himself. What the hell? It was discovered by him. Fong Zihao's face was ugly, and he wanted to run away. But behind, Su Chen said coldly, "If you dare to run, I don't mind breaking your legs with this hammer." Hearing this, Fong Zihao trembled and almost fell. He didn't dare to doubt the other party's words at all. The other party was a ruthless character. So, he could only turn around and said with a crying face, "Brother, what are you looking for from me? Come and talk first." Su Chen waved his hand impatiently. Fong Zihao had no choice but to rush over. When everyone saw Fong Zihao, they immediately whispered. Because Fong Zihao was in school, he was a famous second-generation rich. Even Zhou Haisheng, who was beaten into a pig's head, had his eyes light up when he saw Fong Zihao. He quickly stood up and said, "Fong Xiao, you are here just in time. Help me teach this kid a lesson. This kid is so abominable, he dares to hit my car. You must help me kill him." Kill him. Fong Zihao frowned, looked at Zhou Haisheng who was beaten into a pig's head next to him, and said coldly, "Who the hell are you? Do I know you?" It's not that he's being rude, but that he really can't recognize each other. "Fong Xiao, I'm Zhou Haisheng, can't you see it?" Fong Zihao rolled his eyes, and he was beaten into a pig's head. Is it strange to see it? Then he frowned even more. The other party dared to conflict with this ruthless man in front of him? Doesn't he know how to write dead words? To even dare to ask the other party to pay for the car, I really don't know whether to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. So the next moment, Fong Zihao was furious and slapped the other side as well. You are so blind that you dare to provoke Brother Chen. Dare to ask Brother Chen for money. Do you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? Zhou Haisheng received another slap on the face and was knocked to the ground again. He covered his face, covering his entire body. Because he didn't expect that Fong Zihao in front of him would hit him. Brother Chen? What Brother Chen? Where did it come from? Zhou Haisheng looked puzzled. Fong Zihao is so angry. I'll go. I don't usually see how this guy is so stupid. So he kicked the other side fiercely again. Who do you think is Brother Chen? You don't even have such eyes? What? He's Brother Chen. Zhou Haisheng understood this time, because he had already discovered that the Brother Chen mentioned by the other party was the little security guard who smashed his car. However, the other party is obviously an ordinary little Aoan. How could he become Brother Chen? Zhou Haisheng didn't believe it, and the students around him were also blinded. However, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. However, after searching for a long time, he could not find a lighter. Brother Chen, come, I'll order it for you. Aside, Fong Zihao quickly took out the lighter and lit a cigarette for Su Chen. Seeing this scene, all the people around were dumbfounded. Zhou Haisheng also twitched at the corners of his mouth.
He finally understood now that the little security guard in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, Feng Zihao would not be so careful. The identity of Feng Zihao, that is the richer second generation who was more powerful and arrogant than him. However, such an arrogant person would not dare to be arrogant in front of Su Chen. One can imagine how terrifying Su Chen's identity is. Thinking of this, Zhou Haixing's cold sweat flowed down. He even dared to yell at such a fierce person, and he didn't know how to threaten each other with life and death. Zhou Haixing was about to cry now. So he quickly fell on the ground and apologized. "Brother Chen, I'm sorry. I have eyes but don't know Mount Tai, I don't know you. You adults don't care about villains. When I'm a fart, let me go. If you don't think it's fun, you beat me twice, and I will never fight back." "Don't fight back?" "No, didn't you just say that if I can't eat and walk around, there are 100 ways to kill me?" Su Chen said coldly. "I'm cheap, I'm just kidding you." Zhou Haixing hurriedly shook his head, and he didn't dare to threaten the other party anymore after killing him. On the side, Feng Zihao also said cautiously, "Brother Chen, forget it, let him go." However, Su Chen shook his head slightly. "No, it's not over yet. Didn't I smash his car? For such an honest and good-hearted person, I must pay for it." "Pay for the car?" Hearing this, Feng Zihao was stunned. "No need to pay? Are you looking down on me?" Su Chen frowned. "No." Zhou Haixing was about to cry. He is not rejecting it now, nor is he accepting it, he just stands there, not knowing what to do. Su Chen said in a deep voice, "I must pay for anything that breaks you. But I didn't bring so much money today, so let's help me give him the money first." Su Chen pointed at Feng Zihao and said. "What?" Feng Zihao was stunned. Why did this matter involve him again? However, seeing Su Chen's smiling eyes, Feng Zihao felt a chill in his heart. So he nodded quickly. "Brother Chen, don't worry, I'll settle this matter." "Brother Chen, it's okay, you go back first. Don't worry, Shuyu has my protection and is absolutely safe." Feng Zihao said quickly. He didn't dare to stay with Su Chen at all. On the side, Shuyu also gave a safe and reassuring look, so Su Chen nodded. "Okay, you guys have a good class, I'll go back first." Beside him, Zhou Haixing also breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, when he saw that Su Chen was leaving in a red limited edition Faraday, his eyes widened. Nima, limited edition sports car. Zhou Haixing's scalp was numb, and now he finally knew why Feng Zihao was so afraid of each other. Not everyone can afford this kind of sports car. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. No wonder the other party dared to smash his Mercedes-Benz, and people who can drive that kind of car would care about 100 million. However, why does the other party wear security clothes? Is it to come out to pretend? Zhou Haixing couldn't understand you, but he turned his head towards Feng Zihao to stabilize. "Feng Xiao, what is the origin of that Brother Chen?" "Go away. Don't ask about it, kid. You can also ask about Brother Chen's origins?" Feng Zihao glared. It's not that he doesn't want to tell the other party, but that he himself doesn't know what Su Chen's origins are. He only knew that the other party was very powerful. Seeing Feng Zihao's expression, Zhou Haixing stopped asking. He knew that it was possible that his level was too low to be in contact with people like Su Chen at all. However, he had already made up his mind, and he would not dare to be the enemy of Su Chen in this life. On the other side, Feng Zihao didn't pay attention to Zhou Haixing anymore, but pulled his luggage and said quickly, "Beauty, I'll take you to school." "Kindness." Shu Yueqing snorted. Su Chen left, and no one helped her with her luggage. Now Feng Zihao was here, just in time to help her with her luggage. As for other things, don't even think about it. After that, Shu Yu and the others also left. However, the surrounding students exploded, and they were too excited. Some of you smashed a 100 million luxury car. And he drove away in a limited edition sports car. This is simply a miracle. For a time, everyone regarded Su Chen as an idol in their hearts and a goal to strive for. On the other side, Su Chen drove a sports car and left with a tune. Don't be obsessed with brother anymore, brother is just a legend. When the bell rang for a while, Suchen took the phone and said with a smile, "Hey, wife, what are you looking for from me? I haven't seen you for an hour, do you miss me?" "Don't worry, I just finished delivering you air, so I'll go to the company." "I miss your sister." On the other side of the phone, Shiyu said viciously. Suchen was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "I don't want your sister, I miss you. Your sister was just sent to school by me." Hearing this, Shiyu had a black line on his face. But in the end she still said, "Then don't come to the company yet, help me buy something." "Don't go to the company? What's the matter? You're going to be late. By the way, what you said to buy, I'll buy it for you. Just buy some of that." Shiyu suddenly felt embarrassed. "That? Which is that?" Suchen was stunned for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth raised slightly. "I said, wife, you don't have relatives, right?" Hearing this, Shiyu's face became hot. But then, she frowned. "What do you mean? Why use it? Say, who else did you buy this kind of thing for, sweat?" Suchen was sweating wildly. This chick is too sensitive and sensitive. So he said, "Wife, you think too much, who can I buy this kind of thing?" "Where are you, wife? I'll buy it for you and send it to you." "Okay, hurry up." Putting down the phone, Suchen hurriedly ran to the surrounding supermarket. But as soon as he entered the supermarket, Suchen was stunned, because there were too many brands, and he didn't know which one to use. So he could only call again and ask, "Wife, which brand do you like?" Shiyu looked shy and quickly said a sign. After Suchen heard this, he picked up a bag and walked towards the cashier. When a big man buys this kind of thing, it will naturally attract the attention of others. So along the way, many people looked at it strangely. Fortunately, Suchen has a strong ability to bear in his heart, otherwise he would have run away. However, he still felt that he was being treated as a pervert. So he could only explain, "It's not what you think, I bought it for my daughter-in-law." It's okay that he didn't explain, but when he explained it, everyone's eyes became even weirder. Suchen couldn't take it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, so he quickly paid the money and ran out like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. "Damn, are you okay?" Not long after, Shiyu called again because she couldn't help it anymore. On the way back, "Don't worry." However, because of speeding, Suchen was caught by the traffic police and fined a little money. This took another little time. Finally, he came to the company. But now he is at work, and there are people coming and going in the company. He can't take this thing and walk in swaggeringly, right? Therefore, he wanted the little beauty who went to the front desk to help him deliver it. But he glanced at it and found that the little beauty at the front desk was not there. Damn it! It's not even working hours? It's really abominable. Suchen couldn't find anyone, so he could only grit his teeth angrily. No way, he can only choose to climb the window. Fortunately, he was agile, so soon, he climbed in from the window. Finally, he came to the vicinity of the women's toilet. I looked carefully and saw that there was no one inside. So Suchen breathed a sigh of relief and walked in directly with his things. "Wife, here I come." Saying that, he pushed open the door. But the next moment, he was stunned, because it was not Shiyu, but someone else. But this person is not unfamiliar to him. It is Dong Qian who wanted to frame him before. However, the current Dong Qian is not the same as before. The previous Dong Qianji was arrogant and domineering. But now Dong Qian, like a little rabbit, froze in place. Not only that, it may be that Dong Qian just stood up, so Xiao Ninii didn't mention it. So when Suchen saw this, he immediately took a breath, and his nosebleed almost came out. "It's okay not to say it, but do you have to pay a hush fee?" Suchen said with a smile. "Like that, like a big bad wolf." "What, how dare you ask me for money?" Shiyu gritted her teeth angrily. If it wasn't for her legs being numb, she would definitely be kicking each other hard now. But in the end, he still gritted his teeth and asked, "Tell me, how much do you want?" "Wife, you are so rich, don't need much, just give me 100 million. "How many?"
Shuyu was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. How much does this guy cost?
1 million, I don't need to be so surprised.
For you, this should be a trivial matter. Small thing? Shuyu rolled his eyes. If you give me something, you can give me 100 million. Where in the world is there such a cheap thing? Aren't you amazing? Then you can just rob a bank. Shuyu said angrily. That's right, don't say it, wife, it's a good idea.
With my skills, I should be able to succeed.
Let me think, which bank should I choose? Su Chen looked seriously thinking. Shuyu was about to faint, so she took out 100 yuan from her body and slapped it on the table. That's all, any more. You're too stingy, how many times have you shrunk? Su Chen was extremely reluctant. Don't pull it down.
Shuyu snorted coldly, and said that she was about to take the money back from the table.
Yes, why don't you? Su Chen quickly stretched out his hand. 100 yuan is less, and it's meat.
But this time, he not only grabbed the 100 yuan, but also grabbed Shuyu's weak hand.
This feels good.
Shuyu's face turned black, she gritted her teeth and said, damn, take your claws away.
Honey, 100 million turned you into 100 yuan. How do you compensate me for the loss?
Su Chen licked his face and said, why don't you give me a kiss, and I'll treat it as if you gave me 100 yuan, how about it?
I'm kissing you, big bastard.
Shuyu was directly angry, she knew this guy, and she had no good things in her mind.
Sure enough, Shuyu gave the other party a blank look.
Su Chen wasn't angry. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, still smiling and staying here, not going out to work at all. He didn't go out with Shuyu until after get off work.
What are you doing following me? Shuyu said worriedly, don't you want to do something bad again?
God can learn, I really don't have any bad intentions.
Su Chen raised his hand and said, I just want to go home by car, I don't want to crowd the bus.
Really? Shuyu suspected that she didn't believe the other party was so honest.
Of course it's true, Su Chen said.
Then, the two got into the car, but it was naturally Su Chen who was driving.
Wife, fasten your seatbelt.
Understood, I still understand the traffic rules,
Shuyu said, and then fastened the seatbelt.
But as soon as she tied it, she felt the car fly out like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme.
You scum, why are you driving so fast? Slow down.
Shuyu was taken aback. Although she also drives a sports car, she has never driven so fast. All right, Su Chen said with a smile, you must trust your husband's driving skills. Sure enough, Shuyu gradually felt relieved, because she found that although Su Chen drove fast, the car was very stable.
Unexpectedly, you are actually a good driver.
Shuyu was surprised.
What is this?
Your husband is so powerful,
Su Chen said.
It's over, I just complimented you a little, and it's floating, Shuyu said angrily, ignoring it.
Call.
At this moment, a Land Rover suddenly sprang out from the rear and passed by Su Chen's car.
The two almost collided.
Su Chen was fine, but Shuyu was indeed startled, and her face turned pale. And there was also a disdainful laughter from the Land Rover in front.
Boy, you're scared. Driving a car is so slow, like a bitch.
Say, the Land Rover accelerates again.
Depend on. Su Chen couldn't help it. When had he been despised by others?
You know, in the beginning, he drove a broken Santana and was able to run a sports car, let alone a Porsche now. The next moment, he turned his head and said, wife, sit tight. At the same time, he accelerated frantically.
The car suddenly sped away like a blue lightning bolt. Hey, what are you doing? Don't compare yourself to them.
Shuyu turned pale with fright and grabbed the armrest tightly. However, the car did not slow down at all, and was getting faster and faster. He soon caught up with the Land Rover. And when turning, a beautiful lightning drift, directly throwing off the opponent.
Damn it! What is this?
The people in the Land Rover were startled and dared not compare the speed with Su Chen again. Because they have never seen such a difficult drift.
Shuyu was also stunned.
She opened her mouth and looked at Su Chen like a ghost.
What are you doing looking at me like that? Won't you fall in love with me in an instant? Su Chen said with a smile. Chu, you forgot to fight back, you did the drift just now? God, when did you learn this technique? I always will, but you don't know? It seems that I still underestimate you, and let you be a security guard. Isn't it a condescending talent?
Hearing this, Su Chen laughed. Your husband is not only excellent in driving skills, but also in other aspects of his skills.
I'll definitely let you try it some other day.
Hearing this, Chu Yu didn't know what to think, and her face flushed. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and ignored the bookstore.
Soon, the two returned to the villa.
But it was still early, and Su Chen had nothing to do when he went back, so he decided to go out for a walk. There is also a snack street nearby. Su Chen hasn't been there yet. So, he decided to take a stroll on this street. To be honest, a lot of things have happened in the past few days, and during this period, Shu Yu was assassinated. But fortunately, they all passed without risk. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him.
Brother, brother! A crisp voice came. Su Chen turned back and looked at the voice.
In the back, there was a little girl, at most 5 or 6 years old, running towards him. The little girl was wearing shabby clothes with a ponytail on her head. But it's all messed up. There is also a lot of dust on the small face, like a small cat. Not only that, she was carrying a pocket in her left hand with a dozen empty drink bottles in it.
However, in her right hand, there is a palm of red money, that's 100 yuan.
Brother, your money is gone, I'll give it back to you, the little girl said. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was stunned. He looked in his pocket and found that the 100 yuan in it was gone. This is exactly the 100 yuan that Chu Yu gave him during the day. At this moment, the little girl said solemnly, Brother, be careful when you walk in the future.
Don't lose it again, or you won't be able to find it.
The little girl gave the money to Su Chen, then turned around and left. As he walked, he took off the mesh bag, which was full of plastic bottles. The little girl has little strength, so she can only drag her away. Looking at the background of the little girl, Su Chen's face was solemn. It is conceivable that the other party is not living well and can only make a living by picking up garbage. But even so, the other party didn't hide the money he dropped, but gave it to him quickly.
Su Chen had never seen such a thing before.
Especially the behavior of the little girl touched the softest part of his heart. So the next moment, he clenched his fists and followed slowly. The little girl moved very slowly, dragging the net bag while continuing to search for the empty bottles on the side of the road. Her movements are very skilled, and it is not the first time that she has done such a thing.
This makes Su Chen even more distressed. What kind of family is willing to let such a cute little girl come out to do this kind of thing?
Su Chen didn't know, but he decided to take a look. Before long, the little girl stopped again. This time, she was not picking up the bottle, and raised her face and looked at a store in front of her with big eyes. There are soft marshmallows.
The little girl looked at the marshmallow and swallowed.
However, she stood there for a long time. Instead of buying it, she lowered her head and silently left again. Next, the little girl went all the way to find the bottle. In the end, she walked silently in one direction. It seemed she should be going home. Su Chen has been following behind. Without speaking, his mood is extremely solemn.
Soon, the little girl came to a dilapidated house and opened the door.
However, the answer to her was not that the baby was working hard or something, but a cold voice. Why did you come back so slow, you bastard? And you just picked up so many things? Are you being lazy? The voice was extremely cold. When Su Chen heard this voice, his face suddenly sank. Soon, the little girl's voice came from the yard again. I'm not slacking off, there are few bottles today, so I slow down. I think you're just being lazy. You have learned to lie at such a young age. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson today. Snapped. There was a slap in the face in the yard. Finally, Su Chen couldn't bear it anymore, kicked the door open with a bang, and then strode in. I saw a little girl standing pitifully in the yard. There was a red handprint on her face. The little girl was biting her lip and her eyes were full of tears, but she didn't dare to cry at all. In front of her stood a middle-aged man dressed in very sloppy clothes and smelled of alcohol. He also held a wine bottle in his hand. Obviously, the slap on the little girl's face was slapped by this middle-aged man who smelled of alcohol. However, at this moment, the two people in the yard are looking towards the rear. Especially the middle-aged man roared even more. "Damn it, who are you so special? How dare you kick my door?" However, Su Chen ignored it. He stared at the little girl with a heartache on his face. The next moment, he walked up to the little girl and said softly, "Does it hurt?" "Pain," the little girl said pitifully. Su Chen rubbed her face, then stood up and looked coldly at the middle-aged man with a face full of alcohol. "She's still a child, how can you hit her? What if it breaks? Who the hell are you? You dare to teach me a lesson?" The middle-aged man had obviously drank too much, and his mind was a little unclear. He said carelessly, "I just beat him, what's going on? This is our house, get out of here quickly. Even if it's your child, you can't beat someone like that. She's just so old, and you let her go out on the street to pick up bottles? Why don't you go?" Su Chen's eyes burned with anger. "Why did I pick it up? I'm busy drinking. She's a little bastard, what's wrong with letting her pick up the bottle? Damn, it's so damn bad. In the world, how can there be such hateful parents?" Su Chen couldn't understand. But the next moment, he understood. Because the drunk man said again, "I bought her with money, she won't make money for me, I won't break her legs." Hearing this, Su Chen's face was terrifyingly black. "Bought it? You said you bought this child?" "Of course. I spent 1 yuan. The middle-aged man said, "If she can't earn it back, I will skin him. Grass your uncle." Su Chen finally got angry, raised his foot, and kicked the drunk man directly. Put! Ah! The drunk man flew out backwards like a ball, and suddenly screamed. Su Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. He did not expect that this child was actually bought. No wonder the middle-aged man in front of him was so cruel to this little girl. He kicked the man flying. Su Chen ignored him at all, instead squatted down and said softly, "Little sister, were you kidnapped?" The little girl nodded. Although she was only 5 or 6 years old, she seemed very sensible. "Then where is your home? Brother took you back?" Su Chen said. "He doesn't allow such a cute little girl to suffer here. Xiao'er has no home. When Xiao'er was in the orphanage, she was taken away." The little girl said pitifully. "No home." Su Chen sighed, and somehow, seeing this little girl, he remembered his old self. He was also an orphan, but he was lucky he was not kidnapped, but met a mysterious old man who raised him. However, the little girl in front of her didn't have such good luck, and she actually met a human trafficker. But with him, he will not let the little girl in front of him suffer again. "You said your name was Xiao'er?" The little girl nodded, then pulled the corner of Su Chen's clothes. "Big brother, take me away, Xiao'er doesn't want to be here. Are you willing to come with me?" Su Chen differed. "Correct." The little girl Xiao'er nodded. "Big brother is a good person, Big brother will definitely not harm me." "Okay, I'll take you away." Su Chen smiled, then took the little girl's hand and walked towards the door. "No. You can't take her away. I bought her for 1 yuan. Later, when the middle-aged man saw that Su Chen was going to take Xiao'er away, he was immediately angry. "Can't go?" Su Chen snorted coldly, and then punched out. Bang! Suddenly, the wall in front was directly smashed. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was shocked. He didn't expect Su Chen's skills to be so terrifying. That's a wall. It was beaten by a punch. He knew that he had met terrible people today, so he didn't dare to say anything at all. However, Su Chen didn't let the other party go. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number directly. "Captain Lee, it's me, I have something to tell you. Someone is involved in child abduction." Soon, Su Chen explained the matter here and the address. Then, he turned around and said coldly, "Just wait for the law to punish you."
Come on, he took the little girl Chior and left here. On the other side, in the villa, Chuyu was sitting on the sofa angrily. Next to them are Xiaoyu and Chuyu. Damn guy, how long has it been, and he still hasn't come back? He didn't do anything good at first glance. Chuyu gritted his teeth and said, Sister, don't worry, brother-in-law is such a big man, what can he do? At most, he is going to have a drink. Chuyu said with a smile. He dares. Chuyu gritted his teeth, if he dares to do this, I can't spare him today. Just as he was talking, the door suddenly opened. Su Chen walked in. Seeing Su Chen coming back, Chuyu immediately stood up and wanted to teach him a lesson. But the next moment, she was stunned. Not only her, but Xiaoyu and Chuyu on the side were all stunned. Because Su Chen didn't come back alone, he also brought back a little girl. What's the situation? Didn't you go to drink flower wine? Chuyu was also a little confused. No, is it that my brother-in-law is so perverted and likes girls? Hearing this, Chuyu's face turned black immediately, and he was about to have a seizure. Seeing this situation, Su Chen knew that the three of them must be thinking crooked. So he said quickly, Stop it. It's not what you think, listen to my explanation. Next, he briefly explained the matter, and when the three women heard what happened to Chior, they all had sympathy on their faces. Come, Chior, come to my sister's side. Chiyu said softly, with tears in her eyes. However, Chior grabbed the corner of Su Chen's clothes and looked like she was asking. Su Chen smiled and patted her little head, Go, the three sisters are all very kind people. Kindness. Chior nodded, then walked forward and said politely. The three sisters are good, but Chior's body is a little dirty, so she can't let her hold her. What a sensible little girl. The three of Chuyu were delighted. They didn't care that Chior was dirty, and hugged them directly. Sisters will take you to take a bath, okay? Okay. Chior nodded with a smile. Then he turned around and said, Big brother, see you later. Okay, see you later. Su Chen smiled, but at the same time he felt lost. Why didn't he receive such treatment? Chuyu hugged his wife and children, and glanced at Su Chen on the other. Don't peek, or you will be at your own risk. Then the three of them left. It didn't take long for a few people to wash it, but there was no clothes suitable for Chior. At this time, Chuyu's identity was revealed. She made a phone call, and within half an hour, someone sent several sets of fitting clothes. After wearing it, Chior looks as beautiful as a little princess. Not only that, Chuyu and the others even bought a lot of snacks to eat with Chior. The three women and Chior played till late, and they were not ready to rest until Chior dozed off. Big brother, I want to sleep with you, Chior said while pulling Su Chen's clothes. Su Chen naturally knows that children are simple-minded and want to be with whomever they like to be. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme 2. However, the expressions of the three women and Chuyu were a little weird. Especially Chuyu, who whispered softly, Brother-in-law is not planning to develop a loli, right? Hearing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched. What was this little girl thinking about? However, Su Chen still said, Chior is a girl and should sleep with her sisters. So, my brother will tell you a story every night, okay? It is good. Chior nodded, then smiled. In the end, Chior slept with Chuyu today. In the next few days, everyone played with Chior, and Chior also integrated into the big family. Even today, Chuyu took her to school. But an hour later, Su Chen's phone rang. Brother-in-law. Chuyu shouted while crying. Hearing this voice, Su Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, Why is Yuer crying? What happened? Chior is gone. Chior is gone? Su Chen's heart was beating wildly. Why is it gone? I went to the toilet, and when I came back, she was gone. Brother-in-law, what should I do? Chuyu cried. Don't worry, I'll go right now. While Su Chen was talking, he called Chuyu and Xiaoyu, and asked them to come over quickly. Not long after, the three of them came to Chuyu's school. Elder sister. As soon as Chuyu saw Chuyu and the others coming, she burst into tears again. I'm sorry, but I didn't think highly of Chior. It's alright, don't cry, we'll look around, maybe it's a child who just wants to play.
Chuyu said, and then a few people looked around and asked the surrounding students. Finally, a student said that he saw a person wearing black clothes and sunglasses taking away a cute little girl of 5 or 6 years old.
When? Su-chan asked eagerly. About 10 minutes ago.
The student thought for a while.
Finished. Su-chan's face turned black.
At this time, the other party must have already left the school, so where did he go to find it?
Thinking of Chiyo's life experience, Su-chan clenched his fists.
Call the police.
Chuyu's expression was also solemn.
At this time, she could only call the police. Soon, 2 police officers came, but they said that within 24 hours, it was not counted as a missing person, and there was no way to file a case.
Suddenly, Su-chan became angry.
The faces of Chuyu and the others were solemn. They could not have imagined that the other party would still talk about these things at this time.
So soon, Chuyu revealed his identity.
Knowing that Chuyu turned out to be the president of Ficting Company, the faces of the 2 policemen turned pale with fright, so they quickly made this matter a priority. Afterwards, they returned to the police station, released information, and searched quickly. However, still no clue. The other party seemed to have evaporated and could not be found at all. For the next half day, Su-chan and others returned to the villa, waiting for news from the police station.
Su-chan's face became more and more gloomy, because he found out that Chiyo might be taken away by human traffickers again.
The 3 of Chuyu were also nervous, especially Chuyu, who couldn't help crying. However, at this moment, Su-chan's phone rang. Su-chan took it over to take a look, and found that it turned out to be an unfamiliar number. However, he still answered.
Hello? Su-chan said. Mr. Su?
A deep voice came from the other side of the phone.
I am, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am, but I think you must be very anxious now. Are you looking for someone? Hearing this, Su-chan's face turned gloomy, and he said coldly, You caught the man?
There was nothing more to say on the phone, but after a while, a crisp voice came. Big brother.
Obviously, the voice belonged to Chiyo.
Hearing this voice, Su-chan's eyes were full of killing intent. Yes, this is Chiyo's voice, sure enough, the other party kidnapped Chiyo. Big brother.
Obviously, the voice belonged to Chiyo.
Hearing this voice, Su-chan's eyes were full of killing intent. Yes, this is Chiyo's voice, sure enough, the other party kidnapped Chiyo.
At this moment, Chiyo's voice disappeared, replaced by the low voice from before.
How about it, Mr. Su, the person you want has already heard.
What do you want?
What's your purpose for catching Chiyo?
Su-chan said coldly, for money? It's really for the money. The person over the phone laughed. How much do you want? You are wrong.
Although we are for money, we will not ask you for money directly.
We only need one person. You want someone? Who do you want? Su-chan frowned.
Chuyu. Hearing this, Su-chan's pupils shrank, and the other party turned out to be running towards Chuyu. After knowing the other party's intentions, Su-chan calmed down. He knew that Chuyu didn't know who was eyeing him, and there were more than one group of people who wanted to assassinate her. Those who want to come this time should also have accepted the bounty quest. He just didn't expect that the other party would be so despicable that he threatened him with Chiyo. On the other side of the phone, a low voice came again. I want you to bring Chuyu to exchange with me, otherwise, you will wait to collect the corpse. After saying this, the phone was hung up over there, and Su-chan's face became even more gloomy.
What's the matter, do you have any clues?
Chuyu and the 3 hurriedly asked when they saw this situation.
Chiyo found it.
Su-chan sighed, and then said the content of the phone.
What?
They came for my sister. After Chuyu heard it, she suddenly screamed.
Chuyu also frowned.
She never thought that the ultimate goal of those people was her.
This time, it's my fault that hurt Chiyo. Don't say that.
Su-chan shook his head. Let's think of a way to do it. It won't take long before the other party will call.
Whatever you can think of, if it really doesn't work, just take me for it.
I won't put Chiyo in danger. Chuyu said through gritted teeth.
Don't get excited, Su-chan comforted. It's not so bad. With Xiao Yu and me here, you won't have any problems. Really?
Shu Yu was excited and grabbed Su Chen's hand.
Of course, how could I lie?
There was a smile on the corner of Su Chen's mouth, and he already had a general idea in his heart.
What exactly are you thinking, can you tell me? Xiao Yu also asked curiously. The other party wants Chuyu, then we will create a Chuyu. Su Chen said. Let Xiao Yu make up and dress up as Chuyu, and then I'll take Xiao Yu there.
With the skills of the two of us, we can definitely rescue Chior safely.
Good idea.
Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes and hadn't done anything for a long time.
But, is this okay? Will it put Sister Qiao in danger?
Shu Yu hesitated.
Don't worry, Xiao Yu's strength is very strong. Su Chen smiled. That is strong. Xiao Yu is known as the existence of the moon god. A single person can take down a European terrorist organization. Are you tough?
Of course, these words will not be told to Chu Yu. Seeing the confident look on Su Chen's face, Chu Yu also felt relieved.
Next, Xiao Yu began to prepare to dress up.
When she reappeared, both Chu Yu and Chu Yu opened their mouths wide, with a ghostly expression. Because at this moment, Xiao Yu's appearance is exactly the same as that of Chu Yu, as if copied.
How did this happen?
Chu Yu was shocked. It's called disguise, and for us, it's just a pediatric department.
Xiao Yu smiled.
Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, even he couldn't tell the truth from the fake just by looking at that face.
Moreover, both of them are about the same height, so they are enough to be fake.
At this moment, Su Chen's phone rang again. Su Chen glanced at it, and then asked the three women to be quiet and not make a sound. Then, he picked up the phone.
Mr. Su, how are you thinking?
I advise you not to call the police, otherwise I can't guarantee the safety of this little girl.
Don't worry, I won't call the police, but if you dare to touch her, don't blame me for not being able to spare you. As for the matter, it has been done, I will take her there. Su Chen said coldly. Well, it's too late today. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'm calling you, and you will bring Chu Yu.
Before this, I won't hurt this little girl. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He finally stabilized the other party, and no matter who the other party was, as long as he and Xiao Yu found them, he would never be able to spare those people. Tonight, the other party should not call again, so Su Chen let the three girls go to bed first. And he himself is ready to rest, nourish his spirits, and fight tomorrow. Early the next morning, the three girls got up because they couldn't sleep. Su Chen also got up early and waited for the other party's call. Sure enough, at 10 o'clock, Su Chen's phone rang again. You guys are on time. Su Chen looked at the time and said coldly. That's natural. We have always been in the same business. I hope Mr. Su can do the same. Of course it can be done, Su Chen said coldly. Tell me, how to exchange? A low voice on the other side of the phone rang. You take someone to Changfeng Road first, and I'll call you again when you get there to instruct you on the next step. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. They were really a group of cunning gangsters. But this time, no matter how cunning the other party was, he couldn't escape his grasp. Next, Su Chen and Xiao Yu, who had already changed their face, set off, and the two set off towards Changfeng Road. Along the way, Su Chen drove very fast, so it didn't take long for the two to reach Changfeng Road. About 10 minutes later, Su Chen's phone rang. You two get off now and take the 103 bus. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen told Xiao Yu the news. After listening to Xiao Yu, she also showed a smile. It seems that this group of people is monitoring us. So what, with the means of the two of us, it is too easy to solve them. This time I want to see who they are, who dare to play tricks in front of me. Su Chen and Xiao Yu got off the bus and took the 103 bus. After getting on the bus, about 15 minutes later, the phone rang again. As a result, the other party said two words decisively and got out of the car. Su Chen and Xiao Yu got off the bus. Very good, then you go forward for 500 meters, turn left, there is a silver van over there. You can deliver there. Hearing this, Su Chen squinted his glasses, then took Xiao Yu, and the two came to the front of the silver van according to the information. Ahead, a silver van was parked there. When Su Chen and Xiao Yu walked, the silver van opened, and two big men walked down from below. The two were wearing black clothes and masks, so they couldn't see their faces at all. When they came, they ignored Su Chen and stared at Xiao Yu directly. Soon, one of the big men took out the photo and compared it with Xiao Yu's face. At this moment, Xiao Yu has easily changed into the image of Chu Yu, and those people can't tell the difference. Sure enough, the big man looked at the photo, looked at Xiao Yu's face, and nodded in satisfaction. Okay, you can go. The two looked at Su Chen and said coldly. No, I want to follow you, otherwise what if you don't let people go? Want to follow? The two frowned, but then they showed a sneer. Well, this is your voluntary, no wonder we. Take it. The two big men took out two black hoods, put them on Su Chen and Xiao Yu, and then brought them into the car. The silver van ran wildly all the way, and it was about half an hour before it gradually slowed down. After another 10 minutes, the car stopped completely. Su Chen and Xiao Yu were taken down, and the black masks on their faces were removed. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked around. He found that this was a wasteland, which already belonged to the suburbs, and there was an abandoned factory in front of it, which was very dilapidated. It seems that there will be no one around, except for these gangsters. The other party will indeed find a place. Go in. The two big men sneered, pushing Su Chen and Xiao Yu towards the abandoned factory ahead. Hearing someone outside, the door of the abandoned factory was also opened, and several men in black walked out. When they saw Xiao Yu, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, the target has finally been found. However, when they saw Su Chen, they all frowned. Why did this kid also bring it? One of them asked in a deep voice. No way, this kid has to follow by himself, no wonder we. Another big man shrugged. I really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme or die. If that's the case, then bring it in first. One person said coldly, and then they brought Su Chen and Xiao Yu to the abandoned house. It is even more dilapidated inside, with many machines. The surroundings were full of dust, and there were even spider webs in many places, and it was clear that there had been no one for a long time. Su Chen looked at the surrounding environment, and he found that there were several people in it. These people add up, a total of 15 or 6. Each of them is walking with tigers and stalks, and their eyes are flickering. It is obvious that they are some elite masters. Even Su Che discovered that several people had several guns on them. If you can get a gun here, it seems that this is not an ordinary robber. However, he did not have any fear, but said in a deep voice. I've already brought the person you want, what about the person I want? Hearing this, a middle-aged man walked in front with a gloomy face and a scar on his face. Big brother. Seeing this middle-aged man, the rest of the people all said hello. Su Chen also raised his eyes and looked at the other party. It seems that this should be the other party's boss. Boy, you are very courageous, you dare to follow me. The middle-aged man stared at Su Chen and grinned, revealing a sharp taste. The next moment, he waved to the person beside him and said, bring that little girl here. Soon, Xior was brought. Although she was tied with a rope, she was obviously not hurt. This made Su Chen heave a sigh of relief. Okay, let's exchange people. Su Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the middle-aged scar laughed. You are quite ruthless. You don't want to leave such a delicate beauty, and you come to change it for a little boy. Even so, the speed of middle-aged people is not slow at all. Soon, he released the little girl and captured Xiao Yu. Big brother. Xior quickly ran to Su Chen's side with a look of fear on her face. Has Xior suffered? Su Chen asked softly. No. Xior replied, then grabbed Su Chen's clothes. What about big sister? Don't worry, there will be a way, I'll take you away first. With that said, Su Chen was about to leave with Xior. To be honest, he really wasn't worried. Xiao Yu's means are sufficient to cope with the scene here. What he has to do now is to get Xior out of this dangerous place. However, as soon as he turned around, someone blocked his way. The two big men stopped him with a cold expression. What do you mean? Su Chen frowned and turned to stare at the middle-aged man.
You don't even count what you say. You have wronged me. I always count what I say.
The middle-aged man smiled. It's just that you saw our faces, so you can't just let you go.
What do you want?
Suchen also narrowed his eyes, and the cold glow in his eyes bloomed.
This is simple, gouge your eyes out, and I can let you leave safely.
The middle-aged man's voice was low, with a hint of ruthlessness.
Hearing this, Xiaoer clenched Suchen's clothes in fear.
And Suchen patted her head and looked at the middle-aged man again.
It seems that you really don't keep your word. If that's the case, then there's nothing to say. Listen to your tone, it's crazy. What's the matter, you still want to resist?
Knife Scar sneered, and all the black-clothed men around him sneered disdainfully.
They are not ordinary people.
They still have guns in their hands.
What kind of waves can the other side be, a hairy boy?
Doing it with them would undoubtedly be courting death.
Suchen didn't act directly, but looked down at Xiaoer.
Xiaoer, listen to your brother, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes, and don't worry about anything.
You are not allowed to open your eyes without my permission, can you do it?
Can.
Xiaoer nodded, then closed her eyes obediently.
Very good. Suchen raised a smile on the corner of his mouth, then looked at Xiaoyu. You can start.
Do it? It's up to you?
Those people sneered. However, the next moment, their eyes widened. Because Xiaoyu's bound arm broke free in an instant, and then waved her arm.
Puff!
The blood was sprayed, and one of the middle-aged man's arm was directly cut off. How so? The big men around were all shocked, and the middle-aged man was the arm of a warrior, backing frantically, his eyes full of horror. The pain almost made him faint.
It's terrible, how did the other party do it?
However, he couldn't care less. Instead, he roared wildly, go ahead and kill the three of them. I want them to be broken into pieces. The middle-aged man roared wildly.
After listening to the big men around, they also started to do it.
Soon, however, they retreated in horror, and everyone was injured.
A few people even fell directly to the ground and couldn't get up at all.
All this is just the hands of a woman. The next moment, everyone looked at Xiaoyu with a terrified expression. Hee, it's not Xiaoyu anymore, Xiaoyu laughed, then tore off the human skin on her face, revealing her true face. You people are so hateful, you dare to make my man angry, now you should all die. Hearing this, the people around were furious.
The middle-aged man even shouted frantically, gun!
All have guns, kill all three of them for me.
Pumba!
The next moment, these big men in black all pulled out their guns. There was a hint of coldness on the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth, while Suchen hugged Xiaoer. The whole person was like lightning, and kept dodging. These people don't need him at all, and Xiaoyu can handle it alone. So, he took Xiaoer to a safe place. Soon the sound of the gunfight died down. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu's laughing voice came.
Come out, it's all settled. Hearing this, Suchen walked out with Xiaoer in his arms.
The front was a mess, with bullet casings on the ground, and more than a dozen corpses, and there was no breath at the moment.
Let's go. Suchen shook his head, unwilling to look any further.
Then he walked out with Xiaoer in his arms. A group of them came to the silver van before.
Okay, you can open your eyes, Suchen said.
Xiaoer stretched her big eyelashes and opened her eyes.
Big brother, where are we going? Go home.
Suchen smiled, then started the car. Inside the villa, sisters Chuyu and Shuyu waited anxiously, because they didn't know whether Suchen and the others could bring Xiaoer back safely. As time passed, their hearts became more and more nervous. But at this moment, the door of the villa opened, and three figures walked in.
Came back.
When Shuyu and the two saw the three figures, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and then burst into laughter.
Xiaoer, you're back. Shuyu even flew over, hugged Xiaoer and started crying.
To be honest, this period of time scared her to death. She was afraid that Xiaoer would be in danger, and she might feel guilty for a lifetime. But now, all three are back safely.
A group of people happily ate dinner.
The next day, Suchen and the others didn't go to work. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and just played with Xiaoer all day. On the third day, when Su Chen wanted to go to work, his phone rang. But this time it was not the gangster, but Li Yingxiong of the police station.
Captain Li, why did you remember to call me? Su Chen asked with a smile. Don't give me the smiley face, hurry up and come to the police station.
Li Yingxiong said coldly.
Police station? Hearing this, Su Chen's eyelids jumped wildly. Sister, I've been very honest recently, haven't I made any mistakes? Why did you call me to the police station? Stop talking nonsense, come as soon as you come. If you come late, you will be at your own risk. Li Yingxiong quickly hung up the phone. What is this girl doing? Su Chen scratched his head, not understanding what was going on.
Still, he decided to go to the police station.
Soon, Su Chen came to the police station and called Li Yingxiong.
Li Yingxiong told him to come directly to the office to find him. When Su Chen entered the office, what he saw was not a beautiful woman, but a gun, bullets, etc. on the desk. It seemed that the other party was indeed a violent girl. But Su Chen didn't care. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, walked in with a smile, and sat opposite Li Yingxiong.
Beauty, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Do you want me to invite you to dinner? What to eat? I have something important to look for you.
Li Yingxiong said quickly.
Whatever, you have to fill your stomach. Su Chen said, why don't you invite me?
Seeing Li Yingxiong's displeased expression, Su Chen scratched his head. No, you are too stingy, you don't even want to invite a meal. Li Yingxiong's face turned black, and there was an urge to beat someone. However, she really had something to look for, so she finally held back. However, that pair of fists creaked. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, Su Chen could only change the subject. By the way, what is the matter with you coming to me?
That's right. Didn't you say last time that some children were abducted and trafficked? I investigated and found out that it is true.
Not only that, we also found out that behind this incident, there may be a huge organization specializing in this kind of thing.
I want to uproot this organization right now.
Very good, this idea is good, it is very beneficial to the country and the people.
Su Chen nodded. But, what does this have to do with me? Shouldn't you go to the director for a meeting?
It's like this, I want to borrow the little girl you took in, let her be the bait, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme those traffickers out again.
No.
Before Li Yingxiong finished speaking, Su Chen directly shook his head and refused. He would not take chores risks now. Therefore, he decisively refused. I haven't finished yet, listen to me, I will never put his little girl in danger. No matter what you say, this matter will not work, there is no room for negotiation.
Su Chen shook his head decisively. You must know which gangster's Chior had just escaped from, and now she wants to enter the hands of human traffickers? Su Chen would not allow such a thing to happen.
Please believe us, we will never let the little girl face danger. There are many ways to attract traffickers, and there are many children, so there is no need to use Chior. It's really not good, I'll protect the head office closely, you can't trust me, right?
Li Yingxiong said. Personal protection? Su Chen frowned.
To be honest, your kung fu is good in the eyes of normal people, but in the eyes of those masters, it is completely vulnerable. Since you said that the human trafficker was a big organization, who knows if there are powerful people in it?
Su Chen still shook his head.
It's true that things like child abduction are generally national, and most likely a worldwide organization.
Maybe there are experts out there.
Li Yingxiong's skills are average, and it's definitely not enough to meet such an expert. If it was replaced by him or Xiao Yu, it would be more or less the same. However, Li Yingxiong was really angry that the other party dared to look down on her, which made her intolerable. So the next moment, she slammed the table.
What do you mean, you dare to underestimate me? It's not that I underestimate you, I just want to help you open your eyes. There are really some powerful people in this world that you can't understand. A powerful character? Flying to the ground? It's like a myth, maybe you've seen it before.
Li Yingxiong pouted, with a look of disbelief. Don't say it, I have really seen such a person before, you are no match at all.
Su Chen said solemnly. You goddamn bastard, you talk nonsense. Look, I don't tear your mouth apart. Li Yingxiong was about to have a seizure, and Shu Cheng suddenly retreated to the door. What are you doing? Don't mess around. I warn you, if you dare to do something in the police station, believe it or not, I'll let you go. Oh, you still dare to threaten me? Li Yingxiong sneered, come on, let me see how you let me go around without food? Your little nene is black, should I tell this secret? Seeing that the other party was angry, Su Chen was not in a hurry at all, but said lightly, what? Hearing this, Li Yingxiong's face immediately turned red, and a pair of beautiful eyes filled with murderous aura. Damn, how does this guy know her secret? But Su Chen said with a smile, hee hee, how is it, if I tell my subordinates this news, don't you think it's a very exciting thing? You dare. Li Yingxiong gritted his teeth. I really don't dare, but if you're really in a hurry, we'll have no choice but to die. I know not only your color, but also your size. Do you want me to tell you again? Su Chen hee said, with a shameless look on his face. Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Yingxiong gritted her teeth angrily, eager to pick up the gun on the table. Damn boy, I really want to shoot you. Li Yingxiong said through gritted teeth. Hey, you won't. Su Chen smiled, although you are more violent, you won't abuse law enforcement, let alone harm innocent people. Su Chen sat back again with a smile, looked at Li Yingxiong and said, actually, this matter is not impossible. Of course, the premise only requires you to promise me one condition. What conditions? Li Yingxiong asked. For example, we went out for a meal and then went to the hotel to open a room. What? Hearing this, Li Yingxiong had the heart to kill, and the other party dared to attack her, how bold. So, he grabbed the cup next to him and threw it. Pang. Oh, I'm going. Su Chen was startled, and quickly avoided, and quickly caught the cup with his eyes and hands. It's really violent, isn't it? Just talking, it's fine if you don't agree, as for throwing things? However, the answer to Su Chen was something more terrifying. A chair flew directly over. I'm going. Su Chen didn't dare to pick it up this time, and just avoided it. On the opposite side, Li Yingxiong was furious. She threw whatever she caught, and was about to shoot. Of course, the movement here could not escape the police outside, but no one dared to open the door. However, although they can't push the door open, they can be crooked. You said, what are the captain and that kid doing in the room? You made such a big noise? You're not doing that kind of thing, are you? A policeman drooled. Do you think so too? I think so too. A few other policemen, all showing wretched expressions? In the office, everything around Li Yingxiong was thrown out, but none of them hit Su Chen. This made her even more mad. So the next moment, she decided to take the initiative. Sample, I still can't cure you. Li Yingxiong strode forward and kicked Su Chen's chin with a whip leg. This time, it can be said to be very sharp and decisive. But who is Su Chen, that is the super soldier king? How could he be weak? So Su Chen stepped back with a smile, and avoided Ling Li's attack. Not only that, but he stretched out his hand. Grabbed the opponent's ankle. Looking down from Su Chen's angle, Li Yingxiong's thighs can be seen at a glance. Suddenly, Su Chen took a deep breath. Don't say it, your curve is too perfect. Court death. Seeing the other party, Li Yingxiong dared to say such a thing at this time, and was immediately furious. She tried hard to retract her long legs, but found that she couldn't. However, he didn't give up the attack, and quickly swung out his palm like a long knife, slashing towards Su Chen's neck, trying to knock him out. Ha ha! However, Su Chen smiled and stepped back with his long legs, avoiding the hand knife directly. This pose is even better. Su Chen smiled and looked at the scene in front of him. Hey, it's really black. And, he saw something that shouldn't be seen. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Li Yingxiong was furious and attacked again. But this time, Su Chen shook his body even more and stepped forward. The next moment, he approached Li Yingxiong, and the two stuck together. At this moment, the distance between the two of them is less than 1 centimeter, and it seems that they can hear each other's heartbeats. Beautiful police officer, do you want to fight again? If I fight again, I won't be so merciful. Li Yinxiong's face flushed red when she was leaned so closely by the other party.
The next moment, she pulled out a dagger from behind and stabbed towards Su Chen.
I'm going, this chick is really playing.
Su Chen felt the cold blade, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The next moment, his speed suddenly increased, and he escaped the knife dangerously. At the same time, he turned the palm of his hand, causing the opponent's body to rotate, and slapped him fiercely at a certain part of the opponent.
Snapped.
A crisp voice echoed in the office. Li Yinxiong's body was like an electric shock, and the whole person was stunned. However, Su Chen distanced himself and said with a smile, "How about Captain Li? You can't even beat me with this skill, let alone those masters. So, let my chower be the bait, don't even think about it."
Damn, don't be too proud. Just now you were just shameless.
Li Yinxiong gritted her teeth angrily.
Indeed, she didn't think she couldn't beat the opponent.
The reason why such a thing happened was because the other party was too shameless, she was just shy. So with a squeak, she waved the dagger again and attacked Su Chen. However, this time, Su Chen didn't fight back, just dodged, avoiding all the attacks.
Captain Li, stop making trouble. Knives are very dangerous.
Su Chen said with a smile. Although he said danger, there was no nervous expression on his face. As if he was not facing a sharp knife, but a lollipop. On the other hand, Li Yinxiong was also gnashing his teeth. Such a powerful attack, even the elites in their police station could not bear it at all. But the other party, with a smile on his face, calmly avoided all her attacks.
This is so incredible.
Damn, don't run if you have a kind, Li Yinxiong gritted his teeth angrily.
Su Chen lay down at once, hugging Li Yinxiong's thigh and not letting go.
Sister, stop fighting. I was wrong, okay, please forgive me. Su Chen said with snot and tears. And Li Yinxiong was also stunned, she didn't expect the other party to make such a move.
What is this? Rogue?
She snorted coldly, and wanted to say something, but the next moment, her body seemed to be electrocuted and stiffened.
Damn, where do you put your hands?
Li Yinxiong's eyes spit fire. However, the other party still moved unconsciously, so she hurriedly shouted, "Get out of here! Dare to touch me again, believe it or not, I will kill you."
Okay, as long as you don't do it, I'll get up. Su Chen reluctantly released his hand, as if he was very nostalgic.
But the next moment, Su Chen said with a solemn expression, "Well, it's impossible for Chior to be the bait, but if you set off on this mission, I can help you."
Help us?
Li Yinxiong was different, just about to show a disdainful voice. But before thinking about it, she couldn't hurt the other party, so she nodded.
Well, that's what you said, you can't be lazy for me then.
After this time, she felt that the young man in front of her was not alone. I am afraid there is also some effort, otherwise it is impossible to escape all her attacks.
Okay, this is what you said, don't go back on it.
Li Yinxiong said quickly. A man's words are counted, and once a word is spoken, it is difficult for a horse to chase.
Su Chen said boldly, "Right, when will you act?"
"If you can, take action tonight."
Li Yinxiong replied.
Then she said, "I'm going to discuss with the director and make a plan, you don't leave today."
Hearing this, Su Chen nodded.
After Li Yinxiong left, he called Chuyu. "Hello, wife, I won't go back today." Originally Chuyu was at work, but when she heard this, her face immediately turned black.
"Why don't you go back tonight?" "Not going back? A big man, where can you go? Is it going to that kind of place?"
In an instant, countless thoughts flashed in Chuyu's mind. So, she immediately gritted her teeth and asked, "Damn shameless scum, are you going to that kind of place again?
You are so shameless."
"Come on," Chuyu hung up the phone with a bang. On the other side, Su Chen held the phone directly and was stunned.
"Shameless?
Just kidding. Brother is going to save the world and transform society. This is a great and glorious thing. How can it be shameless? This little girl, I really don't know what to do." Shaking his head, Su Chen did not explain.
In a blink of an eye, night came. Li Yingxiong began to lay out and prepare for action. However, at this time, the director received a call, and his face suddenly became gloomy. What happened? Seeing the director's face, Li Yingxiong immediately asked, "Did those people know about it?" "It's not that those people knew about it, but they made a phone call to inform us that a wanted criminal entered our Jiangdu city. The top tells us to be careful and pay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme attention. If we find any trace of the other party, we will report it immediately." The wanted? Hearing this, everyone around was surprised. However, a few policemen said, "Isn't he a wanted criminal? As long as he dares to appear, we will definitely take him down. That is, in this Jiangzhou site, who can be better than us?" However, the director looked solemn. He said, "This is not an ordinary wanted criminal, but an international wanted criminal. I'm afraid the strength is more terrifying than we imagined, so you must be careful. When you meet the opponent, don't fight the opponent head-on, you must track the opponent, and you must not let him run away again." "Yes." The surrounding police responded quickly. Su Chen also narrowed his eyes. An international wanted criminal? Who is the one? However, it is best not to let him meet, otherwise the other party will definitely be unlucky. The news of the international most wanted was just a blip, and it passed quickly. The main purpose tonight is to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme out abduction gangs. And, kill them all. Of course, in order to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme out a trafficking gang, you need informants. This person naturally bought the middle-aged alcoholic from Chou'er. At this moment, he has been controlled by Li Yingxiong and will be used for tonight's action. According to Li Yingxiong's idea, it is to let this middle-aged alcoholic contact the people of the trafficking organization. When the other party appeared, they took action to control the people among them. Then, after being tortured, they searched for the other's nest. That way, they can act. At night, the stars twinkle. The location this time is a suburb far from the city center. The street was dark and uncertain, and there was even a cool breeze blowing on everyone. The surrounding police were all in ambush, and only Li Yingxiong came forward. Even Lin Xian was hiding in the dark. Ahead, on the street, Li Yingxiong looked at the watch and said impatiently, "Did you lie? Didn't you say it was 9 o'clock? Why is it already 10 o'clock and the other party hasn't arrived yet?" Hearing this, the middle-aged alcoholic was sweating coldly and said quickly, "It may be due to the traffic jam on the road, so I'm late." Traffic jam? When Li Yingxiong's face turned black, she looked around. There was not even a ghost. Can such a place be blocked in traffic? She was about to get angry, but the headlight suddenly turned on in front of her. Immediately afterwards, a black Santana opened slowly. Coming. Seeing this scene, Li Yingxiong narrowed her eyes and told her with the police intuition that this Santana was the target they were waiting for. Sure enough, Santana stopped not far ahead, and then a thin man walked down. He looked around cautiously, and found that there was no ambush, so he breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Li Yingxiong. The middle-aged alcoholic was overjoyed when he saw the other party coming. However, he was reminded by Li Yingxiong on the side, "Be careful, don't be too excited, don't reveal your identity, or you will look good." Immediately, the middle-aged alcoholic trembled, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. In the front, the thin man came quickly, lit a cigarette and said, "Why is it you again?" "That's it," the middle-aged alcoholic said quickly, "this is my niece, and she wants a child too. So, I introduced him to come to you." "She wants children too?" Hearing this, the thin man looked at Li Yingxiong, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Because he had never seen such a beautiful woman. Yo, she's still a big beauty. Why do you want to buy a child at such a young age? Can't you give birth yourself? Hearing this, Li Yingxiong had a black line on her face, but in order to carry out the task, she could only follow the words of the other party. As for what he said specifically, the thin man didn't listen at all. He looked at Li Yingxiong with both eyes, and his saliva was almost drooling. "Sister, why do you want to buy a child? Why don't you have one with your brother? Brother's body is super good." The thin man finally couldn't help it. "Depend on. Hearing this, Li Yingxiong wanted to kick the opponent's head off. But at this moment, she still held back and said coldly, "No." And the thin man saw that there was no one around, and an evil thought occurred in his heart. He walked forward with a smirk on his face. "Sister, it's better than this. You go home with your brother. There are many children in my brother's family, so you can choose whatever you want until you are satisfied." As he said that, he was about to reach out and grab Li Yingxiong. Li Yingxiong snorted coldly and quickly avoided the claws. "Hey, he's quite agile. However, do you think you escaped?" The thin man was no longer hiding, showing a hideous smile. "Oops, hurry up." Seeing this scene, the vice captain, who was hiding in the dark, quickly commanded his hands and surrounded the car in the distance. Sure enough, at the next moment, Li Yingxiong couldn't help it at all. He raised his foot and kicked the thin man unconscious. Pang! The thin man fell to the ground, unconscious. The middle-aged alcoholic next to him shouted wildly, looking terrified, and shouted, "Killed! Killed! Depend on!" Li Yingxiong's face was gloomy, and she raised a blow, which also knocked the middle-aged man unconscious. And the black Santana in the distance, seeing something wrong, immediately turned around and ran away, and the police hurriedly pursued him. Li Yingxiong also snorted, "Hurry up, don't let him run away from me. Take it for me." Saying that, she also ran, wanting to participate in the pursuit. However, at this time, a figure suddenly sprang from the rear, very quickly, like lightning, and rushed towards Li Yingxiong. Li Yingxiong naturally felt the change behind her. She turned her head suddenly, and when she saw the shadow, she was shocked and threw a punch in a hurry. Pang! Li Yingxiong felt as if the punch had hit a mountain, her entire arm was numb, and the huge force made her keep retreating. Damn! She took 7 or 8 steps back in a row before she stopped, and then her face became very ugly. Damn, who are you? You dared to attack the police, do you want to go to jail? Li Yingxiong looked at the figure in front of him and said through gritted teeth. A young man stood in front, dressed in black. He was ordinary in length, but his eyes were extremely wretched. At this moment, he looked at Li Yingxiong and said with a smile, "Police beauty, don't scare me, I'm not scared. I didn't expect that this night is dark and windy, and people in the wilderness can still meet this great beauty. I said, big beauty, why don't you go back with your brother? My brother promises to let you eat and drink spicy food." Hearing this, Li Yingxiong gritted her teeth fiercely, wishing she could go up and tear the other's mouth. Du Tao, are you too careless? When you see a beautiful woman, you want to jump up? This can't be done, this time, this beauty belongs to me. At this moment, another voice came from behind, "There are still people." Seeing this scene, Li Yingxiong's face turned black. Because she is now in a very dangerous situation, the man in black in front is very strong. I am afraid that this one has appeared now, and it should not be able to do much. It seems that I can only drag 2 people now, hoping that other teammates can catch those people. For you? What a joke! This is the woman my old du likes, how can I let it go? Yang Lin, you don't want to hit her. If you say that, it's boring. Otherwise, we will compete according to the old rules. Whoever wins will get her? The middle-aged man named Yang Lin said in a deep voice. Okay, just fight, who's afraid of who? Du Tao is also not to be outdone, because he found that the police beauty in front of him is really beautiful. And also with a wildness, he likes that enough flavor. Damn! Seeing the two of them, Li Yingxiong was like discussing things, assigning who she should belong to, and she was mad in her heart. You two are less arrogant, and you have the ability to compete with me. Auntie will definitely beat you all over the place to find your teeth. Fight with you? That Du Tao glanced at it, and then smiled. Beauty, you don't have to struggle anymore, your arm should have been broken with that kick just now. Can your current strength be compared to ours? I'm afraid I can't even stop it. That's right, police beauty, although among ordinary people, your strength is not bad. But your vision is too small. There are many things in this world that you cannot understand. I advise you to stop struggling and resist, and go back with us obediently, and I promise to make you feel good enough. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. Let me catch it? You two are dreaming. Even if I fight to death today, I won't let you two succeed. Li Yinxiong's face was gloomy, and soon her face darkened even more. Because hearing from her headset, her teammates also suffered a serious blow at the moment. It seems that this time they failed to ambush, but were ambushed by the other party. This is incredible. You must know that this action was temporarily decided by them, and it was very fast. It could be said that they did not give the enemy any time. Originally, they were fighting a blitzkrieg, but they didn't expect the other party to know in advance and set up an ambush to wait for them. Don't think about it, it must be a traitor. Damn, who the hell leaked the news? The old lady must be killed. Li Yinxiong was going crazy. She didn't expect that there would be a traitor in the police, and I'm afraid his teammates are in a very bad situation at this moment. In the front, Du Tao also laughed. How about it, Beauty? You should know the news of your teammates. They have already found the attack, so you should be obedient and capture it. Damn, I fought with you. Li Yinxiong pulled out a dagger from behind and quickly attacked Du Tao. Whoosh whoosh. The icy dagger flickered with cold light, and pierced quickly like a meteor in the night sky. And Du Tao didn't care at all. He swayed, dodged quickly, and laughed at the same time. Beauty, I didn't expect you to be pretty good, but in front of me, it doesn't work. With that said, Du Fei raised his foot again and kicked the dagger in Li Yinxiong's hand, then kicked her stomach and kicked her out. Puff! Li Yinxiong's body fell to the ground, spitting out a stream of blood, and she felt that her internal organs were about to shatter. The opponent's strength is really too strong, especially when the opponent shoots. She can't see it at all, let alone dodge. Damn, who are they? How could they be so powerful? Li Yinxiong's face was ugly. She is the strongest in the police station, and almost no one can beat her. Originally, she thought that this attack would definitely be captured. But I didn't expect to meet such a master. At this moment, she thought of the previous conversation with Su Chen. At that time, Su Chen said that she had a small vision and did not know that there were many powerful masters in the world. At that time, she was also dismissive, thinking that the other party was mocking her. But now it seems that what Su Chen said is true. The two mysterious people in front of him are too powerful. Even the strong out and her expectations. Li Yinxiong clutched her stomach, feeling her consciousness blurred. The previous kick was so terrifying that he had no resistance at all now. On the other hand, Du Fei and that young Lin walked towards the front with grinning faces. Little Beauty, I told you not to resist, but you didn't listen. It's okay now, you've suffered, Du Tao said with a sneer. On the other side, Yang Lin was also impatient. What nonsense, talk to her, just take off the clothes, come here. Here? I like it. Du Tao's eyes shone brightly, and the entire population was left behind. Damn! Hearing this, Li Yinxiong had a heart to die, and she would never fall into the hands of these two. So, she wanted to end her life with a dagger. The next moment, she reached out to grab the dagger beside her, but was kicked away by Du Tao. It's useless, stop struggling. Enjoy obediently. The two of them grinned and were about to start. However, at this time, there was a hurried sound of breaking through the air from behind. The sound was so sharp that it even made an explosive sound. Hearing this change, Du Tao quickly turned around. But the next moment, his face changed greatly, and the whole person quickly retreated towards the back. At the same time, Yang Lin, who was beside him, also pushed to the rear. Hum! A stone streaks across the void like a shooting star. Who is it? How dare you attack us? I don't know whether to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Get down on your knees and die. Du Tao and Yang Lin said in a cold voice, and at the same time they looked in all directions. The faces of the two were gloomy, because it was so hateful. They were about to use this little beauty, but it was an unforgivable sin that someone interrupted them at this time. They swore that they would be smashed into tens of thousands of pieces when they were caught. On the ground, Li Yinxiong breathed a sigh of relief. Is someone going to shoot? Anyway, the situation has changed now. Hee hee, two big men bully a woman, you two are too shameless, right?
At this moment, a sneer came, and then a figure appeared in front of everyone.
Who are you? How dare you take care of us?
Du Tao and Yang Lin saw killing intent in their eyes.
And Li Yingxiong also opened his eyes with difficulty and looked forward. However, she only saw a back. Who is this person?
Why is he so familiar?
Could it be Su Chen?
Li Yingxiong had such an idea in her heart, but she soon became suspicious. It shouldn't be. How could that kid have such a powerful strength? With just one stone, the two masters were frightened away.
Who is your excellency, and why do you want to ruin our good deeds? Du Tao asked coldly. Who am I? You are not qualified to know.
Su Chen sneered. That's right, the figure that came out was Su Chen. It's just that he now wears a mask on his face, so others can't recognize him.
As for why I'm meddling, you're in charge? I'll take care of it. I don't want you to bite me. Court death.
Hearing this, Du Tao and Yang Lin vomited blood. The two of them are masters, and no one dares to provoke them on weekdays, let alone provocation like they are now.
Boy, you are courting death yourself. Don't blame us.
Du Tao's voice was filled with icy killing intent, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Normal people feel this breath. I am afraid that they will tremble with deterrence, and they will be scared to pee, and they will not have any resistance. But on the opposite side, Su Chen had no influence at all, and even had a disdainful smile on his face.
Of course, the other party can't see it. Just you two little ants? You want to do it with me too? It seems that you really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Act recklessly? I think it's you who don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Boy, do you know who the two of us are?
Du Tao said coldly.
Oh, you two still have identities?
Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Come on, let me hear it.
Look at the status of the two of you. Can you scare me? To be honest, Su Chen didn't pay attention to these two people at all.
Because this kind of person is a master in the eyes of ordinary people, but in his eyes, he is an ant-like existence. However, the two people on the opposite side didn't know it. They thought that Su Chen was provoking them. He said in a cold voice, Boy, listen carefully, we too are members of the Skynet organization.
Skynet organization? Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned.
On the other side, Li Yingxiong, who fell to the ground, also shrank his pupils sharply. As a police officer, she has naturally heard of this Skynet organization, which is the top dark force organization in the world.
But Su Chen pouted, what Skynet organization, EarthNet organization? Do you think this name can scare me?
Hearing this, Du Tao and Yang Ling laughed.
It seems that you are really an idiot.
I thought you were a master, but I didn't expect you to even hear of Skynet organization. Boy, listen carefully, in the dark world, our Skynet organization is the top existence.
Like other glorious paths, hell, and the one in the world is the Azure Dragon Society, Shenyu Tower, they don't dare to do anything to us. You know, we are the emperors of the dark world.
The two were right, the Skynet organization was a very terrifying existence in the dark world.
Li Yingxiong knew this very well.
As for other glorious paths, Li Yingxiong has heard of the mysterious Shenyu Tower.
This is a very terrifying existence in the International Dark Organization.
Most people don't know it all, but people who know everything, no one will not be afraid to hear their names. On the opposite side, Su Chen's eyes flickered.
Skynet organization, how could he not know?
He was looking for the other party, but the other party was too mysterious. But he didn't expect to meet someone from the Skynet organization until now, and God is really helping him. Originally, he thought that these were just two ordinary masters, but he did not expect that they were actually members of the Skynet organization. In this case, he will have to use some special means. But the next moment, a bloody sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. What did you say? Kianula doesn't dare.
Of course.
The boss of Kianula, Falcon, have you heard of it? The king of mercenaries, the king of super soldiers. It can be said to be the top master. But so what, he doesn't dare to oppose our Skynet organization.
Now, you know how good we are.
The boss of Kianula, Falcon, have you heard of it, the king of mercenaries, the king of super soldiers? It can be said to be the top master. But so what, he doesn't dare to oppose our Skynet organization. Now, you know how good we are. Ha ha. Hearing this, Suchen could not wait to kick the opponent. He didn't dare to compete with the Skynet organization? What a joke. You are the one who beat me. It's just that you are a bunch of guys who hide their heads and show their tails and can't find them. Of course, Suchen didn't say these words to the other party, and there is no need to say it to the other party. The two people on the opposite side were also impatient. Boy, knowing this, you can die in peace. The two of them sneered and prepared to start. Let me meet you. Du Tao said coldly. He was scared off by a stone before, which made his face dull, so now, he wants to solve the other party himself. He stomped his footsteps, like a cheetah, rushing out quickly. The speed was shocking. In an instant, he came to Suchen, his hands changed to claws, and he grabbed it in the air. With this grab, the air made a sharp sound. It seems that even if it is a mountain, a hole can be found. Eagle claw technique. On the opposite side, Suchenmi raised his eyes, and with a flick of his footsteps, he quickly dodged the shocking claws. Then he whipped his leg directly on the opponent's shoulder and kicked the opponent away. What? It's so powerful. Du Tao kept backing away, steadied his body, and his face became extremely ugly. The opponent's leg was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. And this timing is very good, it seems that the other party is a master. Damn old Du, what are you doing? You were kicked away? Look at me. In the back, Yang Lin gave a cold drink, and his whole person was like a giant mountain, rushing towards him quickly. Boom! Kaishan fist. The fists blasted out, like a small car, full of power. This time Su Chen didn't move. When the opponent's fist hit him, he took a step back and shrank his abdomen, just avoiding the punch. What? Seeing this scene, Yang Lin's face changed greatly. His punch had already hit the extreme, but he didn't touch the opponent at all. This time, he knew that the opponent's strength was absolutely terrifying. He wanted to escape, but how could Su Chen allow him to escape? With a swipe of the palm, he directly held the opponent's fist and then twisted it hard. Suddenly, Yang Lin's huge body spun like a spinning top. Pang! At the same time, Su Chen raised his foot again, kicked the opponent, and also kicked the opponent away. Amazing! Lin Xiong was lying on the ground and was shocked when she saw this scene. She knew how powerful these two were. When she fought against the opponent, she was kicked into serious injuries with one move, but now, this newly appeared mysterious person unexpectedly knocked Du Tao and the two away easily. I have to say, it was really shocking. Damn it, this kid is too evil. Let's go together. Yang Lin gritted his teeth, and then gave Du Tao a similar look. Then, the two rushed out quickly. This time, the two are not fighting alone, but choose to fight together. He did not believe that the other party was so strong that he could block the attack of the two of them. However, they obviously underestimated Su Chen's strength. So it didn't take long for the two of them to fly upside down again. Not only that, but several of their bones were broken. This is still the case of Su Chen keeping his hand, otherwise the two would have already become dead. You two are too weak, how dare you call yourself a Skynet organization? Didn't you look so awesome before, why are you kneeling on the ground now? Su Chen sneered. Boy, dare to offend our Skynet organization, you are doomed. That's right, don't think that you can win us. Tell you, we still have a secret weapon that we haven't used. Secret weapon? Hearing this, Su Chen sneered disdainfully. What secret weapon? Take it out and let me see. It won't be a gun, right? We won't use that thing, boy, I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. The two looked ferocious, and then Du Tao quickly took out a long box from his arms. After opening, it is a needle tube with some green liquid in it. Without any hesitation, Du Tao quickly took the needle and hit his arm. On the other hand, Yang Lin did the same. Soon, the green liquid was pumped into the body by the two. What it is? Lin Xiang was lying on the ground, looking at this scene, very puzzled,
wondering what the two were doing. And Su Chen frowned. He naturally knew what the other party was doing. It was a liquid that could stimulate the potential of the body. A very dangerous drug. It stands to reason that it should be still in the experimental stage, but I didn't expect these two to have it. Sure enough, after the two people on the opposite side were injected with this liquid, the muscles on their bodies also became huge. Blue veins protruded one by one, like earthworms. The whole body is full of strength. Don't think about it, the strength of these two now has been greatly improved compared to before. And Li Yingxiong, who fell to the ground, was indeed stunned. She has never seen such a thing before. A person's body can still grow bigger. What is this method? And the green liquid, what is it? How has she never heard of it? At this moment, she realized how mysterious the real world is. And what she knew before, how superficial. Li Yingxiong couldn't help worrying about the mysterious man in front of him. Can the other party resist the two transformed masters? If the other party can't resist, will she also suffer? At this moment, Li Yingxiong prayed for the other party. Boy, let us drive out of this kind of thing, you can die. Du Tao's voice became extremely low. Humph, do you dare to use the things that are still in the experiment? Are you not afraid of eating a bad stomach? Su Chen sneered, really thought that a potion could make you go against the sky? You don't need to be tough, you'll be kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy soon. Yang Lin also had a grim look on his face. The next moment, like a truck, he roared and killed Su Chen. Pumba! The ground was trampled into dust, and in an instant, Yang Lin came to Su Chen. His fist was like a casserole, and he slammed towards Su Chen fiercely. This punch is much more terrifying than before. However, Su Chen still did not dodge, and still stood there smiling. Seeing this scene, Yang Ling even sneered. Boy, I have to say, you are really an idiot. Do you really think that I am still the same as before? Go to hell immediately for me. With a sneer, Yang Lin couldn't help but speed up. In his opinion, the other party dared to be so contemptuous, not dodging or dodging, it was purely a brainwater. That's fine, he just hit the opponent with one punch to relieve the hatred in his heart. Ask for recommendation, collection, reward. But the next moment, he realized that he was wrong, because Su Chen dodged quickly, and punched him on the arm. Click! Click! His arm was directly broken. What? Yang Lin clutched his arms and screamed in pain. But Du Tao in the back was blindfolded and couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. What's happening here? They have already used energy liquid, and their strength has skyrocketed. It stands to reason that it should be able to easily kill each other. But unexpectedly, he was still injured by the opponent's punch. This is really incredible. Damn, how is this possible? Could it be that this kid has hidden his strength before? The two took a deep breath. Thinking of this, Du Tao directly picked up Li Yingxiong's dagger from the ground, held it in his hand, and then quickly stabbed Su Chen. Yang Lin's increased strength, and his increased speed, so at this moment, his speed is extremely fast. Ordinary people can't even see his movements. But the next moment, he was stunned, because he found that the dagger in his hand was caught between two fingers. And with all his strength, he couldn't pull it out. Energy fluid? Let me kneel? Ha ha! Su Chen sneered, and then with his fingers, the dagger was instantly broken. Puff! Then, he raised his foot and kicked the opponent directly. This scene is strikingly similar to the previous one. It's just that the two of them didn't absorb the energy liquid before, and now after injecting the energy liquid, they are still beaten so that they can't fight back. Li Yingxiong was stunned when she saw this scene. Du Tao and Yang Lin were also stunned, but the two of them quickly gritted their teeth and charged again. Pang! Yang Lin endured the pain and ran fast. The huge soles directly smashed the ground. It was so horrifying that anyone else would have screamed if they saw it. Sure enough, Li Yingxiong screamed. She never believed that someone could smash the ground. That's something that only happens in movies. But now, the big man in front of him has actually stepped on a footprint. This is really shocking. How powerful is the opponent's power?
And Su Chen was also half-squatting, shouted angrily, and then punched out. Boom! With this punch, the air made a sharp blasting sound, like a thunderous explosion. The big man's body trembled even more, as if he had been struck by lightning, and fell to the ground completely. Damn it, I'll fight for you. Du Tao also roared. He kept attacking, and the shadows of his legs waved in the air, and even after images appeared. God, is it really my dazzling eyes? Why are there special effects? Li Yinxiong was so shocked that she even saw the remnants of her legs. What speed does it have to achieve? However, at the next moment, Li Yinxiong was even more shocked. If it weren't for his weakness, he would definitely scream. Because she saw a speed faster than Du Tao, it was naturally Su Chen's. In the shadow of the legs in the sky, Su Chen seized the opponent's flaw, and directly punched the opponent with a long punch. Kaka! The opponent's chest sank, and he fell to the ground and vomited blood. Who are you? The two fell to the ground, their eyes full of horror, and they asked through gritted teeth. You know, the two of them never thought of this outcome before. Because with the strength of the two of them, ordinary people are not their opponents at all. Coupled with the energy liquid, even a terrifying Huang-level master would not necessarily beat the two of them. But now, the mysterious man in front of him was so powerful that he easily defeated the two of them. Could it be that the other party is a Xian-level master? Thinking of this, they took a deep breath. Who are you? Are you a Xian-level master? However, why did the Xian-level master appear here? Do you care about such a thing? The two of them were really stunned, but if it wasn't for a Xian-level master, how could the other party easily transform into them? Yo, even Xian-level masters know it. It seems that you two know a lot. But unfortunately, I'm not a Xian-level expert. Hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. Although I'm not a Xian-level expert, I just killed a Xian-level warrior 2 days ago. As for your Skynet organization, one day I will kill it myself. What, killing a mysterious master? Hearing this, Yang Lin and Du Tao's eyes almost popped up. This news is really shocking. You must know that a Xian-level master is an extremely terrifying existence. Not even a firearm can kill. However, the opponent was able to kill the Xian-level master. I have to say, it was really shocking. Now, the two are very regretful. Why did they pretend to be forced before? To provoke the existence of terror here. If the two of them could discover each other's strength early, they wouldn't be at this level now. Fighting with an existence beyond the mysterious level is definitely an act of courting death. And the two of them did it. The two of them knew they couldn't survive, so they took poison and committed suicide. Su Chen glanced at the two of them, snorted coldly, and ignored them. Then he quickly came to Li Yinxiong. After checking the injury, Su Chen frowned. The injury was very serious, and he had to be treated quickly, otherwise his life would be in danger. There was no other way. Su Chen could only pick up Li Yinxiong first and prepare to heal her. As for the other policemen, they were all wounded, and the fighting over there was over. Su Chen didn't go, just called the police station and the hospital and asked them to pull people. Then, he hugged Li Yinxiong and left quickly. In this wilderness, Su Chen ran all the way, and finally found a hotel, and it looked pretty good. Okay, that's it. Su Chen felt that the time was too late, so he could only stay in the hotel first to help Li Yinxiong heal. At this time, Li Yinxiong also woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw the word hotel, and she felt that she was being held in her arms, suddenly screamed. Because she thought she was caught by two people. I'm going. What are you yelling? Su Chen was startled and said quickly. It's you. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Li Yinxiong breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, what about those two people? How's the fight going? Those two committed suicide by taking poison. The battle is over naturally. For your subordinates, I have already called the police station and the hospital. You don't have to worry about their safety. However, your injury is not serious and must be treated quickly. Treatment is treatment. What are you doing in the hotel with me? Li Yinxiong's face turned black. Could it be that the opposite direction is taking advantage of others' danger?
She asked, "What did you do in the fight just now? Is that mysterious person you?" "Mysterious man? What mysterious man?" Suchen lied. "In the battle just now, I went to fight with your teammates. When I came back, I found that you were lying on the ground injured. So I can only hurry up and save you. As for the mysterious person you mentioned, I haven't seen it, and I don't know who it is." "Why, is there a master appearing?" "Forget it."
Hearing this, Li Yingxiong sighed. Suchen was not that mysterious expert. But the next moment, her face darkened, because she found that Su Chen was holding her and still walking towards the hotel in front.
"Damn it, what do you want to do?"
"If you want to take advantage of others, believe it or not, I'll kill you." Li Yingxiong screamed, her face flushed.
"What are you thinking? I'm saving you." Su Chen looked wronged. "Save me?" Li Yingxiong sneered. "Don't think I don't know what you guys are thinking. I'm going, you really wronged me." Su Chen said, "You have an internal injury, which cannot be cured in the hospital, and it takes a very long time. Could it be that you want to lie in the hospital for the first half of the year?" Hearing this, Li Yingxiong was nervous.
She naturally felt her current physical condition and was very weak.
However, she was still worried. "Then why did you bring me here? Don't tell me that you can heal." "Of course I will heal." Su Chen said, "I'm afraid here, only I can heal you." "Really?"
Li Yingxiong doubted. "You still have this ability."
"Don't worry, the gun is with you. If I have any bad thoughts, just hit me." Su Chen said quickly, "But your injury must be treated quickly. The later you delay, the more dangerous it will be."
"Okay." Li Yingxiong nodded in agreement. Indeed, with a gun in hand, the other party would never dare to mess around. However, being held by the other party like this made Li Yingxiong very uncomfortable, so she asked to come down and walk. Okay, then, Su Chen put down the other party, and supported Li Yingxiong as he walked inside. Coming in, Su Chen was amazed. It's even more magnificently decorated here, not even worse than a 5-star hotel. Unexpectedly, there is such a good place on the edge of this suburb. Soon, the two came to the front desk. "Open room," Su Chen said. Okay, the little beauty at the front desk saw Su Chen supporting her. She thought they were a couple. So he said, "Please show the documents, so we can handle it for you." At this time, Li Yingxiong whispered, "I don't have any documents, take yours." She really didn't bring it. Because she was disguised today, ready to take the other party. So I didn't wear a police uniform, let alone a work permit or ID card. None of these things were brought with me. On the side, Su Chen frowned. He didn't want to use his own documents, otherwise if Chuyu found out, he opened a house in this suburb, and the other party would definitely think that he took care of the mistress. It will kill him then. So he said, "You didn't bring it, how could it be?" "Let me see, you're not lying to me, are you, kindness?" Li Yingxiong frowned and said displeasedly, "A big man, why is there so much nonsense? I asked you to take the certificate, you just took the certificate, what's the wordy?" What a sturdy woman. Seeing this scene, the little beauty at the front desk was shocked. She didn't expect it to be like this. Could it be that the young man in front of him was forced? But it shouldn't. This young man is quite handsome, but the clothes on his body are too ordinary. But this woman is different. With a handsome face, a hot body, and the other party's extraordinary temperament, she is a beautiful woman at first glance. How could such a big beauty force a little girl? The little beauty at the front desk can't understand, is this world crazy? The people around them also looked weird when they saw this scene. There were even a few men who thought they were good looking, with a bitter look on their faces. God, why haven't I met such a woman? Let her coerce me, I will. At this moment, everyone wanted to say something to Li Yingxiong. Let go of that guy and come at me if you have the ability. Su Chen naturally didn't know what other people were thinking, and his face was reluctant. But at this time, Li Yingxiong quietly used the pistol against his stomach. Suddenly, Su Chen was left in a cold sweat. I'm going, this chick is too crazy, she dares to hold a gun. Give you one last chance, take out your ID card, or don't blame me for being rude. Li Yingxiong threatened.
Okay. Su Chen was about to cry, and reluctantly took out his ID card. After finishing the room, Li Yingxiong almost stuck to Su Chen's body, and the two walked into the elevator. It was not until the elevator was closed that the surrounding men let out one after another howling. At the same time, there is the sound of heartbreak. Jealousy, they're going crazy with jealousy. Why is it that such a beautiful woman, such a good thing, can't be their turn? Entering the elevator, Li Yingxiong said fiercely, "Be careful with me, kid, or I'll be welcome." Su Chen smiled bitterly, "I know, eldest sister, put away the gun first." Hearing this, Li Yingxiong put away the gun. But then, her footsteps softened and she almost fell because her injuries were more serious. There was no way, Su Chen could only hug Li Yingxiong again, although the other party was still struggling, but this time Su Chen would not let go. Li Yingxiong's little face was flushed, but Su Chen's mouth raised a smile. No matter how you look at this scene, it looks like a couple going to open a room. Soon, the two went out of the stairs and walked towards the room. However, at this time, there was a gaze staring at the two from behind. To be precise, he was staring at Li Yingxiong. It was a young man, with an evil smile on his face at the moment. He looked at Li Yingxiong and narrowed his eyes. "She's really a beauty, and she's wild. I didn't expect to be able to meet such a masterpiece here." The next moment, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Help me check if there is a young man and woman who just opened a room. The room is probably on the 3rd floor, and the woman is very beautiful." Soon, the front desk of the hotel responded. When the young man learned the news, a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth. He is a playboy, rich second generation, and countless women, but he has never seen someone like Li Yingxiong. So, he decided to get it and taste it well. Moreover, judging from the appearance of the other party, he definitely does not have the strength. What's more, the man on the other side is too ordinary, wearing all the street stalls. Such a person can be pinched to death with one hand. So in his opinion, as long as he goes out, he can easily get it. On the other side, Su Chen and Li Yingxiong also came to the room. But the next moment, Li Yingxiong's face turned red. Because he found that there was only one window in the whole room. How to do this? Before she could understand, Su Chen put him on the window. Afterwards, Su Chen also lay beside her and said, "Eldest sister, you are too heavy, you are exhausted." Nonsense. Li Yingxiong gritted her teeth. She was very satisfied with her figure. How could she be heavy? This guy must have gotten a bargain and was still selling well. After a while, Su Chen suddenly got up, looked at Li Yingxiong and said with a smile, "Beauty, let's start." Start? Start what? Li Yingxiong was so frightened that she no longer had the momentum she had before. At this moment, she was curled up like a kitten. "What do you want to do? I told you not to mess around." "Who lie? How is it possible?" "Just kidding, brother is a professional. Relax, I'm just helping you heal." Hearing this, Li Yingxiong breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, she became nervous again. Because Su Chen said, "Well, take off your clothes first." Drag clothes? What's the situation? Didn't you talk about healing? Li Yingxiong gritted her teeth, and she found that none of the men were good things. "You bastard, you talk nonsense again. Believe it or not, I shot you." Injustice. Su Chen's mouth twitched. "It's not what you think. I'm not going to treat you, so naturally I have to drag your clothes." "How can I treat you without dragging your clothes?" Hearing this, Li Yingxiong's face turned black. "What is this? If you don't drag your clothes, you can't heal. This is not an ordinary medical treatment. It is to give you needles. How can I needle silver needles when you are wearing clothes?" As Su Chen said, he took out a set of silver needles from his arms and put them on the table. "Look, I won't lie to you." Seeing the silver needle, Li Yingxiong was stunned. She didn't expect that Su Chen actually carried this kind of thing on her body. Could it be that the other party is really a brilliant doctor? Now it's just to cure her? Thinking of this, she already believed in her heart, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "Take a good look at the doctor. If you see something you shouldn't look at, be careful and I'll dig it out for you." After speaking, Li Yingxiong blushed and then slowly dropped his shirt. Call. The next moment, Su Chen took a deep breath. He felt his blood boil in his body, because he didn't expect that Li Yinxiong's figure would be so predictable. I didn't see it before, I didn't expect it to be so popular now. Where are you looking at that bloody dog? Seeing the other party staring at him, his saliva was drooling, Li Yinxiong said viciously. Su Chen wiped his mouth and smiled, no way, conditioned reflex. Okay, let's start healing. With that said, Su Chen took out a few silver needles, and then his expression changed. No longer laughing, but extremely solemn in the eyes, as bright as the stars. It is said that serious men are the best looking, and Li Yinxiong now finds that this is not bad at all. She tilted her head to look at Su Chen's profile, and she was fascinated. And Su Chen's technique is also very clever. Li Yinxiong didn't do any pain at all, on the contrary, she felt her body warm. The injured internal organs also recovered quickly. How did she know that she was able to have this kind of improvement entirely because of Su Chen? Su Chen is not an ordinary person, he is already a master of cultivating inner strength, and at this moment he uses his inner strength to repair the body of the other party. However, this practice is very exhausting. Soon a row of tiny water droplets appeared on Su Chen's forehead. On the other hand, Li Yinxiong felt warm all over, and then fell asleep. 2 hours later, Su Chen pulled out the silver needle and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yinxiong is no longer in danger, and he only needs to rest for a few days. However, he was sitting on the ground, sweating constantly. Now he was soaked all over, and there was no strength in his body. He had previously treated Li Yinxiong's illness, but it had consumed all his internal energy. But it doesn't matter, as long as he takes a good night's sleep, these inner strengths will recover naturally. So he took a shower and fell asleep next to Li Yongjun. Kindness? The next day, the sun was shining. Li Yinxiong opened her eyes and found that the surroundings were warm, and then she pinched it with her hand. Something is wrong. I usually phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblive/phoneme alone. Why is there anyone next to me? The next moment, Li Yinxiong opened her eyes. She found herself lying in Su Chen's arms, and the clothes on the two of them were pitiful. What? Li Yinxiong screamed. On the other side, Su Chen slept really soundly. In the dream, he and the girls from the island country were fighting for rounds. But at this time, a sharp sound penetrated directly into his ear and woke him directly. What's the situation? Earthquake? Fire? Or what? Su Chen jumped up all of a sudden, but the next moment, when he realized that there was nothing around him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he complained, "It's so early in the morning, why don't you let people sleep in?" With that, he lay down again. But soon, he opened his eyes and noticed that there was something wrong in the air. Sure enough, when he was wearing poor Li Yinxiong next to him, the whole person was blindfolded. The next moment, he pulled off the quilt and looked at his lower body. Then he wondered, how did you get here? Did I do it? Or didn't I? Or did I do it? I'm going, I don't even know. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he found that this time he really didn't know. After the initial shock, Li Yinxiong wrapped her body in a quilt, then glanced around and said, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun? I'm going to shoot you down. I go." Su Chen jumped, he jumped up quickly, kicked the gun on the ground aside, and said, "Wait, don't get excited, is there anything we can sit down and talk about?" "Talk about your sister." Li Yinxiong was mad with anger. What was the situation? How could she be with this scum? The next moment, she rushed over like crazy. "Say, what the fuck did you do to me yesterday while I was sleeping?" "Injustice." Su Chen raised his hands high to show his innocence. "Yesterday you fell asleep, and then I fell asleep too, and the rest of the matter is unknown, what?" Hearing this, Li Yinxiong also gritted his teeth angrily, thinking about a question in his heart. Did you do it yesterday? Still haven't done it? Or did it? She felt her body carefully and found that she was full of energy, and it didn't seem as bad as she thought. However, she still asked with a dark face. "Can you explain to me, what's the situation, why are we together?" "It's better not to lie to me, or I can't guarantee that I will do anything extreme." "You really don't remember?" Su Chen said quickly. You suffered a serious internal injury before. I brought you here to treat you. As a result, I exhausted my strength and fell asleep. It's that simple. Is it really that simple? Li Yingxiong also remembered what happened last night. Just before she fell asleep, Su Chen was indeed treating her. And now she can feel that her body is obviously much better, and she thinks that most of the injuries from last night have healed. I didn't expect that the other party's medical skills were really so brilliant, that such a serious injury would actually heal so much in one night. Li Yingxiong was surprised, and then she also said, "Well, I will spare you this time, but next time, don't blame me for being rude to you." Naturally, it was impossible for her to be rude to Su Chen. Of course, these words were just to scare the other party. After all, this matter is too embarrassing. And next time? Hearing this, Su Chen raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that this little girl is not too repulsive to him. Maybe he still has a chance to do something special with this beautiful police flower? But this time, Li Yingxiong's stomach really growled. Then she covered her stomach awkwardly and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen also smiled. "Okay, let's go have breakfast." When Li Yingxiong and Su Chen left the room, the young rich second generation, who had been paying attention yesterday, suddenly lit up. He waited all night, but now the other party can figure it out. Seeing Li Yingxiong's figure, his saliva flowed out. Li Yingxiong didn't know that she had been targeted by a wolf. She was walking to the restaurant with Su Chen at the moment, preparing to eat. But at this time, a figure was blocking their way. This is a young man who wears all famous brands, and looks like a rich second generation. This is the rich second generation who secretly peeped before, and now he has finally caught the opportunity, so how can he let it go? He stared at him with a smile and said, "I never imagined that I could meet such a stunning beauty in this suburb." He put on a look that he thought was dashing, and deliberately showed the million-level watch in his hand. In his opinion, as long as the other party sees his worth, he will fall in love with him madly. You know, this watch alone is worth millions. In the past, he used this method to pick up girls, and it was absolutely easy to catch them. Basically, after half an hour of getting to know each other, he would take someone to open a room and go crawling. Come to think of it, this time will definitely be no exception. But the next moment, he was stunned. Because Li Ying frowned. "Who are you? Why are you hitting my way?" To be honest, she was really not happy. Because she is very hungry now, but now there are people who are so blind, blocking her way, and still fiddling there. This is simply courting death. However, the rich second generation was not so self-conscious, and he still felt good about himself. Because in his opinion, it doesn't matter that the other party ignores him now. After he introduces himself, the other party must be mad. At that time, he can use whatever posture he wants. "Hello, beauty, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chi Hao. Everyone calls me Master Chi, or Master, because I am the owner of this hotel." "The owner of this hotel? You run this hotel?" Li Yingxiong was surprised. "To be exact, it was opened by my house. But now I am in charge." A smug smile appeared on the corner of Chi Hao's mouth. However, Li Yingxiong pouted after hearing it. It turned out to be just a rich second generation. "Whether you are the owner of this hotel or not has nothing to do with me, please get out of the way. I'm hungry, I'm going to eat." Li Yingxiong's attitude was very cold, and it did not change because the other party was a rich second generation. Then Chi Hao was also greatly surprised. At this time before, no matter what girl it was, he had already taken it down. Unexpectedly, the woman in front of her was unmoved. This change aroused Chi Hao's competitive spirit, so he was not angry. He wanted to see how long the other party could last. So the next moment, Chi Hao smiled and said, "So you haven't eaten yet, beauty." "So I haven't eaten. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme. Why don't I invite you? I go." This time, Li Yingxiong didn't say anything, and Su Chen was not happy. "What do you mean, please? You didn't see a handsome guy standing there?" Su Chen was very upset. The other party dared to ignore him. It was really hateful. So the next moment, Suchin said coldly, "Who are you? Did you invite my wife to dinner? Did you get my approval, your wife?" Hearing this, Chihao was stunned, and Li Yingxiong was also stunned. But the next moment, she was pulled into her arms by Su Chen and whispered, "If you don't want to be harassed by this fly, cooperate with me. Let's play a couple." Okay. Li Yingxiong nodded quickly. She hated the rich second generation in front of her very much. It would be better to get rid of the other party earlier. And after what happened last night, his impression of Su Chen has also changed. Now it's not impossible to pretend to be a couple. So the next moment, she also took Su Chen's arm and said coldly, "Yes, if you want to invite me to dinner, you have to ask my husband what he means." What? It's really a couple relationship. This time, Chihao was very surprised. To be honest, he has always ignored Su Chen, and even ignored him. Because the other party is too ordinary. Moreover, when Su Chen spoke just now, he was even more disdainful, thinking that this was just Su Chen's wishful thinking. But now, when he saw how phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme Su Chen and Li Yingxiong were, his lungs were about to explode. His face became a little grim. Because he couldn't believe it, how could such a beautiful woman like a poor woman? This really doesn't fit his worldview. But the next moment, he showed a sneer. Even if it's a couple, in his capacity, it takes minutes to defeat a poor girl. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to eat to let the other party know what a real rich man is. What is high society? With such a comparison, presumably any smart woman would choose him and kick the opponent away. At that time, he would like to see what kind of expression the other party will look like when Li Yingxiong falls into his arms. So he looked at Su Chen and said with a loud laugh, "How about it? How about I invite the two of you to have a meal?" "Okay, since you invited me, I naturally agree." Su Chen said carelessly, "Wife, go, hurry up, I'm starving to death." He pulled Li Yingxiong into the restaurant. Li Yingxiong was stunned, her face turned black, she gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Damn, what are you doing, dude? Didn't you say that the two of us acted as lovers and ran him away? Why did you promise him to eat?" Su Chang raised his mouth slightly. "What are you anxious about? Eating in a 5-star hotel is not cheap, and it happens that someone pays for us for free, so why not eat? Don't eat for nothing. Isn't he a rich second generation? When the time comes to order food, he deliberately causes him to bleed, so that we can open our mouths to blessings." Hearing this, Li Yingxiong also laughed. She is not a rigid person. So she decided that she had to cooperate with Su Chen well for a while, and let the abominable rich second generation on the opposite side bleed a lot. This is what you said you wanted to treat. You can't go back on it later. After sitting down, Su Chen said again, "Don't worry, I will never go back on my words," Chihao said loudly. Because in his opinion, Su Chen is a person who covets petty cheapness, and such a person can be easily bought with money. At that time, if he gives a sum of money, he can definitely make the other party go away obediently. Therefore, he doesn't care about the other party at all now, and instead puts all his energy on Li Yingxiong. Li Yingxiong knew Su Chen's plan for a long time, so she was secretly happy at the moment, but she pretended to be calm. At this time, Chihao began to pretend. He smiled and asked, "Beauty, what's your name, and where do you work? Actually, when you are free, you can come here more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme. Don't worry, as long as you come, there will be absolutely no charge. Also, I'm going to have a party with my friends this weekend, and you can come and play when you have time. By the way, when I celebrate my birthday next month, I will buy a luxury cruise ship. How about I invite you?" For these words, Li Yingxiong directly ignored her. She was only here to eat. As for whether the other party will buy a cruise ship, it has a dime relationship with her? But at this time, Su Chen exclaimed, "Wow, buying a cruise ship? Isn't that expensive?" Bumper. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Chihao sneered proudly, and then he put on an aloof look. "It's not very expensive, just tens of millions." In his opinion, as long as he said tens of millions, the other party would definitely faint. Because tens of millions is definitely an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary people, and the other party will never see so much money in his life.
But the next moment, he was dumbfounded, and even suspected that something was wrong with his ears. Because Su Chen pouted and said, "It's only tens of millions, it's really not expensive." But it shouldn't be. Last time I bought one, it cost more than 2 million. Are you sure you bought a luxury cruise? Not a small fish boat? I fucked you up. Chi Hao roared in his heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Tens of millions, not expensive? I'm humble, how dare you say it's not expensive? You poor bastard, have you seen tens of millions in your life? Chi Hao was going crazy. He was pretending to be a comparison, but he was despised by others. It made him intolerable. However, in front of the beautiful woman, his wife is not easy to attack, so he can only say coldly, "What do you know, the world of rich people, you don't understand at all." In his opinion, the other party is completely pretending to say such a thing. How could the other party spend million to buy a luxury cruise ship if he is a poor man? Must be watching too much TV. But how did he know that, in the identity of Su Chen, spending million to buy a cruise ship is definitely something that can be done in minutes? Moreover, Su Chen doesn't look down on those below million. The other party is really a frog in the bottom of the well when he buys a ship worth tens of millions. Of course, these things were not broken by Su Chen, but now in his eyes, Chi Hao is a fool. However, in order to show off in front of Li Yinxiong, Chi Hao then pretended to compare again. Look, my watch is more than 100 million. If you like it, I can give it to you. More than 100 million? So expensive? I'm going, a broken watch, so valuable? I said you wouldn't be a fool, did you? Su Chen grabbed the watch, flipped it over and over, and then shook his head. You really are an idiot. Someone actually spent 100 million to buy a watch, puff. Hearing this, Li Yinxiong also laughed. Chi Hao's face turned black. He took back his watch fiercely, and then said, "What do you know, the world of rich people, you don't understand at all. A native turtle like you probably never walked into a specialty store in your life. Looking at you, you can't earn 20,000 yuan a month. A person like you can't afford a watch like this in his life." Who said it? Su Chen slapped the table and became unhappy. Who said I get 20,000 yuan a month? You are spreading rumors, I can sue you. It's 3,000 yuan for me, okay? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense, puff. Hearing this, Chi Hao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Looking at the other party's appearance just now, he thought that the other party was going to make some big moves, but he didn't expect that after talking for a long time, it was only 3,000 yuan a month. 3,000 quick money is not enough even for his meal. What is the other party so arrogant and proud of? He really didn't understand. However, the next moment, his eyes widened and he almost fainted. Because at this time, Li Yinxiong turned around suddenly and said, 3,000 yuan, right? Didn't you say, yuan last month? How did you earn, yuan this time? Tell me, do you have a small treasury? Wife, how dare I just got a salary increase this month. Su Chen said with a smile. What? Has it increased by 500 yuan a month? Wow, hubby, you are amazing. Li Yinxiong hugged Su Chen's arm with an excited look on her face. Of course, both are acting. But Chi Hao doesn't know, he now has the urge to hit the wall. You're so excited that you've raised 500 yuan a month? I just gave you a 100 million watch, and you didn't even blink your eyes. He even began to doubt life. Chi Hao's face is dark over there, while Li Yinxiong here is starting to order food with Su Chen. Wife, whatever you want to eat, just order it. There is someone for a treat today, so you're welcome. Su Chen said with a smile. To be honest, she really couldn't do such a thing. You must know that she has received an orthodox education since she was a child, plus her occupation, so she can't adapt for a while. But Su Chen doesn't care about this. He has long disliked the Chi Hao, and naturally he has to eat a lot of this meal and return it. Hearing Li Yinxiong's words at the moment, he did not refuse. That's good, then I'll order it. With that, he took out the menu and started ordering. Seeing Su Chen starting to order food, Chi Hao pretended to compare again.
With an air of grandeur, he responded with a big hand, "Whatever you want, I'll pay for how much you eat. Since Master Chi treats guests, then I'm welcome." Su Chen's eyes lit up. The waiter on the side began to prepare the record. "Hey, this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals team to tomato slash phoneme looks good, 2 servings. What? Tomatoes?" Shi Hao almost spit out a mouthful of water. He heard right, this fool is actually ordering tomatoes? Looking at the other party just now, he thought that the other party was going to slaughter him severely. "I just didn't expect that *** silk is *** silk, and I only dare to order tomatoes when ordering a dish." Shi Hao thought that Fong would spend some money this time, but now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Based on the point of the other party, it is estimated that the whole meal will add up to 200 yuan. This money is not enough for a cigarette. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Chen said again, "This fish is not bad, here's one." Sure enough, *** silk is ***, and if you give him a chance, he will not dare to order anything expensive. Shi Hao sneered in his heart. However, when Li Yinxiong looked at the menu next to her, she was shocked, and even she was worried. "This Su Chen, what are you doing? How dare you order such an expensive dish?" Yes, it is indeed expensive, not cheap. Because the tomatoes Su Chen ordered were not ordinary tomatoes, but tomatoes that were specially grown in Europe and the Netherlands for the world's top rich. That kind of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals team to tomato slash phoneme costs 2 yuan each, which can be said to be a sky-high price. And that fish is not an ordinary fish, it is a very rare fish in the South Pacific. A fish is estimated at -2, which is enough to catch a car. In other words, now the 2 dishes add up to more than 20. And it seems that Su Chen has not stopped. Sure enough, he ordered a few more dishes, which added up to almost 82. On the other hand, Shi Hao didn't know that he had been cheated at all, and he still looked contemptuous. In his cognition, this meal is only 200 yuan at most. "Hey, there are actually shrimps here." Su Chen's eyes lit up. "Master Chi, can I order another plate of shrimp? I wanted to eat this shrimp for a long time, but I was reluctant to buy it." "A little bit. 1 is not enough, order 3. Shi Hao said very generously, "Isn't it just a plate of shrimp, what's the big deal? If you want to eat, just eat it as a meal." To be honest, he really didn't pay attention to a plate of shrimp, but Li Yinxiong on the opposite side and the waiter next to him were wide-eyed. Because the shrimp Su Chen ordered was not an ordinary shrimp, it was a special product of the Arctic, an extremely rare type of shrimp. The world's annual output is only 50 or 60 catties. The number of local tyrants in the world is simply not enough. This shrimp is more expensive than a piece of gold. After Su Chen heard this, he was very happy. "Thank you so much, Chi." Then he turned his head and said to the waiter, "You record that, this shrimp, 3 plates, puff." Hearing this, the waiter's legs softened and he almost fell. The next moment, he looked at Chi Hao and said in a trembling voice, "That, young master." He dare not write at all, because this meal is almost 200 million. Chi Hao was impatient. "Why, a waste, can't even write hyphens? Hurry up and go to the kitchen with the menu. If we delay our meal, you will look good." Chi Hao looked impatient. The performance of this waiter was really bad. The waiter shuddered after hearing this. He couldn't care about anything anymore, so he hurriedly took it and ran away. It is estimated that it will take some time to complete, so Chi Hao took out a pack of cigarettes, prepared to smoke one, and take a rest. But as soon as he took it out, Su Chen's eyes lit up and he sighed something good. I have to say that although Chi Hao is pretending to be forceful, he still has a lot of good things in his hands. Take this pack of cigarettes as an example. This is a very precious kind of cigarette. It is produced in South America, and the world does not produce much in a year. Even in China, it is estimated that there are only 100 or 200 boxes. Some of them are going to flow into the country. God knows how this Chi Hao in front of him got it? Su Chen's eyes lit up. The last time he performed the mission, he got 3 boxes. However, he didn't know the origin of the cigarette at the time, so he drank it all in 2 days. When he found out, he really regretted it. It would be great if you could keep a box and suck it slowly. Unexpectedly, now I see it again in cigarettes? I'll have one too. Su Chen's movements were fast, and he didn't give Chi Hao any time to react. He directly picked up the cigarette case from the table, smoked one, and lit it. Taking a deep breath, and then blowing out a smoke ring, Su Chen sat back on the chair with satisfaction. Only then did he say, "Young Master Chi, you won't mind if I take a cigarette, right?" "Look at what I said, I'm so ignorant." There are billions of dollars in Chi Shao's family. A pack of cigarettes is not a drizzle. Why don't you just give me this pack of cigarettes? With that said, Su Chen directly put the box of cigarettes on the table into his pocket. Puff! Seeing this admiration, Chi Hao almost went crazy, his heart was bleeding. Those were no ordinary cigarettes. It took him a lot of effort and a lot of favors to get a box. I originally thought of taking it out for comparison on major occasions, but I didn't expect it to be touched by this kid now. So, he couldn't help but wanted to attack. However, at this time, Su Chen said, "Hey, Master Chi, your face seems a little dark. What, are you uncomfortable? Or are you reluctant to pack a cigarette? Come on," he winked at Li Yingxiong. Li Yingxiong understood, and immediately showed a look of contempt. Seeing Li Yingxiong's contemptuous eyes, Chi Hao almost went crazy. "I'll go, when will he be despised by others? I bear it." Chi Hao roared wildly in his heart, because he knew that if he wanted to return the pack of cigarettes now, Li Yingxiong would definitely despise him. Maybe the woman will run away by then. Therefore, he could only stare at Su Chen fiercely, as if he was going to kill him. At the same time, he roared in his heart, "Boy, just wait, let you be proud for a while, and then let you return the money with the profit." However, in order to show that he is rich, he still said coldly, "Do you know that the cigarette you are smoking now is limited production in the world, and most people can't smoke it at all? This one is estimated to be more than your 10 years' salary." "What? Just this cigarette is worth my 10 years' salary?" Su Chen deliberately showed a very surprised look. "Chi Shao, you are so generous. You gave me such expensive cigarettes, so why would you be embarrassed? But this is it, if you are sending me 10 boxes of 8, I can take them out for comparison. With your worth, there should be several boxes. Hey, why is your face so ugly? No, don't you?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Chi Hao's face turned black, and he couldn't help but want to beat someone. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "My stomach hurts." Stomach pain? Hearing this, Su Chen scratched his head, but sneered in his heart. "Hey, look at you, you are so young, why are there so many problems? Is it an irregular life? Come on, let me show you my brother, I'm a genius doctor who can cure all diseases. Maybe even your kidney deficiency and frequent urination can be cured. When I'm cured, in your capacity, you won't have to give me tens of millions. At that time, I can also reach the pinnacle of my life and marry by Fume." Li Yingxiong heard funny, while Chi Hao covered his stomach and gritted his teeth. He swore that if he had the chance, he would kill the other party. Because the other party is really hateful, he has never suffered such anger in his life. Seeing the other party's gnashing of teeth, Su Chen sneered in his heart, "I can't take it anymore? How far is this? What a long way to go. The real good show is still to come." When the dishes he ordered came up later, he wanted to see what was the expression on the other side. Li Yingxiong on the side was also looking forward to it. However, at this time, a group of people came from a distance, and Bai Huahua's thighs were exposed, making people want to have a nosebleed at a glance. "Young Master Chi, you are actually here." There was a sudden laugh from the group of people. Hearing this voice, Chi Hao turned his head to look, and Su Chen also glanced at that place. Then, his eyes lit up, because it was a beautiful woman who was walking towards them. The other party is still pretty and dressed cooler. The small waist is twisted, more like a water snake, and it is almost broken. It's okay to be long, but the dress is too vulgar. I have to criticize it. Su Chen kept nodding, but his eyes did not leave. On the other side, Chi Hao's eyes also lit up. Although the beauty on the opposite side is not as tall as Li Yingxiong, but there is no way, the other side is dressed too openly. Coupled with that look,
as if with a hook, it made him feel hot all over in an instant, and he couldn't help it. However, now he still wants to get Li Yingxiong, so he must remain calm at the moment. He resisted the heat in his body and stood up. Zhang Yun, you are here too. Exactly, let me introduce you. He pulled the woman to his side and said, this is Zhang Yun, my friend. Zhang Yun glanced at Li Yingxiong, and suddenly showed a look of jealousy. She didn't expect that she could meet a woman more beautiful than her here. Immediately, she hummed softly. However, when she saw Su Chen, she rolled her eyes with a look of contempt. The other party dressed so ordinary, obviously a poor person, she could not imagine how such a person could sit with Chi Hao. Could it be that it's a new servant, little brother? She felt that this idea was more likely. At this moment, behind Zhang Yun, a large wave of beauties rushed in. They greeted Chi Hao one by one, eager to throw themselves into each other's arms. Seeing this scene, Li Yingxiong pouted and looked bored. Chi Hao hugged from left to right, a smile on the corner of his mouth, and now, at this moment, he finally felt the feeling of a rich eldest young master again. The losses suffered in Su Chen's hands before were swept away at this moment. Not only that, he even hugged the two beauties and looked at Su Chen with contempt. Like that, it seems to be on top. Su Chen rolled his eyes and sneered in his heart, what an idiot, I'll see how you cry later. Sure enough, the previous waiter came back again, and he bowed respectfully to Chi Hao. Master, it's ready. Come up. Chi Hao nodded. The waiter went to prepare, while Zhang Yun and a group of beauties said, what, is there anything to eat? Great, we haven't eaten yet, why don't we eat together? To be honest, their purpose is not to eat, but to Chi Hao. It is good. After hearing this, Chi Hao laughed loudly, no problem, I have money, and it will be fun when we eat together. Is there money? Hearing this, Su Chen also raised a sneer, he knew that the good show was about to begin. It didn't take long for the waiter to come in an orderly manner with a delicate plate. Soon, a table of dishes was served, and the smell alone was unbearable. Chi Hao kept joking with the beauties next to him, he didn't care at all what kind of dishes were served. However, when he turned his head and looked at the dishes on the table, he was stunned. It can even be said that it is forced. What's the situation? I didn't order these dishes? Chi Hao felt mad. Of course I ordered it. At this time, Su Chen said with a smile. It turned out that you ordered it. Chi Hao's eyes widened. Of course it's me. You forgot. I said tomatoes, sashimi, etc., and you didn't object. Besides, didn't you let me order it casually? No, is it that you were so stingy when you asked for a meal, Master Chi? Seeing the strange eyes of Su Chen and the others, Chi Hao had the urge to vomit blood. Nima, is he stingy? Where is this stingy? For this table meal, the materials alone cost more than 200 million yuan, plus labor costs, almost 300 million yuan. Although he is managing this hotel is not his, but his father's. If his father knew that he was such a waste and he couldn't receive the money, he would probably slap him to death. What, it was actually pitted. Chi Hao gritted his teeth, only now did he know that he was buried in a hole dug by someone else. This kid in front of me is definitely not a good thing. Before, he even laughed at the other party, thinking that the other party only ordered 1 or 200 yuan, but how could he know that the other party cheated him so much? At this time, Zhang Yun and others were also puzzled, why did Chi Hao's face look so bad? Chi Xiao, what's wrong with you, your face is so ugly. Isn't it just a meal? Zhang Yun persuaded from the side. However, Chi Hao roared, what the hell do you know how much this meal is? Hearing this, Zhang Yun was stunned for a moment, and then said, 1 or 2,000, 3 or 4,000? To be honest, in his opinion, Chi Hao's net worth should at least be no less than, 10,000 or 20,000? 3 million for this meal. Chi Hao gritted his teeth, almost crying. What? Everyone was stunned, especially Zhang Yun and other sisters, who were even more terrifying. They are so big, they have not necessarily seen 300 million, let alone a table of 300 million. Thinking of this, they looked at the food on this table and were so excited that they almost twitched.
Li Yingxiong also thought it was funny. She looked at Chi Hao, who was about to vomit blood, and felt very refreshed. Su Chen was even quicker with his eyes and hands. He quickly peeled a few shrimps and put them in Li Yingxiong's bowl. "Wife, eat more, this shrimp is more expensive than a piece of gold." As he spoke, he stuffed it into his mouth. "It's delicious." "Chi Shao, thank you this time, I've never eaten something so delicious." Hearing this, Chi Hao spat out a mouthful of old blood. Well, at this rate, he must be mad. While eating wildly, Su Chen said to the beauties around him, "Don't be stunned, eat quickly. This is a piece of Chi Shao's heart, and it must not be wasted." Zhang Yun and the others came back to their senses and quickly said, "Thank you, Master Qi." Afterwards, the few people also quickly ate. They had never eaten the 300 million meal. "This time, you must eat a lot, it is worthwhile." Su Chen smiled even more. "This shrimp is delicious, no wonder it is more expensive than gold, and it is much more delicious than the grilled shrimp bought at the road stall." Puff. Hearing this, Chi Hao vomited blood. "Is it more delicious than the grilled shrimp from the stall? Isn't this nonsense? This is the most precious and supreme shrimp." He stared at Su Chen stubbornly, with killing intent in his eyes. He knew that this time he was tricked. However, he intends to return. "Damn it, kid. Wait, if you dare to pit me, I will kill you. And your girlfriend, I must get her up the window. I'm going to play her to death." Chi Hao roared in his heart, gnashing his teeth. He swore that he would give the other party today to relieve the hatred in his heart. At this time, Su Chen did say again, "Hey, Master Qi, why don't you eat? Is it because you have no appetite? Or do you eat too much food like this on weekdays and get tired of it? But it doesn't matter. If you think this kind of meal is not delicious in the future, you can invite me. I am a living asterisk, specializing in helping people." Chi Hao looked at the other party's smiling face, his teeth tickled fiercely. He couldn't help but want to do it, but at this moment, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. Taking out his mobile phone and seeing the number displayed on it, Chi Hao's expression changed suddenly, then he put away the killing intent in his eyes and quickly connected the call. "Hey, Brother Zhou, why did you remember to call me?" Chi Hao said with a smile on his face. He was no longer the grim look he used to be. It's my honor to work for Brother Zhou." At this moment, not only was there no anger on Chi Hao's face, but a flattering smile appeared on his face. This surprised many people around because they knew Chi Hao's identity. That is a rich second generation, who can even afford a meal of 300 million, and the other party's net worth is definitely not bad. But now, Chi Hao is so flattering. Could it be that the person over the phone is more noble? They couldn't imagine what kind of person could make Chi Hao so humble. Su Chen was also stunned, but then he shook his head and ignored it. No matter who the other party was, it had nothing to do with him. All he needs to do now is eat and drink. In front, Chi Hao laughed again, and he said happily, "Brother Zhou, you want to come over? That's great. Don't worry, I will make sure you are satisfied. Come on." He hung up the phone happily. Although Su Chen didn't care, Zhang Yun and several other beauties did prick up their ears. Because he can make Chi Hao so pleasing, he is definitely a big man. When they heard that the other party was coming, their eyes lit up. If they can climb up to such a big man, they will not have to worry in this life. Thinking of this, they get excited at this time. Chi Hao also came over and said to Zhang Yun and others, "Listen to me. There will be a very important person coming soon. You must serve it well. If you are attracted by the other party, it is your great luck. Don't screw things up. Don't worry, Chi Shao, we are professional." Zhang Yun smiled and even threw a wink. "Little goblin. I can't wait to have sex with you now." Chi Hao's heart was hot. However, he knew that now was not the time, so he could only endure it. "By the way, Master Qi, who is coming? So mysterious?" At this time, Zhang Yun asked again. "Who else, of course, is Brother Zhou." "Brother Zhou?" Zhang Yun tilted his head and looked puzzled. Chi Hao frowned. "Why, Zhou Go has never heard of it. You mean that Brother Zhou from Zhengzhou?" Hearing this, Zhang Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party is incredible. Not only is he wealthy, but it is said that black and white can be eaten, which is very terrifying. Yes, it was him who came. Shi Hao looked triumphant, as if it was a great honor for the other party to come to him. Hearing this, Zhang Yun and several other sisters also had their eyes shining. They knew that a super big fish could finally fall this time. However, Shi Hao turned his head and looked at Su Chen and Lin Xiong. He stared at Su Chen coldly, and said coldly, "Boy, you can get out now. Hurry up and disappear from here, don't let me see you, or you will regret it. This beautiful girlfriend of yours, just stay here. If you dare to eat Lao Tzu's 300 million meal, just use your girlfriend to make up for it. I must make her feel good today." Snort. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and didn't mean to be afraid at all. On the other hand, Lin Xiong's face was sinking, and the other party dared to attack her, which was really embarrassing. She even started to get ready to do it. You know, with her skills, she can't beat the super expert from last night. Ordinary people, she doesn't care at all. Especially the second generation of the rich in front of him, it is not a problem for him to play more than a dozen. So, with a cold snort, Li Xiong was about to start. However, at this time, there were several figures walking in front. Seeing these people, Li Xiong frowned and did not move rashly. That Shi Hao also turned his head. When he saw the other party, a smile suddenly piled up on his face. Like a little brother, he rushed over quickly. "Brother Zhou, you are here. I miss you so much." Under his special expression now, where is the arrogant look of the rich second generation before? I don't know, do you really think he is just an ordinary little brother? Walking in the forefront is a flat-headed young man. Dressed in casual clothes, but with a full momentum. The young people around were dressed in luxurious clothes. Obviously, those people were second-generation rich, even richer than Shi Hao. "Brother Zhou, you are here." Shi Hao nodded and bowed, while the flat-headed young man nodded slightly, without even looking at Shi Hao. The corners of the rich second generation around them also raised their mouths slightly, obviously not paying attention to Shi Hao. Shi Hao didn't get angry when he saw this scene, but the smile on his face became even stronger. He said cautiously, "Brother Zhou, please come here." Zhang Yun and other sisters all stood up when they saw the group of people, and they were all a little nervous. However, when they saw Li Xiong with a calm face, and Su Chen with Erlang's legs crossed, they frowned. Even Zhang Yun said coldly, "You two, stand up quickly. Don't you know it's a big man here? I don't know if I offended them and throw you into the river to feed the fish in minutes." Snort. Hearing this, Li Xiong snorted coldly. She is a policeman herself, who dares to throw her away? And Su Chen didn't care anymore. Even with an evil smile on the corner of her mouth, she narrowed her eyes and stared at the flat-headed young man. He found that he actually knew the flat-headed young man, and he didn't expect that the other party would appear here. On the other side, Shi Hao walked to the side with a few flat-headed youths. However, when the flat-headed young man passed the table, he saw Su Chen, and then he stopped. Seeing the other party stop, Shi Hao also stopped. However, when he saw the flat-headed young man looking at Su Chen, Shi Hao frowned and said quickly, "Brother Zhou, I'm sorry, I'll let him out now." Shi Hao said, but his heart was anxious. He knew that as a young man with a flat head, it was impossible to allow a poor man like Su Chen to exist. So, he planned to call the security quickly to get Su Chen out. As for Li Xiong, he will not throw it out, he will keep it for the evening. However, after hearing this, the flat-headed youth frowned, and then said coldly, "Stand still." Let's just say, he ignored Shi Hao and walked in the direction of Su Chen ahead. Li Xiong was stunned, not knowing what the other party was doing here. On the other hand, Su Chen narrowed his eyes with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The most excited, of course, were Zhang Yun and other sisters. When they saw the flat-headed young man walking towards them, they were all excited. Because in their view, this is a perfect opportunity, and they must rely on their own beauty to fascinate each other. This way, they won't have to worry about it in the next life. But the next moment, their faces froze. Because they found that the flat-headed youth didn't look at them at all, but stared at Su Chen. Why does Brother Zhou stare at each other? Is it because the other party offended Brother Zhou?
Zhang Yun and others were puzzled, and then they became more and more sure of their thoughts.
Yes, it must be so.
It must be the poor guy in front of me.
He's wearing too poor clothes, which makes Brother Joe unhappy.
Wait, Brother Joe will definitely teach you a lesson. However, Su Chen felt the gaze of the other party, still smiling and calm. He pulled out a cigarette, ready to light it. However, at this time, a hand was faster than him and brought the lighter in front of him.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Yun and the others were blinded and couldn't even believe it. Because that's Brother Joe. A terrifying big man.
And Su Chen is a poor ratio. How could Brother Joe light a cigarette for the other party? Not to mention Zhang Yun and others, even Chi Hao and several other rich second generations were stunned. Chi Hao's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene in front of him.
I must be dreaming.
I must have had kidney deficiency recently, so I have hallucinations.
Chi Hao kept shaking his head and even slapped himself twice.
However, he found incomparable pain on his face, but the situation in front of him did not change.
It's not a dream, it's actually happening.
But how is this possible?
What is Brother Joe's identity?
And the young man in front of him is just an ordinary poor man.
The ant he could kill with one hand.
But now, Brother Joe is actually lighting a cigarette for the other party, and his expression is extremely respectful.
Like that, it's as if this is the boss. Su Chen lit a cigarette and smiled, and said narrowly, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you still move so fast?
However, Brother Zhou, Xiaoping too, said with a smile, Brother Chen, stop laughing at me.
My skill is nothing in front of you. Brother Chen?
Hearing this, Chi Hao was immediately confused.
He couldn't understand.
Brother Zhou, whom he admired and feared so much, actually called him Brother Chen at this moment.
What the hell is going on here? Isn't the other party a poor man? Could it be that the other party still has some amazing identity?
Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped from his body. Don't say it's him, the wealthy second generation who were traveling with him don't understand. On the other side, Zhang Yun and the other sisters were all stunned. Their mouths were wide and they looked like they had seen a ghost. Because they really couldn't imagine that the poor ratio they despised and looked down on could have such a powerful identity. Even Brother Joe had to bow his head in front of the other party.
Even Li Yingxiong looked surprised.
From the expressions of these people, she can naturally know how terrifying the identity of the flat-headed youth in front of her. However, such a powerful person is so respectful in front of Su Chen.
Could it be that Su Chen has another identity?
Li Yingxiong looked at Su Chen with curiosity in her heart. She found that the other party was so mysterious that people couldn't see through it at all.
Xiao Zhou, it's really time for you to come. I just got a good pack of cigarettes. Come, try it.
With that said, Su Chen handed over the peerless good smoke that he had collected from Chi Hao before.
Brother Chen, why is this so embarrassing?
What's this? Take it.
Su Chen said again. The flat-headed young man nodded, thank you, Brother Chen.
Having said that, the flat-headed young man finished his cigarette and lit one. Seeing this scene, everyone around them opened their mouths wide and couldn't believe it at all. Chi Hao was even more mad in cold sweat. Originally, he thought that the two sides were only equal, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. It is obvious that Su Chen's identity is a lot higher, but this small flat-headed Brother Zhou is the identity of the younger brother.
Well, what's going on? Can anyone explain it to me?
Chi Hao was directly confused.
He couldn't think of when Zhang Zhou came out with such a defiant character. How could he never know? No news at all.
What's even more hateful is that he had threatened the other party before, and even wanted to rob the other party's girlfriend.
Thinking of this, I feel like I want to run away. At this time, Xiaoping Tuzhou phone laughed, Brother Chen, long time no see, why don't we go have a drink?
Okay.
Su Chen also responded with a smile.
Li Yingxiong, who was on the side, stood up and said, you guys are drinking at the bar.
I have something to do. I have to go first. This is? Xiaoping Tu Zhoufeng was puzzled. Su Chen smiled and said, this is my daughter-in-law.
Hello, sister-in-law.
Zhou Feng greeted quickly.
Li Yingxiong blushed a little. She and Su Chen were just pretending to be lovers. Now someone calls her sister-in-law like that, which makes her very shy. Fortunately, at this time, Su Che said, "That daughter-in-law, you can go back. Slow down on the road, and remember to call me when you get home." After saying that, Su Chen blinked, understood. Li Yingxiong quickly turned around and ran away. She was afraid that if he stayed any longer, her face would be so red that she would not be able to see anyone. "Is it okay for my sister-in-law not to go?" Zhou Feng asked in a deep voice. "Nothing, she might have other things. Besides, aren't there other beauties here?" Su Chen smiled and glanced at Zhang Yun and the others. Zhang Yun and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they came out in ecstasy, and they all glared at them. They couldn't wait for a long time. They originally thought about how to strike up a conversation with each other, but they didn't expect that now they finally got the chance. Suddenly, one by one, like water snakes, rushed up. When Chi Hao saw this scene, he also smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother Zhou, I will definitely entertain you." To be honest, he can't guess Su Chen's identity now, but he knows that the other party is definitely a terrible person. He must do everything possible to please the other party now, or he will be in trouble. However, when Su Chen heard the other party's words, he raised a sneer. "Take care of us? No, didn't you arrogantly say that you were going to throw me out to feed the fish? Broken." Hearing this, Chi Hao's face froze, and a fear rose in his heart. Sure enough, at the next moment, Zhou Feng's face sank, and he asked coldly, "What's the matter? How dare you disrespect Brother Chen?" "No. Dare not." Chi Hao shivered with fright. However, Su Chen sneered, "It's not just disrespectful to me, he still wants to rob my girlfriend. If you hadn't come, I'm afraid he would have already started." What else?" Hearing this, Zhou Feng immediately became angry. He patted the table and said coldly, "Chi Hao, I think you don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals live/phoneme. Even Brother Chen's woman dares to move? Believe it or not, I will solve you now." To be honest, he was really pissed off. You must know that although he is now in Jiangzhou, he is a person who eats both black and white, but his identity and strength are nothing in front of Su Chen. Moreover, if Su Chen hadn't saved his life, I'm afraid he wouldn't be where he is today. Therefore, he respected Su Chen from the bottom of his heart. But now, there are people who don't open their eyes, dare to provoke Su Chen, and even dare to beat the other party's girlfriend? This really made Zhou Feng intolerable. Seeing Zhou Feng getting angry, Chi Hao almost cried. He knelt on the ground with a thud and kept kowtow towards Su Chen. "Brother Chen, I was wrong, I was just joking with you before. I'm an asshole." Saying that, he slapped himself twice, and then hugged Su Chen's thigh. "Brother, just treat me like a fart and let me go. Please forgive me this time." Seeing this scene, the surrounding rich second generation looked solemn, while Zhang Yun and other sisters were stunned. They never imagined that Chi Hao, who has always been arrogant, would have such a low-pitched moment. At this moment, they looked at Su Chen, their eyes were full of little stars, and they wanted to throw themselves into each other's arms. A big man must be a peerless big man. Be sure to satisfy each other in a while. Zhang Yun and several other sisters thought so in their hearts. They swore that they would definitely satisfy Su Chen in a while. Really, just kidding? You didn't say that just now. Su Chen lowered his head and sneered. For such an arrogant person, he should clean up well, otherwise the other party really thinks that he is easy to bully. Chi Hao saw that Su Chen ignored him, so he could only look at Zhou Feng again. He quickly said, "Brother Zhou, help me, help me. I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know Brother Chen's identity before, otherwise I wouldn't dare to give me 100 courage." However, Chi Hao soon became disappointed because Zhou Feng said coldly, "I won't take care of this matter. How to deal with it is Brother Chen's business." "It sounds good to me." Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, then he looked at Chi Hao and said lightly, "Can I spare you? It's not impossible, but what you said before caused huge damage to my young heart. Look, how do you make up for it?" Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of the surrounding Zhang Yun and others twitched. "Young minds? Are you sure it's a young mind?" Several people rolled their eyes, but did not dare to say anything. However, when Chihao heard this, his face was ecstatic. He knew that there was a solution to this matter, and the other party obviously wanted some compensation. So he took out a card from his pocket and quickly handed it over.
Brother Chen, this is a wish from me. There are 70 yuan in it.
Although the money is not much, you should use it first, and tell me when you run out of money.
It's only 70? How much?
Su Chen narrowed his eyes, but then nodded. Okay, I'll take the money first. Seeing the other party accept it, Chihao breathed a sigh of relief, but he was not at ease. Then he gritted his teeth, took out a card and handed it over again.
This is Chunjiang Weiyuai's golden VIP card. I finally got it, and now I'm giving it to Brother Chen. Spring River Flower Moon Night? Hearing this, Su Chen smiled. Not bad, this is a good thing.
Then, he accepted it with a smile.
Okay, get up, I'll spare you this time. Don't let me meet next time, or you won't have such an easy pass.
Brother Chen taught me. Chihao nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. On the side, Zhou Feng smiled and said, Brother Chen, since the matter is settled, let's go to a bar.
Okay, let's go to the Spring River Flower Moon Night.
Afterwards, the group left the hotel and set off towards Chunjiang Weiyuai. During this period, Zhang Yun and the others looked at Su Chen, their eyes lit up. They found that compared with Chihao, Su Chen was simply a god.
Look at this momentum, look at people's limelight.
Even the famous brother Zhou voluntarily became a subordinate. Moreover, looking at Su Chen's appearance, he is very handsome.
Why didn't you find it before?
Now, they can't wait to throw themselves into each other's arms.
Not to mention being a little 3, they would be willing to be a little 8 and 9.
Spring River Flower Moon Night, Zhangzhou's top entertainment venue.
A group of people drove and came here quickly.
Then Su Chen and others got out of the car and strode in. At this time, Zhou Feng turned his head and said to Chihao who was beside him, Don't go in, just wait outside.
If I anger Brother Chen again, I won't be able to save you this time.
Hearing this, Chihao also shivered. It turned out that he still wanted to go in, but he was worried that he would really anger the other party, so he agreed.
Don't worry, Brother Zhou, go in and have fun. I'm watching outside, nothing will happen.
Hearing this, Zhou Feng nodded in satisfaction.
Next, Su Chen and his party went in.
Brother Chen, I will serve you. As soon as he entered the private room, Zhang Yun and several other sisters quickly came to Su Chen's side, and they couldn't get into Su Chen's arms. In addition, Zhou Feng called a few beauties to chat on this Spring River Flower Moon Night. For a time, the whole private room was very lively. While Zhou Feng was joking, he introduced the people he brought to Su Chen. These young people have great identities, and they are even richer than Chihao before.
These two rich second generations also quickly toasted Su Chen, shouting one by one, Brother Chen, it's nice to meet you.
I have to cover my brothers more in the future.
It's easy to say, easy to say. Su Chen responded with a smile. The attitude of these few people is good, at least not as arrogant as Chihao.
At this time, Zhang Yun on the side also held up the wineglass, snuggled in Su Chen's arms, and said quickly, Brother Chen, I also toast you. As she said that, her body kept twisting.
I'm going. What a goblin.
Su Chen sucked in a breath of cold air, but he is not an ordinary person, so he is relatively calm at the moment. Even in the eyes of normal people, it can be said to be extremely peaceful. However, his hands are not idle, since it is cheap, it does not take up the waste. At the same time, he said with a smile, What do you respect me for?
Of course I apologize. Didn't they misunderstand you before, and now they apologize to you?
Of course, if you want to punish others, they will recognize it.
Tonight, you can do whatever you want.
Zhang Yun bit his lip.
You really are a little goblin.
Su Chen chuckled, and then the strength in his hand increased again. Zhang Yun's face turned red, his eyes blurred. But the next moment, he was stunned.
Because Su Chen directly withdrew his hand and said calmly, You don't need to toast alone for this matter, I won't blame you.
Seeing Su Chen's hot and cold appearance, Zhang Yun was extremely puzzled. However, she still didn't want to give up, so she posted it again here. But no matter what he did,
Su Chen still looked calm and did not waver at all.
On the contrary, Su Chen, Zhou Tong and others were chatting and laughing. Soon, 3 bottles of white wine were eaten, and everyone's expressions were a little confused.
Su Chen's eyes were still clear, as if he was not affected in any way. "Brother Chen, you are really good at drinking."
"Yeah.
We are all dying, and you have nothing to do. It seems that people are more mad than people."
Several rich second generation laughed. "If you don't get drunk, people won't get drunk."
Zhou Feng laughed. "Brother Chen's realm is really high."
"Yeah, I'm waiting for ordinary people, and I can't reach that level at all."
Several rich second generations also echoed.
"However, we can make it possible to have a drink and be drunk at the moment, and don't let the moon be without flowers. Flowers can be folded and must be folded, and a spring night is worth $1,000. Several people were chattering, and it was obvious that they had lost their minds.
Su Chen also looked at the time. "It's almost today, why don't we go back?"
Zhou Feng was also a little shaken, but he was still awake.
He quickly got up and took Su Chen and others away. A group of people chatted and laughed and walked outside hugging each other. Zhang Yun and several other sisters were always by the side.
They are still fantasizing in their hearts. Maybe Su Chen will bring them back to a certain villa in a while. Outside, luxury cars were parked. Several rich second generations took the girls in their arms and stuffed them into the car. Zhou Feng said, "Brother Chen, let me take you back. Where do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme?" Su Chen smiled and just wanted to speak, but at this moment, a red Porsche drove over from afar, and then quickly stopped beside him. The Porsche drove so fast that it splashed several people on the side of the road.
"I'm going. How can I drive? I don't have eyes." Several rich second generations were angry. They want to see who is so blind, dare to splash water on them.
But the next moment, they were stunned, and the anger on their faces disappeared. Because of the red Porsche in front, the window rolled down, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Some of them have seen this face in person, some have seen it in newspapers, and some have seen it on TV. But without exception, they all knew each other. Xu Yu, the president of Ficting Company, a very famous woman.
The background behind him is even scarier than their family.
Therefore, when several people saw each other, they lost their temper in an instant, but instead piled up smiles.
"Who am I? It turns out to be President Chu." "Hello, Sister Chu, why are you here when you have time?" Zhou Feng and the others quickly greeted with a smile. But Chu Yu ignored it. She stared directly at Su Chen, and said coldly, "You damned fellow, you came here? Believe it or not, I'll go home and let you kneel on the remote control." Crowd.
Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The style of the painting was not quite right, and then they all looked at Chu Yu.
"What time is it? Do you still know how to go home?"
Chu Yu gritted her teeth and asked again.
"Go home?" Everyone was even more shocked. Could it be that the two have something to do with each other? "I met a few friends this time and drank a little. Other than that, I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, ask them. A few of them can testify against me."
"Wife." When Zhou Feng and the others heard this, their eyes whitened even more.
What's going on? When did Chu Yu become the other party's wife? Moreover, didn't Su Chen have a wife before?
Chu Yu blushed when she heard this. She gritted her teeth. "Damn it, who is your wife?"
"If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. Don't get out of here, come home with me."
"Obey," Su Chen said with a smile, then entered the Porsche and waved goodbye to Zhou Feng and others. Zhou Feng and the others were shocked, and then came back to their senses. As expected of Brother Chen, he is indeed strong. It turns out that he and the famous Chu Yu have a leg. This kind of skill is really good, and my brother will never be able to match.
There were even a few rich second generations, shouting, "Brother Chen, how did you do it?" "Yeah, it's too awesome. Brother Chen, we are willing to pay tuition, you must teach me." They are envious. Because hugging from left to right is what they dream of. Moreover, they are two superb beauties. This is absolutely every man's super dream.
Zhang Yun and the other sisters were dumbfounded. When they saw Chuyu, they felt a burst of jealousy and shame. Because the other party is so beautiful, they can't compare to each other at all. No wonder Suchin didn't mean anything to them before, so he had such a beautiful girlfriend. Coupled with the previously shown, this is two beautiful girlfriends. Thinking of this, they feel like they want to cry. Why didn't their parents give them such a beautiful face? Brother Zhou, what kind of character is this Brother Chen, so powerful? Several rich second generation asked. Yeah, even a top-notch woman like Chuyu can get it, she's definitely a role model for my generation. Also, his former girlfriend with short hair is also hot, and she looks superb. Zhou Feng also had a look of envy on his face, but he still said, you don't understand this, Brother Chen is a superior man. It's definitely not something that your realm can understand. As for his identity, don't inquire, it's better to know less. Hearing this, several people took a deep breath, and being able to let Brother Zhou say that, the identity of the other party is absolutely scary. Thinking of this, they are all happy. Fortunately, they are not as arrogant as Qihao, at least so far, they have a good relationship with Su Chen. So now, they feel a lot more at ease, and only worship. Zhou Feng turned his head, stared at Zhang Yun's women, and said coldly. You'd better pretend that you don't know what's going on today, don't spread it outside, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing Zhou Feng's expression, Zhang Yun and the others hurriedly nodded in agreement. They didn't dare to provoke Zhou Feng, let alone talk about what happened today. On the other side, Su Chen was sitting in the red Porsche, which was a bit unexpected. Because he found that Chuyu was unusually silent, but that cold jade face made him a little scared. This little girl, wasn't she angry before? Why doesn't she speak now? Is she holding back some big tricks? Su Chen muttered in his heart, to be honest, he really didn't know what to do. But the next moment, he said quickly, what, wife, why don't you laugh? Don't be sullen, it doesn't look good with a sullen face. Chuyu was expressionless and ignored Su Chen at all. Su Chen didn't care, and continued, since you don't want to laugh, I'll give you a smile? Saying that, Su Chen stretched out his head, revealing a grinning smile. You bastard, let me die. Seeing the other party leaning up, Chuyu felt the other party's fiery breath, her face flushed, and she was nervous, and pushed Su Chen over. Hee, wife, you finally spoke. You scared me to death. Su Chen looked frightened. Come on, she glared at Su Chen coldly. Su Chen shrugged, it seemed that the other party was really angry. Okay, I can only go home and see what the other party is talking about. He was now thinking about how to answer the next question Chuyu was going to ask. Running all the way, the two returned to the villa, and then Su Chen was dragged to the living room by Chuyu. Speak! Chuyu sat on the sofa with her arms around her, like a presiding judge. Say what? Su Chen scratched his head, then leaned on the sofa, raised Erlang's legs, and the corner of his mouth raised a faint arc. Don't give me a smiley face. Confess and be lenient. Say, what have you been doing all this time? Why didn't you come back last night? Did you go somewhere? If you want to lie, don't blame me for being rude. After speaking, Chuyu's palm made a scissors hand gesture. I go. Seeing this posture, Su Chen suddenly felt a chill in his body. The next moment, he piled up his smiles and said with a smile, Wife, you saw it too, I know Zhou Feng's few people. We met yesterday, and then we drank and chatted together, discussing life. As soon as you get excited, you forget the time. Hey, sorry, next time something like this happens, I will definitely notify you in advance, and I will never let you worry. Who is worried about you? Chuyu rolled her eyes angrily, you are so stinky, I didn't worry about you. Soon, she said coldly again, discussing life? Then why do you need so many women to wear so little? It's not a good thing at first glance. You must have done nothing good? Wife, if you say that, you've wronged me. Su Chen quickly said, indeed, when they met them yesterday, they found some beautiful women and wanted to have a good time together. However, they were all rejected by me righteously. I told them I have a wife. Also, my wife is very capable and is the CEO. Not only that, but people are extremely beautiful and hot, and they are 100 times better than the women they called. So, those women can't get into my eyes at all, snort. Hearing the other party complimenting herself, Chuyu snorted lightly, but her expression still did not relax. So he went on to say, moreover, I not only refused, but also strictly educated them. Starting from a man's self-cultivation, I teach them the truth of life and let them know where to go. Let go of the desires in your heart and become a Buddha on the spot. After a night of teaching and receiving, these people all woke up. Now, they are definitely more monks than monks. Wife, I am doing good deeds. Having said that, Suchen also blinked mischievously. Puff. Chuyu was also enraged, she didn't expect this guy to be able to say so. The next moment, she said angrily, come here, I have something to tell you, past? Suchen was stunned, and then asked vigilantly, what do you want to do? Just say anything here, I can hear you. If you come over, you will come over, why is there so much nonsense? Chuyume stared, and Suchen lost her temper immediately, walked over and sat on the sofa. Why, so far away from me, can I eat you? Come closer. Eat me? Come closer? Hearing this, Suchen was stunned, and then he thought to himself, no, my wife doesn't want to do that with me, right? It's very possible. Suchen was excited, maybe my wife was moved by my previous words and wanted to give me a special reward. It seems that I am really good at speaking. Suchen was excited, he thought that Chuyu wanted to be with him, so the next moment, he smiled and sat directly forward. Wife, do you want to be with me? If you want to say it directly, why suggest it? Also, it's not so obvious that it's implied. If it wasn't for my talent and intelligence, I wouldn't be able to understand what you mean. Which one? What do you mean? Chuyu wondered. The next moment, her body froze, because she found that Suchen actually sat down next to her. Damn it, what are you doing sitting so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, get away. Chuyu blushed. She asked the other party to come over, but she didn't let the other party get so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Now that their bodies are stuck together, how can this be done? Go away? Suchen was stunned and scratched his head. No, don't you want to do that, why do you want me to roll over again? Then, she stared at Suchen and said, did you hear that? Get up early tomorrow morning to help you solve the problem. Got it. Suchen said quickly, 2 ants, you can go now, I'm going to bed, snort. Chuyu snorted softly and pulled Chuyu out of the room. Early the next morning, Suchen was woken up. He dragged 2 dark circles under his eyes and came to the dining table. However, when he saw Chuyu, he was instantly refreshed. Because now in his mind, he remembered the scene from last night. Last night, Chuyu's action was really unforgettable, and until now, Suchen still can't forget it. However, it is a pity that the other party is really eating yogurt. If you eat something else, it will be great. Seeing Suchen's blurry eyes and a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, Chuyu's face turned black. She naturally knew what the other party was thinking, so she slapped the other party hard. You scum, you start thinking about dirty things in the daytime? Believe it or not, I drag your head into the water tank. Cleanse the dirty thoughts in your head. Dirty thinking? How is this dirty? This is the way of nature, and the ultimate pursuit of life, okay? Suchen looked righteous, he didn't know, thought he was talking about the great truth of life? Next, the two had breakfast, but after waiting for a long time, they did not see Chuyu come down. This made Suchen puzzled. What's the matter, isn't the little girl going to the party? Why did you come down so late? Don't you go? Just as she was speaking, Chuyu walked downstairs, yawning every time she took a step. It looks like I didn't sleep well yesterday. Let's eat. Chuyu said. If you don't eat, elder sister, it's too late. Chuyu looked at the time, then shook her head. Well, Chuyu didn't force it. She looked at Suchen and said quickly, go drive and take Yuera to the party. As for other things, you must do it beautifully. Don't worry, I promise to complete the mission. Suchen said with a smile, then followed behind Chuyu. The two left the villa and walked towards the garage. Looking at Chuyu's back, Suchen couldn't help but think of what happened last night. Shuyu turned her head and saw the smile on the corner of the other's mouth. Her face flushed instantly. Humph. Sister is right, you really are not a good person. I'm not a good person? This is wronging me. It was really yogurt yesterday. Suchen looked innocent. By the way, what did your sister say about me? I said you're a big bad guy. Hurry up and drive. Shuyu opened the car door and sat in the Porsche as she spoke. Then, she leaned back weakly, looking listless. You are too young, how can you skip breakfast? Do you know how important breakfast is to people? Su Chen shook his head. But don't worry, I prepared breakfast for you. Su Chen took out a bag of bread and a bottle of yogurt from the car. Eat first, or you'll be hungry later. When Shuyu saw the bottle of yogurt, she immediately remembered what happened last night. The next moment, her face turned black, and the whole person felt bad. To be honest, when she heard the breakfast, Shuyu had some expectations because she was really hungry. However, when she saw that Su Chen actually took out a bottle of yogurt, her whole face turned black. Although the thing on her face yesterday was not that, but yogurt. However, it also cast a psychological shadow on her. She felt nauseated when she saw yogurt. So the next moment, Shuyu quickly waved her hand and said quickly, "No, I'm not hungry, I won't drink." How can this work? If you don't eat in the morning, it's bad for your stomach. Su Chen said resolutely, "Hurry up and drink this yogurt, it will definitely make you feel comfortable all morning, vomit." Seeing Su Chen bring the yogurt, Shuyu felt dizzy. She hurriedly covered her face and said, "Oh, brother-in-law, take it away quickly, you will be embarrassed." Su Chen scratched his head. What's so shy about drinking yogurt? Really? You also said that it was all about you last night, and I haven't forgotten it yet. Have you forgotten? Su Chen smiled and said, I said, you won't have a psychological shadow on yogurt, right? This is not good. I'm talking, nothing happened yesterday, didn't it just spray the yogurt, what? Su Chen shook his head, then took it and drank it himself. What a delicious drink. He drank with a big mouth, and even flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Shuyu felt extremely familiar, and she remembered what happened last night. Vomit. No way, brother-in-law, if you do this again, I'm afraid I'm going to faint. Okay. Su Chen shook his head and could only finish the yogurt quickly, then wiped his mouth. You little girl, your mental ability is too poor, it's a big deal. Su Chen said while speeding up the car. On the other hand, Shuyu was exhausted, and now she didn't even have the mood to party. And it looks like, I'm afraid she won't drink yogurt again for a long time in the future, and she won't even be able to see it. Half an hour later, Su Chen and others came to the meeting place. Stopping the car, the two walked towards the leisure manor in front. Before entering the door, Shuyu grabbed Su Chen and whispered, Did you see the person grilling fish in front of you? Oh, you mean the one in red? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Why, is he pestering you? Yes. Shuyu said, he is annoying, like a fly, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme surrounds me. Can't rush away. To let you come this time is to educate him well and let him stop bothering me. Educate him? How do you want to educate? Su Chen asked, how about I beat him? Forget it, Shuyu shook her head, he has practiced before, and he is also the president of Taekwondo at school. There is such a fork? Or the president? Su Chen shook his head, with a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth, it seems that I really want to learn from him. Forget it, his family's background is not simple, you still think of other ways, don't let him pester me. The background is not simple? Do you still need some kung fu? No wonder you are so arrogant. Don't worry, I will definitely obey him. To be honest, no matter what background the other party had, whether he was the president or not, he didn't take it to heart. With Su Chen's strength and means, there are not many people in this world that can make him feel afraid. You err, see if this works. Let's pretend to be a couple and tell him that you already own a famous flower, and ask him not to provoke you again. In this way, I don't think anyone will try to give you any more advice. Hearing the pretending to be a couple, Jiu looked nervous, but after thinking about it, this method was the most convenient.
She's not single, so those people shouldn't bother her anymore. However, she still hesitated and said, "Brother-in-law, what if the other party gets angry and does something to you? Isn't it ugly to be beaten and ripped off?
I don't want to be thought that I found a useless boyfriend.
Will I be beaten down by him?" Su-chen was unhappy. "You underestimate me too."
Don't worry, if he dares to do it later, I will slap him away.
Let them see how majestic and handsome your boyfriend is," Su-chen said, showing a sunny smile.
The next moment, the two pretended to be lovers and walked towards the front. In the manor in front, those people are busy, and they have not yet arrived at Chuyu and Su-chen. The young man who grilled fish, Fang Shang, was also humming a little song with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He has been pursuing Chuyu for a while, but he has never succeeded. This made him even more competitive. He decided that he must get the other party. And, right now at this party, he is ready to confess to the other party at this party. If he is rejected again, then he can only use some tough methods. For example, getting the other party drunk and forcibly taking them back. Anyway, this kind of thing is not the first time for him. Moreover, after each incident, those girls would be willing to be with him. When he gets tired of playing, throw it away. He also wanted to use the same method to deal with Chuyu. But the next moment, when he turned around and saw Chuyu walking in the distance, he was stunned. He didn't expect that. Just as he was thinking of the other party appeared. It seems that this is a really good sign. The corners of his mouth were raised, just as he was about to say hello, but the next moment, his hand froze. There was even a look of shock in his eyes. Because he discovered that Chuyu did not come alone. Next to Chuyu, there was a young man standing, and their actions were very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. What's going on? Fang Shang's face sank. He never thought there would be such a scene. Could it be that the other party is Chuyu's boyfriend? Impossible. Soon, Fang Shang shook his head in denial. Because he had never heard of Chuyu's boyfriend. Moreover, although the other party's clothes are clean, they are some of the most ordinary clothes. Obviously, the other party has no money, and may even be a pauper. How could such a person be worthy of Chuyu? However, the intimate attitude of the two did not seem to be pretentious, which made Fang Shang very suspicious. And Chuyu looked ahead. Fang Shang's face was relieved. It seems that this effect is working. Thinking that the other party should not pester her anymore. At this moment, the surrounding students also turned their heads. When they saw Chuyu appearing with a strange young man, everyone was stunned. And, what shocked them even more was the intimacy of the two. Snort! The next moment, Fang Shang finally couldn't bear it anymore. He strode forward and stared at Su-chen coldly. Who are you? How dare you hold Yuer's hand? Get away from me! A roar made the surrounding students tremble. Everyone looked at this scene, and all kinds of discussions sounded. Who is that person? I haven't seen it before. Shouldn't it be from our class? Of course not. I don't know which department's student dared to be with Chuyu, and in front of Fang Shang. I dare say, this kid is definitely dead. If you provoke Fang Shang, I'm afraid his end will be miserable. That's natural, and I don't even think about Fang Shang's identity. Hearing these discussions, Fang Shang in front raised his head proudly. He looked at Su-chen coldly. Boy, hear it, get out of here if you are sensible, or you will anger me, and your end will be miserable. However, when Chuyu heard this, she frowned. Fang Shang, what are you doing? Who I want to be with is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Yuer, don't get involved. This kid must have used some despicable means to deceive you. Don't worry, this will let him get out of here. Fang Shang ignored Chuyu, but instead stared at Su-chen. Su-chen sneered, is Yuer also called by you? Boy, get out of here if it's all right. Good dog, out of the way. Hearing this, the surrounding students were in an uproar. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it at all. God! I'm not hallucinating. What is that kid talking about? He dared to scold Fang Shang.
doesn't he know the identity of the other party? It's over. This kid is definitely an idiot. Dare to speak madly, it's definitely over. This is definitely not from our school. You have never heard of Feng Shang's name, how dare you be so arrogant in front of Feng Shang? A series of discussions sounded, and some students shook their heads and sighed. Obviously, they thought Su Chen was dead. Feng Shang's face sank when he heard Su Chen's words. He said coldly, "Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Su Chen's expression was casual. "Who are you? Are you a sucker? Why haven't I heard of it? Have you been on CCTV or CCTV? Why haven't I seen you? Don't think that if you have a white face, you can be a little white face? It's not a star, your face has no effect in front of me." Hearing Su Chen's witty words, Shu Yu laughed aside. The surrounding students were even more shocked. Feng Shang was so angry that blue veins appeared on his face, and he said coldly, "No one has ever dared to provoke me like this, you are the first. I'll let you know and provoke my end." Saying that, he suddenly started, raised his foot, and kicked Su Chen fiercely. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. Because they knew that Feng Shang was the president of Taekwondo. The strength is terrifying. In the school, few people can beat him. This kick can definitely kick the opponent away. On the side, she also exclaimed, and at this moment she was worried for Su Chen. Because she didn't know whether Su Chen could stop this. However, Su Chen's expression was very calm, looking at this flying kick, a disdainful smile raised on the corner of his mouth. This kick may seem amazing to others, but in front of him, it is full of loopholes. If he wants to kill the other party, it is only a momentary thing. However, it's just a party, and he can't possibly kill people here. So, he just stretched out his palm and waved it gently. Immediately, this kick was missed, and it kicked directly into the air on the side, bringing a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Feng Shang's face changed greatly, because he used all his strength to kick the opponent away. But now, he kicked empty, making his center of gravity unsteady and falling directly forward. Happy New Year, everyone! I wish you all the best of luck, all the best, and all your wishes come true. Put. He fell to the ground and a dog ate silk. What's the situation? The surrounding students were all blindfolded, and they were talking about each other, their eyes widened, as if they were more and more ghosts. Kicked empty, Feng Shang actually kicked empty. What's the situation? That kid can actually take an extra kick, which is incredible. Impossible. I must be dreaming. Feng Shang is the president of Taekwondo. In the end, what happened? They didn't see Su Chen's movements clearly, and no one could see clearly. Even Feng Shang didn't know how he fell. Even Shu Yu, who was on the side, grew a small mouth and looked at Su Chen with a look of surprise. To be honest, Feng Shang was really stunned, because he never thought that his kick would be empty. Not only that, but he also fell and looked very embarrassed. It made him intolerable. So the next moment, he quickly got up, his face was grim, and he stared at Su Chen. "Boy, how dare you hide?" He gritted his teeth angrily. However, after Su Chen heard it, he showed a contemptuous smile. "You are an idiot if you don't hide. Have you got water in your head? I suspect that your intelligence is low, and you don't even understand the truth? You!" Feng Shang gritted his teeth in anger, and he still wanted to do it again. However, at this time, a figure came from a distance, and a cold voice came. "Stop it all." As soon as the voice came out, everyone turned their heads to look, even Feng Shang did not make another move. However, his face was still very gloomy. Su Chen frowned when he heard this voice, then turned to look. The next moment, he saw a beautiful woman walking in front of him. She was wearing slender jeans, which showed her perfectly slender legs. A pair of black high-heeled sandals without stockings, revealing fair feet, makes people want to go up and take a bite. Pretty. Su Chen was amazed in his heart. He never thought that he would meet such a beautiful woman in this manner. However, at this time, Shu Yu, who was beside him, exclaimed softly, "Mr. Morong." "Morong, teacher?" Su Chen was stunned. This young and beautiful woman in front of her was actually a teacher? No, when did the school have such a young and beautiful teacher? Su Chen is drooling. Morong Bing nodded, then walked towards this side again. The next moment, she asked softly, "What's going on?"
Su Chen hadn't spoken yet, but Fang Shang, who was beside him, spoke first. He said quickly, "Mr. Morong, you came just in time. This guy is so arrogant, he dares to attack me.
I want to plot against me. Fortunately, I am good at it, so I didn't plot against him. Also, this guy dares to attack Chuyu's idea, he must be a bad guy.
Teacher, hurry up and call the police and take this kid away." While speaking, he glanced at Su Chen, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Su Chen rolled his eyes. It was really the wicked who complained first. But Morong Bing frowned, because she was the teacher in charge of this party. Therefore, she must clarify what is in front of her, otherwise she will not be able to explain what is going on.
So the next moment, she looked at Su Chen, frowning even tighter. "Who are you?"
"I remember, you shouldn't be a student in this class."
"I really am not a student in this class,"
Su Chen said lightly. "However, things are not what you heard. It was this guy who provoked me. He shot me first, but he just avoided it."
"Really?"
Morong Bing looked puzzled.
"What nonsense!"
However, at this time, Fang Sheng on the side sneered. "How is this possible? Obviously this kid made the move first." "Mr. Morong, if you don't believe me, ask the students around you. They all saw it. It was definitely the other's hand." After all, he looked around, with a hint of warning in his eyes. When the surrounding students saw this scene, their scalps were numb. Some were even timid and took 2 steps back, not daring to say anything at all. Because they know Fang Sheng's name. At school, this is a little bully, with strong skills and a very tough background at home. Ordinary students like them can't fight against each other at all. If they tell the truth, with Fang Sheng's character and strength, they will definitely retaliate against them. And they will have no resistance. Therefore, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme lied and agreed with Fang Sheng, or they simply bowed their heads and did not speak. In short, no one helped Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Fang Sheng finally showed a smug smile.
"Mr. Morong, you see, it's definitely what I said.
This kid is not a good person, so hurry up and call the police and lock him up."
"Really?"
Although Morong Bing was skeptical, seeing the scene in front of him, he believed it by 7 or 8 points, not like this. However, at this time, Chiyu stood up. "Mr. Morong, that's not the case.
Su Chen is my friend, who came with me today. Moreover, it was indeed Fang Sheng who made the first move."
He even wanted to plan on Su Chen, but his technique was not good and he just fell down. Chiyu quickly explained the previous scene. Originally, Morong believed in Fang Sheng, because the students around him said so. But now that Chuyu has stood up, this shakes her originally firm heart. Because Chuyu is the party involved, and she helped Su Chen like this, it seems that the relationship between the two should be very familiar. In this way, there is no such thing as Su Chen's idea of Chuyu. In other words, this Fang Sheng lied. Seeing Chuyu stand up and speak for Su Chen, Fang Sheng's proud face instantly turned gloomy. Even became very ugly. He gritted his teeth, stared at Su Chen, and said coldly, "Boy, wait, this is not over." After saying this, he snorted coldly, turned around and left. "It looks like I should be looking for help." Morong Bing looked at Su Chen again. She found that although the other party was dressed in a low-key, but very clean, and a handsome face, even with a sunny smile on the corner of his mouth, looks like a big boy next door. Such a smile, at first glance, is not something that a bad person can send out. So the next moment, she also asked softly, "Which class are you in?" Su Chen didn't answer, but Chuyu next to her hurriedly replied, "Mr. Morong, he's not a student of our school.
He is my friend."
"So it is."
Morong Bing nodded.
And Su Chen also smiled, then stretched out his hand and said, "Introduce myself again, my name is Su Chen, Yuer's friend."
"Hello, my name is Morong Bing, and I'm Chuyu's teacher."
Morong Bing also stretched out his hand. Feeling the other party's cold little hand, Su Chen was amazed, because this feeling is really wonderful.
Just like the silk in the south of the Yangtze River, it is infinitely smooth. Su Chen can't wait to hold it like this all the time. However, in front of Chu Yu now, he would not dare to act like this. Because if Chu Yu finds out about this, I'm afraid he will be in trouble again. He touched the water, shook it lightly, and let go of it. Mr. Su, I misunderstood you before, I apologize to you. Morong Qingcheng looked apologetic. It's nothing, don't worry about this little thing. Su Chen shook his head, and you did this to care about Yuer. I thank you for being too late. You know, most people in today's society are afraid of power, just like the students around them, they don't dare to tell the truth at all. For fear of offending Fong Shang. It's rare to see such a person who is not afraid of the powerful and sticks to his heart. Yuer is really lucky to have a teacher like you. Su Chen smiled. Hearing Su Chen's words, a shy look appeared on Morong Bing's face. Because no one has ever praised her like that. Really, am I that great? Morong Bing smiled. Of course there is. Su Chen looked affirmative. It is said that the teacher is a gardener, although the flower is a bit big now, but it's all your credit. Mr. Morong, are you free? I would like to have a good discussion with you about education. Su Chen said. Okay. The two came together and talked while walking into the distance. And Chu Yu rolled her eyes, she was ignored by the two of them. It's really nasty. She looked at Su Cheng's back and waved her pink fist fiercely. Damn brother-in-law, what a big radish. Chu Yu said angrily, but soon, she was called away by other classmates. It was a class party, and it was mainly barbecue, so the students were very busy. After all, children are children. Although they are college students, they still have those immature breaths. But gradually, even Su Chen was infected by this atmosphere, and he and Morong Bing also baked some food. The two chatted for over an hour before separating. Morong Bing looked at the background where Su Chen was leaving, his eyes flickering. Because she had never seen such a strange young man. Although dressed simply, some knowledge and insight really surprised her. There were even so many things she had never heard of. It was hard for her to imagine how a young man in his 20s could know so many things and hear so many strange rumors. In fact, she didn't know it was normal. Who would have thought that although Su Chen is only in his 20s, his experience and places he has been to far surpass ordinary people. Therefore, his knowledge and experience are very terrifying. Su Chen also looked satisfied, because he rarely met such a young and beautiful teacher. And so gentle. So, this conversation made him very happy. As for Fong Shang's previous warning, he had long forgotten. After a while, he frowned. Because Fong Shang appeared again. Su Chen frowned, but soon a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why, I haven't remembered the previous lesson, do you still want to fall again? But this time, I can't guarantee that it's as simple as breaking the skin. Boy, don't be complacent. I was careless before. That's why this situation happened. Fong Shang's face was gloomy. He had never been so ugly before when he grew up so much, so he gnashed his teeth angrily when he heard the other person say that. You dare to provoke me, I have to say, you are too daring. However, I will let you know what will happen to me. End? What kind of ending do you want? Su Chen asked with a smile. The other party was a hairy boy, and he didn't even notice it. There's a grove in front of me, if it's a man, talk to me there. Grove? Su Chenmi raised her eyes, looked at a sparse forest in the distance, and then showed a look of disgust. My sexual orientation is normal. Who can go out with you on a date in the woods? Hearing this, Fong Shang's face became even more gloomy. Because the grove is in the university, it is a very popular place. In the evening, there will be some people dating, and there will even be direct field battles. It can be said to be a sacred place for couples. Two men go to the woods, what rhythm is this? Su Chen didn't want to be misunderstood, so he refused directly. Your uncle's, Lao Tzu's sexual orientation is also normal. Fong Shang shouted angrily. How could he not hear the other party's sarcasm, but the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Boy, it's up to you. If you don't want to go,
I can guarantee that from now on, I will stop disturbing Chuyu, and even I will fuck her today. Hearing this, Suchen also lowered his face, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. What did you say? Say it again? Some things, you'd better not talk nonsense, so as not to cause trouble for yourself. Suchen originally didn't want the other party to do something, but if the other party had such a dangerous idea, then he had to do it. After all, he couldn't put Chuyu in danger. Boy, listen carefully, Chuyu is a woman I have long been interested in. I will get it no matter what. As for you, come with me to the grove and we'll settle the matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Okay, I'll go with you. Suchen nodded, but he wanted to see, what tricks did the other party have? Seeing the other party agree, Fang Shang raised a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Great, as long as you can deceive the other party through the woods, then things will be easy. Because he was in the woods, he had already set up an ambush. As long as the other party dares to go, the other party will definitely have a painful memory. Sure enough, when Suchen came to the grove, 4 more boys suddenly appeared around. Everyone is tall and big, with bulging muscles, and it looks like they have been trained. This kind of training is different from Suchen and the others. At most, the other party will also practice taekwondo and keep fit. The muscles look huge, but they are not very useful, and they can't compare with a martial arts master like Suchen. People who really practice martial arts are not too heavy, and there are no obvious muscles on their bodies, and they even look similar to ordinary people. However, if you let those people do it, the power is definitely 10 times stronger than that of fitness. Even, it is possible to bring down the opponent with one move. After the 4 people came out, they surrounded Suchen with Fang Shang. On the other hand, Fang Shang laughed arrogantly, and looked at Suchen coldly. Boy, what's up? You are arrogant to me. You are very arrogant. You dare to rob our boss of a woman? Do you know who our boss is? Fang Shang laughed wildly, and looked at Suchen coldly. Boy, what's up? You are making me wild. You are very arrogant. You dare to rob our boss of a woman? Do you know who our boss is? Boy, those who know each other quickly kneel down and apologize to our boss, or you will die. Several young people around also sneered and kept showing off their muscles. And Fang Shang is even more aloof. He proudly raised his chin, stretched out 1 foot, and said arrogantly, How is it, boy, are you afraid now? Tell you, you can beg for mercy. Kneel down and kowtow, lick my shoes clean, and I can let you go. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you will definitely crawl home today. However, Suchen had a calm expression on his face. He said lightly, Have you finished? Let's start the fight when it's over. Suchen was a little impatient. He didn't even pay attention to the other rookies, and he could even hang and beat these people with one hand. Well, boy, you are courting death. You don't want to eat and drink for a toast. It seems that you really don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Fang Shang and others were furious. Because in the past, they also bullied people like this. As long as the other party sees their lineup, they will be scared to the ground and kneel down to lick their shoes. But now, the other party didn't look scared at all, and even dared to do something with them. This made them extremely surprised and angry. So the next moment, a few people are gearing up and ready to start. Seeing Fang Shang and the others wanting to do something, Su Qingshen's eyes also flashed a sharp light. However, at this moment, a coquettish voice came from behind. What are you doing? Hearing this voice, Fang Shang and the others turned their heads to look, then froze. Su Chen was also stunned. He didn't expect the other party to appear again. That's right, it was none other than Morong Bing who appeared. Since separating from Su Chen, Morong Bing has been quietly paying attention to Su Chen's movements. However, when she saw that Su Chen was called away by Fang Shang and other people, she knew in her heart that Su Chen might be in danger. Because she is also very aware of Fang Shang, the other party is a little bully, and anyone who provokes him will probably receive retaliation. Morong Bing was worried about Su Chen's safety, so she quietly followed. When she saw Fang Shang and others wanting to do something, she finally couldn't help it and stood up. Seeing Morong Bing coming, Fang Shang and the others all put down their fists. They knew that the situation could no longer be done. Because although they are arrogant, Morong Bing is a teacher after all, and his identity is not an ordinary teacher. It is impossible for them to do anything to Morong. Therefore, Fong Shang glanced at Su Chen and said coldly, "Boy, this time you were lucky first, spare you. However, next time I meet you, I won't have such good luck. Let's go." Fong Shang waved his hand and walked away with a few other young men. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He didn't care about such a threat at all. In fact, it was not him who was lucky this time, but Fong Shang and several others. Otherwise, if the two sides really fight, Fong Shang and others will be knocked down in less than a minute. "Mr. Su, are you okay?" Morong Bing walked over quickly and asked with a concerned look. "It's okay, it's just a few little furry children, and they don't pose any threat to me at all." Su Chen smiled, "But thank you very much this time. Mr. Su, I think you should leave quickly. Really, I know those people, with their characters, I'm afraid this matter won't let it go. It's better to get out of here while they're not here now." "That won't work. Morong teacher," Su Chen shook his head, "I'm here this time to protect Chuyuan. If I leave now, I'm afraid those people will do bad things to Chuyu. You can leave Chuyu's safety to me." Morong Bing said quickly, "Trust me, with me, Chuyu will never be threatened at all." Seeing Morong Bing's sincere eyes, Su Chen couldn't say anything else. He could only nod his head. "Well, Chuyu will take care of you. I'll invite you to dinner another day." Then, Su Chen laughed. Of course, he didn't really leave, but was hiding nearby, preparing to covertly. Although he has Morong Bing's assurance, Su Chen is not at ease, because he knows that with the methods of Fong Shang, I am afraid that a teacher can't compete. Sure enough, Su Chen quietly came to Fong Shang's side, and heard several people talking. "Damn, that kid is so arrogant, he doesn't even take you in the eyes of Brother Shang." "That's right, I should have taught him a good lesson, but I didn't expect that Morong Bing to come." "Brother Shang, what should I do? Do you just let him go?" "Humph, that kid is lucky." Fong Shang snorted coldly. "However, that Chuyu, I can't wait. Guys, we'll do it at this party later, I must get her today." "But boss, what if that Morong Bing is blocking you?" "Humph, if that woman doesn't know what to do, even she will do it together," Fong Shang said fiercely. The few young people on the side also grinned, and it seemed that they really planned to do it. However, did they know that these words were heard by Su Chen? Su Chen also had a gloomy face. Originally, he came to see what the other party was thinking, because he felt that the other party was very likely to deal with him. But I didn't expect that these people would dare to hit Chuyu's attention. This made him unbearable. After all, Chuyu was his sister-in-law. Therefore, he would definitely not put Chuyu in any danger. "You guys are quite thoughtful." The next moment, Su Chen sneered. "Who? Get out." Hearing this voice, Fong Shang and others were all startled, turned their heads one after another, and shouted coldly. They did not expect that someone was eavesdropping on the side. If this matter spread out and made Chuyu vigilant, it would be difficult to handle. Soon, they found Su Chen, and then a few people were stunned. "Ha ha, you are such an idiot. You were lucky just now, and I let you go. I didn't expect your kid to come to the door on your own initiative. If that's the case, then I'm welcome." Fong Shang looked smug. He didn't expect to meet each other here. This is really God helping him. Several other young people also sneered. "Boy, I think your brain is really flooded, and you dare to come to us. I'll let you know that offending our boss will end. Isn't your relationship with Chuyu okay? I'll let you watch over when Lao Tzu takes care of her later." Fong Shang laughed wildly, completely ignoring it. "Go on, give it to me," he shouted loudly, and the few next to him immediately asked you to start. "Boy, let you taste Uncle's fist." One of the tall young men sneered. He quickly waved his fist, like a cannonball, slammed towards Su Chen quickly. Pang! Click! If this punch hits an ordinary person, it can definitely knock him out. But the next moment, everyone was stunned, because the young man found that the punch was empty. Not only that, but his arm was dislocated with a click, and the pain made him scream. Court death. At this moment, another young man next to him quickly attacked. He raised his foot and kicked hard at Lin Xian. This kick is a sneak attack, and the angle is very insidious, and ordinary people can't dodge at all. However, Su Chen seemed like a ghost, and even miraculously avoided this kick. Not only that, he waved his palm and slammed it on the opponent's thigh. Immediately, the younger brother fell directly to the ground, clutching his thighs and crying nonstop. In an instant, Su Chen brought down the two young men. This scene really shocked Fang Sheng and the other two younger brothers. They were so shocked, because they never thought that the other party would have such good skills. Where is this fight? This is simply cruelty. Impossible. How is this possible? Fang Sheng's eyes widened, unable to believe it. Because in his opinion, as long as he sends a little brother casually, he can easily bring him down. But he didn't expect that the opponent's strength was so powerful that he easily brought down his two younger brothers. It made him feel like he was dreaming. The next moment, his heart was beating wildly, because he found that Su Chen was walking towards him. "Damn guy, what do you want to do?" Fang Sheng screamed. His voice trembled a little, because the other party was just too powerful. "What?" Hearing this, Su Chen smiled, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "What am I going to do? You should know better than me." "You dare!" Fang Sheng screamed, and he was very scared. "If you dare to touch me, you will definitely die." "Oh, you still dare to threaten me? It seems that you really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme or die." Su Chen sneered, moved his muscles and bones, and walked forward again. Since the other party dared to hit Chuyu's attention, he would not let the other party go. Be sure to teach each other a deep lesson. Creak. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that he stepped on a round thing. The next moment, he raised his foot and found that it was a pill the size of a grape. When he saw the pill, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, because he had already discovered what it was. The next moment, he flew up and kicked the grape-sized pill directly, and the pill crossed a strange arc in the air and fell into Fang Sheng's mouth. "You dare to touch me, you are dead, woohoo!" Fang Sheng was still struggling, calling frantically. The next moment, he felt something fly into his mouth, and he directly swallowed it. "My grass, what?" Fang Sheng was stunned, then quickly covered his neck. The next moment, he stared at Lin Xian and roared wildly, "Damn boy, what did you give me to eat?" To be honest, he was too scared. If the other party gave him some poison and poisoned him to death, I'm afraid he would not be able to resist at all. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped from his body. Even his body started to tremble. Su Chen rolled his eyes, and a sneer raised the corner of his mouth. "Just like you, can you still be the boss? You're too timid, I really don't know, how did you get to where you are today?" Fang Sheng ignored the other party's ridicule, but roared wildly, "Damn boy, hurry up and say, what did you eat for me?" Su Chen rolled his eyes. "What else can there be? This grove is where couples phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme stay. What do you think couples can eat? Don't worry, it's not poison. You'll just be on fire for a while. Of course, if it doesn't get resolved, don't blame me for exploding and dying, what?" Hearing this, Fang Sheng's face turned green, and he naturally knew what the other party meant. He usually takes this medicine too, but that's when a woman is around. Now that there is not even a woman by his side, if he takes this medicine again, his body will not be able to bear it. It is very likely that the key parts are directly burned out. Suddenly, he showed an expression uglier than crying. "No, I can't stand it." Fang Sheng struggled to stand up. He decided to find a woman, he must vent. Otherwise, he absolutely couldn't help it. However, the next moment, waiting for him is a leg shadow. Su Chen kicked the opponent to the ground with one kick, and kicked the opponent's legs twice. Suddenly, Fang Sheng let out a scream, clutching his thigh and rolling around. "Want to go? You stay with me and stay well. As for other places, don't even think about it." Su Chen sneered, "Feel the effect of the medicine." The other party dared to hit Chuyu's attention, it was really courting death. This is already the best result. Of course, after taking this medicine, a certain key part of the other party may not be able to be used in the future. This made Su Chen more at ease. At least the other party can no longer target Chuyu in the future. "Boss, how are you, is it okay?" There were two younger brothers left beside them, and when they saw the scene, they immediately stepped forward and asked. They really don't understand, how could their boss be in such a situation? You must know that several of them are highly skilled Taekwondo members, and their boss is the president of Taekwondo. On weekdays at school, they are domineering and ignore anyone at all, because no one has beaten them. But now, they have failed, and they have failed miserably. Because of the other party, they easily put them down, making them unbelievable. Seeing the two younger brothers coming, Fong Shang's eyes glowed green, and his body felt hot. No need to think, it was the pill he swallowed that worked. Seeing their boss's wolf-like eyes, the two younger brothers were startled. Then a safe distance was opened. Do they know what will happen if they take this kind of pills? I am afraid that their elders will not distinguish between men and women. If they burst their chrysanthemums, they won't even have a place to cry. So for safety, the two distanced themselves in advance. Damn, what are you two doing running so far? Can I still eat you? Fong Shang's eyes lit up, and he gritted his teeth angrily. Damn, what are you two doing running so far? Can I still eat you? Fong Shang's eyes lit up, and he gritted his teeth angrily. Come here quickly, I have something to tell you. The two younger brothers shook their heads frantically again and said loudly, Boss, if you have something to say, we have good ears, so we can hear it here. As for the past, no need. Just kidding, if they go over, it's dangerous. Even if the other party is the boss, they can't bow their heads. Seeing that the two were not coming, Fong Shang gritted his teeth. Then he stared at Su Chen, and the light in his eyes became more lingering. You two, listen to me and catch that kid, let him know what regret is. Okay, boss, don't worry. The two younger brothers also breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. The next moment, the two turned their heads and told Su Chen again. This time, they hummed, Boy, do you hear me? Those who are sensible quickly kneel beside our boss and wait for the decision. Otherwise, be careful that swords have no eyes. That's right, if we waited for our two brothers to start, I'm afraid you won't feel so good. Looking at this scene, Su Chen even rolled his eyes. He stepped out one step, like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, and instantly came to the two younger brothers. He swung out his hands, slapped the weapons in the hands of the two of them flying, and then slammed them on each other. Ah! Ah! With two screams, the two younger brothers fell directly to the ground and kept rolling. The pain made them almost faint. Shocked, really shocked. They could not have imagined that the other party would be so powerful, and they would be knocked out in an instant. And the weapons in the hands of the two of them didn't work at all. Oh, what a bunch of trash. Su Chen is about to leave. However, at this time, he suddenly frowned and looked to the left front. There are a few big trees and a few rockeries. Now there is movement there, someone should be there. Are there any accomplices? Su Chen frowned, he moved his steps, like a cheetah, and quickly passed through. To be honest, Morong Bing was really frightened. Originally, she was only worried about Su Chen's safety, so she quietly hid here. But unexpectedly, the next one, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. A hand pressed against his throat. She was terrified, as if the other party could kill him if he exerted force. He couldn't move at all. It turned out to be you. But soon, Morong Bing heard a familiar voice. That's right, this voice is Su Chen's. Before Su Chen dealt with Fong Shang and others, and was about to leave. But he noticed that there was movement in the distance, so he hurried over. Originally, he thought it was the accomplice of those people, but he didn't expect it to be Morong Bing. Who are you? Hearing Morong Bing's words, Su Chen quickly said, Don't be afraid, it's me. Saying that, he let go of the other party. You don't need to explain, I know you didn't mean it. Morong Bing said. What? Su Chen is blinded, what's the situation, are you sure you don't blame me? Su Chen couldn't believe it. However, he wasn't entirely sure.
Is there any trap in this? Su Chen kept thinking in his heart. However, Su Chen didn't know Morong Bing's condition, but another thing happened.
Lin Xian's quick action made the rockery unstable, and a rock fell from it, which was exactly where Morong Bing was.
Mr. Morong, be careful, get out of the way.
Thinking of this, Su Cheng raised a wicked smile. But then, he shook his head. Forget it, the most important thing now is to accompany teacher Morong to buy clothes.
Soon, Su Chen and Morong Bing came to the parking lot.
Morong Bing began to look around, looking for Su Chen's car. There were some luxury sports cars in front, which she ignored directly, and Morong walked towards the back.
However, at this time, Su Chen shouted, "Mr. Morong, why are you going? Not over there, here."
Hearing Su Chen's words, Morong Bing stopped, then looked puzzled.
It's a luxury car and a sports car ahead, so how could it be parked there?
The management here will not let you stop. But the next moment, she was stunned. Because she found that Su Chen was standing in front of a red sports car, with a slender body leaning against the car body, and was looking at her with a smile. The sun shines down, reflecting on Su Chen's face, with a somewhat mysterious color.
Is this your car? Morong Bing was stunned.
She walked to the front and realized that the red sports car was actually a Porsche.
A group of people who wear ordinary clothes and don't have 100 yuan in total clothes can drive a Porsche? She couldn't believe it at all.
Are you sure this is your car? Morong Bing asked again, because she really didn't believe it. I know you're in a hurry, but you can't steal other people's cars just to be in a hurry.
Do you know that this is against the law?
In her opinion, Su Chen must have chosen to steal the first car temporarily because of her. Saying that, he shook the key in his hand.
But, where did you get so much money? Morong Bing still didn't believe it.
If she couldn't figure out this question, she wouldn't get in the car easily.
It's not my car, it's Chuyu's head office.
I'll open it first, no problem.
Oh.
Hearing this, Gol Bing nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. She still knew something about the Chuyu family. If this car belongs to Chuyu, then it is still possible. So, Morong Bing nodded and finally agreed. The next moment, she opened the door and got in the car.
After getting in the car, Morong Bing asked curiously, "That Mr. Su, what do you do?" To be honest, she was curious. "I'm a security guard," Su Chen said with a smile, and didn't hide it.
Hearing this, Morong Bing looked suspicious, and then said unhappily, "If you don't want to tell me, forget it.
Why use the security guard's words to deceive me?"
Su Chen widened his eyes and said quickly, "Mr. Morong, I really didn't lie to you, I'm really a security guard. If you don't believe me, you'll know when you go back and ask Chuyu." Snort.
Morong Bing snorted softly at such words, not believing it at all.
What a joke, how could a security guard become good friends with Chuyu?
You must know, what kind of identity is Chuyu?
Moreover, looking at the way the other party is driving now and his familiarity with the car, it doesn't seem like a security guard can have it. Morong Bing didn't believe this at all, but she didn't know that Su Chen was indeed a security guard.
It's just a special security guard. You are so boring, you won't even tell me your identity. Don't you think of me as a friend? Morong Bing was a little unhappy.
Okay, I tell you, but you don't tell anyone else. These two cars belong to my wife.
You still have a wife. Hearing this, Morong Bing's eyes widened, she couldn't believe her ears.
Yes, I not only have a wife, but also 3 wives. Su Chen looked proud, and the more he talked, the more excited he became.
My 3 wives are beautiful and have a good figure. They can be said to be 3 top beauties. It's just that the 3 wives have different personalities. This car belongs to my eldest wife. Big wife?
Morong Bing felt that his head was short-circuited.
What's the matter? Someone can have 3 wives. The next moment, she subconsciously asked, "Who is your eldest wife?"
You should have heard that she is Chuyu's sister, Chuyu.
What?
Chuyu. Morong Bing was going crazy, but Chuyu knew that she was the president of Fingting Company.
When is the other party getting married? Why has she never heard of it?
You must know that a person of Chuyu's identity, let alone married, is known to everyone even if he has a cold. But now, I have never heard of Chuyu getting married. Even if Chuyu got married, it was impossible to be with the person in front of her. What kind of identity is Chuyu? That is the CEO of a listed company, and she is beautiful as a flower. It can be said to be the best in the world. Such a person will definitely be pursued by countless people. No matter how you choose, it is impossible to choose a security guard as her husband. Because the two are not in the same world at all. Therefore, Morong Bing instinctively did not believe it. She even thought of a possibility, so she asked, I said, you won't be working as a security guard in Fingting Company, right? Yeah, how did you know? I'm a security guard there. Hearing this, Morong Bing understood. The guy in front of him must be a paranoid. The other party is just a small security guard of Fingting Company, but he has been delusional all day long that he can become husband and wife with the CEO of Fingting Company. This is a disease that needs to be cured. Knowing this, Morong Bing looked at Su Chen with a hint of sympathy. She was even curious about what the other party went through to get this kind of paranoia. In order to verify this idea, Morong Bing asked again, who is your second wife? Second wife, this is also very famous, you should have heard of it. Her name is Shinjiani, she is said to be the daughter of the Shin family. Miss Shin family daughter, Shinjiani. Morong Bing's mouth twitched. The Shin family is no worse than Fingting Company, and Shinjiani's status is no worse than that of Chuyu. Therefore, with Shinjiani's status, she is definitely the treasure of the Shin family. How could it be possible to marry a security guard? Sure enough, it was delusional disorder, and it was very serious. Morong was even more sure of the thoughts in his heart. Then what about your little wife, who is she? Morong Bing asked again. Wife, let's not talk about that. I guess you haven't heard her name at all. But I can tell you that she is also very powerful. The little wife in Su Chen's mouth is naturally Xiao Yu. That's right, Xiao Yu's name has never been heard by ordinary people. But if it is placed in the underground dark world, it is an extremely terrifying existence. No one does not know the horror of the moon god Xiao Yu. Hearing this, Morong Bing was a little surprised. This guy didn't even brag again. It seems that although he is seriously ill, it is not impossible to cure. There is still some hope. Originally, Morong Bing thought that this third concubine, Su Chen, would also say the name of the daughter-in-law. But I didn't expect that the other party didn't even have a lock this time. It seems that the other party's paranoia is still saved. If Su Chen knew what Morong Bing was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood and cry. God, this is the truth. How come no one believes it? This year, can't tell the truth? Soon, the car came to the door of the mall. After parking the car, Su Chen and Morong Bing walked in. Morong Bing's clothes were all torn, so not only had to buy a coat, but also an inner lining. As for buying a coat, there is nothing to see, so let Morong Bing choose it by himself. And this is you, Su Chen decided that he would personally check it out. Thinking of this, Su Chen walked directly towards the inner area. Coming to the Ni area, looking at all kinds of large and small Ni, Su Chen exclaimed, feeling the blood in his body boiling. In the past, I could only glance at it when I was passing by, whereas it like today, I came directly inside and watched it to the fullest. It's really heaven on earth. Su Chen was amazed. When the waiter saw someone walking away, he quickly greeted him with a smile. However, when she saw Su Chen, the whole person was stunned, even a little overwhelmed. Because she didn't expect that it was a man who came to buy underwear. And the other party had a wretched look on his face. Is it a pervert? The waiter was nervous. When Su Chen saw someone coming, he immediately put away his smile and put on a very normal look. Seeing that Su Chen hadn't left, the waiter suddenly became nervous. She whispered, that gentleman, this is the lady's nene, where is the man's? I know, I'm here to buy Lady Nene. Su Chen shrugged, as if it was a matter of course. The situation here naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Most of the women in the inner area came here to buy things, so when they saw a man appeared, they all looked over.
There were even a few beauties dressed in cool clothes, with light in their eyes. Because before, there have been rich second generations who came to buy underwear for their girlfriends. If the other party is a rich second generation, they must try their best to hug each other's big in legs. But soon, they were disappointed. There was even a hint of disgust in their eyes, because they found that Su Chen was wearing very ordinary clothes. It can be said that it is very cheap. How could such a person be a rich second generation? Snort! Suddenly, someone sneered and buried it. I said, "Are you a pervert? What are you doing here when you have nothing to do?" That's right. It looks like hanging silk at first glance, and there is no girlfriend at all. I want to have an eye-catching addiction here. I go. Su Chen was angry. He really looked down on people. Why did he hang up? Why doesn't he have a girlfriend? He has 3 wives, okay? The next moment, Su Chen said, "Waiter, I'll buy any eye for my girlfriend." Okay. The waiter was in a cold sweat. Since the other party bought it for his girlfriend, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, no one stipulates that men cannot come and buy any eye within for their girlfriends. It's really pretending to be like a real girlfriend. One of the women sneered. Obviously, she doesn't believe that Su Chen has a girlfriend. The next moment, Su Chen turned his head, stared at the sneering woman, and then shook his head slightly. You are really pathetic. Why am I so sad? The woman froze for a moment, then asked through gritted teeth. Looking at your appearance, you look normal, you can still see it with makeup. However, your figure is really hard to look at. I've heard of the airport since a long time ago, but I've never seen it. Seeing your figure today, I finally know what an airport is. I see that you are like this. You don't use it here to buy any eye at all, because it's useless if you buy it. You. The woman vomited blood angrily. She glared at Su Chen fiercely, gnashing her teeth angrily. How is the old lady? What does it have to do with you? Anyway, it's not like you, a poor man, who doesn't have a girlfriend, so he has to pretend to have a girlfriend. Seeing the other party's sappo, Su Chen didn't bother to pay attention to it. He turned to the waiter and said, "Beauty, find me a D-cup and cup, puff." Hearing this, the airport woman vomited blood directly. Provocative. This is definitely provocative. Definitely told her. Okay, sir, wait a moment. The waiter hurried to get it. On the other hand, the airport woman sneered. You really dare to think about the D-cup and cup? Do you take it home and use it for inflatable dolls? Poor hanging silk. Before Su Chen could answer, a voice came from afar. What doll? Hearing this voice, the girls and women all turned their heads to look. The next moment, they were all stunned, even jealous. Because a very beautiful woman came, not only with a delicate face, but also a perfect figure, which made them all jealous. This beautiful woman who came was naturally Morong Bing. After buying the jacket, Morong Bing put it on, and now it's almost impossible to buy it again. When Su Chen saw Morong Bing, he also waved happily. Just in time, I have already bought it for you. At this time, the waiter also brought a set of pink D-cups and inner cups. Then Su Chen took it, smiled and said to Morong Bing, try it and see if it fits. Seeing this, Morong Bing's face turned red. She didn't expect that Su Chen would take the initiative to buy any eye for her. How embarrassing this is, but she still nodded, took the clothes, and walked towards the fitting room. Looking at this scene, and the back of Morong Bing leaving, all the women around were stunned. They never thought that Su Chen actually had a girlfriend, and she was still such a beautiful girlfriend with such a perfect figure. Impossible, damn it, I don't believe it. How could he have such a perfect girlfriend? The former airport woman gritted her teeth in anger. Because it hit her too hard. She looked down on Su Chen at all, thinking that the other party was just a poor man, and coming here was a pervert. But I didn't expect that the other party really has a girlfriend, and the other party's girlfriend's figure is so perfect. Look at your own airport, it's really enviable. Su Chen saw the impatient look of the other party, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He leaned against the counter, wrapped his arms around him, and waited with a smile. It didn't take long for Morong Bing to come out. Her little face flushed red and she looked even cuter. How is it? Su Chen asked. Very suitable. Morong Bing replied in a low voice. Waiter, I want this one. Su Chen handed over the bank card. Ask for support, recommendation, collection, reward. How is it? Su Chen asked. Very suitable. Morong Bing replied in a low voice. Waiter, I want this one. Su Chen handed over the bank card. After swiping the card, the two left the inner area. After strolling in the mall for a while, and bought some food, Su Chen and Morong Bing looked at the time. When it feels almost there, go back. As soon as he left the mall, Su Chen saw the previous airport woman. The woman at the airport naturally saw Su Chen and Morong Bing, and her face suddenly became extremely ugly. But the next moment, she sneered through gritted teeth. Hang silk is hanging silk. Even if you use despicable means to get a beautiful girlfriend, you still have no money. Still can't turn over. As poor as you, it should be a bicycle, it's really sad. Come on, the airport woman walked towards the parking lot. After saying this, the airport woman walked towards the parking lot in a triumphant manner. Morong Bing, on the other hand, was puzzled. She blinked and asked, Who is she? Why are you talking about us? Ignore her, I guess she has an endocrine disorder and menopause has come early. Su Chen shook his head, then walked towards the parking lot together with Morong Bing. The airport woman walking in front felt the footsteps behind her and turned back suddenly. When she saw Su Chen and Morong Bing, she became nervous. She said coldly, Boy, what do you want to do? I tell you, if you dare to insult me, I will definitely call the police. Arrest your pervert. Are you sick? Who would be rude to you? I'm not interested in an airport like yours. Su Chen rolled his eyes. The other party's idea is really strange. Is it a delusional disorder of persecution? Or feel too good about yourself? Or not having a boyfriend for too long and getting horny? Anyway, it has nothing to do with Su Chen. Su Chen has no interest in the airport. However, the airport woman obviously didn't believe Su Chen's words. Okay, stop pretending, you poor hanging silk doesn't have a car at all, how can you come to the parking lot? It must be bad for me. Come on, she put on a very narcissistic look, tell you, my mother is not interested in you. So, you'd better get out of here. I have bad intentions for you? And don't look at yourself in a mirror. What do you have to be malicious? Besides, this girl beside me is not better than you at all? Bigger than you. Do I need to be mean to you? Tell you, I'm here to drive, and it has nothing to do with you. Su Chen snorted coldly. Hearing this, the airport woman gritted her teeth, but still insisted that Su Chen didn't have a car. She sneered, You don't even have 100 yuan for the clothes on your body, how can you afford a car? As soon as these words came out, don't say that Su Chen was angry, even Morong Bing, who was on the side, couldn't listen anymore. She said angrily, Who said that we can't have a car if we wear plain clothes? We call it low-key. Do you understand? Low-key? The airport woman sneered, I said girl, although you are beautiful, you are really fierce and brainless. I really don't understand, what's so good about this hanging wire, you're actually good with him. It seems that you are really helpless. You can't be saved. Morong Bing's eyes widened, looking very angry, the other party was simply unreasonable. The woman at the airport took a few quick steps and came to a Nissan car worth tens of thousands of dollars. She put her arms around her and sneered, The old lady's car has arrived, I'll take a look now, where is your car? If you have the ability, let me see it. Su Chen saw that the woman at the airport was actually driving a Nissan car, and it was a very cheap one, and a sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He really didn't understand, where did the other party's confidence come from, dare to be so arrogant? The next moment, Su Chen shook his head, and then said to Morong Bing, Let's go, let's ignore this lunatic. Afterwards, the two ignored the airport woman and walked towards it. Seeing this scene, the airport woman laughed proudly, as if she had won a battle. She laughed wildly, I'll just say it. You must be a poor man without a car. Now I have exposed it.
Don't go if you have the ability, you are fighting against my mother for, rounds.
That airport woman was extremely arrogant, because Morong Bing's figure really made her jealous.
But soon, her voice stopped, and she even froze there. The smile on his face still remained, but it was already rigid and very ugly.
She was dumbfounded like a cock strangled by the neck.
Because she saw Su Chen Morong Bing and directly got into a red Porsche sports car.
What? It's impossible. Porsche? Damn it, impossible. That kid is just a sling, how can he afford a Porsche? I don't believe it. I must be dreaming.
The airport woman slapped herself twice to prove whether she was dreaming. But she found that it was not a dream at all, the other party really owned a Porsche.
I don't believe it. Heaven, who can tell me what's going on?
The woman at the airport was crazy.
She couldn't imagine that a person whose clothes cost less than 100 yuan could afford to drive a Porsche?
At this time, she seemed to recall Morong Bing's words in her ears.
This is called being low-key, do you understand? Could it be that the other party is really rich and deliberately dressed in ordinary clothes to show his low-key? Thinking of this, the airport woman looked desperate.
Thinking about the clamoring words before, he felt that he was the same as stupid.
Call.
At this time, Su Chen drove his Porsche to the airport woman, then flicked his tail and accelerated out of the parking lot. All that remained was the dull look on the woman's face at the airport, and her desperate eyes.
After leaving the mall, Morong Bing said angrily, "That woman is so hateful."
Indeed, he didn't take it to heart at all. On the other side, Morong Bing's anger disappeared, but soon, she remembered a question.
So he tilted his head and asked, "Well, how did you know my size?"
At the end, her heartbeat became very small, and her face was even flushed, very shy. Because when she tried on clothes just now, she was very surprised.
The size is perfect for her. However, she never told Su Chen about her size. How did the other party know? Is it all a coincidence? But this is too miraculous. How could there be such a miraculous coincidence in the world?
Forehead, the younger brother said embarrassedly, "Boss, you can't blame me. After all, I'm too poor to buy flowers. So I could only pick a few flowers in the hospital's garden."
It's all flowers anyway, isn't it the same? Vomit.
Seeing those flowers, Fong Shang remembered the previous scene, and now he is the most annoying flower. It was his nightmare, and he never wanted to think about it for the rest of his life.
But now, the other party even brought flowers to visit him.
It drove him crazy.
The next moment, he vomited directly. What's the matter with you?
Boss, are you all right? When the two younger brothers saw this scene, they immediately stepped forward.
It's okay, sir. Fong Shang was furious and shot directly at the two younger brothers. He was so angry that he beat him and said, "What the hell, I'll let you get the flowers. I'll let you get the flowers. Go away. I don't want to see flowers again in this life." What happened?
The two little brothers were stunned, they really didn't understand.
What happened to the flower? Who did you provoke? How can the boss hate it? Haven't found this problem with him before? The two of them really didn't understand.
However, at this time, someone passing by, seeing this scene in the room, suddenly snorted coldly.
Stop, don't hit anyone. Fong Shang was already angry, so he punched and kicked his younger brother. But as soon as the voice came out, Fong Shang became even more angry. How could anyone dare to take care of him?
I really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme or die. Well, who dares to take care of Lao Tzu's business?
The next moment, Fong Shang raised his head and looked out the door.
But soon, he froze, because he found out that it was a nurse who stopped him. This surprised him. And this nurse is none other than the nurse Su Chen saved before.
Her name is Blue Heart.
At this moment, Lan Xin looked at this scene and immediately said, "You are not allowed to hit people, you have to do it, don't blame me for calling the security guard." "Master, I can fight whatever I want, can you still manage it?" Blue-hearted anger. The next moment, Lan Xin turned around and left. She decided to go to the security guard and catch the nasty guy. However, when Fong Sheng saw this scene, he sneered.
Then he ran out quickly, blocked the road, and sneered, "Tell you, you can't go anywhere." He wants to see who dares to control him today. On the other side, Su Chen drove a sports car Porsche and came to the hospital. He bought some fruit and strode towards the hospital. As soon as he entered the hospital, he saw a figure that was very familiar to him. Su Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. Isn't this the little girl? He remembered that he had saved the other party back then. Thinking of this, Su Chen smiled and wanted to go up to say hello. But the next moment, he saw a figure blocking the nurse's path. And that figure was very familiar to him. Because of this figure, he had just seen it. It was Fang Sheng. "No, why did you come to the hospital?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes and accelerated. Ahead, Blue Heart is very scared, but the next moment was stunned. Because he found that there was a figure walking in the corridor ahead. If it was an ordinary person, Fang Sheng would simply ignore it, because he believed that no one would dare to control him. But this figure made Fang Sheng nervous, and even his face became very ugly. Because he saw Su Chen. For Su Chen, Fang Sheng gritted his teeth with hatred, but he was afraid from the bottom of his heart, because the other party was his nightmare. The 4 younger brothers he brought to deal with the other party before, but the other party was not injured in any way, and all 4 of them were seriously injured. At the same time, he kept guessing in his heart, damn, how could this guy come to the hospital? Is he here to deal with me? The 2 younger brothers behind Fang Sheng were also stunned when they saw Fang Sheng stopped. The next moment, they also looked up and saw the corridor ahead. I saw a figure walking in front of me. Immediately, they were angry. Someone dared to appear. I really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. These 2 little brothers had never met Su Chen before, and they didn't know Su Chen phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. So, the 2 stepped forward and shouted coldly, "Damn boy, where did you come from? Get out." "That's right, didn't you see our boss? If you offend our boss, you will definitely crawl out." "Oh, so arrogant?" Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. The opponent can easily bring down the 4 of them, which shows that the opponent's strength is definitely above them. So Fang Sheng really doesn't want to fight with Su Chen now, because once he does, he will only be abused. Moreover, he has just finished detoxification, his body is very weak, and there are only 2 younger brothers by his side. Killing him is not Su Chen's opponent, so he is ready to swallow his anger and escape this hurdle. However, the 2 younger brothers in front didn't know what Fang Sheng was thinking. They continued to shout and accuse Su Chen, looking very arrogant. "Hurry up and stop. Believe it or not, take 1 step further, and I will break your leg. Get out of here. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable." The 2 younger brothers roared. They knew that Fang Sheng was going to do something, so they must not let anyone come over now. As long as they do well, I believe Fang Sheng will reward them. But Fang Sheng was angry. "Well, I originally wanted to beg for mercy and escape this hurdle. But you 2 little creatures who don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die, dare to provoke each other? Doesn't this confuse me? In case that guy is really angry and starts to move, I am afraid that this time, my life will be gone." Therefore, Fang Sheng was very angry. The next moment, he started directly at his little brother. Snapped. Fang Sheng raised his palm, slapped the younger brother on the face, and immediately slapped the other side 3 times on the spot. At the same time, he even flew up and pushed the other little brother to the wall. "Well, who dares to hit me?" The 2 younger brothers were angry. They never thought they would be suddenly attacked, which made them extremely furious. But the next moment, when they saw that it was their eldest who did it, they were all stunned. "Boss, why did you hit me?" The 2 younger brothers were at a loss, because they really couldn't understand why the boss would beat them. Is it because the illness is too severe, so the mind is unclear? "I don't know about your uncle." Fang Sheng shouted angrily, "I beat you too. How do you usually educate you? Do you want you to treat people with courtesy? What is Taekwondo for? It's to keep fit, not to bully people. You too want to bully people because of your strength? Is this what I taught you? Fong Shang put on an awe-inspiring look.
But the two younger brothers were confused.
What is meant by treating people with courtesy? Don't bully people? When did the boss say these words? They even suspected that they had hallucinations in front of their eyes? Fong Shang said solemnly, quickly apologized to the big brother in front. Come on, did you hear me?
Having said that, Fong Shang kicked again.
I heard it, boss, don't fight again.
The two little brothers quickly begged for mercy. Although they didn't understand what the situation was now, they decided to listen to the boss and apologize to the people in front of them.
Brother, I'm sorry, we shouldn't threaten you. Brother, hurry up and leave, I beg you.
The two younger brothers quickly apologized to Su Chen. When Su Chen saw this scene, he narrowed his eyes.
He really didn't expect Fong Shang to have such an attitude.
Originally, he thought that he was going to hit it hard this time. But since this is the case, then he will not do it first, so he strode over.
Blue Heart, are you all right?
Looking at the previous scene, Lan Xing was also stunned.
Because she really can't think of why the fierce Fong Shang three people will become so serious? Even with a dignified look.
This made her very puzzled, and at the same time, she was also very scared.
Because she doesn't know, what the hell are the Fong Shang three doing?
But soon, she heard someone calling her from behind, so she turned to look. The next moment, she saw Su Chen.
You are Big Brother Su. Lan Xin was so excited that she recognized Su Chen.
Of course she remembered that it was Su Chen who saved her last time. At that time, Su Chen was also brought into the police station. For this matter, she felt guilty for a long time, but she didn't expect to meet each other again now. Moreover, she did not expect Su Chen to come at this time. At the same time, she thought in her mind, did the other three stop fighting because Big Brother Su came?
Brother Su saved me again.
At this time, Su Chen came to Lan Xin's side and asked softly, are you alright?
They didn't bully you, did they?
No. Lan Xin shook his head, but still said in fear, fortunately you are here, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Seeing Lan Xin's scared expression, Su Chen also frowned. The next moment, he stared at Fong Shang and said coldly, it seems that the punishment given to you last time was not enough.
Do you want to do it again?
Hearing this, Fong Shang shivered.
Do it again?
Such a terrible experience, he doesn't want to do it again. Even feeling Su Chen's gaze, he began to shiver. The two younger brothers on the side were even more shocked. When they heard Su Chen's words before, the two of them were very angry. Want to resist, because the other party dares to threaten their boss, really bold. However, when they saw the eldest's body and began to tremble, the two younger brothers also gulped. Because they had never seen before, their boss had such a time of fear. You must know that their boss is the president of Taekwondo. No matter his strength or power, he is very terrifying, and no one dares to provoke him. But now, the young man in front of him could make their boss tremble with just one word. Who is the other party? How did you do it? Ahead, Fong Shang was frightened, he trembled, and said, this time it's a misunderstanding, I'm joking with this little beauty.
Joke? Su Chen sneered, if he didn't come in time this time, I'm afraid Lan Xin would suffer.
So Su Chen was angry, how about I joke with you too? Now, slap yourself 10 times. Let me see if this joke is funny. Hearing this, Fong Shang gritted his teeth. Think who he is a little bully. Usually no one dares to provoke him, but now the other party has made him slap himself, how is this possible? Therefore, he gritted his teeth and wanted to fight with each other desperately. However, when he felt the cold eyes of the other party, his whole body and even his soul couldn't help shivering. What kind of look is this, how is it so terrifying? Fong Shang couldn't understand how a person could have such a terrifying look. But he knew that he would never be able to fight back now, otherwise he would be dead. So the next moment, he said quickly, it's really a misunderstanding, big brother, please spare me.
I will never dare again.
Seeing this scene, the two little brothers on the side were directly blinded. What did they see? Their boss even begged others for mercy.
This is really incredible. Or their boss? The arrogant and majestic little bully?
However, Su Chen sneered when he heard this.
I let you go? Why didn't you think about letting go of Lan Xin at that time? If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid such a good girl would be ruined by you. Do you think I can let you go? Are you doing it yourself, or let me do it myself? If I do it, then it's not just a slap in the face.
I'm afraid I have to find a way to cut the grass and root, at least I can't let you harm girls in the future. Hearing this, Fang Sheng's face turned green, and he felt that his lower body was cold.
No, does the other party want to abolish him?
Thinking of this, he almost cried. The next moment, he said loudly, "Brother, please.
Master, ancestor, let me go.
I'm just a fart, I don't deserve your attention at all."
On the side, Lan Xin was stunned, even she didn't believe what was happening in front of her. You know, the other party has 3 people. And all 3 are tall and very strong. As for Su Chen, he was just a tall, handsome, soft, and weak young man.
With such a pair, it is impossible for anyone to think that Su Chen has an advantage.
However, this happened.
The 3 strong men didn't dare to do anything to Su Chen at all, and even showed a very scared look.
This is really hard to believe.
At this time, Fang Sheng shook his head frantically, begging for mercy quickly.
Brother, please, don't do it.
You can't abolish me. If you abolish me, my happiness for the rest of my life will be gone.
Fang Sheng was really scared.
If the other party just beat him, then he would recognize it. But looking at the other party's meaning, it seems that he really wants to abolish him. It made him terrified in the bottom of his heart.
Can't I just fan it? Fang Sheng said while crying, because he really didn't dare to let Su Chen do it. Su Chen sneered, "You want to do it yourself? It's too late.
I gave you a chance just now, but if you don't cherish it well, then I can't help it.
Now I have changed my mind." Changed your mind?
Hearing this, Fang Sheng was dizzy and almost fell to the ground. He hates himself so much now. Why did he hesitate before? Why did he not dare to summon the courage to slap himself 10 times?
Such a simple thing, why delay it until now?
So much so that they have changed their minds.
Do not. Never let the other party change his mind.
I have to do it myself, otherwise the other party will do it, and my happiness will be gone.
Fang Sheng weighed the pros and cons and decided to do it himself.
The next moment, he directly said loudly, "Big brother, uncle, ancestor.
I beg you, let me do it myself. I've sinned so much, it's better to do it myself. And your status is so precious, I'm just a fart, why is it worth your effort, isn't it dirty your hands?
Don't worry, it's not just 10 slaps.
I guarantee that the fans are crisp and each one will not fall. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lan Xin was blindfolded, and even felt like she was in a dream.
The 2 younger brothers on the side opened their mouths even more, as if they had seen a ghost.
What's going on? Someone actually begged and asked him to slap himself 10 times? This Nima is too far-fetched. Moreover, it was their boss who did such a silly thing. Heaven, isn't the boss caught in sorcery?
The 2 younger brothers were shocked, and felt that what happened today was too dreamy.
And Su Chen was also angry, he didn't realize that the other party was so eloquent. This flattery is also comfortable.
The next moment, he nodded slightly and said, "It seems that your attitude is quite sincere, and you want to do it yourself, it is really hard to refuse. However, I've always been a man of his own, and he'll do what he says.
Since I've changed my mind, it's changed my mind, and it's useless for you to say anything."
When he heard the first half of the sentence, Fang Sheng grinned. He found that his begging for mercy worked, and he could finally fan himself. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, when the other party still did not change his mind, one of his heart fell directly from the sky to hell. This huge contrast made him almost collapse.
"Big brother, don't bring people like this." Fang Sheng immediately knelt down. On the other hand, Su Chen ignored Fang Sheng at all, and instead turned to look at the 2 little brothers. "Come here." He pointed to one of the yellow hairs and said coldly, "Stand up and come here." "What?"
Seeing Suchin pointing at him, the yellow-haired boy shivered and almost urinated. Although he didn't know who the other party was, but their bosses were so afraid of each other, one could imagine how terrifying the other party was. Now the other party named him to go over, which made him afraid. Because he was afraid of the opponent's hands. Seeing that the other party refused to come over, Suchin also frowned and sneered, "Why, your little brother is very big? Don't even listen to me. Okay, let him come over by yourself." "Yes, I'll let him come here," Fong Sheng said quickly. Then, he turned around and kicked the yellow-haired little brother. "It's your uncle, didn't you hear what the eldest brother said? Let you go, and you go." The yellow-haired brother was kicked again, and he grinned suddenly. He didn't dare to resist at all, he could only walk over obediently, but his legs kept shaking. But Suchin raised his voice slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't hit you, I have something for you to do now." What? The little brother was taken aback and asked subconsciously. "It's actually very simple. Your boss refuses to do it yourself, so you can only do it. Slap him 10 times. As soon as these words came out, Fong Shang and the yellow-haired little brother were stunned. Because they really did not expect that the other party had such a plan. Fong Shang's face turned black, he didn't expect to hide, and in the end he didn't dodge 10 slaps. Moreover, the other party still let his little brother do it, which made him grit his teeth angrily. And the little brother was even more confused. You know, Fong Shang is his boss, he never thought he could slap his boss. So, he didn't dare. Seeing that little brother hesitated, Suchin frowned again and said displeasedly, "I don't like to say it a second time. Since your little brother is not willing to do it, then I can only think of other ways." "Do not." Fong Shang shivered, who knows what the other party will think of. Now this situation is okay, if it is bad, he can't bear it at all. So he hurriedly gritted his teeth and roared, "Did you hear him? If you want to do it, do it. I'm dawdling, believe it or not, I have abolished you." Okay, the kid was frightened, but looking at Fong Shang's appearance, if he didn't do something, I'm afraid the other party would really destroy him. Thinking of this, the younger brother also gritted his teeth, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Isn't it just 10 slaps, what a big deal? Thinking of this, he directly raised his palm and slammed it towards Fong Shang, the crisp voice sounded, and Fong Shang's face immediately became red and swollen. And that little brother is numb in his palms, but soon, a terrifying light flashed in his eyes, and the whole person seemed extremely excited. He never thought that one day he would be able to slap his boss. This is something he never dreamed of. Thinking of this, the younger brother waved his palm again, this time with even greater power. The younger brother slapped him 10 times, while Fong Shang's face was swollen like a pig's head. There was bright red blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Fong Shang roared wildly in his heart, "Damn boy, you wait, this hatred is written down. I must catch you. Otherwise, I swear I will never be human." Soon, the 10 slaps became fanned. Fong Shang was stunned. As soon as it was over, he knelt on the ground, and that little brother was about to faint. Seeing this scene, Suchin snorted coldly, and then said, "Lan Xian, let's go." After all, the two left here. So the next moment, she asked, "Brother Su, what are you doing? Why are those people so afraid of you?" I'm a security guard." Suchin smiled. "Security guard?" Lan Xian's eyes widened, not believing at all. What a joke, how could one security guard make 3 scared? Even the super security guards in the world may not be able to do it. Seeing Lan Xian's expression, Suchin smiled and said, "Why, don't you believe it?" "I don't believe it." Lan Xing said softly, "Big brother Su, I'm not doubting you, it's just that it's hard to believe." "It's okay, you're not the first person to say something like that, and everyone doesn't believe it. However, I'm really a security guard. By the way, you should eat more fruit in the past 2 days, and you should be fine, what?" At first, Lan Xian was stunned when she heard this, but then her eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Su, how do you know that I haven't eaten? Also, how do you know me? I get off work late." However, Suchin smiled, "I said that, of course, because I saw it.
You can see it? Can you see something like this? Lon Xin didn't believe it.
Suchin said in a deep voice, "It's no wonder that most of your hospitals are mainly Western, and what I'm talking about is Chinese medicine. Among them, seeing, hearing, asking, and inquiring in Chinese medicine is a very ancient technique, and it is normal for you not to know."
Not many people know now. Looking to hear and ask? Hearing this, Lon Xin also nodded. Although she is a nurse, she knows all about Chinese and Western medicine.
She had heard about this, but she had not seen it.
Unexpectedly, I have seen it with my own eyes. Is it true that you can find out just by looking at it? Lon Xin still didn't believe it, because it was too mysterious. How to look at it? It feels like making a movie.
It's very simple. You have bloodshot eyes and a tired face, and it looks like I haven't stayed up late in the past 2 days.
Suchen asked with a smile.
Where is it?
Lon Xin said, "It's just that the hospital is going to have an exam in the past 2 days. I'm hurrying to prepare for the exam, so I'm a little anxious and sleep late. And don't want to eat."
After the two walked for a while, Lon Xin said, "Oh, Brother Su, no, I have to go to work."
Go. Suchen smiled, "Remember to eat more fruit.
Also, I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free."
Waving her hand, Lon Xin happily ran away. Suchen came to the corner, ready to go upstairs. Pang.
He had just turned around, was about to go up the stairs, and banged with someone else. This time, Suchen was fine, but the other party fell down. In fact, it is normal, because no one has been able to knock Suchen down. So the next moment, Suchen came to the rescue. He said any 2 words very seriously, and the other party would understand it if he wanted to come. Seeing Suchen's expression, Dongchen felt happy.
Humph. Sure enough, it's a security guard.
How could such a person be spared? Men are the same thing, and they have to bow down under her pomegranate skirt sooner or later. Dongchen was excited. She thought Suchen had taken the bait. So the next moment, she laughed, "Of course, anything. Also, if you are satisfied, do you want to try it?" She thought she had succeeded, but in fact, how did she know that Suchen was just joking for her?
On this topic, we will find time to talk about it, and now someone is here.
Suchen wanted to say something, but when he moved his ears, he heard the footsteps getting closer, so he quickly changed the subject.
Someone is coming.
Dongchen was also nervous, and she quickly checked her bag. Afterwards, she sorted out her clothes and put on a pure and lovely look. I don't know, I really thought she was a young and lovely beauty. Seeing this scene, Suchen shook his head slightly. This woman can really pretend to be so innocent and cute. If it wasn't for the water in his hand, even Suchen felt that the previous scene was a dream. Soon, a figure came down from the upstairs. It was a young man, wearing a suit and dressed in a very foreign style, but his chin was slightly high, and there was a look of arrogance in his eyes.
Doesn't seem to take everything into consideration. Seeing this scene, Suchen understood.
Don't think about it, this is definitely a stubborn child. When Dongchen saw the young man who came down, she immediately raised a smile on the corner of her mouth, and her whole body was like cotton candy, terribly sweet.
Liang Xiao, you are here.
Dongqian's voice was terribly sweet, and she quickly greeted her.
Why are you here?
The young man named Liang Xiao was stunned when he saw Dongqian, then grinned.
Oh, it's like this.
I met my colleagues in the company when I went downstairs, so I had a conversation here.
Said, Dongqian cast a glance at Suchen.
But looking at that look, it seemed that I was really unfamiliar with him, and I stopped to chat just out of courtesy.
Damn, she's really a woman who can act.
Seeing this scene, Suchen sneered in his heart, it's such a pity that this woman doesn't act in the movie. Hearing that it was a colleague, Liang Xiao also looked down at Suchen. But then he frowned. Because he found that Suchen was dressed too plainly and didn't look like a rich man, so he frowned and asked, "What colleague?" "He is the security guard of our company."
Dongqian said lightly, "Security guard?"
Hearing this, Liang Xiao snorted coldly. Originally, he thought he was at the level of a manager and director, but he didn't expect it to be just a broken security guard in the end. The next moment, he said coldly,
What is there to chat with such people? Chatting with them is a waste of time. Hearing this, Dong Qian looked aggrieved. This person doesn't want to, but there is no way. Why, he still dares to force you to chat. Hearing this, Liang Xiao was unhappy. A broken security guard dared to force his woman? This is really audacious. Act recklessly. The next moment, he looked at Su Chen and said coldly, "There are some people you can't get in touch with. You must be self-aware as a person. You don't even know how to die when you save yourself the trouble of getting into trouble." Hearing this, Su Chen rolled his eyes. This guy feels too good about himself, and he looks down from the top. Does he really think he is the emperor? On the other side, Liang Xiao also saw Su Chen's expression and suddenly became angry. What is the attitude of the other party? And it is an impatient attitude. Who dares to be impatient in front of him? It seems that this kid is really courting death. Next time, his voice became even colder. Dong Qian is my woman, so when you see her in the future, you'd better be more respectful. Otherwise, I will throw you into the river to feed the fish. Hearing this, Dong Qian also snorted lightly, and a proud expression appeared on her face again. Great, with young Master Liang as the backing, she wanted to see if this little security guard surnamed Song dared to speak ill of her. If at that time, she finds that someone in the company is spreading today's incident, she will definitely tell Liang Xiao. At that time, Liang Xiao will definitely throw the opponent into the river to feed the fish. Thinking of this, Dong Qian was very happy, while Su Chen was even more impatient. But he still has something to do, so he doesn't want to delay here. He raised his hand, pointed to the sky and said, "Huh? Look at it, silly. People are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme curious," so when Su Chen pointed to the sky and his expression was very weird. Liang Xiao was also curious, so he had not heard what the other party said. So, he looked up subconsciously. The next moment, he found that there was nothing on the ceiling. And soon, he recalled what Su Chen said, and looked stupidly. The other party didn't look up, neither did Dong Qian, but only he himself. This doesn't mean that he is the only fool. Thinking of this, his whole face turned black and his expression was terrifying. Damn boy, a small security guard, poor bastard, dare to play with him? It made him intolerable. So the next moment, he was ready to kill each other. But when he looked down, he found that the other party had run away. Damn boy, don't let me meet you, or I'll let you know what happens if you offend me. On the other side, Dong Qian's heart was also beating wildly. She didn't expect that Su Chen would dare to tease young Master Liang. Isn't she afraid of death? But that's fine, this kid offends young Master Liang, and I'm afraid it won't be easy in the future. Then, she doesn't have to worry about the other party spreading bad things about her. Thinking of this, she quickly went to comfort Liang Xiao. Because only by hugging the big tree, young Master Liang, will she phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme well in the future. However, she always had a question in her mind. Is there something wrong with this young Master Liang? Is he really stupid? Why is it so obvious that he still looks up to the sky? With the comfort of the beauty, young Master Liang calmed down a little. He snorted coldly and tried his best not to think about it, because he had other things to do at night. This time he came, but for a meal. A meal he had been waiting for a long time. Because at this dinner, there is a very famous beautiful chairman of Jiangzhou City, Xu Yu. Xu Yu is beautiful, and he is also the chairman of Fengting Company, plus he is unmarried. Therefore, it attracts all young sons to yearn, and this young Master Liang is no exception. However, he never found a chance. This time, it finally took a lot of effort to fly to see Xu Yu. So tonight, he must perform well to win Xu Yu's heart. In this way, the beauty and the company belonged to him. And the Dong Qian in front of him was just a toy he played with when he was bored. On the other side, Su Chen went to visit Chen Fei with fruit. "Hey, Section Chief Chen, you're awake." As soon as he entered, Su Chen found that the other party was awake, so he said with a smile, "What are you? What are you doing here?" When Chen Fei saw Su Chen, he said angrily, "You know, the two were in a competitive relationship before, so he wouldn't have a good look on Su Chen." "Look at what you said, we are colleagues anyway, let me see if you are right. Are you so kind? Fei Chen rolled his eyes. This guy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme went against himself before and didn't listen to his own discipline. Why are you so kind to see him now? Of course I didn't come by myself. I came to visit you on behalf of the entire security department, as well as the concern of the company and the chairman. After you come to see me, you should be able to feel the weight of this concern. On behalf of the whole company to visit. Hearing this, Chen Fei's eyes turned red. Indeed, he was injured only for the chairman and the company during this period. All his medical expenses, wages and family affairs were all taken care of by the company. It made him grateful. Unexpectedly, now the chairman has sent someone to visit him in person, which made her very excited. Chairman Fei Chen wanted to ask about Chuyu. Su Chen said, "Don't worry, the chairman is very safe now, and with my personal protection, she will not have any problems. She originally wanted to come today, but she was too busy, so she couldn't get away. So, I can only come by myself." Is the chairman okay? That's great. Hearing that Chuyu was okay, Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, he frowned. What is your personal protection? Are you protecting the chairman now? Of course, I have no gaps 24 hours a day, 360 all-round personal protection. Su Chen said with a smile, "Don't worry, old Chen, under my full protection, the president will not be threatened in any way. Not even a mosquito could pin her." Hearing this, Fei Chen's face turned black. What is 24 hours 360 degrees? What the hell did this guy do? Could it be that the president sleeps at night, and this guy also needs to be protected? Thinking of this, his eyes turned red. Jealous, hateful, why didn't he get this treatment? Old Chen, why are your eyes red? I said you wouldn't be a rabbit, would you like to eat radishes? Su Chen looked puzzled. In his knowledge, only rabbits have red eyes. Radish? I want to bite. Chen Fei gritted his teeth and said, "You guy, you can't do business if you look at it, can you protect the president? The president asked you to protect you, maybe there is no danger in danger." The president, I want to see the president, I want to tell him, I must not let you protect. Hearing this, Su Chen was also not happy. I said, Lao Chen, why are you doing this? I came to see you with good intentions, but you came to demolish my stage. What do you mean I can't protect the president? What's wrong with me? I told you that it's not a problem for me to play 10. And, after the fight, there is no injury. Besides, I can't protect the president, can you? I admit that you are brave and loyal to the president and the company. However, your strength is indeed inferior. If you encounter some top killers in the future, you still can't handle it. I advise you not to be too reckless in the future, you. Chen Fei was uncomfortable. He was an elite security guard. When was he despised? And the other party looks thin and weak, how can one fight 10? Thinking of this, he felt annoyed. No, old Chen, why is your face so pale? Is there something uncomfortable? I was comfortable everywhere before you came, and I felt uncomfortable everywhere when you came. Chen Fei said through gritted teeth. Okay, I'm leaving, you'd better rest yourself. You can go back to work after recovering from your injury. Su Chen shook his head, then got up and left the ward. Judging from Lao Chen's appearance, he should be able to recover after resting for a while. He is not worried about that. After leaving the ward, Su Chen was about to go back, but at this time, his phone rang again. Wife again? Su Chen answered the phone. Hello wife, no, you miss me again. Bastard, can you speak well? Chuyu said angrily, this guy is too hateful, why did he want to get angry when he received a call from him? Wife, what's the matter? However, are you sure you really don't want me? Su Chen asked again. Hearing the other party's giggling voice, Chuyu was furious. She snorted coldly, it seems that these 2 days have been very good to you. If I don't teach you a lesson tonight, you don't know the rules. Lessons? What lessons? Wife, are you kidding me? Su Chen was a little scared, not knowing what torture the other party was thinking. Hee hee, you're scared, I'll be back tonight to kneel on the washboard for me. I don't believe it, it won't cure you. Kneeling on the washboard? Suchen was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, Wife, do you still use such an ancient method? This is too far behind. Suchen said with a smile, I said, Wife, where did you get the information? It's too backward. Kneeling on the washboard is a very ancient existence. Is it very old? Shuyu wondered. You know, she is usually very busy and has to deal with a lot of things in the company, even kneeling on the washboard, she still sees it on TV. So the next moment, Shuyu asked, what's popular now? Kneeling on the keyboard, and it's still connected to the computer. You can't type when you're kneeling. If a letter appears, give it a slap. You think about it, this is the real torture, isn't it? After Chuyu heard this, her face was also delighted. Is there such a good way to treat people? That's great, I'll do it tonight. When you come back, I'll let you kneel on the keyboard, type a word, and I'll give you a slap. Having said this, Chuyu smiled proudly. Wife, aren't you being serious? Su Chen's face became bitter after hearing this, and he realized that he was talking too much. Why tell the other party such an advanced method? In the end, it was he who was to blame. Okay, stop joking with you, hurry up, I have business. You drive the car back, I'll be useful tonight. Then what should I do? Su Chen asked, would you let me go back by bus? Take the bus? I didn't expect that, aren't you very strong, run back by yourself. Shiyu said lightly. What? Run back? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Well, although he is very strong, it is not a problem to run a little, but Nima obviously has transportation, why does he run? Isn't this stupid? Okay, I'll take the bus. But Suchen said, Wife, do you really have the heart to let me take the bus? I'm your fiancé. If it were known to others that the fiancé of the chairman of Dangtangfingting Company went out to take the bus, it would definitely be a shocking news. Don't you want to make headlines with me, fiancé? Hearing these 3 words, Chuyu fell silent. Indeed, she still has a marriage contract with Su Chen now. But looking at Su Chen's giggling temper, as well as his condescending character, can she really become husband and wife with him? The next moment, Chuyu asked in a deep voice, do you think we are really suitable? Of course it fits. You are so beautiful and I am so handsome. We want to be together. We are definitely a golden boy and a jade girl, a match made in heaven. But you're just a security guard now, aren't you afraid that others will say you're a soft eater? Shuyu said again. What happened to the security guard? Can't the security guard marry the chairman? Besides, who said I was eating? I'm not a security guard for money, but to protect your safety. What's wrong with a man giving his woman safety, all-out protection, and keeping her from any danger? That's what I'm doing now. Safety? Chuyu said, but you are like this now, and you can't see people all day long. If you are still like this after we get married, what should I do? Hey, are you thinking about things after marriage? Su Chen's heart was beating wildly. It seems that this little girl has acquiesced in her relationship with him. This is definitely a great thing. Su Chen was so excited. At the beginning, Chuyu rejected the identity of this fiancé. Unexpectedly, it is now the default. Even thinking about what happened so long ago, it seems that it is not far from a good thing. Thinking of this, Suchen quickly said, Wife, don't worry, I am a very safe and good man. As long as you marry me, you will definitely enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Hearing this, Shu Yuqing snorted, it sounds nice, what if you bully me after marriage? What if you disappear as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme as you do now? Besides, I've never been in a relationship, so I gave myself to you like this? Have you ever talked? Is it the first time? Shu Yu asked again. Have you ever been in love? Hearing this, Suchen was also stunned, but then he became even more madly in love. He didn't expect that this little girl has never been in love before. Does this mean that the other party's first time will be given to him? Thinking of this, Suchen was so excited.
However, when he thought of the other party's question, Su Chen's mouth had a bitter smile. The other party is the first time, he is not the first time. Not only did he fall in love, but he also dated many women. Of course, these words cannot be said to Chu Yu. The next moment, he said, "Wife, I think two people love each other, and the feeling at the moment is the most important thing. Don't care about the past. One should look ahead, right?" That sounds nice. Chu Yu snorted coldly. "Answer me truthfully, how many women have you had before?" "I wipe." "It is such a problem." Su Chen's head froze after hearing this. Isn't this what women say to men after marriage? Why did you ask before marriage? This question is very difficult to answer. If you have to tell the truth, the other party will definitely get angry. If you don't tell the truth, the other party won't believe it. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Su Chen decided to kill him and couldn't tell the truth. So, he said quickly, "How is it possible? It's my first time. If you don't believe me, you'll know by trying it." "Go to hell. Shameless, who wants to try with you?" Chu Yu said angrily, but on this issue, he did not continue to ask. After saying a few more words, Chu Yu hung up the phone. Because she has an important party to attend. Jiangzhou City, Shizhong District, is a very high-end clubhouse, where only the top upper-level people from Jiangzhou can enter. "President Chu, you are finally here. It's really not easy." When Chu Yu just got off the car and walked to the front of the high-level club, a handsome young man in a suit greeted him from inside. If Su Chen was here, he would definitely recognize it. Because this young man in a suit is the Liang Xiao, Liang Kong, whom he met in the hospital before. Unexpectedly, the other party appeared here, and he still met with Chu Yu. Seeing this person, Chu Yu frowned slightly. Because from the bottom of her heart, she doesn't like such stubborn children. But this time she came to discuss cooperation, and she had no choice but to follow the other party into the high-level club. Liang Kong raised his mouth slightly and led the way in front, and then the two entered a high-end VIP private room. This VIP private room does not look resplendent, but rather antique. But if you think this isn't advanced, you'd be wrong. The things inside are made of top-notch wood, even more expensive than gold. Not only luxurious, but also elegant, very suitable for these upper-class people. After entering, Chu Yu found that there was another person in the private room. The man was sitting on the sofa, not tall, and wearing a suit, very neat. It's completely different from Liang Kang's attitude. It can be said to be meticulous, even when sitting. Seeing Chu Yu's surprised expression, Liang Kong closed the door and said with a smile, "President Chu, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Eno." "Eno?" Hearing this, Chu Yu's brows furrowed even tighter. As soon as I heard this name, it was definitely not a Chinese, but an islander. Why do islanders come here? Still walking with Liang Kong? Even come here to meet her? Chu Yu frowned and was very disgusted in her heart. Because she has never had a good impression of the islanders. If it wasn't for the contract negotiation this time, maybe she would have turned around and left by now. However, this Liang Kang's identity is not ordinary. His family is not in Jiangzhou, but in Yanjing. It's a very large family. Many companies controlled by the other party's family suddenly came to her to discuss cooperation this time, and the price they offered was very generous. That's why she came to negotiate. "President Chu, please take a seat," Liang Kong said with a smile. Chu Yu nodded, then found a place to sit down. But that distance is a bit far from the islander. This shows how much Chu Yu hates the islanders in his heart. Seeing this, Liang Kong sat down against Chu Yu. Chu Yu was a little bored, but the room was so big, and it was impossible for her to stand up and change positions. After all, the other party just sat next to him and did nothing. At this time, Liang Kong picked up the wine glass on the table and said with a smile, "President Chu, you came after a long time, why don't we have a drink first and chat? You know, when I was in Yanjing, I already heard about your fame. You are the first iceberg beauty in Jiangzhou." However, Chu Yu shook his head, "You don't need to drink and chat, let's talk about business directly." Hearing this, Liang Kong was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would be so direct and decisive, not giving him a chance at all. His face darkened slightly, but he was not immediately angry. Because today, he has prepared a whole set of plans, and he believes that he can definitely win the iceberg beauty in front of him.
So the next moment, Liang Kong gave Na Ino a color. Immediately, that Ino stopped laughing. President Chu, you misunderstood what young Master Liang meant.
It's a wine specially shipped from Europe.
It's very precious. Not only is it delicious, but it also relieves fatigue.
It can be said that it is a kind of medicinal wine, which is definitely good for people. You're busy working all day, having a drink and making a big difference to your body. Saying that, Ino also picked up a wine glass and put it in front of Chuyu.
Chuyu frowned even tighter.
Liang Kong is the young master of Yinjing's big family, and she is not easy to have seizures.
But who is this islander in front of me?
She'd never heard of it, and she wouldn't give each other face. So the next moment, Chuyu said coldly, I made a mistake in drinking, let's negotiate directly.
He didn't even look at each other.
Ino was also stunned for a moment, his hands froze in the air, and his expression was very embarrassing. There was a gloomy look in his eyes, and he wanted to attack, but when he thought of his plans for tonight, he held back.
However, he still said coldly, President Chu said that, is he not going to give him a face?
Who are you, and I don't know you, why should I give you face?
Chuyu snorted coldly.
At this time, Liang Kong on the side smiled and said, President Chu, blame me for not introducing you.
Mr. Inoya's background is not ordinary.
His family is a famous consortium in Japan. Moreover, there are many companies under their family, and maybe there will be cooperative businesses in the future. By the way, the island country films that are popular all over the world are shot by their companies.
What? Shooting an island country action movie.
Hearing this, Chuyu was even more disgusted. You know, she phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme C Suchen secretly watching this kind of thing in the room, and she is very disgusted by it. She once thought that if the island country hadn't made some action movies, maybe Suchen wouldn't be bad. Therefore, Chuyu didn't think in the bottom of his heart, what kind of good person is this Ino? Therefore, he will not drink the wine that the other party took. I'm sorry, I'm here to negotiate, not to accompany you to drink.
If you have no interest in negotiating, then I will leave first. When you want to negotiate a contract, then I will come again. With that said, Chuyu stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing that Chuyu wanted to leave, Liang Chao's expression changed.
He finally saw the other party, and he made a careful arrangement tonight, and he must take the other party down. So, how could it be possible to let the North go? So the next moment, he quickly stood up and said, President Chu, don't get excited about the wine, don't drink it if you don't drink it.
Then let's start talking about the contract, how about that?
Seeing that the other party was about to negotiate the contract, Chuyu's expression softened, so she sat down again and took out the documents. But at this time, Ino's eyes were cold, and then he took out a bag of strange things from his pocket and sprayed it on Chuyu's face.
What are you doing? Chuyu jumped and was very angry.
This Ino dared to attack him in public, it was really daring. The next moment, she swayed, feeling dizzy.
There's something wrong with this fog.
Chuyu thought in her heart, and then she gritted her teeth and asked, Damn, what did you spray me with? Seeing this scene, Liang Kong quickly covered his nose, and then a sneer appeared in his eyes.
Ha 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 ha. Finally got it. Seeing Chuyu being recruited, Liang Kong Yantian laughed. Successful?
Chuyu was shocked, you guys dare to plot against me? As the president, Chuyu was very smart. When he saw the scene, he naturally knew that today's negotiation was likely to be a trap. The purpose is to lure him in and frame him. But why would the other party do this?
She doesn't know yet.
You are also a disciple of the big family of Huaxia, and you actually did such a ridiculous thing, and you are still with the islanders. To be honest, Chuyu could not have imagined that the other party would be so despicable. You know, the Liang family is a big family disciple of Huaxia, how could they do such a shameless thing? It was something she couldn't imagine, but it actually happened.
Despicable? Lao Tzu is despicable, what's the matter?
Seeing that the other party couldn't escape, Liang Kong also showed a hideous face.
Little slut, You didn't even drink my toast to you just now, did you look down on me? Don't worry, I will definitely let you taste it later. What is the taste of desire, immortality, desire, and death? What do you want to do? You dare to touch me? After Chuyu heard this, she was very scared. She finally understands now that the other party is actually hitting on her. No wonder he had to be brought here and set up a trap. Thinking of this, she regretted it in her heart. Because she was really careless, in her opinion, the other party is a disciple of a good family, and it is impossible to play any tricks in the negotiation. So, she didn't bring anyone at all. But I didn't expect that the other party would be so despicable and would attack him. Moreover, Chuyu felt dizzy now and couldn't exert any strength at all. Not to mention escaping this group of resistance. Therefore, she can only exert pressure on the other side. Liang Kong, this is Jiangzhou, not Yanjing. If you dare to touch me, you won't be afraid to leave Jiangzhou. Chuyu can become the president of Ficting Company in Jiangzhou, and naturally he also has his own connections. However, when Liang Kong heard this, he sneered, unable to get out of Jiangzhou? You are too proud of yourself. To tell you the truth, I just want to fall in love with you today, so what? Is it possible that after you were raped by me, you still have to talk about it and tell others? In this case, is it me or you who is embarrassed? And, do you think I can't deal with you? Do you know why I came to Mr. Eno? His family is filming, and his methods are even more peculiar. We will let him take pictures of the scenes of our desire, immortality, desire, and death as a souvenir. Of course, if you dare to resist in the future, I can guarantee that this thing will be seen by people all over the world. I'm curious, what will your expression look like then? Of course, if you dare to resist in the future, I can guarantee that this thing will be seen by people all over the world. I'm curious, what will your expression look like then? Mean. Shameless. Hearing that the other party had such vicious thoughts, Chuyu suddenly trembled with fear. This is simply not human, because people can't be so mean and shameless. However, Liang Kong laughed, I am despicable and shameless, what can you do to me? Lao Tzu will show the real prototype later, but I want to see, what kind of performance does you, the beauty of the iceberg, be made to desire, immortal, desire, and die by me? Saying that, he also took out a vial from his pocket. Know what this is? It's called a stone blossom. This is the world's top potion, and I came up with it after a lot of thought. Legend has it that when a stone drips on it, it will bloom. Not to mention you. The next moment, Liang Kong grinned and walked forward. What do you want to do? I warned you not to come over. If you dare to come over again, I will call someone. Seeing the other party coming, Chuyu screamed. Call someone? After Liang Kong heard this, a sneer sneered at the corner of his mouth. You shout, no one will come to save you even if you break your throat. That Eno also raised the corners of his mouth, and a cold light shone in his eyes. Hee hee, young Master Liang, let's get started, I can't wait to shoot the greatest picture. Okay, let's start. Liang Kong laughed and strode forward. Chuyu was afraid, she grabbed the wine glass on the table and smashed it hard. Pang! Liang Kong was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to fight back, and his body quickly retreated. Then the bottle fell on the table with a thud, and the shattered pieces shattered into pieces. Don't come here, I'll be welcome if you come again. Chuyu held the remaining half of the bottle and shook it constantly, as if it would fall over at any time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she used her last strength and ran towards the door. But soon, she was desperate. Because she was thrown back again, there were many men in black in suits and sunglasses standing outside the door. They are all Liang Kang's subordinates. In other words, the entire private room has been surrounded, and even if she is not poisoned now, she cannot escape at all. You run, I see where you can run. When Liang Kong saw the other party struggling, he was not angry, but laughed happily. He has a cat and mouse feeling, which makes him very happy. The next moment, he kicked the table over and kicked the wine bottle in Chuyu's hand. I see who else can come to save you. Chuyu fell helplessly on the sofa, tears in her eyes, and the pear blossoms brought rain. She regrets it very much now. Why didn't she ask Su Chen to come with her? If Su-chin is here, there should be a way to take her away. Before, she felt that the bookstore was a bit tricky and a bit glib. But now compared with this Liang Kaingi, he is simply a gentleman. Because the other party would never force her, and they were only fighting verbally, they didn't dare to actually do it. However, the Liang Kong in front of him was simply a beast, and he even tried to fascinate her with indiscriminate means. Su-chen, come quickly. Come quickly. Shuyu was anxious in her heart, you know. Before that, she and Su-chen made a phone call and asked the other party to deliver the car. It's just that she doesn't have a clue in her heart. Will Su-chen come? How soon can you come? But now she can't wait to think about it. Because Liang Kong was already in front of her, those big hands grabbed forward, obviously wanting to do it. Pang. However, just as he stretched out his hand halfway, the door behind him suddenly slammed open. Not only that, but 4 or 5 figures flew out directly from the door, falling to the ground one by one, screaming incessantly, "Who?" Liang Kong turned his head and frowned. He couldn't believe that someone dared to disturb his good deeds, and it was the most critical time, which made him unbearable. So the next moment, he stood up, his eyes were cold, and he looked at the door. That Ino was angry. He had already grabbed the camera and was ready to take the best picture. But unexpectedly, it was interrupted abruptly. That's an insult to art. What the hell, who dares to disturb the good deeds of the young master? Liang Kong roared, very upset. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from outside the door, "It's your grandfather and me." Afterwards, 6 or 7 men in black kept retreating, their faces terrified, as if there was some terrifying demon king in front of them. Seeing this scene, Liang Kang's eyes widened. These men in black were all elite bodyguards he had recruited. They usually kept him safe and could even beat 10 ordinary people. It can be said that it is absolutely powerful. However, such a character in front of him is actually like a formidable enemy. Who is here? Make them so scared? Could it be that the other party has a gun in his hand? But soon, he saw it. Because, a young figure walked in. It was a young man with a thin body and could not see his face clearly because a black cloth was covering his face. Only a pair of eyes are exposed, and it is extremely cold, like a beast, without any emotion. On the sofa, Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. She is now unclear because of the drug, but she still vaguely sees a figure. And this figure is very familiar to her. She knows that no matter who the other party is, she will be saved. Because this is definitely the nemesis of Liang Kong and others. At this moment, Shuyu was the most relaxed. She was leaning on the sofa, her eyes were blurred, and she retained the last trace of consciousness, but she could faint at any time. Who are you? Seeing the other party's mask, Liang Kong couldn't tell who the other party was at all, so he could only ask in a cold voice. You don't need to worry about who I am, but you dare to attack President Chu. You are really bold. You don't know whether to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. Do you think a few bodyguards can keep you safe? This masked master is naturally Su-chen, who came to deliver the car. However, when he came to this high-end VIP club, he felt something was wrong. Because he found that there are too many elite bodyguards here, and Chuyu is also here. He suspected something was wrong, so he came in to see. Sure enough, he found that there was a real problem, so he called in directly. Seeing Chuyu lying on the sofa, her eyes blurred, she was obviously addicted to drugs. Fortunately, the other party's clothes are very complete. It seems that the other party has not started to do it not long after the poisoning. However, this also gave Su Cheng a killing intent in his heart. Chuyu was his fiancée, and someone dared to make up his mind, and he even used such rude methods. It is an unforgivable sin. No matter who the other party is, he will not spare these people today. Well, dare to threaten me? Give it to me, kill him. Liang Kong roared frantically. He is the young master of the Liang family, and he is always on the top. Who would dare to provoke him? Moreover, he also brought so many masters by his side. Although the other party came in, it did not mean that the other party would be able to succeed. You know, there are 6 or 7 masters in black who are still standing. So many people hit one, can it still be successful? So he wasn't worried at all. On the side, Ino also showed a sneer,
and it was really surprising that someone came to rescue.
However, I think this kid is completely clueless. Liang Xiao, let your subordinates kill him, I will take pictures of this beautiful thing. When the 7 men in black heard Liang Kang's order, they roared and rushed over quickly.
To be honest, they were scared and shocked in their hearts. Because just now, they were responsible for guarding this private room and preventing anyone from escaping. But at this time, a young man came from outside and wanted to enter.
Originally, for such people, one of them could easily be brought down.
But this time, they were wrong. The other side kicked the 4 of them flying and smashed a door. They had never heard of this terrifying destructive power. Therefore, these people were like facing the enemy, they did not do anything, but retreated into the room. However, when they heard Liang Kang's order at this moment, they would do it even if they were afraid. And they believed that the other party succeeded before, it must be because they were careless. This time, the 7 of them went together, and they should be able to win each other.
To be honest, these 7 men in black are definitely elites in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Su Chen's eyes, it was not enough. Moreover, he is now completely angry.
Because the other party dared to attack Chuyu's idea, this is something he can't bear. So, he didn't hold back phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. With 5 fingers forming claws, Su Chen used a powerful martial art, dragon claw hands. There was a sharp piercing sound in the air, and then the 7 men in black drooped their arms and screamed. They were horrified because their arms were all removed, and what was even more amazing was that they had no resistance at all.
Bang bang bang. Su Chen flew again, kicking all 7 people, hitting the wall, and then rolling to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, the 7 elite bodyguards in black fell to the ground. This scene really shocked Liang Kong and that Ino.
The 2 of them widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost.
They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them.
Especially Liang Kong, the whole person's scalp is numb and his body is shaking.
Nima, is this still human?
Those 7 are elite masters, and they were brought down in an instant.
Is this something a human can do? He couldn't even imagine what kind of strength could do this.
Su Chen dealt with a few men in black and then snorted coldly, staring at Liang Kong and the islander Ino. Seeing this murderous gaze, Liang Kang's face was pale, and he was almost scared to pee. But Ino put down the camera in his hand, and the whole person roared and rushed up like a leopard. Unexpectedly, this Ino is still a master, and it seems that his strength is not weaker than those of the men in black.
Karate!
Ino's hands were like knives, and he slashed down into the air.
The terrifying power was shocking.
However, seeing such a terrifying attack, Su Chen sneered disdainfully. The next moment, he squatted half squat, and then a straight punch, quickly blasted.
Pang!
A low voice sounded, and then Ino, like a kite with a broken string, flew upside down quickly, and then hit the wall.
Puff!
He fell to the ground, vomited blood, and then tilted his neck and lost his breath.
What?
Seeing this scene, Liang Kong knelt directly to the ground.
This Nima is too terrifying, he killed Ino with 1 punch. You dare to kill? Do you know who he is?
If you kill him, the islanders won't let you go.
Really?
Su Chen sneered, I think you should be concerned about your own safety first.
After all, he stepped out and walked forward. What do you want to do?
I warn you not to come, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Seeing this scene, Liang Kong screamed. The scene in front of me is so familiar, so similar, because it was in this room not long ago. Liang Kong treated Chuyu like this. At that time, Chuyu made such a threat, but it had no effect at all.
It's the same now, these threats from Liang Kong can't stop Su Chen at all.
Sure enough, seeing the killing intent in Su Chen's eyes was cold and did not subside at all, Liang Kong felt bitter in his heart. He knew that threats were useless, so he hurriedly lured. Don't kill me, as long as you let me go, I'll give you 1,000 million.
How? In the eyes of ordinary people, 1,000 million is definitely an astronomical figure, enough for them to enjoy a lifetime.
However, after Su Chen heard this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Why, is your life only worth 1,000 million? It's really worthless. As soon as these words came out, Liang Kang's eyelids jumped wildly. It seems that the figure of 1,000 million makes the other party dissatisfied. So, he quickly increased the price to 5,000 million.
How about 5,000 million?
You let me go, and I'll give you the money immediately. Although 5,000 million is already a lot, in Liang Kang's eyes, it is not a fart, and in order to save his life, even if it is, million, he is willing to give it up. But he was wrong, other killers might retreat or bargain.
But Su Chen didn't mean it at all.
The killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and the temperature of the entire air dropped rapidly, as if he had arrived in a world of ice. Even if he saw 5,000 million, Liang Kang had no idea. He knew that such a person would not be moved by the high price given to him.
So the next moment, he can only report his identity. Do you know who I am? I am from the Yanjing Liang family. If you dare to do it, the Liang family will not let you go.
Although you are very powerful, compared with the Liang family, you are nothing.
So I advise you to let me go.
As long as you let me go, I can let go of what happened today and pretend it didn't happen.
Yanjing? Liang family?
Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes.
No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to attack Chuyu in Jianzhou.
It turned out to be a member of the Liang family.
Are you from the Liang family? Su Chen asked coldly.
Yes.
Liang Kang answered quickly, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes.
He felt that a master like this must have heard of their Liang family, and knew how powerful their Liang family was. He knew that the other party should not dare to act rashly. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Because Su Chen said coldly, the people from the Liang family were not brought along in Yanjing, but they came to Jiangsu to cause trouble.
Your hand is too long. Since it's so long, how about I chop it up?
It's over, this guy is a lunatic, how dare he not be afraid of the Liang family?
Liang Kang was terrified in his heart.
He didn't expect that even his family would not be able to shock each other, which made him look desperate. The next moment, he roared wildly.
Damn it, do you know the status of the Liang family? Do you know the strength of the Liang family?
Enough to make you have no place in the whole of China. At the end, he almost growled. Someone dared to provoke the Liang family without knowing their lives, how bold!
Liang Kang was really mad.
He really couldn't imagine how stupid the other party was.
Could it be that the other party didn't know how powerful the Liang family was?
However, the opposite Su Chen snorted coldly. He pulled out a black dagger, the dagger was very special, the hilt was a wolf's head, very ferocious, Su was like life. Wolf tooth. Seeing the dagger, Liang Kang screamed again, and there was even a hint of panic in his eyes. Although he is a stubborn child, he is the young master of the Liang family after all. This kind of dagger is very precious, and only the top mercenaries have it, because it is a status symbol. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him actually had wolf teeth. Could it be that the other party was a mysterious master?
Are you from the Mercenary Alliance? Liang Kang asked in a trembling voice.
To be honest, Su Chen is also very surprised. He is indeed a wolf tooth with this dagger, and he is also a member of the Mercenary Alliance. This alliance is a huge organization, but it is not an organization in the normal sense. Because this alliance is just an organization that unites all the top mercenaries and issues missions. But even so, no one dared to underestimate it. On the other hand, Liang Kang, who was kneeling on the ground, was soaked all over, sweating wildly. Because he really never imagined that Chuyu would have such a master by his side.
You know, this is really scary.
Because as the young master of the Liang family, he is not worthy of such a master around him. Only the top executives of the Liang family, such as his grandfather and his second uncle, have such masters by their side. Others don't have much qualifications at all. However, Chuyu has it.
How can that be?
Damn, who is this Chuyu?
Liang Kang's face was very ugly.
He originally thought that the other party was just an iceberg beauty with a little strength and a small net worth.
But unexpectedly, he was completely wrong.
The other party actually has such a master by his side, and his true identity must be terrifying. After he decides to go back, he must investigate carefully.
But can he really go back? Okay, the chat is over, I should send you on your way. Su Chen clenched the wolf tooth in his hand. On the other side, Liang Kong swallowed wildly, he knew that the other party was finally going to do it. The next moment, he screamed, "My grandfather is Liang Shan, did you know that? My brother is also a member of the Mercenary Alliance, and my second uncle, he is also a famous figure in Yanjing. If you dare to provoke me, they won't let you go." Liang Shan? People from the Mercenary Alliance? Hearing this, Su Chen sneered, "Don't use these people to scare me. Because the people you mentioned are not qualified to make me afraid."
What he said was indeed the truth. The Liang family did have some strength in the military, but they could not threaten him at all. But what surprised him was that he didn't expect that someone in the Liang family was still in the Mercenary Alliance. So, Su Chen asked curiously, "Your brother? What's your brother's name?" "My brother's name is Liang Feng." "Liang Feng?" Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and finally remembered. It was him. Indeed, there is such a number one person in the Mercenary Alliance, and the opponent's skills are not bad. It can even be said that he is also a young genius, because he is in his 30s, but he has reached the realm of Xin rank. Can be said to be a strong. Seeing the other party asking and hesitating, Liang Kong finally had a hope in his heart. He knew that his brother's name had worked, perhaps scaring him. This made him ecstatic. So he said, "How about it, you know how good my brother is? Tell you, let me go quickly, or when he comes to the door, you are a member of the Mercenary Alliance, and you are not enough to watch. You know, my brother is the top elite in the Mercenary League." The top elite? Su Chen snorted coldly, and then suddenly shot. He didn't use the dagger, but slapped it directly. Puff! After the slap, Liang Kang's entire face became swollen, as if it had become a pig's head. He looked terrified. "Damn, how dare you do it to me? Aren't you afraid of my brother's revenge?" He was confused, because the other party obviously knew the existence of his brother, but the other party dared to do it. How is this possible? Is he not afraid of revenge? However, Su Chen didn't answer at all, and flew out again with a slap. Liang Kang's head fell heavily on the ground, making a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme contact with the earth, and even made a loud sound. Impossible. Liang Kong was speechless, but he was struggling frantically in his heart. He swore that the other party was definitely a lunatic, otherwise no one would dare to attack him after knowing the strength of their Liang family. In the next lesson, Su Chen frowned. He saw a small bottle on the ground and grabbed it. Seeing this small bottle, Su Chen's face immediately sank. He naturally recognized this thing. This is the world's top strong medicine, but he didn't expect that the other party would have such a thing in his hand. You know, this is hard to come by. Skynet Organization. Su Chen frowned. This thing was developed by the Heavenly King Organization. The Heavenly King Organization is very mysterious, not only powerless and powerful, but also advocating technology. Like the current potion, as well as the liquid that can change the human body that I encountered before, it all came from the hands of the Skynet Organization. Yes, this is something organized by the Heavenly King. Liang Kong struggled to get up and roared with a grim face, "I am a member of the Skynet Organization, you dare to provoke me, and wait for the Skynet Organization's revenge. Boy, you are a member of the Mercenary Alliance, and you should know how terrible the Skynet Organization is. No one dares to provoke them. Now, get down on your knees and apologize to me, and let me dethrone you. I can spare your life. Otherwise, when the Skynet Organization comes to you, it will be your death." After Su Chen heard this, he sneered. He was really an idiot, and he dared to threaten him? The next moment, he directly kicked the opponent away. Just as a stubborn child like you, with a little knowledge of the world, do you think you can show off your power? Is Skynet the first in the world? Your vision is too small. At the very front, a man in black with a grimace mask stood up, and he glanced around. It was found that all the bodyguards around were knocked unconscious, and the islander, Eno, was killed. Baga! You dare to kill Mr. Eno?
Boy, no matter who you are dead.
The grimacing man in black was extremely angry, and it was obvious that Enos was unbearable for them.
Threaten me? It's just a broken killer organization, can it really threaten me? It seems that you really don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die.
Su Chen snorted coldly. He had heard of this group of night killers, but they still couldn't threaten him. Hearing this, the man in black with the grimace on the other side was very angry, and the other side dared to look down on them. It was really hateful. However, their top priority is to rescue Liang Kong.
Because one Eno has already died, they can't let Liang Kong be killed.
Otherwise, the protection task they got would be considered really smashed.
Let young Master Liang go.
The man in black with the grimace said in a cold voice, his voice very cold and without any emotion. He was going crazy because his chrysanthemums were completely rotten.
Moreover, what is even more hateful is that the other party even wants to use the legs of the table.
How could he bear this?
Liang Kong almost felt crazy.
Fortunately, now that he is here, he knows that he is saved, and he knows the strength of the Shadow Guard Shadow Killer very well.
If you want to kill each other, it will definitely take no effort.
After he was rescued,
he must let the Night Killer catch this kid.
He wants to slash the other party with thousands of swords, so that the other party can taste the taste of life rather than death.
Moreover, he had to torture Chiyu severely in front of the other party, and finally kill the two of them with extremely cruel methods.
This will relieve her hatred.
However, when Su Chen heard the other party's words, he shook his head slightly and let him go. What you said doesn't count.
Afterwards, he pushed the wooden stick in his hand again and stabbed it into the opponent's chrysanthemum. What? Liang Kang's eyes were about to pop out, and he roared wildly like a mad beast. This time, it was 10 times stronger than all previous pains. That was the leg of the table, and it almost killed him.
Aha! Ah! Aha! A series of screams sounded, echoing in the room, as if the ghost was roaring, very infiltrating.
Seeing this scene, the face of the dozen or so black-clothed warriors on the opposite side finally changed. The current grimace in black, his pupils shrank even more.
The next moment, he roared angrily, "Come on, kill this kid!
Be sure to save young Master Liang back." Whoosh whoosh. Hearing this, the man in black beside him moved.
There were 3 men in black, like ghosts, rushing over quickly.
Their speed was very fast, like a cheetah, and they came to Su Chen in an instant. 2 of them killed Su Chen, and the third one saved Liang Kong from the loser.
Seeing this scene, Su Chen snorted coldly, "Just the 3 of you, still want to fight with me? I really don't know whether to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die." The next moment, he threw out his fists and met the 2 men in black. For the third black man, he flew even more.
The speed of the 3 men in black is very fast, but Su Chen's speed is even faster, like a bolt of lightning, instantly passing through the void.
Pumba!
I saw 3 low voices in the air, and then 3 figures flew out.
Pang! Kaka!
One of them hit the wall, while the other 2 hit directly out of the glass in the window. It wasn't until a long time later that a low voice came from outside. Seeing this scene, the grimace in black and the rest of the people in black were all stunned. They could not have imagined that the other party was so powerful that they could deal with their 3 companions.
This is really incredible. You know, they are all masters.
However, the other party can succeed so easily, which shows that the other party is definitely a super master.
But, who is the other party? Such a young super expert, they can't think of it for a while?
Liang Kong is even more crazy. He has heard of the strength of the Night Killer. One person can easily solve all his elite bodyguards, but now, the 3 powerful Night Killers have been easily defeated by this kid in front of him.
This is making him unbelievable. Who is this kid? It's terrifying.
Liang Kong was shocked, and his body began to tremble. As soon as he moved, the pain from the chrysanthemum became clearer, making him almost faint. However, at this time, another 3 men in black were dispatched, and they were very fast. And they all drew their swords from their backs. This time, one person killed Su Chen, and the other two did not save people, but killed Chuyu behind Su Chen. The two long knives burst into the air with icy rays of light, slashing towards Chuyu fiercely. If you get hit, you will never be able to survive. Damn! Seeing this scene, Su Chen's face sank. He didn't expect that this group of people would attack Chuyu in order to deal with him. It's really despicable and hateful. However, he would not let others hurt Chuyu. The next moment, he swayed and came to Chuyu. At the same time, he picked up 2 wine bottles from the ground and blasted them towards them. Pumba! The 2 beer bottles collided with the long knife, and a low sound suddenly came out. The 2 long knives were thrown in the direction and missed. At this time, Su Chen shot again, and the 2 bottles he would hold, like lightning, slapped the heads of the 2 men in black. Pumba! The bottle exploded, and the 2 men in black fell directly from the air to the ground, unconscious. And those drinks were spilled, and a few drops fell on Chuyu's face. Suddenly, Chuyu's eyebrows trembled slightly, as if she was about to wake up. At this time, the 3rd man in black came. He held a long sword in his hand, surrounded by cold light, and quickly stabbed Su Chen. And soon came to Su Chen, the icy blade pointed at Su Chen's vital point, and he was about to succeed. Great! Seeing this scene, Liang Kong and the men in black were all surprised. And the man in black who shot the shot raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He knew he had succeeded. But the next moment, he was stunned, and the smile on his face was also rigid. His pupils gradually enlarged, and he even saw a ghost, and he couldn't believe it at all. Because his long sword hadn't stabbed the opponent, but a dagger cut his throat. Forehead. The black-clothed man's eyes widened, and he didn't even realize how the other party made his move. Another 3 men in black were killed. In less than a minute, the men in black lost 6 masters, leaving 7. Lost half. This made everyone silent, and their faces were very ugly. The other party was so powerful that they killed half of them in an instant. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Happy Lantern Festival, everyone! The other party was so powerful that they killed half of them in an instant. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Help! At this time, Chuyu on the sofa also woke up. She opened her eyes, saw that she was still in the VIP room, and suddenly exclaimed. Hearing Chuyu's voice, Su Chen also turned around, and then said, "Don't worry, you are not in danger, I will take you out." Chuyu found that he was not in danger, but his head was still a little dizzy, and the surroundings were in a mess. The islander Ino and Liang Kong were lying on the ground. One was motionless, the other screamed, and they all seemed to be punished. However, she also saw a group of black clothes standing in front of her, which was very scary. This made her shrink back. However, when she saw a figure standing in front of her, Chuyu felt an indescribable security in her heart. Although Chuyu found that the other party was covering his face, he couldn't see his face clearly. But this back figure gave her a very familiar feeling. Who is it that came to save her? And the martial arts are so strong? Chuyu wondered, could it be Su Chen? To be honest, she now suspects that the other party is Su Chen. First, she only called Su Chen. Furthermore, the other person's back was very familiar, which reminded her of Su Chen. However, she wasn't sure at all. You know, can Su Chen have such a powerful kung fu? She has never seen it. The more Chuyu thought about it, the more puzzled it became, because not only this time, when a killer assassinated her before, a mysterious master also rescued her. In other words, there is a peerless master hiding beside her on the opposite side. When those men in black saw Su Chen and Chuyu, they cared about each other and looked very intimate. They gnashed their teeth in anger. Nima, talk about love and go to the cinema. Now it's a battlefield, talk about shit. Damn it, give it to me. The grimace in black roared. But boss, we can't beat him? The man in black next to him said in blunt language. Can't beat him? Well, use our gas bomb to kill him first. When the other party loses combat effectiveness, we will start. The man in black with a grimace grinned, and then took out 2 balls from his arms. This is not the kind of bomb on the battlefield, but a gas bomb developed by the Skynet organization.
It is very portable and very toxic. Others will definitely feel numb in their limbs and lose their strength if they smell it. At this moment, these men in black took out a few poison gas bombs and threw them forward. Pumba! Those spheres fell on the ground, exploded near Su Chen, and then formed a cloud of blue gas that spread rapidly. Everyone stand back first, let that kid taste the taste of this poisonous gas first. The man in black with the grimace grinned, and with the remaining 6 men in black, he stepped aside and watched silently. Not only that, but each of them took out a white pill and took it. It's detoxifying. Ahead, Su Chen frowned when he saw the blue gas. Naturally, he recognized this thing. He didn't expect that the other party had such a deep connection with the Skynet organization, and even this kind of poison gas bomb could be obtained. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary profound masters will lose their combat effectiveness if they absorb this gas. He is fine, but Chuyu may not be able to support him. The next moment, he hurried to Chuyu's side and said quickly, "Hold your breath, don't inhale these gases." Kindness. Chuyu looked at the cyan gas around her, did not speak, but nodded obediently. However, after 1 minute, Chuyu couldn't take it anymore. She is just an ordinary person, it is impossible to hold her breath for such a long time. And the surrounding cyan fog is still there, even if Su Chen waved some away, there is still residue in the air. Seeing this scene, Su Chen sighed and could only click on Chuyu's sleeping hole to make him faint again. Then he leaned over and gave Chuyu artificial respiration. This is not ordinary artificial respiration, but Su Chen poured the internal force in his body into Chuyu's body. Of course, this process requires the intersection of lips and teeth, so he must let Chuyu sleep first, but otherwise the other party will definitely not agree. Soon, Su Chen poured a trace of his true chi into the other party's body. This infuriating energy can definitely make Chuyu support 10 minutes without breathing. And this time is enough. These poisonous gases have no effect on Su Chen. So the next moment, he sat on the sofa, crossed Erlang's legs, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit it slowly, and breathed out the clouds. To be honest, Su Chen's strength is very strong, and even that terrifying master of the earth is not his opponent. So, these have no effect on the poison gas. Of course, he is not completely invincible. In this world, there are some poisons that are also deadly to him. However, that kind of poison is very rare, and it is impossible for these men in black to have it. On the opposite side, the man in black waited for some time and felt that it was almost the same. Then he said, "Boss, almost, let's start harvesting. This time, we must get that kid out." Hee, that kid is a fart. Didn't you see the woman on the side? That's the best. That face, that figure, must be refreshing. Boss, you'll have a good time first, and then let the brothers have a good time when you're done. Hearing this, the man in black with grimace laughed and nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry, after I finish enjoying it, I will definitely share it with my brothers." A group of people laughed and laughed, very arrogant, as if they had taken control of the whole scene. The next moment, the men in black walked forward. When they came to the front of the blue mist, they were stunned. Because they found that there was a red fire in the blue smoke. What is that? Is it on fire? The men in black were puzzled. They whipped up a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme with their sleeves, blowing away the poisonous blue mist, and then they saw the scene ahead. In that thin blue mist, a young man covered his face, crossed Erlang's legs, and leaned lazily on the sofa. With a cigarette in his hand, he was slowly breathing out the clouds. I wiped it. It's so leisurely, what's the situation? A few people were blinded, and if it was just smoking, they wouldn't make a fuss at all. But now, the other party is in their cyan fog, this poisonous gas, even the masters of the profound level can't bear it. How could the other party be okay? Although they know that the other party is a master, you should hold your breath and not inhale poisonous gas. But you're smoking a cigarette and looking lazy, what's going on? Could it be that these poisonous gases have no effect at all? So seeing this scene, these people in black are going crazy. The ghost-faced man in black also widened his eyes with a ghostly expression. Damn, it's impossible. How could he ignore these gas bombs? Thanks for the reward of Death Empire. Ask for recommendation, collection, reward. Boss, are our items expired, so they are no longer toxic? You spit out the pills in your mouth and try the poison in the past. Hearing this, the man in black with the grimace immediately said to a younger brother beside him. Nani? The man in black was confused. He just put forward an idea, don't let him experiment by himself? However, he knew the rules of their organization, and it was unconditional obedience to the orders of the superiors. Therefore, the man in black also gritted his teeth and spat out the white pills in his mouth. The next moment, he walked forward and entered the cyan fog. Idiot! I'm going to die. As soon as he took a sip, the man in black couldn't take it anymore, his whole body twitched, and then he collapsed directly to the ground. Couldn't make any effort. Although these men in black are powerful, they simply cannot reach the level of profound masters. So as long as you take a breath, you can't resist at all. The man in black with the grimace and the others also turned black when they saw this scene. This scene shows that they have no problem with poisonous gas, and they are very powerful. But why is the other party okay? They couldn't figure it out at all. To be honest, Suchen was also stunned. Are the minds of the people of the archipelago rusted? He was almost finished smoking a cigarette on his side, and he was waiting for the other party to do it, but these stupid idiots didn't do it. Instead, you suspect that there is something wrong with the poison gas, and even experiment with it yourself? Suchen glanced at the front and shook his head with a sneer. He really watched an interesting movie for free. The next moment, he said lightly, I said that you people in the archipelago are not smart enough, hurry up and go home to recharge, and you will not be embarrassed here. Hearing the other party's ridicule, these men in black were also angry. They are a well-known killer organization. They are very scary. Ordinary people will tremble when they see them. Who dares to mock them? But now, the other party dared to ridicule so much, it was really unbearable for them. Idiot! Boy, you have successfully angered us, and today we will definitely let you know what it is like to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme rather than die. The voice of the man in black with the grimace was cold, like ice. The next moment, he waved his hand, pulled out the long knife behind his back, and gave an order, everyone, come on, kill him. Even if the other party can resist the poisonous gas, so what? There are 7 of them here. And his strength is stronger than other men in black. Together, they can definitely kill each other. So the next moment, the man in black with the grimace took the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead/phoneme. The whole person is like a ghost. Kill to the front. The long knife in his hand is even more cunning, like a poisonous snake, shining with icy light. Behind him, followed by 6 men in black, assassinated from all angles, one after another, the dazzling technique of killing people. It has to be said that this is definitely a powerful killer organization, enough to make people feel terrified. Boy, even if you are a master of the profound rank, you can't escape our joint siege. The grimace in black grinned. The next moment, the long knife in his hand slashed down into the air, with a powerful force, and even a piercing sound could be heard in the air. But soon, he was stunned. Because he cut the knife empty. There was no sign of the other party in front of him at all. The 6 men in black around them were also stunned, and they found that the figure of the other party had also disappeared. Damn, impossible. Where did that kid go? These men in black were puzzled, but at the next moment, their pupils shrank, and they couldn't believe it. Because the other party appeared again. The other party not only appeared, but also came to the front of their boss, the man in black with a grimace, and then stretched out a palm and grabbed it forward. Caca. The man in black with the grimace only felt a flower in front of him, and then a figure appeared. Then, his neck tightened, as if someone was grabbing him. Forehead, immediately, he was suffocated, like a chick drenched in his neck, unable to exert any intentional force at all. When? The icy long knife in his hand also quickly fell to the ground. The grimace in black struggled frantically, trying to get rid of it. But the opponent's hands are like iron clamps, unusually strong. He couldn't break free at all. This shot was naturally Su Chen. He didn't disappear just now, but escaped at a very fast speed.
It's just that his speed is so fast that these men in black can't see clearly at all. Now, he grabbed the grimace in black by the neck, his voice was cold, and his eyes were even more indifferent.
Night Killer? Do you think you're a sucker? Actually, in my eyes, you are not even a fart.
I originally wanted to play with you, but since you are so weak, then go to hell.
Kaka. Let's just say, Suchen twisted the opponent's neck with a hard finger.
Puff. Finally, with a flick of his palm, he casually threw the grimace in black to the ground.
Nani? Masaka. This is impossible. Damn, I don't believe it.
The 6 men in black around looked at this scene, their scalps were indeed numb, and they shook their heads crazily. That is their boss, the most powerful player in the team. It is even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a profound master. However, to be killed so easily by someone is like a dream. Who the hell is the opponent, and how powerful is he?